Chapter 30:13. His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan were in a bad situation. Qin Shao naturally could not continue to entangle here. Qin Shao immediately rushed over and helped His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan to get out of the predicament. Then he quickly led them back. Strangely, after they retreated, those consciousness creatures did not continue to chase after them. Instead, they stopped. Of course, those consciousness creatures did not disperse. Instead, they seemed to be guarding there. His Highness Badger Huai was a little injured. Yuan also looked a little uncomfortable. If Qin Shao did not pull them back, His Highness Badger Huai would be in danger of being eliminated. Such a situation made His Highness Badger Huai speechless for a while. He shook his head and said, "Terrible, really terrible. It's just the beginning and it's already so terrible. How can we fight this battle?" Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. It was just the beginning and the situation was already like this. What about the future? Wouldn't it be even more terrible? If they couldn't even solve the situation at the beginning, then there's no need to talk about the future. Therefore, what was in front of them was an extremely difficult test. Qin Shao, we can't be so unlucky, right? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so terrible at the beginning. Fortunately, your strength is very strong. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will be completely wiped out. This doesn't make sense. The strength of our group is definitely very strong. It's definitely one of the best. If even we can't cross the first hurdle, then the other groups will definitely not be able to cross it. It doesn't make sense for them to be so terrible. His Highness Badger Huai said. Originally, he was full of ambition and heroic spirit. But he had to admit that the fact in front of him had a big impact on him. Qin Shao frowned and shook his head. He said, "There is definitely a way out. It can't be like this. I also think that if there is really no way out, then it doesn't make sense. It's completely unreasonable. Our strength is definitely not weaker than any of the other group. This round of competition will definitely be very difficult and intense. The difficulty will definitely be unprecedented. So, we have to be mentally prepared. It's not scary that it's difficult. What's scary is that our confidence and morale have been shattered. This way, our eyes will be blinded, and we won't have the courage to fight. There must be a way out. It definitely won't be this difficult. Your Highness Badger Huai, you see, this is actually a safe zone. Those sentient beings did not chase us here. Therefore, we can rest here for a while and recover." His Highness Badger Huai thought about it and said, "But we can't be trapped here forever. Even if this is a safe zone, what we want is not this safe zone. We want to kill those sentient beings and leave this place. We don't want to be trapped here forever. I have a bad feeling about this. I feel like the situation will only get worse if we stay here." "Yes." Qin Shao nodded. He also had this premonition, and it was very strong. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "How about this, Your Highness Badger Huai, Yuan, you two stay here and rest for a while. I'll go check out the situation. At this time, we can't be anxious. We have to be calm and collected. Only in this way can we find a way out and think of a good way to deal with it. I believe that there must be a way to break through this hurdle. This confidence is something we must all have. If we don't even have confidence, then we will be finished." His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan nodded. Yuan was very confident. She completely believed in Qin Shao. Moreover, she didn't have any other distracting thoughts. She just needed to follow her brother Qin Shao. His Highness Badger Huai also tried to adjust his mentality. It was indeed like what Qin Shao said. No matter what, he couldn't lose his confidence and couldn't be shaken. Otherwise, it would be a very terrible thing. Qin Shao checked around and came back. He also understood the situation. "I've checked the surroundings. According to the situation, there should be some safe areas here. For example, the place where we are now is the so-called safe zone, but the safe zone we are in is not big, only 1,000 miles in radius. The most important thing is that I found that this safe zone is slowly shrinking, or it can be understood that those consciousness creatures are slowly shrinking the encirclement. This should be set by the rules of the game, so we can't stay here all the time. Otherwise, we will be heavily surrounded in the end, and the situation will only be worse. According to my inference, the range of 1,000 miles will be completely swallowed up in at most 1,000 years. Probably, the range of 1,000 miles will be sharply reduced. 1,000 years is enough for us for the time being, but it may be because we just entered the heaven's chosen battlefield, so it seems to be a little bit sufficient. The situation later may not be good. So, we must find a way to leave here as soon as possible. His Highness Badger Huai frowned deeply, seriously digesting Qin Zhao's words and analyzing Qin Zhao's words. But Qin Zhao, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to rush out and leave here, right? It's all consciousness creatures outside, there's no end to it at all. It's very difficult for us to rush out and leave. Qin Zhao said, Yes, now it seems like the situation is indeed like this. But we haven't found out the truth yet. There should be hope. According to the situation, my guess is like this. Maybe there are many safe places like this. We need to constantly go from one safe place to another to ensure that we have a chance to breathe, and not fall into the sea of consciousness creatures. But all the safe places should be swallowed, so we have to hurry up and try our luck. Thirdly, we have to kill more consciousness creatures and get more points. This is the most important thing. We have to think about these three and reach a balance. Only in this way can we complete this round of mission very well and have a chance to compete. Originally, I wanted to open up a path by myself and look for other safe places. But in this way, you will be left here, which is definitely not possible. We only came in with consciousness, and we don't have an inner world. If we want to leave, we can only take you with us. But for now, this place is still relatively safe, there is no need to rush to find other safe places. So, what we have to do now is to hunt as many consciousness creatures as possible and get more points. Before, I killed a total of 18 consciousness creatures and got 18 points. Originally, I said that these points should be given to Yuan, but now it seems that the plan can't keep up with the changes. In that case, there is no way to leave it to Yuan to get this point. Then now we can only change our strategy, and each of us will do our own thing. Whoever can get it will get it. If the conditions completely allow it, then it will be given to Yuan. His Highness Badger Huai nodded, agreeing with Qin Zhao's words. After resting for a while, His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan both recovered. The three of them once again went to the edge of the area, and saw that there were many consciousness creatures there, and also saw that they were slowly devouring the safe areas. Miss Yuan, the two of us are slightly weaker. If we fight alone, I am afraid that it is useless, and it is difficult to eliminate the consciousness creatures. So, I think it is better for us to join forces. I will lure the enemy, and Miss Yuan, you will be responsible for killing them. If there is any situation, we will immediately return to the safe area. What do you think? His Highness Badger Huai said to Yuan. Yuan looked at Qin Zhao with a confused face. She didn't have any ideas, and completely listened to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao nodded to her, indicating that she could do so, and Yuan nodded to His Highness Badger Huai. Good, then Miss Yuan, listen to my command. His Highness Badger Huai said. Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai cooperated, and Qin Zhao acted alone. Qin Zhao didn't need the safe area, and he was completely like a war god, directly rushing in. However, the number of consciousness creatures at this time was a little more than before. It seemed that as time went by, the number of consciousness creatures would only increase. However, Qin Zhao did have a bit of skill and courage. Relying on his powerful strength, he was like an invincible god of war, rushing into the group of consciousness life forms. There was quite a majestic aura about him going on a killing spree. Qin Shao still used the previous cooperation method, and smoothly hunted the consciousness creatures. It was simply like a harvester crazily hunting. On Yuan Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai's side, because the two of them cooperated well, they also achieved good results, and began to kill a lot of consciousness creatures. Although their speed was naturally far inferior to Qin Shao, it was also very good, and at least they were not as embarrassed as before. As soon as there was danger, the two of them retreated to the safe area, rested, and immediately came back again. Such a way of fighting was very good. Qin Shao also used his body to resist, and after a few hits, he also retreated to rest. The encirclement was slowly shrinking. The number of consciousness creatures was also increasing. Moreover, some second-level consciousness creatures began to appear and join in. The appearance and addition of second-level consciousness creatures naturally made the battle more dangerous, and brought a lot of pressure and danger to Qin Shao and the other two. On Yuan Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai's side, it became difficult to hunt the consciousness creatures, and it was difficult to kill. On Qin Zhao's side, that trick was not easy to use, and often only succeeded once a few times. Furthermore, the probability of this happening was constantly being compressed and reduced. And obviously, as time went by, this situation would only become more and more serious. Therefore, Qin Shao knew that he couldn't delay any longer, and had to leave here quickly. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that it would really be difficult to leave. He was not afraid of anything, no matter how many consciousness creatures appeared. Qin Shao believed that he still had the ability to protect himself. But His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan were somewhat in danger. Yuan Yuan was better, but His Highness Badger Huai was afraid that he was really in danger. No one could be eliminated. His Highness Badger Huai, Yuan Yuan, quickly retreat to the safe area, and we will leave here. Qin Shao said to the two of them. His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan did not hesitate, and immediately retreated to the safe area. Qin Shao quickly reached the safe area, and then quickly rushed out with the two of them. Qin Shao used all his strength to open the way, and at this time, he only needed to resist the attacks of those consciousness creatures, and did not need to think about killing them. So naturally it was easier for him. Of course, although it was easy, but at this time, the three of them gathered together, and had to withstand the crazy attacks of those consciousness creatures at the same time. Naturally, it was very scary. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Do you still have flowers? Chapter 30:14. At this time, Qin Shao was blindly defending, so the situation was much better. If Qin Shao was alone, then he could still try to kill the enemy. But with His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan, Qin Shao naturally had to be careful and ensure their safety first. The situation in front of him couldn't be taken lightly. Looking for the next safe area, there was no goal at all. He could only try his luck. But what made Qin Shao happy was that, after getting out of the heavy encirclement, the situation improved a little. Those level 2 consciousness life forms didn't catch up. So, the pressure was suddenly reduced a lot. Once the pressure was reduced, it was naturally a lot easier. If they blindly defended, then there would be no problem. However, after searching for quite some time, he finally found a safe area. Seeing this safe zone, Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that his previous guess was correct. In the Heaven's chosen battlefield, there were indeed many safe areas. Outside the safe areas, there were all foreign race life forms. And the safe areas would constantly be devoured, so it was impossible to stay in one safe area for too long. They had to find a new safe area. If they wanted to find a new safe area, they had to face the attacks of a large number of consciousness life forms. If they had the strength to resist the attacks of these consciousness life forms, then they might be able to reach a new safe area. If they couldn't withstand it, then they would probably be eliminated. Fortunately, Qin Shao and the others successfully reached another safe area, and they didn't suffer any injuries. Of course, This was mainly supported by Qin Zhao's powerful strength. If they only defended, then Qin Zhao could enter a no-man's land. No matter how many level 1 and level 2 consciousness life forms there were, it would be difficult for them to hurt him. Qin Zhao quickly sized up this safe area. This safe area had a radius of 1,000 miles. It seemed that if no one entered the safe area, those consciousness life forms wouldn't devour it. According to the previous situation, although that safe area could last for 1,000 years before it was completely devoured, it couldn't really last for 1,000 years. In the previous safe area, Qin Zhao and the others only lasted for 800 years before they felt extreme danger, so they immediately left the safe area and found a new safe area. According to this calculation, this area should be able to last for 800 years. If a safe area could last for 800 years, then it would be very good. However, it was hard to say if this was the case in reality. After resting for a while in this area, Qin Zhao and the others began a new journey. But this time, Qin Zhao found another problem. In the beginning, there weren't any level 2 consciousness life forms, but now there were. So, the situation was obviously a bit more terrifying than before. The strength of a level 2 consciousness life form was several times stronger than a level 1 consciousness life form. Naturally, its lethality and threat were very strong. So, it was more difficult to hunt down consciousness life forms. This caused Qin Zhao to guess that the situation would become even more difficult, terrifying, and complicated as time went on. So, if they wanted to hunt down consciousness life forms, they had to do it as early as possible. Now was the best time. As time went by, it would be more and more difficult. In the end, it was estimated that there would be level 2 and 3 consciousness life forms, and there would be many level 4 consciousness life forms. If they encountered a level 5 consciousness life form, it would be a very good thing to be able to protect themselves. There was no need to talk about killing a level 5 consciousness life form. At least, Qin Zhao felt that it was basically impossible to kill a level 5 consciousness life form, because this was basically an invincible existence. A level 5 consciousness life form stood at the peak of the 4th step of the ancient saint realm. It was equivalent to the level of Elder Li Yan and the others. Even if it was weaker, it certainly wouldn't be too weak. So, if they encountered a level 5 consciousness life form, it was estimated that they were unlucky. Then it was a very fortunate thing to be able to survive. There was no need to think about other things. So, they had to take advantage of the current good opportunity to kill more enemies. Fortunately, there weren't many level 2 consciousness life forms for the time being. Only a few. The situation wasn't too complicated. Your Highness Badger Huai Yuan, the good opportunities given to us are not many. Now we have to do our best to hunt down more conscious life forms. Leave those level 2 consciousness life forms to me. You find a way to hunt down more level 1 consciousness life forms. Qin Zhao said to His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan. They were still in a group, cooperating in the battle to hunt down consciousness life forms. Qin Zhao still fought alone, hunting down consciousness life forms. The previous battle was not bad. In that battle, Qin Zhao hunted down as many as 62 consciousness life forms. His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan also hunted 35 consciousness life forms. In this way, in total, there were as many as 97 consciousness life forms, but they were all level 1 consciousness life forms. Although they were all level 1 consciousness life forms, each level 1 consciousness life form was worth 2 points. In this way, he had gotten 194 points. And this was only the harvest of less than 1,000 years. Such a harvest was very good. Of course, this kind of situation was very difficult to maintain. The further they went, the more difficult the situation was, and the more dangerous the situation was, the less points they would get. However, judging from the previous scores, the scores from the previous 4 rounds weren't considered much. It was estimated that the points in this round would surpass the total of the previous 4 rounds. If they wanted to get a good ranking on the Heaven's Chosen list, then this round would be very crucial. If they could play this round well, then they would definitely get a good ranking on the Chosen One list. Everything depended on this round. Whether they could make a comeback or not depended on this round. This round could be said to be full of possibilities. It was filled with endless possibilities, and Coco would appear at any time. In the previous 4 rounds, His Highness Badger Huai's team and His Highness Lan Hua's team had a difference of more than 100 points. According to the situation in the previous 4 rounds, more than 100 points was definitely a very big gap. But looking at the situation in this round, more than 100 points was very easy to chase after. So, the hope of getting first place was naturally much greater. As long as they fought with all their might, the hope would be very high. His Highness Badger Huai was also full of energy this time. He had long been excited by Qin Shao, and his fighting spirit was soaring to the sky. So, he and Yuan also fought with all their might, a hot-blooded battle, and killed the enemy bravely. The battle continued. The 3 of them brought out 200% of their passion and hot-bloodedness. But this time, the difficulty was indeed much higher than the previous rounds. So, it was much more difficult to kill the enemy. Fortunately, there was a safe area and they could fight and rest. If the battle continued like this, then even Qin Shao would not be able to withstand it. Qin Shao felt that the more he fought, the braver he became. Although the situation was more difficult, Qin Shao was an invincible god of war. His powerful strength was still invincible here, and he was still able to play a huge role. With powerful strength as a strong backing, he naturally became incomparably valiant in killing the enemy. It was almost the same as Qin Zhao's prediction, but the time was slightly shorter. This time, they persisted for more than 700 years, and the situation became terrible. Qin Shao also had to leave with His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan. If they did not leave now, it would be difficult for them to leave. In terms of time, it was shortened by a few decades. Perhaps this was the trend. As time went on, it would slowly shorten. In such a difficult battle environment, to stay for more than 100,000 years, it was a terrible thing to think about. From the beginning, it was so difficult, and in the future, it would be even more terrible. Fortunately, there was Qin Shao, the invincible god of war, otherwise, it would be a disaster. This time, although the harvest was not as good as the first time, the 3 of them got a total of 138 points. Adding the 194 points from the previous round, they got a total of 332 points. In less than 2,000 years, they had already obtained 332 points. In this 5th round, the scoring situation was indeed very different from the previous 4 rounds. If this trend continued to develop, it was very likely that it would surpass 1,000 points. In fact, it was even possible that an even more terrifying score would come out. In this case, the score of the first 4 rounds was indeed not very decisive. Of course, in the first 4 rounds, it was mainly to eliminate some teams that were not specific to the competition. Although there were still more than 50 teams left, more than half of them were lone commanders with only 1 person in them. The strength of these people was very ordinary, and they would be eliminated soon. They did not have the slightest competitiveness. Most of them only had 2 people, 1 captain and 1 soldier, and they were soldiers of the 2nd step ancient sage realm. Their strength was also limited. Therefore, these teams were also not competitive at all. To put it bluntly, there were only 6 teams that were really competitive, and they were the 6 teams ranked in the top 6 of the Tianxian list. Each of the 6 teams had at least 2 members. This time, finding a new safe zone was a little more difficult than before. Qin Shao was a little uncomfortable after being beaten up. If they could not find a safe zone, he might be injured. In the end, they found a new safe zone. This safe zone was still in the range of 1,000 miles. Judging from the previous situation, they estimated that they could stay for 700 years this time, and then they would have to continue to find a new safe zone. This time, the number of second-level consciousness life forms had more than doubled, and the situation naturally became more difficult and complicated. However, it still could not erase Qin Zhao's ambition, and it could not extinguish their enthusiasm. Continue to fight. More than 700 years of fighting, a difficult battle. With effort, there would naturally be a certain amount of rewards. This time, the points obtained continued to be reduced, and only a little more than 100 points. 101 points. Add-on. The 332 points obtained previously was a total of 403 points. In less than 3,000 years, they had already obtained 403 points. Qin Zhao's team was very satisfied with such a result. The start of the game was already very good. If it had a good start, it would be a good guide for the later parts of the game. They continued to rest for a while. After resting, Qin Zhao said, "Next, the situation will be more difficult. The number of second-level consciousness life forms has doubled. Naturally, the difficulty will increase by 1 or 2 times. We all need to be careful. While killing the enemy, we should try to be as safe as possible. Don't do things that do not make up for the losses. But our ambition is still there, and our enthusiasm is still there. This is a battle that belongs to us, so we must fight it, and fight it beautifully. We have a good start, so we must go all the way beautifully. Only then can we compete for the first place." Author. Cruel Death Brothers, the flowers are about to be delivered. There are only 2 days left, and it will be invalid when it expires. Chapter 30:15. As time went by, the battlefield became more and more dangerous, and more consciousness life forms came out. More and more powerful consciousness life forms slowly joined. After 30,000 years, the number of consciousness life forms began to slowly decrease, but the quality was still slowly improving. Level 1 consciousness life forms were slowly replaced by Level 2 consciousness life forms, and Level 3 consciousness life forms slowly began to appear. After 50,000 years, Level 4 consciousness life forms began to appear. Level 4 consciousness life forms were equivalent to the existence of the 4th step of the ancient saint realm. Even if their comprehensive means were not comparable to the existence of the 4th step of the ancient saint realm of the same level, they were still very powerful. A Level 4 consciousness life form, even if it was a one-on-one fight, Qin Zhao wanted to kill it with his own strength. It was a relatively difficult thing. As for Yuan, at most, he could fight with him. Not to mention His Highness Badger Huai, even if he faced a Level 3 consciousness life form, His Highness Badger Huai could only fight with him. It was impossible to eliminate a Level 3 consciousness life form. It was already very difficult for Yuan to eliminate a Level 3 consciousness life form, and this required the cooperation of His Highness Badger Huai. Although the number of consciousness life forms had decreased a lot, those minions were all Level 2 consciousness life forms. Even if there were not many Level 3 or 4 consciousness life forms, those Level 2 consciousness life forms were also a big threat. If he wasn't careful, he would suffer in their hands. As time went by, the battle of the Heaven's Choice naturally became more and more difficult. The battle had been going on for 80,000 years, and in the end, His Highness Badger Huai basically could not help at all. Not only could he not help at all, but he also needed Qin Zhao to protect him from time to time. Yuan could still help a little, but in the battle, Yuan's strength could not be fully displayed, so he was a little weak. Moreover, Yuan's realm was only the 2nd step of the ancient saint realm, so his realm was limited, so he could only support Qin Zhao and give Qin Zhao a helping hand. In a safe area, Qin Zhao and the other 2 rested there. After 80,000 years of desperately killing enemies, it was really a little tiring. However, the harvest of these 80,000 years was still very great. Over the past 80,000 years, Qin Zhao alone had killed hundreds of enemies and obtained 972 points. Yuan's words received 358 points. On His Highness Badger Huai's side, because he had always been a support and not the main force, and because he had done his best to let Yuan Yuan and Qin Shao kill the enemies, his individual score was relatively low, only 36 points. In that case, the three of them had obtained a total of 1,366 points in the past 80,000 years. As a result, Qin Shao was the one with the most points, while His Highness Badger Huai was the one with the least points. Most of the points belonged to Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan, so as long as Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were safe, it should be more stable. Qin Shao, don't waste your energy protecting me. Just let me be eliminated. Right now, I only have a little more than 200 points in total. If I am eliminated now, at most, I will lose my points and it will not fall into the hands of others. This may be a better choice. If I stay, I will only drag you down. If you don't care about me, I am afraid that you will get more points than me. Even if I am eliminated, it will not affect the last round. My team will not be eliminated. With you, our team is enough. I am incompetent, I can't contribute to the team. So now, I don't want to drag the team down. His Highness Badger Huai suddenly said. Qin Shao shook his head, looked at Badger Huai with a serious face and said, "There is no such thing as dragging or not dragging, we are a team, a whole. We are working together, so there is no such thing as dragging us down. It doesn't matter whether you can help me or not. The most important thing is that you have done a lot before, you have done your best. Unless there is no other way, I don't approve of anyone in our team being eliminated. We have the ambition to fight for first place, don't we have the ambition to fight to the end? Your Highness Badger Huai, you don't need to do anything now, you just need to stay in the safe area. As for the rest, just leave it to me and Yuan Yuan." Qin Shao. His Highness Badger Huai was really ashamed. As the team leader, as the founder of this team, he should be the biggest contributor. But now, he became a burden to the team. Now, he could not contribute to the team at all, he still needed Qin Zhao's protection. As the team leader, he felt very ashamed to receive such praise. He had the ambition to fight for first place, but he did not want to let Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan fail to pursue this dream because of him. Therefore, he was struggling in his heart. After pondering and weighing for a long time, he finally made up his mind to take the initiative to be eliminated. In this way, Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan would be much more relaxed and less pressured after getting rid of this burden. Qin Shao made a gesture to stop, interrupting His Highness Badger Huai, and said with a serious expression, "Your Highness Badger Huai, I know what you mean and what you think, and I know that you have good intentions. But I still don't approve of you doing something like this. If we have to rely on the team leader's sacrifice to have a chance to fight for first place, then I feel that it is meaningless. There is no other way around it, sacrificing someone to be eliminated in a situation where there is no other way. We cannot guarantee that everyone will be able to reach the end, but at the very least, we should do our best." Earlier, Miss Lianqin took the initiative to be eliminated because the rules of the competition are like that. There is no other way around it, we can only respect the rules of the game. After all, the rules of the game are paramount. All of us have come to participate in the 100 Worlds chosen battle, so we naturally have to follow the rules of the game. Your Highness Badger Huai, you are not forced to do this, it is not that there is no other way. It is just a decision you made based on your imagination. I do not agree with this decision. A team as a whole is a life, 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 is a life. Even if it is because of you, Your Highness Badger Huai, we may not be able to fight for first place in the end, but at least we have put our lives on the line, tried our best, and done our best, then we will have no regret. Wanting to fight for things in life is the determination to not admit defeat, the heart of an expert. Even if we cannot win, we will have no regrets. In life, I believe that not everything can be achieved as one wishes. Not being able to obtain something does not mean that it is bad, does not mean that it will make one feel uncomfortable and go crazy. If you can't obtain something after trying your best, then you should be relieved. That is also a beautiful thing. Even if the result is not beautiful, at least the process is beautiful, isn't it? I have the ambition to fight for first place, but that does not mean that I must be first place, that I do not have an obsession with this false title. Actually, that is not the case. I have never been interested in false titles. What I am fighting for is not this false title of first place, but my own heart. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, His Highness Badger Huai looked at Qin Zhao with great emotions in his heart. He was so shocked that he was momentarily speechless. Those words had touched him too much, touched his soul, touched the depths of his heart. These words made a lot of sense. In an instant, he felt that his thoughts had reached a certain level of sublimation. After being greatly encouraged, His Highness Badger Huai nodded his head solemnly and said, "Thank you, Qin Zhao. What you said is very correct. I was thinking too much before, thinking too much. That's right, we should not fight for a false title, what we should fight for is ourselves. Bravely fighting for first place does not mean that we must be first place. There is no need to have this intense obsession. Fighting with the heavens, fighting with the earth, fighting with people, but the most important thing is to fight with yourself. This is a matter of endless joy. The most beautiful thing in cultivation is not necessarily the result, the process is also beautiful, it is just that we lack some appreciation." Well, since that is the case, then I will not mention this matter, and will no longer have such negative thoughts. Although my strength is not good, my heart will always fight with you. Seeing that His Highness Badger Huai was relieved, Qin Zhao smiled, patted His Highness Badger Huai's shoulder and said, "Let's all do our best and fight together." After appeasing His Highness Badger Huai, Qin Zhao began to look around the situation again. After looking around, Qin Zhao said, "This safe area can still last for about 1,500 years. Towards the end, the safe area has slowly become larger, and the time it can last is much longer. Maybe the battle of the Heaven's Chosen One is coming to an end, and the net is slowly being pulled in. Now there are a lot fewer consciousness life forms, but there are no level 1 consciousness life forms, the weakest are level 2 consciousness life forms. And speaking of which, these level 2 consciousness life forms are no longer the main force is level 3 or 4 consciousness life forms. This time, we are surrounded by 3 level 4 consciousness life forms, there are 6 level 3 consciousness life forms, and the other level 2 consciousness life forms are not worth mentioning. 3 level 4 consciousness life forms and 6 level 3 consciousness life forms, this is a very powerful and terrifying force. If we want to leave this safe area, then we must break through the blockade of this force. It is definitely a very difficult thing to kill the enemy under the blockade of this force. So, for the time being, let's rest here, there is no hurry to make a move. It is very difficult to get points now. Even if I go all out, it is still very difficult. Our situation is not good, and the situation of the others is certainly not much better. It is estimated that at most, there will be no more than 10 teams that can reach the end. All the actions were already completely under the command of Qin Zhao. Yuan looked a little abnormally excited and suddenly said, "Brother Qin Zhao, it is too boring to stay here, why don't we go play a sneak attack, and see if we can take the opportunity to kill some level 2 consciousness life forms. Level 3 or 4 consciousness life forms are too difficult to kill, let's not deal with these, let's just focus on those level 2 consciousness life forms. The 6 level 3 consciousness life forms are not a big threat to us, only the 3 level 4 consciousness life forms are a little threatening to us. But there is nothing to be afraid of, if we make a sneak attack and do it well, we may succeed. In the last 20,000 years we have to kill more enemies. If we want to fight for first place, then we have to fight for first place." Qin Zhao smiled, he was also thinking about this problem. Yuan's awareness was getting higher and higher. Sitting here and doing nothing was indeed not Qin Zhao's style of doing things. However, the current situation was very unusual. He definitely couldn't act rashly. Before taking action, it was important to plan everything well. Chapter 30:16. Qin Shao and Yuan launched several sneak attacks. In addition to the initial good results, they killed 3 second-level consciousness life forms at the first time. After the second time, they killed a second-level consciousness life form, and the situation became difficult. By the third time, those consciousness life forms were very smart and could guard against them. After that, they launched a sneak attack again. No matter how they changed their methods, there was no way to succeed. After trying all kinds of methods, Qin Shao still couldn't succeed, so he gave up temporarily. There was no need to continue fighting. In order to get those few points, they had to take a great risk. It was better to think of other ways. Qin Shao and the other two continued to look for other areas, but it was still dangerous to leave the safe area and look for other safe areas. After all, they would encounter a large number of consciousness life forms, and they would launch crazy and ferocious attacks. Under such an attack, whether it was His Highness Badger Huai or Yuan, it was a little difficult and dangerous. If they couldn't find a safe area for a long time, it would be very dangerous. After a few rounds, thousands of years had passed. In these thousands of years, Qin Shao and the other two were under terrible pressure. The most dangerous time, His Highness Badger Huai almost wanted to sacrifice himself to attract those consciousness life forms to ensure the safety of Qin Shao and Yuan. But Qin Shao firmly opposed it. In the end, the 3 of them were seriously injured, and they finally found a safe area and survived. If they found a safe area later, His Highness Badger Huai would definitely be eliminated, and Yuan would also be very likely to be eliminated. It was very dangerous. At most, Qin Shao would be able to persevere in the end. At that time, Qin Shao also tried his best. Fortunately, in the end, his luck wasn't bad. God helped them, so they escaped. The end of the Battle of Heaven's Chosen One was really terrible. Under this terrible situation, another 10,000 years passed. In these 10,000 years, the battle was really too difficult. Not only was the battle too difficult, but they also didn't get many points. In total, they only got 52 points. In addition to the 1,366 points from before, he had a total of 1,418 points. In these 10,000 years, it was basically equivalent to not getting any points. In the 90,000th year, when Qin Shao and the other two entered a safe area, they unexpectedly encountered a person. This was also the first time Qin Shao and the other two had encountered other people in the Heaven's Chosen battlefield in the past 90,000 years. And this person was actually His Highness Wu Ji. His Highness Dan Ji's team originally had 3 people, but now only His Highness Dan Ji was left. It seemed that his 2 team members had been eliminated, and he was the only one left. Seeing Qin Shao and the other two, Royal Highness Wu Ji's expression suddenly became tense and cold. He stared fixedly at Qin Shao and the other two. It wasn't a good thing to meet him in the Heaven's Chosen battle. However, a strange glint flashed across Highness Xue Ji's eyes. His gaze landed on His Highness Badger Huai, and a trace of disdain slid past the corner of his mouth. Although Badger Huai's team was currently ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Chosen list, His Highness Wu Ji still disdained Badger Huai. He understood His Highness Badger Huai's background. Naturally, he also knew that His Highness Badger Huai wasn't very strong and was definitely far inferior to him. As for obtaining 3rd place on the Heaven's Chosen list, it was mostly due to luck. It was mainly due to the outstanding performance of his team members. Therefore, this wasn't His Highness Badger Huai's contribution, nor was it because he was strong. If it was Qin Shao, His Highness Wu Ji would pay more attention to him. However, he wasn't worried. No matter how monstrous Qin Shao was, he had just broken through to the 3rd step of the ancient saint realm. How strong could he be? He didn't believe that His Highness Wu Ji couldn't handle Qin Shao. As for Yuan Yuan, she was only a second-step ancient saint realm little girl. His Highness Wu Ji naturally wouldn't put her in his eyes. Just now, when he saw Qin Shao and the other two, he was rather surprised. The fact that the three of them were able to survive in such a terrible environment in the Heavens-chosen battlefield without being eliminated was indeed not an easy feat, but after thinking about it, he immediately felt relieved. Hee, it seems that it's time for my Wu Ji to turn around. I haven't gone to find anyone else, but you guys took the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Interesting. Since you've sent me a big gift, I naturally have no reason not to accept it. His Highness Danji said with a confident smile. His eyes were fixed on His Highness Badger Huai, and there was a hint of playful and cold killing intent. To be honest, His Highness Wu Ji had always been unconvinced that His Highness Badger Huai's team was ranked third and could take his goal. His Highness Chiu's team and Saintess Luozi's team both had the strength and qualifications to compete. What did His Highness Badger Huai's team have? What qualifications did they have to fight their way into the top three? His Highness Wu Ji should be the one to get into the top three. With this thought in mind and disdain for His Highness Badger Huai, His Highness Wu Ji looked at His Highness Badger Huai with contempt and said, Badger Huai, are you going to admit defeat or do you want this Highness to personally make a move? Facing His Highness Wu Ji's provocation, His Highness Badger Huai's expression sunk. Honestly speaking, His Highness Badger Huai was indeed a bit weak when facing His Highness Wu Ji. In terms of strength, His Highness Badger Huai knew that he wasn't His Highness Wu Ji's opponent. If they really fought, he would definitely be eliminated. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai naturally didn't want to fight His Highness Wu Ji. But now that His Highness Wu Ji took the initiative to provoke him and wanted to make a move against him, His Highness Badger Huai was naturally provoked and felt very uncomfortable. Even though he knew that he wasn't a match, he didn't want to admit defeat. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai's mood was naturally quite awkward. Fortunately, at this time, Qin Shao walked out and blocked His Highness Badger Huai's path. He curled his lips and looked at His Highness Wu Ji with an indifferent smile, full of provocation. Seeing that Qin Shao actually dared to walk out, His Highness Wu Ji raised his eyebrows and slightly raised his chin. He looked at Qin Shao with a strange gaze and snorted coldly. What? You know that Master isn't a match for this Highness, so you want to stand up for Master? Humph. You're just a brat from the immortal domain who just broke through to the third step ancient saint realm. How dare you? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can you participate in the Battle of Ruin? But if you insist on participating, it's not against the rules of the game. Since you're so unafraid of death and insist on standing up, then this Highness will deal with you together. Come at me together, it'll save me the trouble. This Highness can deal with you together. Badger Huai, don't hide behind. As the captain, it seems that your courage is not as good as your team members. Your team members know to stand up for you, but you hide behind like a coward. What a coward! His Highness Wu Ji's vicious words humiliated His Highness Badger Huai's face, suddenly became extremely ugly and gloomy. He clenched his fists and couldn't wait to rush out and fight with His Highness Wu Ji. But reason still made His Highness Badger Huai calm down. Impulsiveness would only make things worse. He was very clear that his strength was definitely not as good as His Highness Wu Ji. If he fought with His Highness Wu Ji, he would only be eliminated. Although he wasn't afraid of being eliminated, he had already reached this step with great difficulty. If he was eliminated because of a moment of impulse, then it would be an extremely stupid move. This wasn't his matter alone, but the matter of the whole team. Even if he didn't take responsibility for himself, he had to take responsibility for Qin Shao and the others. Therefore, no matter how much he wanted to fight this battle, he had to let Qin Shao come. Usually, it's people who don't have the strength to jump around and shout, and only then will they try to suppress others with their power, and flatter themselves as if they are strong. Don't you want to fight? To deal with you, there's no need for His Highness Badger Huai to take action. I'll deal with you. Qin Shao chuckled and said. It seemed a few simple words, but it was a very powerful counterattack. You? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, His Highness Wu Ji coldly glanced at Qin Shao. There was disdain and anger in his eyes. A brat who had just broken through to the third step of the ancient saint realm dared to provoke him? He simply didn't put him in his eyes. Such an unbridled and arrogant act was abominable. Humph. His Highness Wu Ji snorted coldly and said disdainfully, With just you, brat? There are people who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth everywhere. It seems like I've met a lot of them. You're just a brat from the immortal region who has just broken through to the third step of the ancient saint realm. I really don't know where you get the courage and confidence to jump out and challenge me. You don't have to work so hard to show your loyalty, do you? Although it's just a consciousness clone, do you think I won't find trouble with you after this? There has never been a good ending for anyone who dares to provoke me. Previously, I couldn't be bothered with you. Now that you dare to challenge me personally, you're really bold. Qin Shao pursed his lips and shrugged. He said casually, Young people, which one of them isn't young and frivolous? It's not courage or confidence. It's just that I can't back down from what I have to do. It's better to do more than talk. Why don't you defeat me first, then it won't be too late to say these words. Arrogant. Although his tone was not arrogant, when he said those words, it seemed even more arrogant. Humph. His Highness Wu Ji was even more furious. He snorted coldly and his eyes were incomparably gloomy. You're courting death. After shouting angrily, His Highness Wu Ji didn't hesitate and directly attacked Qin Shao. Yuan and His Highness Huai quickly retreated to the side, leaving the battlefield to Qin Shao. They naturally believed in Qin Zhao's strength completely, so there was no need for them to help Qin Shao. They only needed to watch the show. His Highness Jin Ji came with a wild howl, bringing with him an extremely strong arrogance. He moved aggressively, and his sword carried the might of the great Tao and the power of the laws. However, it was obvious that he didn't take Qin Shao seriously and didn't treat Qin Shao as his opponent at all. Therefore, it was obvious that he was very casual when he attacked. Qin Zhao's mouth twitched as a faint, cold smile slid across the corners of her mouth. Since His Highness Wu Ji looked down on him so much, he would teach His Highness Wu Ji a good lesson. Qin Shao didn't rush and met the attack with his sword. It was still the heaven-opening sword technique. The sword carried endless sharpness and had the power to sweep away thousands of soldiers. The sword moves of the two men instantly collided, and the power collided with each other, creating fierce sparks. His Highness Wu Ji knew how strong Qin Shao was as soon as they exchanged blows. He felt that the power of his sword was instantly dispersed by the attack. The sharp sword slashed his body, and the powerful force hit him hard. In an instant, his qi and blood flowed backward, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His entire body flew out uncontrollably. Chapter 30:17. Such a situation caused Highness Wu Ji's expression to change drastically. His face turned cold and ashen in an instant. Highness Wu Ji was shocked. He stared at Qin Shao in astonishment, unable to calm down for a while. How is this possible? How could Qin Zhao's strength be so strong? Even if I didn't use my full strength, I still suffered such a big loss in the first exchange. I was beaten to the point of vomiting blood? I'm afraid that even if I used my full strength, I would still be suppressed, right? Didn't Qin Shao just break through to the third step ancient saint realm in the fourth round? How can a brat from the immortal domain who has just broken through to the third step ancient saint realm be so strong to such a terrifying extent? Highness Wu Ji found it hard to accept such a situation. At this time, he was seriously injured. He really didn't put Qin Shao in his eyes. He felt that Qin Shao was not qualified to make him look at him. He simply disdained and scoffed at him. But such a brat from the immortal domain who he looked down on had greatly exceeded his expectations. Such a powerful strength truly caused him to feel a little apprehensive. The most uncomfortable thing was that he just boasted that he would trample Qin Shao to death. But in the blink of an eye, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Wasn't this a ruthless slap to his face? Qin Shao looked at Highness Wu Ji, whose face was ugly to the extreme. However, he didn't show any mercy. He curled his lips and chuckled. "Your Highness, it seems that your mouth is much better than your hands. Hearing your boasting just now, it seems like you are really treating your Highness Goji as an opponent. You even want me to fight you seriously. Now it seems that I have overestimated you, your Highness. It's also my fault for being an honest person and easily listening to your words. Is this the strength of Highness Wu Ji? I really don't know where you got the courage to say such domineering words just now. With your strength, you want to fight with Highness Wu Ji? You can't even pass my test. If I knew that's all you have, I wouldn't have needed to make a move at all. Yuan alone is enough." Pucci. After being humiliated like this by Qin Shao, His Highness Wu Ji was indeed unable to endure the shame and humiliation he felt. He had lived as His Highness for so long, when had he ever been humiliated like this? The key was that he had indeed said these words just now, so he didn't even have the confidence to refute. Since he could not refute, he could only be humiliated and scolded by Qin Shao. He could only be so angry that he vomited blood. His embarrassment turned into anger, and his body gradually trembled. Highness Wu Ji gritted his teeth and attacked again. This time, Royal Highness Wu Ji didn't dare to be careless. He put away all his arrogance and treated it seriously. This time, Highness Wu Ji didn't hold back and attacked with all his strength. 5 types of laws were displayed. 2 types of cultivation laws and 3 types of basic laws. A total of 5 types of laws were displayed at the same time. The power of laws of the Great Way and sword cultivation Tao was displayed with all his strength. The Lingtian sword technique was displayed with supreme sword power. It was vast and mighty, and the sword surged through the universe. The brilliance moved strangely, and the firmament was silent. The moment the sword was displayed, the world was illuminated, and the firmament was silent. At the same time, the power of laws of space, light, and darkness all surged out and rushed into the sword power, pushing the sword power to the extreme. The moment the sword was displayed, it felt as if the world was going to collapse and be destroyed by the sword. The sword was indeed terrifying, and the formation was abnormally powerful. From the sword, it was enough to see that Highness Wu Ji's strength wasn't just for show. After all, he was ranked 6th on the Heaven selection list. He was also a recognized peerless genius and a top expert. His and Highness Qiu's momentum was only slightly weaker than His Highness Zhu Jue and Saintess Luozi's. Relatively speaking, His Highness Badger Huai was just a dark horse. His Highness Badger Huai was able to make it to the top 3 not because of his own strength, but because of Qin Shao and Yuan, as well as a team that was courageous and aggressive. In terms of individual strength, talent, and potential, His Highness Badger Huai was definitely at the average level at most. There was no way he could be compared to His Highness Wu Ji. Given His Highness Wu Ji's strength, if he attacked with all his strength, an ordinary 4th-step ancient saint might not be able to withstand it. If it had been at the beginning, Qin Shao might not have been able to withstand his attack. However, Qin Shao was no longer the same as before. He had made breakthroughs in several aspects. Not only had he made breakthroughs in his cultivation level, but he had also made breakthroughs in his Great Way Law, Space Law, Sword Cultivation Tao Law, Inner World, and the Heaven-Splitting Sword Technique. With so many breakthroughs, Qin Zhao's strength had increased by many times. In total, it was probably more than 10 times the original amount. Therefore, Qin Zhao was naturally not afraid of His Highness Wu Ji at all. Moreover, he had a huge advantage over His Highness. His Highness Wu Ji had used all his strength, but Qin Zhao still didn't care. He curled his lips and looked indifferent. Qin Zhao leisurely made his move. He had already figured out His Highness Wu Ji's strength, so Qin Zhao wasn't worried at all. Of course, Qin Lu didn't dare to be too careless. After all, His Highness Wu Ji's strength was indeed very strong. It was just that Qin Zhao had full confidence that he could control His Highness Wu Ji. Qin Zhao didn't show any mercy. He directly urged the heaven-splitting sword technique to burst out. The third level of the heaven-splitting sword technique was peerless brilliance, dazzling the 9 heavens. The sword was extremely sharp and domineering. The power of the great Tao Law, the power of the sword cultivator Tao Law, the power of the immortal Tao Law, the power of the inner world, the power of the law of space, and the power of the law of light. His Highness Wu Ji used the power of 5 types of laws, and Qin Zhao also used the power of 5 types of laws. But in fact, Qin Zhao's power of 5 types of laws was actually inferior to His Highness Wu Ji's. It was somewhat inferior. After all, His Highness Wu Ji had been a 3-step ancient saint for a long time, so his power of 5 types of laws was at the great accomplishment realm. For Qin Zhao, only the great Tao Law and the law of space were at the great accomplishment realm. The others were only at the small accomplishment realm. Qin Zhao might be at a disadvantage in terms of the power of laws. However, Qin Zhao's power of the inner world was enough to make up for it. Qin Zhao's power of the inner world was 10 times stronger than before. Previously, the power of the inner world alone was comparable to the power of an ordinary 4th-step ancient saint. Now, it was probably comparable to the power of an extremely fierce 4th-step ancient saint. In fact, Qin Zhao's power of the inner world alone was enough to deal with His Highness Wu Ji. Not to mention, he also had the power of 5 types of laws and the help of the heaven-splitting sword technique. With so many powers superimposed together, Qin Zhao naturally felt a little invincible. Therefore, in the next confrontation, he still had an absolute advantage. With an unstoppable momentum, he once again beat His Highness Wu Ji until he vomited blood and was sent flying. It was no different from the situation just now. There was no suspense at all. His Highness Wu Ji didn't use his full strength just now because Qin Zhao took advantage of him a little. This time, Qin Zhao once again used practical action to give His Highness Dan Ji a fierce blow, deeply stimulating His Highness Dan Ji's self-esteem. His arrogance was completely shattered by Qin Zhao's 2 sword strikes. How could this be? He had already given it his all. He had always been extremely conceited about his own strength and had a strong sense of arrogance. He had always felt that in this 100 Worlds selection battle, only His Highness Lan Hua, His Highness Zhu Zhua, Saintess Luo Zi, and His Highness Qiu could be regarded as his opponents. He could disdain anyone else and didn't put them in his eyes at all. Only these 4 people were worthy of his attention. They were his potential opponents. However, he had never expected that he would be beaten to the point of vomiting blood by a 2nd-level personnel. He was beaten so badly that he had the urge to die. This was an immortal domain kid who had just broken through to the 3rd-step ancient saint stage. This was an immortal domain kid who hadn't even lived a fraction of his life. This was an immortal domain kid whom he had disdained and never regarded as an opponent. However, it was precisely this brat from the immortal realm who had actually reduced him to such a sorry state, causing him to lose all face. It was a great humiliation. He couldn't bear it. He really couldn't bear it. Ha ha ha! His Highness Badger Huai also vented his anger. Originally, he really didn't dare to offend His Highness Badger Huai. However, when he saw His Highness Badger Huai being completely trampled by Qin Shao, his pride naturally soared. Your Highness Badger Huai, your reputation is very resounding in the 10 worlds. Your name has long been known by the surrounding worlds and has been widely circulated. Now it seems that you don't live up to your name. You're just a hypocrite. Your strength is only SOSO. You can't even defeat a member of my team, and you still want to challenge me? Isn't that the biggest joke in the world? As a person, I feel that you should still have some self-awareness. It's okay to be confident and narcissistic. Be appropriate. That's your problem. However, you must control your limits well. If you don't control your limits well, you'll make a fool of yourself. In the end, you'll be the one losing face. People who talk big will always have their tongues cut. So, this teaches us a profound lesson. It's better not to be too arrogant. It's really shameful to slap your own face. His Highness Badger Huai's mocking and ridiculing was his revenge for the humiliation he suffered earlier. His Highness Badger Huai's anger was greatly vented. He never thought that he could be so arrogant. He pointed at His Highness Badger Huai's nose and humiliated him. The most important thing was that His Highness Badger Huai didn't have the strength to refute him. This was the most satisfying part. Although His Highness Badger Huai's strength wasn't very strong, he was now in the limelight. Even His Highness Badger Huai was firmly trampled under his feet. Good, he felt good just thinking about it. And all of this, His Highness Badger Huai was very clear. It was all brought by Qin Shao. It was all given to him by Qin Shao. After being provoked by His Highness Badger Huai, His Highness Badger Huai spat out blood again. He was already injured. It was really unbearable for him to be provoked like this. Qin Shao didn't give him any chance to breathe. He took the initiative to attack His Highness Badger Huai with all his strength. Seeing His Highness Badger Huai take the initiative to attack, His Highness Badger Huai's face was extremely pale. He gritted his teeth and felt cold. Author Can Shang, he said. Haha, Can Shang continues to write. I have to work hard on the weekend and be a diligent little bee. It's the last day. Fellow Taoists, if you still have flowers, don't waste them. Throw them all. Chapter 30:18. But at this time, His Highness Wu Ji had no other choice but to bite the bullet and face the attack head-on. However, his strength was obviously far inferior to Qin Shao. He was completely suppressed by Qin Shao. He even felt that he had no strength to fight back. Under such circumstances, the situation was naturally very bad for His Highness Wu Ji. In the end, His Highness Wu Ji was a little anxious. He knew that he was no match for Qin Shao, but he also didn't want to die in Qin Zhao's hands. Therefore, he simply turned his head and ran away. He actually wanted to run out of the safe area and enter the consciousness life circle. Obviously, his purpose was very simple. If he really couldn't escape this time, then he couldn't let Qin Shao and His Highness Wu Ji's team benefit. If he really had to die, he would rather die in the hands of those consciousness life forms. In this way, his points wouldn't be taken by His Highness Wu Ji's team. In his heart, he hated Qin Shao and His Highness Wu Ji's team. He had never been humiliated like this in his entire life. How could he not be filled with hatred after being humiliated like this? Qin Shao naturally knew his intention. Qin Shao also wanted to stop him and capture him. But this safe area was very small. If His Highness Wu Ji wanted to escape from the safe area, it was actually difficult to stop him. If he had the determination to be eliminated by the consciousness life forms and not the determination to escape, then things would be a little difficult. After all, His Highness Wu Ji's strength wasn't bad. Although Qin Shao was able to firmly suppress him, there was no way he could finish him off in a few blows. Want to run? Then stay. Without my big brother Qin Zhao's permission, you can't go anywhere. His Highness Wu Ji wanted to escape, but Yuan didn't allow it. Although Qin Zhao's team wasn't in a hurry to stop him, Yuan Yuan's side just happened to block His Highness Wu Ji. Yuan Yuan had been staring at His Highness Wu Ji, as if she had expected that His Highness Wu Ji might escape. A little girl in the second step ancient sage realm dares to come out and stop this highness? Is it really torture? Seeing that Yuan Yuan actually dared to come out and block his path, His Highness Wu Ji coldly snorted and attacked Yuan Yuan with all his strength. At this time, he was heavily injured, and he had attacked in a hurry, so naturally, he could not display his full strength. At most, he would be able to display the strength of a third-step Empyrean saint, but His Highness Wu Ji felt that this was more than enough. However, it was more than enough to deal with a second-step ancient saint. Qin Shao was a peerless genius, but this little girl shouldn't be the same, right? Even if she was as monstrous as him, she was still only a second-step ancient saint. Furthermore, she had just made a breakthrough not too long ago. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. No matter how heaven-defying it would only be comparable to a third-step ancient saint at most. But it couldn't stop him. It definitely couldn't stop him. Although Yuan Yuan was a girl, but at this time, she was so angry that His Highness couldn't care less. He wanted to vent his disgust on Yuan Yuan to feel better. He had been suppressed by Qin Shao for several rounds, which made him hate her to the core. Now that he had caught Yuan Yuan, who had delivered herself to his doorstep, he naturally had some thoughts about her. Little girl, you asked for it. Don't blame me. Die. His Highness Wu Ji coldly snorted in his heart and looked at Yuan Yuan fiercely. But soon, his face suddenly changed again. His expression was very interesting, and he was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. As soon as they exchanged blows, His Highness Wu Ji immediately knew how ridiculous he was. It was too ridiculous, it was simply too ridiculous. He didn't expect that the situation just now would play out again. Just now, he was disdainful of Qin Shao, but in the end, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face and humiliated by Qin Shao. Now, he was actually beaten back by Yuan Yuan, a little girl, and his face was ruthlessly stepped on again. He had just finished his big talk, and he was ruthlessly slapped in the face. What was going on? Was he, His Highness Wu Ji, so unlucky? Repeatedly slapped in the face? The most terrible thing was that he couldn't escape now, and Qin Zhao's attack was already in front of him. Therefore, His Highness Wu Ji didn't have the time to think too much. He could only grit his teeth and face the attack. After Yuan Yuan repelled His Highness Wu Ji with one move, she didn't continue to attack. It was enough to leave the matter of killing His Highness Wu Ji to Brother Qin Shao. She didn't need to help at all. She only needed to be responsible for watching His Highness Wu Ji and not letting him escape this safe area. Poochie. His Highness Wu Ji was once again beaten by Qin Shao until he vomited blood. His expression was even more gloomy and terrifying. Just by looking at that expression, it felt like he was going to eat someone. However, Qin Shao didn't pay attention to it. Instead, she said coldly, "Your Highness Wu Ji, don't worry about it. Don't be delusional to think of escaping. Don't be delusional to think of losing your life to a consciousness life. Since I attacked you, your life is mine, Qin Shao. No one can take it away from me. If you're a man, then fight me to your heart's content. What does it matter if a man wins or loses? You have so many thoughts. You are really a despicable, treacherous villain. But no matter what kind of person you are, don't even think of escaping here today. Just obediently accept your death." His Highness Wu Ji gritted his teeth fiercely. He secretly thought of a way to deal with it. However, the situation in front of him really made him despair. There was no other way. There was really no other way. It was completely dependent on strength. He didn't have the strength to break out, so what could he do? Could he only obediently accept his fate? Could it be that he, His Highness, was really going to be eliminated? being eliminated wasn't a very terrible thing. What was terrible was that he wasn't eliminated by His Highness Lan Hua and the other captains, nor was he eliminated by the other captains. He was eliminated by a second-level person. How ridiculous and ironic was this? If news of this were to spread, then how would he, His Highness, still have the face to meet others? Qin Shao didn't give His Highness Wu Ji any more chances. After a few rounds, he finally beheaded His Highness Wu Ji with his sword. Of course, because he was a consciousness life, it was easier to kill him. If it was really His Highness Wu Ji, then it wouldn't be easy to kill him. After all, in addition to a powerful saint body, he should have some life-saving means. Only on the Tianxian battlefield would there be a chance to kill him. His Highness Wu Ji was eliminated, but Qin Shao didn't know how many points he had. This would be given by the Tianxian city. These were all trivial matters, so it didn't matter. In any case, His Highness Wu Ji's points belonged to Qin Shao. Even if it wasn't a lot, it would definitely be a few hundred points. Killing His Highness Godly Halberd easily gave him a few hundred points. These points came really quickly. If he killed a few more people like him, then his points would soar. Of course, at this time, it was definitely not easy to meet other people. In His Highness Wu Ji's team, everyone else was eliminated, leaving only him. At this time, most of the people had probably been eliminated, including the captains. There were probably only a few teams that hadn't been eliminated yet. Now, it was the final and most intense battle. The most critical moment had arrived. After eliminating His Highness Wu Ji, it could be regarded as a beautiful battle, which made Qin Zhao's confidence increase a lot. Now, it was very difficult to kill a consciousness life. Moreover, even if he killed a few more consciousness life and got a few dozen points, they wouldn't have much consciousness and wouldn't play a decisive role. Therefore, Qin Shao still used his energy to find other people. If he wanted to compete for the first place, he must have a head-on confrontation with His Highness Lan Hua's team. Otherwise, if they were to compete for points like this, the final situation would be completely out of control. It would be hard to say what would happen. Overall, in terms of the ability to score points, His Highness Lan Hua's team should have a big advantage. In other words, they had more people. Strength in numbers was something that could be said in this round. Second, they had 2/3 step ancient saints. Of course, this didn't include His Highness Lan Hua. Third, His Highness Lan Hua's strength was unfathomable. Qin Shao didn't know how strong he was, but he might not be inferior to him. Therefore, if he just wanted to compete for the top 3, he estimated that it was almost guaranteed now. But if he wanted to compete for the first place, the safest way was to have a head-on confrontation with His Highness Lan Hua. This was also what Qin Shao was thinking. There were less than 10,000 years left, which was not very long. In these last few thousand years, Qin Shao didn't dare to be interested in other things. The only thing he was interested in now was how to find His Highness Lan Hua's team. As long as he found them, it would be possible to compete for the first place. Now, he just had to set this small goal and work hard to achieve it. After deciding on this path, Qin Shao naturally didn't put his mind on hunting consciousness life. Instead, he quickly looked for a safe area. He couldn't waste any more time in a safe area. Not thinking about hunting consciousness life, obviously, the efficiency of his actions was improved a lot. This was also what Qin Shao needed. However, there were indeed not many people left now. Therefore, he didn't meet anyone else along the way, let alone His Highness Lan Hua's team. After searching for 5,000 years, he still didn't find anything. On the contrary, in these 5,000 years, there were a few times when he walked out of a near-death situation and encountered extremely dangerous situations. In the end, it was Qin Shao and the other two who cooperated with each other and rushed out with injuries. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were extremely strong, they would have died in the hands of the consciousness life. Now, the number of level 4 consciousness life had increased, and level 3 consciousness life had become very common. The strength of level 4 consciousness life was very strong. If a group of 70 or 80 of them surrounded and attacked together, it was indeed a very scary thing. If Qin Shao was to deal with it alone, it would definitely not work. He would definitely regret it. That was exactly what happened in those dangerous situations. Fortunately, he had Yuan by his side to help, otherwise the situation would be really unimaginable. 5,000 years later, when he was once again chased by a group of conscious life forms, he felt a little desperate this time. But unexpectedly, Qin Shao and the other two encountered a person in the pursuit of consciousness life. She was also being chased by a consciousness life, and the situation looked very bad. Both sides were in a bad situation, full of danger, and there was a possibility of being eliminated by the consciousness life. And this person was none other than Saintess Luozi. Author Qinshang said, "It's rare to write so late, it's hard work, but I'm also very happy. Haha, go to sleep, continue tomorrow." Chapter 30:19. Saintess Luozi was alone, so her situation was even worse. She was originally elegant, but now she looked a little pale and embarrassed, especially with a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, which was enough to show that she was injured. Being surrounded and chased by several level 4 consciousness life forms was an extremely terrifying thing in itself. Although Saintess Luozi was strong, she was fighting alone without any help. Naturally, she was much weaker. She felt like she was being attacked from both sides, unable to cope with the situation. If she still couldn't find a safe area, it would seem that Saintess Luozi was in danger of being eliminated. Although Qin Shao and the other two weren't in a very good situation, they were much better than Saintess Luozi. With Qin Shao and Yuan, these two experts, present, the most important thing was that Qin Zhao's strength was extremely heaven-defying. When Saintess Luozi saw Qin Shao and the other two, her cold face was still so cold, as if covered with a layer of frost. She looked sacred and inviolable. This meeting was filled with the smell of gunpowder. They were all opponents, so there was a possibility of fighting when they saw each other. At this time, although everyone was besieged by consciousness life forms, the situation wasn't very good. But Qin Shao and the other two were obviously in a much better situation than Saintess Luozi, so Qin Shao and the other two could obviously take the opportunity to attack Saintess Luozi. At this time, they could also borrow the help of those consciousness life forms, so the success rate was relatively higher. His Highness Badger Huai glanced at Qin Shao, as if asking for Qin Zhao's opinion. Obviously, His Highness Badger Huai had some thoughts. It was normal for him to have some thoughts. Saintess Luozi was the most powerful contender for the top 3, and her performance in the first 4 rounds was very impressive and dazzling. Now she was the only one left in the team, so it was conceivable that she must have a lot of points, definitely more than His Highness Badger Huai. If they could eliminate her and take her points, then the chance of winning the first place would be much higher. So, how could they not have this thought? This was the consciousness battlefield, not the real battlefield. Therefore, even if Saintess Luozi was eliminated, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. These were the rules of the game. Everyone was an opponent. The goal was to eliminate others as much as possible. This was a reasonable thing to do. Saintess Luozi tightened her grip on her sword. Clearly, she was ready for battle. Qin Shao looked at Saintess Luozi, then shook her head at His Highness Badger Huai, indicating that she would not attack her. Since Qin Shao decided not to make a move, His Highness Badger Huai naturally did not say anything. Not only did Qin Shao not make a move, but she also went all out to take some of the pressure off Saintess Luozi. Fortunately, not long after, they found a safe area. The 4 of them entered the safe area and avoided disaster. If they couldn't find a safe area, it would be very dangerous. They would really be in danger of being eliminated. Fortunately, there was always a way out. After entering the safe zone, Saintess Luozi was already heavily injured. Her aura was weak. Neon Hong's clothes were stained with blood. It was a heart-wrenching sight. Saintess Luozi retreated to one side alone. However, she still looked at Qin Shao and the other two warily. On that cold and beautiful face, there was an indescribable strangeness. Her eyes were like limpid stars. It was as though they could see through everything. She stared coldly at Qin Shao and the other two as though she was facing a formidable enemy. She did not say a word. She was incomparably cold. At the same time, she was like a stunning queen. Even in this embarrassing situation, she did not lose some of her elegance. Qin Shao and the other two were also looking at Saintess Luozi. Both sides looked at each other quietly. An invisible pressure surged out, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Brother Qin Shao, she feels so cold. But she's so beautiful. Yuan suddenly said to Qin Shao. In such a tense atmosphere, Yuan said such a joking sentence. Qin Shao could not help but laugh. This was not the right time to say such things, was it? When Holy Maiden Luozi heard Yuan's words, her pale face couldn't help but blush. She couldn't help but look at Yuan and Holy Maiden Luozi. Perhaps there was a special attraction between women. Therefore, women would become familiar with each other very quickly. As for Yuan, she was an extremely cute and playful girl. She was as innocent and pure as water. Therefore, she was even more likable. There was probably no one who did not like Yuan. Saintess Luozi was so cold that no one dared to approach her. However, to her, Yuan had a very strong killing power. She could not help but look at Yuan a few more times. The atmosphere was a little awkward. His Highness Badger Huai wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he did not say anything. After a long stalemate, Saintess Luozi broke the silence. If you want to fight, then do it quickly. Although I'm a woman, I don't need your concern or sympathy. We're all here for the 100 Realms selection battle. We're all here to get a good result. On the battlefield, we're all opponents. We shouldn't have the slightest bit of mercy to our enemies. People who are wishy-washy are destined to not achieve great things. If you don't want to fight, then I'll do it. Hearing Saintess Luozi's words, Qin Shao could not help but smile wryly. This woman's temper was really stubborn. But it was normal. She was originally an extremely cold queen. It was normal for her to have a unique personality. Qin Shao was not worried about anything, nor was he protective of her. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled faintly. Saintess Luozi, you're seriously injured. I'm basically fine. If I fight you now, wouldn't I be taking advantage of you? I, Qin Shao, will not do such a thing. Saintess Luozi was taken aback. She looked at Qin Shao in surprise. Taking advantage of her? It wasn't a big deal in the tournament, was it? Wasn't it normal? Don't pretend to be so noble and sanctimonious. If you don't fight now, you won't have such a good opportunity in the future, said Saintess Luozi coldly. Qin Shao shook his head with a wry smile. Saintess Luozi, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not saying it's just because you're a girl. I feel that at least you, Saintess Luozi, have an aura of righteousness. You are different from others. Like Her Highness Lan Hua, Zhu Zhuo, and Wu Ji. They're all full of arrogance and conceit. Their desire to win is very strong. They want to trample on everyone. To be honest, I'm very disdainful of people like them. So if I meet them, I won't be polite at all. I won't talk about benevolence, righteousness, or morality with them, because they don't deserve it. But you're different, Saintess Luozi. I respect you more. Plus, you're a girl. So I can't take advantage of you. If I fight you now, it'll be an unfair victory. Saintess Luozi took another deep look at Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's words had touched her quite a bit. However, she still kept a cold face and said coldly, You don't have to be so fake. You men are all the same. I won't fall for it. I hate men who use flowery words. None of you men are good. Don't talk nonsense. I've given you a chance. If you don't fight now, you won't have another chance to kill me later. Qin Shao was really a little speechless. What kind of stimulation did this woman receive? How did she get hurt by men? Why did she have such a big grudge against men? Were there really no good men in the world? Wasn't this Aoi attack a little too broad? These days, people would be misunderstood if they talked nicely. Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. She pouted and said with some displeasure, Saintess Luozi, you've gone too far. Who said that no man is good? I know a lot of good men. My brother Qin Shao is a peerless good man. He didn't lie to you. There are many women who are prettier than you. There are many who like my brother Qin Shao. Some of them even take the initiative to pursue him. But my brother Qin Shao has never paid any attention to her. Don't think that my brother Qin Shao is greedy for your beauty. That's why he treats you like this. If you really think so, I'll say that you're overconfident. Although you're beautiful, you're too cold and unapproachable. I don't think many men would dare to pursue you. We just don't want to bully you. We also think that you're a good person. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so courteous to you. Hearing Yuan's words, Saintess Luozi was stunned. She took a deep look at Yuan and then at Qin Shao. For a moment, no one knew what she was thinking. She frowned slightly. Her expression was a little strange. After a moment of silence, she didn't say anything in the end. Saintess Luozi, Qin Shao thought for a moment and said with a serious face, these are very important factors. But there's another important factor. To be honest, we're not very interested in the top 3. It's not our goal. We only have one goal. That's to be number 1. Judging from the current situation, I don't think you're qualified to compete for the first place. If I want to compete for the first place, the others are not my potential opponent. Only Prince Lan Hua is. Maybe Zhu Zhuyu has a chance to leave the team. I'll have to face one of them in the end. Therefore, whether or not I attack you, Saintess Luozi, actually doesn't have much of an impact on the final result. If I can't defeat them, I still won't be able to take the first place. Even if I don't attack you, Saintess Luozi, you still won't be able to surpass us and enter the top 3. So, why don't I leave you alone? Given the choice of whether to attack or not, I'd rather choose not to attack you, Saintess Luozi. Saintess Luozi's heart trembled again. She looked up at Qin Shao, her eyes deep and flashing with a complicated light. Compete for the first place? What a great ambition! It sounded like a ridiculous thing, but after thinking about it carefully, it was admirable. Qin Shao was just a member of the team. He was just a kid from the immortal region who had just broken through to the 3rd step of the ancient saint realm. How dare he boast that he could compete with Prince Lan Hua for the first place? However, Saintess Luozi was infected by Qin Zhao's confidence. She felt that this man might really be able to create a legend that belonged to him. Chapter 30-20. There were many reasons why Qin Shao did not attack Saintess Luozi. Most importantly, Qin Shao felt that it did not matter whether he attacked Saintess Luozi or not. In addition, Saintess Luozi was seriously injured. If he attacked her, it would be like taking advantage of her. Qin Shao could not bring himself to do this to a girl. Soon, everyone had rested and Saintess Luozi had fully recovered. Yuan followed Saintess Luozi and chatted with her for a while. However, Saintess Luozi replied coldly and did not talk much with Yuan. Yuan felt bored and returned to her place. The atmosphere was still a little awkward. Saintess Luozi was indeed too aloof. No one could even think of getting close to her. Even a cute girl like Yuan couldn't talk to her more than a few words. It was obvious. However, Qin Shao was not interested in Saintess Luozi. It was her business to be aloof. What Qin Shao was thinking now was how to find Her Highness Lan Hua. If he could not find Her Highness Lan Hua and could not defeat her, it would be impossible for him to win the first place. Therefore, this was the most important thing in front of him. After resting for a while, they could not stay here any longer. Qin Shao and the other two were about to leave when they were surprised to find that there were no conscious life forms. The conscious life forms that were everywhere in the surroundings were nowhere to be found. Not a single one was left. They continued to search for a while but still did not find any conscious life forms. This discovery was thought-provoking. There are only 3,000 years left before the time limit. It seems that these 3,000 years are the time for us to decide the winner. If there are no conscious life forms, then it's time for the people who will participate in the 100 Realms selection battle. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao said, "This should be the case." His Highness Badger Huai nodded. He thought so too. If this was the case, it would be easy to handle. Without those conscious life forms, it was definitely good news for Qin Shao. This way, he could find Her Highness Lan Hua without any hindrance. When Qin Shao and the other two were about to leave, Saintess Luozi walked over and looked deeply at Qin Shao. After looking deeply at Qin Shao, she said coldly, "If we meet again, I hope you don't pretend to be aloof. Even if you don't attack me, I will attack you. The 100 Worlds chosen battle is something we should all respect." With that, Holy Maiden Luozi left. Qin Shao shook her head and chuckled. It seemed that being kind was also a mistake. Forget it, if Holy Maiden Luozi really made the first move the next time they met, then there was no need for him to be polite. His Highness Badger Huai also shook his head and said, "This Saintess Luozi's character is extremely strange and cold. She's as cold as a block of ice. I wonder what she went through to make her so cold and aloof that no one can get close to her. Forget it, forget it. Let's go find Her Highness Lan Hua and the others." Without the obstruction of the sentient life forms, it was naturally much easier for him to pass through without any obstacles. His Highness Badger Huai did not have to worry about anything. Otherwise, he could only hide behind Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. Now, he did not have to worry about this. He could walk freely. Until now, there were not many people left in the Heaven Selection battlefield. Therefore, along the way, Qin Shao and the others did not find anyone else. It was as if they had entered a completely barren world. The three of them continued to search. There were not many people who could survive until now. It was very normal for them to meet other people. On the central island, on the square. In the void, Elder Li Yan and the other two were still standing there. The gazes of the three of them fell upon the boundary artifact. Everything that was happening within it was clearly visible to them. There are only 4 teams left. That little girl Luozi should have lost her ability to compete. I'm afraid she can't compete for the top 3. What a pity, what a pity. I thought it would be good if she could get into the top 3. In this case, we can send a girl to the Firmament Academy. The 100 Worlds selection battle has been going on for many worlds. No girl has obtained a place to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. Elder Li Yan suddenly sighed and said. The white-clothed elder on the left shook his head slightly and said, "Yes, it is indeed a pity. The old man also thinks highly of that little girl Luozi. Unfortunately, this little girl does not have a good helper, so she is destined to fail. You can't blame that little girl Luozi. She is already very good and very hard-working. She has the strength and qualifications. It's just that she lacks a little luck. If it wasn't for that little guy Qin Shao, that little girl Luozi would definitely be able to get into the top 3. It can't be helped. The rules are like this. We can't change anything." Elder Li Yan nodded helplessly. Yes, the rules were like this. As the rulers of the Heaven Selection City, they could not change anything. They could only follow the rules. Although they felt that it was a pity, they did not think too much about it. Soon, Elder Li Yan said again, "Who do you think will get first place this time?" The white-clothed elder shook his head and raised his eyebrows slightly. He said, "It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Qin Shao has too many variables. There are too many uncertainties. Although he has just broken through to the three-step ancient saint realm, the strength he has shown is not inferior to Lan Hua. Lan Hua is not only strong, but also has several good helpers. Under such circumstances, Qin Shao won't be able to gain any advantage. That Badger Huai is also very lucky to be able to get Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan, these two good little guys, to come all the way to this step. There is no problem in getting into the top 3. It will be too difficult to get first place. As for Zhuzhua, although he is also very good, he is still slightly inferior to Lan Hua in terms of momentum. Elder Li Yan smiled and looked at the white-clothed elder. Don't say it's hard to say. It's definitely hard to say. If it was a matter of clear judgment, I wouldn't have asked you like this. Since he's asking you, it's definitely hard to answer. It's hard to say, but it doesn't mean it can't be said. So, why don't you tell me what you think? Let's all talk about who we are more optimistic about and see who has better foresight. Ha ha, the loser will just take out some good wine to treat us. The gray-clothed elder on the right had not said a word before. When he heard Elder Li Yan's words, he immediately said, I agree. The white-clothed elder shook his head and smiled. Since everyone was in high spirits, he might as well play a little. After thinking for a while, the white-clothed elder said, although Qin Shao is a rare genius and a very good seedling, he is not inferior to Lan Hua at all. In all aspects, it's not inferior to Lan Hua at all. In fact, it's far superior to Lan Hua in many aspects. However, I still think Lan Hua is more optimistic. After all, Lan Hua should have the advantage in terms of experience and strength. The final battle should be between them. In this aspect, Lan Hua should have some advantages. Elder Li Yan looked at the gray-clothed elder and said, What about you? Who do you think will win? The gray-clothed elder was straightforward and said, I don't think anyone will win. I will choose with you, Elder Li Yan. Ha ha ha. Elder Li Yan smiled and said, If that's the case, then I have no choice but to choose Qin Shao. Stop pretending, Li Yan. You obviously think more highly of Qin Shao. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made a small bet with me. The white-clothed elder did not hold back and directly exposed Elder Li Yan's words. Elder Li Yan smiled again and did not deny it. He nodded and said, Yes, I do think more highly of Qin Shao. In terms of experience and foundation, Qin Shao is not as good as Lan Hua. Even in terms of strength, he is somewhat inferior. However, the final battle may not be completely decided by the current situation. Some people, the more critical and dangerous the situation is, the more miracles they can create and the more they can change things. On this point, I still think more highly of Qin Shao. He has just broken through to the three-step ancient saint stage, while Lan Hua has been a three-step ancient saint for almost an epoch. However, it still depends on the potential. In terms of talent and potential, Lan Hua is not as good as Qin Shao. That's not necessarily true. The white-clothed elder said, Talent and potential are not the focus of the 100 Worlds selection battle. Luck and strength are the most important things. In the final battle, if Qin Shao insists on fighting Lan Hua, it will mostly be a competition of strength. Qin Shao is too soft-hearted. If he can eliminate Luo Zi and Zhuzhua's people, he will have a better chance of getting first place. After all, Lan Hua is not qualified to challenge Qin Shao. Qin Shao, on the other hand, can challenge anyone. If he can eliminate Luo Zi, Zhuzhua's people, and Lan Hua's people, he will have a better chance. Even if Badger Huai is eliminated, it won't be a big problem. Qin Shao has a natural advantage. It's a pity that he doesn't know how to make good use of it. There are still 2 members of Lan Hua's team. They shouldn't be a match for Qin Shao. It won't be difficult for Qin Shao to eliminate them. If Qin Shao blindly wants to eliminate Lan Hua, it won't be easy. Elder Li Yan smiled faintly and said, Indeed, it's not an easy task. However, no matter how difficult it is, it's not completely impossible. Man proposes, God disposes. It all depends on man. No matter what, I think more of Qin Shao. I still think that this kid is very different. He has a special temperament that others don't have. Let's see. It should be starting soon, the white-clothed elder said as he looked at the boundary weapon. Elder Li Yen had also seen it. His gaze had been fixed on the world artifact the entire time. The final battle was about to begin. Elder Li Yen was inexplicably excited. Logically speaking, a battle like this shouldn't have aroused his interest. He had presided over the 100 Worlds chosen tournament for so many years, but there were very few things that could interest him. This time, he was surprised to find that not only was he interested, but he was also a little excited. This feeling made Elder Li Yen feel a little strange. Chapter 30-21. In the Consciousness Realm. Qin Zhao's group of 3 finally met His Highness Lan Hua's group. His Highness Lan Hua's group also had 3 people. Originally, there were 5 of them, but it seemed that 2 of them had already died. There were still 2 third-step ancient sages left. As soon as they met, the atmosphere exploded in an instant. The thick smell of gunpowder instantly solidified the air here. 6 pairs of eyes flickered with a cold and sharp light that was extremely lethal. Saint Master Jiusi was like a hungry wolf staring at Qin Shao like a venomous snake, as if he saw Qin Shao as his prey. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to get back at Qin Shao, but he had never had the chance. Now the opportunity had come. His Highness Lan Hua was in high spirits, unparalleled elegance and arrogance. His cold eyes swept across Qin Zhao's group of 3, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, full of disdain and mockery. Facing these 3 people, His Highness Badger Huai felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. However, he immediately mustered up his courage and calmed himself down, no longer feeling fearful. This battle was also a battle that he had long expected. It was the final battle to compete for first place. There was no room for retreat in this battle. If they wanted to get first place, they had to fight this battle and win it. Now that they had met, even if they did not want to fight for first place, they would not be able to escape this calamity. Saint Master Jiusi had always been looking for an opportunity to make a move. How could he let go of this opportunity so easily? His Highness Lan Hua had also been provoked by Qin Zhao's group previously, so naturally, he would not let them go. I really did not expect that you guys would be able to make it this far and not be eliminated by those sentient lifeforms. It seems like you guys are more or less capable, Saint Master Jiusi said sarcastically. After mocking them for a while, Saint Master Jiusi said, "It doesn't make any difference to us whether we kill you or not. Anyway, first place is already in our bag. Our score is already enough to guarantee first place, so we don't need to get more points. None of you will be able to shake our position. Whether we kill you or not, it won't affect our result. However, you guys are way too arrogant. Even though I could have let you guys off, your saint here will not let you off. Humph, Qin Shao, your Highness Badger Huai, weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you dare to challenge us? Hey, a great opportunity is right in front of you. Why don't you make a move and see if you can eliminate us? Ha ha ha, to be honest, it's really lonely to be invincible. Our first team had walked too far, leaving the people behind too far behind. The feeling of being invincible isn't that great. That's why I'm begging for abuse and elimination. Come, Qin Shao, I will wait for you here. Come and eliminate me, I beg you sincerely. You don't understand the feeling of being invincible. It's really uncomfortable." Saint Venerable Jiusi's words were really asking for a beating. They were so arrogant that it made people want to kill him and be done with it. Even if he was extremely arrogant, that was all there was to it. It seemed like Saint Jiusi knew this very well. Saint Jusi was indeed feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Previously, he had suffered 2 huge losses at the hands of Qin Shao, so he had always harbored a grudge in his heart. He had always wanted to take revenge, but he had never had the chance to do so. Now that the opportunity had come, Saint Venerate Josie naturally wanted to vent the anger in her heart to the fullest. What a joke! A loser who has lost to me, and a loser who has lost twice at that, actually dares to say such shameless words. How can this person be so thick-skinned? I've seen thick-skinned people before, but I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as him. Even a boundary weapon wouldn't be able to pierce through his thick skin. Before Qin Shao could say anything, Yuan muttered to himself. It seemed to be unintentional, but it seemed to be done intentionally. The effect was surprisingly good, and it had a strong lethality. Especially when these words came out of Yuan's mouth in a very sincere tone, it seemed even more interesting, and people couldn't help but laugh when they heard it. Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai didn't hold back either, and they laughed out loud. His Highness Badger Huai immediately chimed in, speaking of which, this person is really strange. Some people are humans, some people are beasts, but some people are even worse than beasts. There are funny people every year, but there are a lot of them this year. The 2 of them echoed each other, and their tones sounded like they were discussing something in private, but it had a strong lethality. Saint Josie's face turned pale when he heard it, and he glared fiercely at Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai. However, these 2 people weren't his target, so he didn't pay attention to them for the time being. Yuan was at the 1st level, so he couldn't challenge Yuan to a fight. His Highness Badger Huai was at the 3rd level, so he could challenge him. However, Saint Venerable Josie was still aware of his own limitations. His Highness Badger Huai's strength was obviously far above his, so Saint Josie naturally didn't dare to fight with His Highness Badger Huai. Moreover, these 2 people weren't his target at all. His target was only Qin Shao. What he wanted to do the most in his heart was to take down Qin Shao and regain his face and reputation. Saint Jusi snorted coldly again, and his target was Qin Shao. He said in a deep voice, "Qin Shao, do you only know how to hide behind women? What? You don't dare? Qin Shao, haven't you always been arrogant? Why are you acting like a coward now? It's fine if you don't dare to fight with me. As long as you admit defeat and eliminate yourself, I can spare you this time." His Highness Lan Hua and the other 3rd step ancient sage watched with interest. They were happy to watch a good show. Obviously, they were full of themselves when it came to Saint Jusi. Of course, most of them were disdainful of Qin Shao and the others. With Prince Lan Hua's arrogance, how could these 3 people be enough to provoke him? Wouldn't that be a joke? Therefore, he didn't need to eliminate the others, but he had to teach these 3 people a lesson. In fact, none of the teams should be able to shake His Highness Lan Hua's position and fight for the 1st place that belonged to him. Therefore, at this point, he could withdraw his troops and stop fighting. He would still be in the 1st place, unless someone was looking for trouble and dared to make a move on him. However, he wanted to teach His Highness Badger Huai's team a lesson. His Highness Lan Hua had long held a grudge against Yi Shiwen for his provocation in the central square. "Perhaps you are thinking too much." Qin Shao curled her lips and laughed faintly as she slowly spoke. Thinking too much? What did he mean? Saint Josie frowned slightly and looked at Qin Shao with a deep gaze. Qin Shao continued, "Actually, I really didn't treat you as my opponent. It's just that you insist on treating me as your opponent. You want to fight with me. However, in my heart, someone who has lost to me twice really doesn't have the right to fight with me again. You're Saint Josie, right? You're really not worth my time. However, seeing that you're jumping and yelling so fiercely, I have no choice but to take care of you for the sake of my own safety. After all, I don't like people who jump around too much." "You're arrogant," Saint Josie roared angrily. He didn't say anything else and directly attacked Qin Shao. Saint Jiusi had broken through to the third step ancient sage stage, so his strength was naturally much stronger than before. Moreover, Qin Shao had only exchanged 2 blows with Saint Jiusi previously, so it couldn't be considered a real battle. This time, Saint Master Jiusi attacked forcefully. She roared and charged towards Qin Shao. Her aura was aggressive and domineering. Her might was awe-inspiring. Indeed, she had an extremely powerful killing power. Although Saint Jiusi had just broken through to the third step ancient sage stage, his strength was still very strong. He was probably equivalent to a third step ancient sage. It was no wonder that Saint Jiusi was so confident. After suffering 2 losses at the hands of Qin Shao previously, he still dared to be so arrogant and want to kill Qin Shao. However, it was obvious that he was still a little too confident. He wanted to kill Qin Shao, but he didn't face the reality of his situation. Therefore, he was destined to shoot himself in the foot and bite his own tongue with his big words. In the face of Saint Jiusi's powerful attack, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly counterattacked with his sword. The sword slashed down with the power of the heaven-splitting sword. The extreme sharpness was unstoppable and could cut through everything. Whether it was the sharpness of the sword, the power of the law, or the endless weight of the pure power, they all gathered in this sword. Therefore, this sword could be said to be a sword without any flaws or weaknesses. This sword strike had the power to break the heavens. Saint Jiusi's powerful attack was naturally vulnerable under Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword technique. It instantly collapsed and Saint Jiusi was in an extremely sorry state. The sharp edge, the heavy power, and the powerful power of the laws smashed heavily onto Saint Venerable Jiusi's body, causing her to stagger back. The corner of his mouth was already bleeding uncontrollably. Although Saint Jiusi was trying his best to control himself, the blood still flowed out uncontrollably. The power of Qin Zhao's sword was too strong. It was far from what Saint Jiusi could withstand. No matter how strong Saint Jiusi was, he was at most equivalent to a slightly stronger third step ancient sage, or barely at the peak of the third step ancient sage realm. However, he still couldn't reach the fourth step ancient sage realm. One had to know that when Qin Shao was still a second step ancient sage, his strength could already reach the fourth step ancient sage realm. Now that he had broken through to the third step ancient sage realm and had made breakthroughs in many aspects, Qin Zhao's strength had increased by a huge level. He could definitely reach the peak of the fourth step ancient sage realm. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't use his full strength at all, but he had already beaten Saint Jiusi to a pulp. Qin Shao had only used the power of the 3 cultivation laws and the power of the world in his body for this sword. Moreover, he hadn't even fully used the power of the world in his body, but it was already so effective. He had already beaten Saint Jiusi to a pulp. Saint Jiusi was defeated instantly. Saint Jiusi's strength wasn't the only thing that was defeated. Saint Jiusi's morale, confidence, and pride all collapsed instantly. This was indeed a huge blow to him. It was very exciting. Saint Venerable Jiusi's face instantly turned ghastly pale and extremely ugly. His deep and serene eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at Qin Shao with extreme astonishment. He really could not understand how Qin Zhao's strength could be so strong to such a terrifying extent. Author, Cruel Death. Today is the last day of this month. Thank you for your support over the past month. I'll ask for fresh flowers in advance tomorrow. After midnight, everyone will have fresh flowers in their hands. I hope that everyone can support Cruel Death, support Qin Shao, and dazzle the 9 heavens. The book is coming to an end, and it will get more and more exciting. Chapter 30-22. How could this be? It's impossible. How could he be so strong? We both just broke through to the ancient saint stage not too long ago. Our breakthroughs should be the same. Other than my breakthrough in cultivation level, I've also made breakthroughs in many other aspects. I'm confident that my strength is at the peak of the ancient saint stage. How could Qin Shao be stronger than me? His strength is definitely at the ancient saint stage. Qin Shao has just broken through to the ancient saint stage. How could his strength be at the level of an ancient saint stage 4 step? It's impossible. It doesn't make sense at all. How could this be? While retreating, Holy Sage Jiusi resisted the urge to vomit blood. Holy Sage Jiusi kept thinking about this matter. This was something that made him very puzzled and uncomfortable. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. He had just broken through to the ancient saint stage. No matter how heaven-defying he was, how could his strength reach the ancient saint stage of the ancient saint stage without the help of a treasure? This was simply something that defied common sense. If Qin Shao did not have the heaven-defying uniqueness of the energy in his inner world, he might not be able to be so heaven-defying. Of course, Qin Shao had mastered 9 types of laws. When the 9 types of laws were stacked together, it was possible for him to have such a heaven-defying effect. Heavenly mandate cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. It was normal for them to defy the heavens. On the other side, Royal Highness Lan Hua, who had always scoffed and looked at Qin Shao with disdain, could not help but look a little serious. The way Guan Hui looked at Qin Shao changed. It became solemn and serious. He had to admit that he had underestimated this kid from the immortal domain who had just broken through to the ancient saint stage. Qin Shao was definitely not simple. He was far stronger than he had imagined. Not to mention Qin Shao, he didn't even put His Highness Badger Huai in his eyes. He wouldn't even give him half a glance. However, someone had made him take him seriously. He could sense that Qin Zhao's strength had already reached the 4th step of the ancient saint stage, and it was a very high level. This kind of strength was somewhat of a threat to him. Such strength was not something that His Highness Badger Huai could compare to. He was also incomparably shocked. Qin Shao, a brat from the immortal domain who had just broken through to the 3rd step ancient saint stage, how could his strength be so heaven-defying? This shouldn't make any sense at all. Your Highness, how can this brat be so strong? Another 3-step ancient saint could not help but ask in surprise. Royal Highness Lan Hua said coldly, "We have underestimated this kid. It seems that we have to treat him seriously. Jiuxi's abilities are obviously no match for him. Later, find an opportunity and attack. You must not let this brat succeed." The 3-step ancient saint nodded, indicating that he understood. He stared at Qin Shao with an eerie gaze, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, Saint Master Jiusi was suffering the most. He kept retreating, but Qin Shao naturally would not stop there. Instead, he took advantage of the victory to pursue and take down Saint Master Jiusi in one go. Saint Master Jiusi could not block Qin Zhao's attack at all. He could not withstand it at all. He had suffered a great loss at the beginning of the battle. If they continued to fight, he would be at an even greater disadvantage. Sword after sword, Qin Shao attacked steadily. However, he still did not reveal his full strength. At this moment, Qin Shao naturally would not reveal his full strength so easily. He had to save it to deal with Royal Highness Lan Hua. He did not need to use his full strength to deal with Saint Master Jiusi. Seeing that Saint Master Jiusi could not hold on any longer, the other 3-step ancient saint charged over. Faced with a situation of 2 against 1, His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan did not seem worried at all. They were still watching with interest. 2 against 1? Qin Shao pursed her lips, and the corners of her mouth curled into an indifferent smile. Not only was he not worried, but he was also excited and looking forward to it. Just dealing with Saint Master Jiusi was too easy for Qin Shao. There was no difficulty at all, let alone a challenge. Therefore, when another person jumped out at this time, Qin Shao felt that it was a little interesting, and he could contribute a little bit more. The three-step ancient saint charged out and helped Saint Master Jiusi. The two three-step ancient saints quickly joined forces to fight back against Qin Shao. However, the result was obviously not what they had expected. They did not manage to turn the situation around. Their joint attack was still destroyed by Qin Shao. They could not block Qin Zhao's powerful and terrifying attack at all. The two of them were still beaten back by Qin Shao. Their blood and qi flowed backward, and they almost vomited blood. They could not block it. The other three-step ancient saint's face turned extremely ugly. He thought that if he joined forces with Saint Master Jiusi, they would be able to turn the situation around. He was very confident that if he joined forces with Saint Master Jiusi, they would be able to deal with an ordinary four-step ancient saint. However, they did not expect that even if they joined forces, they would still not be able to block Qin Zhao's attack. He was too strong, too strong, too strong. This kind of strength reminded them of Her Highness Lan Hua. Indeed, they felt like they were facing Her Highness Lan Hua. However, Her Highness Lan Hua had been a three-step ancient saint for a universe epoch. In terms of time, there was still some time. After a universe epoch of improvement and intensity, Lan Hua Palace had already reached the limit of the three-step ancient saint. She was only one step away from the four-step ancient saint. When one reached Her Highness Lan Hua's level, one would be terrifyingly strong. It was understandable. However, what did Qin Shao have? Based on his cultivation level? However, Qin Shao had just broken through in the fourth round of the competition. Accumulation? Qin Shao had not even lived for 100 million years. He was completely a fledgling. However, the strange thing was that Qin Zhao's strength was so strong. It was so heaven-defying. It was so incomprehensible. It was too unbelievable. Saint Master Jiusi and Saint Master Jiusi felt bitter, but they could not say it out loud. However, they had no choice but to continue fighting. They had no other choice. Her Highness Lan Hua was a three-step ancient saint. There was no way she could save them, so they could only rely on themselves. However, if they relied on themselves, the situation was very bad. Indeed, under Qin Zhao's absolute strength, Saint Master Jiusi and Saint Master Jiusi could not hold on any longer. They were beaten until they vomited blood. They were seriously injured. Their sacred bodies were shattered, and their vitality was rapidly dissipating. If this continued, they would not be able to hold on for long. They would be killed by Qin Zhao's sword and eliminated. Such a situation really made Saint Master Jiusi and Saint Master Jiusi anxious. They did not know what to do. The two of them looked at Her Highness Lan Hua a few times. She stood there with a gloomy face. Her face was as cold as ice, and it was terrifying. They did not know what she was thinking, but it was very scary to look at. Invincible loneliness? Saint Master Jiusi, is that how invincible you are? Your so-called invincibility is better reserved for those one-step Empyrean saint. That way, it'll be safer for you. Asking for a beating? Asking for elimination? Perhaps only you, Saint Venerable Jiusi, would be able to say something so infuriating, right? You don't have to do that if you want to be beaten by me. I have the good intention to help you. As long as you need it, I will definitely satisfy you. Two three-step ancient saints. That's all there is to it. It's really nothing. Beating the two of you is really boring. It can't arouse my fighting spirit at all. All right. I've played enough. It's time for the two of you to die. Qin Shao pursed his lips and sneered as he said to Saint Master Jiusi. He returned Saint Master Jiusi's words back to him. It was a ruthless blow. This attack was clearly meant to trample on Saint Venerable Jiusi's face and rub it against the ground. However, this was all Jiusisheng's fault. Qin Shao was not to be blamed. A person like him deserved it. Qin Shao could only fulfill his wish and humiliate him. He wanted to let him know that there were things in this world that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. After being slapped in the face by Qin Zhao's words, Saint Master Jiusi was so ashamed that he could not show his face. He was so angry that he wanted to kill himself. That was an extremely humiliating remark. Qin Zhao attacked again. This time, he did not hold back the power in his body. All of it burst out and attacked the two of them with all his strength. It was almost time to send them on their way. Therefore, Qin Zhao naturally used some of his strength. The power in his body was pure power. Therefore, even if he pushed the power in his body to the extreme, the power would not increase by much. There would not be any feeling until the battle started. However, once the battle started, it would be terrifying. At this moment, a thunderous snort suddenly sounded. It came from His Highness Lan Hua's nose. After His Highness Lan Hua snorted, he attacked as well. However, his target was naturally not Qin Zhao. He was only in the 3rd level, so he could not take the initiative to challenge someone in the 2nd level. Therefore, His Highness Lan Hua's target could only be His Highness Badger Huai. His Highness Lan Hua used this move wisely. This was obviously something that His Highness Lan Hua did on purpose. His Highness Lan Hua wanted to use this to attract Qin Zhao's attention. He wanted Qin Zhao to save His Highness Badger Huai. Then, he would be able to buy time and space for Saint Master Jiusi and the others. His Highness Lan Hua attacked with all his strength. With His Highness Lan Hua's powerful strength, His Highness Badger Huai would be in great danger if he was hit. Even if he was not eliminated, he would be severely injured. Therefore, at this moment the situation was very dangerous. Seeing His Highness Lan Hua attack, Saint Master Jiusi and Badger Huai felt hope. His Highness finally attacked. If they still did not make a move, then they would really only have the fate of being eliminated. Yuan, stop him. How could Qin Zhao not know His Highness Lan Hua's intention? However, Qin Zhao was confident that he could eliminate Saint Master Jiusi and Badger Huai with one attack. If he stopped now and went to deal with His Highness Lan Hua, it would be a pity. Therefore, Qin Zhao felt that there was no need to do so. He just needed to buy time for one attack. Yuan could definitely do it. Yuan's strength should not be comparable to His Highness Lan Hua's, but it should not be a problem for her to block His Highness Lan Hua's attack and prevent herself from being eliminated. Qin Zhao only needed the time for one strike. That was enough for him. All he needed was the time for one strike. Even without Qin Zhao's reminder, Yuan was already prepared to attack. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yuan was even more confident in the battle. It was as if it gave her strength to encourage her. Yuan did not hesitate and immediately attacked with all her strength. Although His Highness Badger Huai knew that he was not strong enough, he naturally could not let Yuan take the risk alone when facing the powerful His Highness Lan Hua. Therefore, he also attacked with all his strength to help Yuan. The battle between the two sides had completely broken out. Author, Cruel Death, a new month has begun. Another month of battles has begun. I beg for fresh flowers, please everyone. Chapter 30-23. On Qin Zhao's side, the power of his inner world was fully unleashed, and its lethality was terrifying enough. For Saint Venerate Jiusi and Badger Huai, it was a devastating blow. How could the two of them resist Qin Zhao's terrifying attack? Therefore, under the power of Qin Zhao's powerful sword, the unstoppable momentum and mighty power directly crushed Saint Venerate Jiusi and Badger Huai. How could the two of them block it? Therefore, there was no suspense at all. The two of them were directly killed by Qin Zhao's sword. Previously, Qin Zhao had attacked for more than 10 rounds and had already seriously injured them. At this time, the power of his inner world was fully unleashed. It was very normal for him to kill the two of them in one move with a powerful blow. Life forms formed by consciousness were much easier to kill. Seeing that Saint Venerate Jiusi and Badger Huai had died at the hands of Qin Shao, His Highness Lan Hua's face was gloomy. All his arrogance had been completely shattered by Qin Shao. He finally knew that he had underestimated Qin Shao too much. The strength of this immortal domain boy was far beyond his imagination. This person from the immortal domain was an extremely strong opponent. The hatred in his heart was difficult to vent. Therefore, at this time, His Highness Lan Hua's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He wanted to kill Yuan Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai. Qin Shao had eliminated 2 of his team members. He also wanted to eliminate 2 of Qin Zhao's team members and then compete with Qin Shao. With this strong hatred, His Highness Lan Hua attacked with all his strength. His strength instantly burst to the extreme. His Highness Lan Hua had always been a brilliant existence that looked down on everyone. He had always been the strongest person that everyone respected. Naturally, his strength was undeniably powerful. He was definitely standing at the peak of the 3-step ancient sage realm, the ultimate limit. After all, his strength was much stronger than an ordinary 4th-step ancient saint. His means were monstrous, his momentum could destroy the sky, and his power could break the sky. His domineering attack shocked the ancient world into silence. A sharp light flashed out and instantly annihilated the heaven's choice battlefield. The peerless and terrifying power was enough to make people tremble in fear. His Highness Badger Huai was extremely shocked. Just such a powerful and terrifying aura was enough to make him disheartened. The aura of death completely enveloped him. Terrifying, too terrifying. In front of this power, he felt that he was just an ant and had no strength to resist at all. The gap between them was simply too big. At this moment, the feeling of being so small and insignificant was too strong. Die! Royal Highness Lan Hua let out a wild roar. Destructive power surged forth, annihilating everything. Yuan Yuan's expression also became solemn. She also smelled danger. However, she had no other choice. At this moment, she could only fight with all her might. I'll fight it! His Highness Badger Huai fiercely gritted his teeth. Although this feeling of being insignificant was extremely uncomfortable, he could only go all out at this moment. He was gambling with his life. His Highness Lan SSS was he going to die? But he could only fight it out. The roaring power surged. Endless burning, endless destruction, and endless devouring. His Highness Badger Huai only felt that his body, soul, and consciousness were rapidly draining away. This was the feeling of death. He was rapidly approaching death. Blood also flowed out from the corner of Yuan Yuan's mouth. Her delicate body was trembling from the beating. His Highness Lan Hua was incomparably crazy at this time. After Qin Shao finished off Saint Jiusi and Yuan, he did not hesitate and immediately charged over. Your Highness Lan Hua, your opponent is me. Let me play with you. Qin Shao said coldly as he slashed the sky-opening sword at His Highness Lan Hua. The power of the inner world was also pushed to the extreme, roaring wildly. The sword slashed over. The sharpness destroyed everything and swept away all the darkness in the world. Extreme sharpness, extreme weight, and extreme power. The sword slashed down with a godly edge. Who could stop the mighty divine power? Under the extreme sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword, under the extreme sharpness, it was incomparably domineering. Therefore, when the sword slashed over, it cut through everything and completely cut off His Highness Lan Hua's power attack. This was equivalent to building an invisible protective wall for His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan, isolating them from everything. With this protective wall, His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan were completely safe. They could not feel any power at all. At this time, His Highness Badger Huai was in an extremely sorry state. He was on the verge of death, and 90% of his life was gone. But fortunately, he was not dead. He was still alive. Ha ha ha! His Highness Badger Huai laughed happily. I'm not dead, I'm not dead. Ha ha, fortunately I'm still alive. As long as he was not dead, no matter how serious his injuries were, he would recover after some rest. If he was not eliminated, at least his points would not be obtained by His Highness Lan Hua. This was naturally a good thing. On Yuan Yuan's side, the situation was not good either. His clothes were covered in blood, and his face was slightly pale. His brows were tightly knitted, and he seemed to be in pain. In this confrontation, Yuan Yuan had also been beaten up quite badly. His injuries were not light. But fortunately, he managed to block the attack and saved His Highness Badger Huai's life. He was not killed by His Highness Lan Hua. Yuan Yuan, His Highness Badger Huai, you two stand aside first. Leave this to me, Qin Shao said to the two of them. Humph. His Highness Lan Hua attacked Qin Shao forcefully. The two of them clashed head-on for the first time. Powerful forces collided fiercely, and a mighty power exploded. In terms of power, His Highness Lan Hua was completely suppressed by Qin Shao. His Highness Lan Hua's advantage was in the power of laws. In terms of cultivation techniques and secret skills, Qin Zhao's heaven-splitting sword technique had reached the 3rd level. It was also extremely powerful, and it was also a ray of light that could illuminate everything. Therefore, after the collision, His Highness Lan Hua was directly beaten back, and he was sent flying back thousands of feet. His Highness Lan Hua's expression became even more gloomy and cold. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it was also incomparably ugly. In this first confrontation, he was obviously at a disadvantage. He was actually beaten back by Qin Shao. Moreover, what made him most unhappy was that he was unable to eliminate His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan. 2 of his team members had been eliminated by Qin Shao. Now, he was unable to eliminate His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan. Wasn't this a great loss? Such a matter naturally made His Highness Lan Hua very unhappy, and his self-esteem suffered a great blow. Not to mention this time's 100 worlds chosen by heaven battle, even in his entire life, he had never suffered such a huge loss. The most unacceptable thing was that the person who had caused him to suffer a loss was not even his captain, but just a team member. It was fine if it was just a team member, but it was actually a person from the immortal region. It was fine if it was a person from the immortal region, but it was actually a young boy who had just broken through to the 3-step ancient saint realm. A young boy whose cultivation time was not even a fraction of his? Such a matter made him want to vomit blood. How irritated was he? Therefore, the way he looked at Qin Shao now was extremely terrifying and eerie. He had never met anyone who could make him so crazy and irritated. His Highness Lan Hua stared fixedly at Qin Shao. Although he did not say a word, all his emotions were in his eyes, and they exploded invisibly, making the atmosphere extremely oppressive and frightening. Qin Shao also stared coldly at His Highness Lan Hua. After exchanging blows with him just now, Qin Shao had a rough idea of His Highness Lan Hua's strength. If His Highness Lan Hua had used his full strength just now, then Qin Shao would have the confidence to deal with him. However, it seemed to be more or less the case. It should be known that Qin Shao had not used his full strength just now, but he had already gained the upper hand and forced His Highness Lan Hua to retreat. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive and could be broken at any moment. A world-shaking battle was about to begin. Yuan Yuan and His Highness Badger Huai were a little nervous, and they stared fixedly at this side. Author, Cruel Death say, Cruel Death wants to cry. I apologize to everyone. Yesterday, I had to attend a meeting in the city and was busy the whole day. At night, I got drunk, so I only updated 1 chapter. I still have some things to do today. I will update again at night. Don't worry. Cruel Death would not be slow to update if there was nothing. Chapter 30:24. Sometimes it felt like 10,000 years had passed. The atmosphere was so tense that even a single breath felt like thousands of years. Qin Shao and His Highness Lan Hua stared at each other like death gods staring at each other. Although Qin Shao had gained the upper hand and did not use his full strength, he did not dare to be careless when facing such a powerful opponent like His Highness Lan Hua. He had to go all out against such a powerful opponent. He had to defeat him before he could breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, any kind of situation could happen. It was unknown how long the two of them stared at each other. The whole world seemed to have stopped in time. Crash! The one who strikes first gains the upper hand, and the one who strikes later suffers. Although the one who strikes first does not necessarily have the upper hand, at least in terms of momentum, he was the first to shoot out the edge. Qin Shao did not hold back and suddenly took the initiative to strike. It was still the heaven-opening sword technique. He only used the power of 5 laws and the power of his inner world to activate the heaven-opening sword technique. Humph! When Qin Shao struck, His Highness Lan Hua did not hesitate and immediately attacked without any delay. The two of them were in a stalemate just now. Someone had to break the stalemate. However, whoever broke the stalemate would not gain the slightest advantage. I'll let you have a taste of a move that I created on my own. His Highness Lan Hua suffered a loss in the previous confrontation, so this time, he also used all his strength. After a cold shout, he slashed his sword at Qin Shao with all his strength. Suddenly, countless swords rushed out from all directions and flew out from the void. Soon, the whole world became a world of swords. Everything was made of swords. Endless swords, endless sharpness, endless turbulence, and endless power. The world of swords, the ocean of swords, completely annihilated Qin Shao. At this time, Qin Shao could no longer see His Highness Lan Hua's figure. However, he felt that he was everywhere and his breath was everywhere. Obviously, this world was no longer a real world. Otherwise, he would not have such a feeling. This world was a virtual world, not the real world. Although the world was an illusory world, all the swords and all the power were real and tangible. The terrifying and endless sharpness was everywhere. The terrifying threat was incomparably intense. It was a very scary thing to be trapped in it. It was like being completely enveloped by death. Qin Shao felt that his sword momentum was being suppressed. Qin Shao, I'd like to see how heaven-defying you are. I want to see how you walk out of this ocean of swords. Come on, let's have a crazy fight. Come, my sword, explode. Come on, Qin Shao, prepare to die. His Highness Lan Hua's cold and vicious voice came from all over the void. Just by listening to his voice, one could tell how angry he was. As soon as Royal Highness Lan Hua finished speaking, all the swords in the Sea of Swords suddenly became extremely turbulent. Each and every one of them was like a giant python that had awakened from hibernation. They roared wildly and overturned the rivers and seas. The sea of anger was monstrous. Endless swords rushed towards Qin Shao. Endless sharpness roared towards Qin Shao. The terrifying sharpness of the swords and the endless power of the laws were well integrated at this time. Naturally, it became extremely dangerous when it was used with powerful means. Moreover, this means was extremely strange. It made Qin Shao feel like he had fallen into an endless abyss. There was no bottom and no end. He kept falling and being eroded by the terrifying dark power. It was also like he had fallen into the whirlpool of reincarnation. He was constantly being twisted and torn. There were as many as 5 kinds of the power of the laws. In terms of quantity, it was a lot. Not only were there a lot of laws, but the fusion of means was also very clever and powerful. Therefore, the power of the means at this time was extremely terrifying. For a moment, Qin Shao felt like he could not withstand it and was about to be swallowed by this turbulent sea of swords. Qin Shao could not help but frown deeply. What a clever means! The combination of various powers is done very well. It can't be said to be flawless, but at least the fusion is very good and can bring out all the strength. Not only can it be brought out, but it can also be brought out for a very long time. Therefore, if it is comparable to Zhang Yi, it will naturally be extremely powerful. It seems that Royal Highness Lan Hua's attainments in the law of space are above mine. And it is not only the law of space, but also the law of darkness is very well integrated. The law of darkness is also used very well by him. The law of great path, the law of sword cultivation, the law of space, the law of darkness, and the law of all things. These 5 kinds of laws have reached the limit of the realm of great accomplishment. In terms of the level of the law, he does have a lot of advantages over me. More importantly, the fusion of the laws is also done very well. The application of the laws is also very good. It can be said to be perfect. This means can bring out all the strengths of the 5 kinds of laws very well. It is also very ingenious and gentle, allowing these laws to be completely integrated. No wonder Royal Highness Lan Hua dares to be so confident in killing me after suffering a little loss previously. It seems that this confidence is not blind at all. Royal Highness Lan Hua has always been ranked first on the heaven selection list and has always been recognized as the strongest person in this batch. It seems that his invincible existence is not just for show. He has long been famous in a large region. He is still very strong. It is probably really difficult to find an existence in the 3-step ancient saint realm who can be compared to him. However, it is a pity that he met me today, so he is doomed to a tragedy. Qin Shao was secretly surprised. However, after the surprise, Qin Shao was still very confident that he could defeat Royal Highness Lan Hua. Even if Royal Highness Lan Hua had other means, he must defeat him. For this battle, Qin Shao had long harbored great ambitions and lofty aspirations. Now, it was just a matter of turning this ambition into a reality. Qin Shao believed that this would not be a difficult thing to do. After all, he had a huge advantage that no one else had. Not to mention the entire Great Thousand World, there was probably no other person in the same realm who was more heaven-defying than him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was rare. Qin Shao still had this confidence. This was not narcissism, but a kind of strong confidence, a confidence that was based on confidence and foundation. The problem now was that the Ocean of Swords seemed to be a little invulnerable and incomparably powerful. The power to destroy and devour everything. The endless surging power was like a monstrous tsunami, fiercely attacking Qin Shao wave after wave. Under the impact of this powerful and terrifying power, Qin Shao felt that he could not hold on any longer. He felt that his defensive power would collapse at any time. This feeling was very bad. Qin Shao also found it very difficult to bear such a terrifying power attack. This was just a terrifying power exerted by the fusion and application of the laws, so there was still a way to break it. While resisting this terrifying attack, Qin Shao was also analyzing the situation of the Ocean of Swords to see if he could find a flaw and then break it in one fell swoop. If he could not break this Ocean of Swords, then he would have to rely on his strength to break it, which was a relatively difficult thing to do. After all, even Qin Zhao's powerful strength was suppressed. However, Qin Shao had only used 5 kinds of power of laws. He still had 4 kinds of power of laws that he had not used. Once he used all of them, it might not be impossible to break this Ocean of Swords. Of course, Qin Shao did not want to reveal all of his strength so quickly. After all, His Highness Lan Hua had only used 5 kinds of power of laws for the time being. Who knew if he really only had 5 kinds of power of laws? If His Highness Lan Hua had not only mastered 5 kinds of power, but also had other means of strength hidden, then it was obviously a very unwise move to reveal it so early. Yes. His Highness Lan Hua was arrogant and too complacent, but he was also a very shrewd person. Therefore, he might not really use all of his strength at this time. He had to be on his guard. In this regard, Qin Shao would never be careless. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Shao felt that it was not necessary now. It was not the time yet. Therefore, he could drag it out for a while and see. If it really did not work, then he naturally could not hide his strength. He could only use all of his strength. Now, he had not been forced into that situation yet. Although he was suppressed, although he was resisting the crazy roaring ocean of swords devouring power, Qin Shao could still hold on for the time being. Although His Highness Lan Hua's method was extremely powerful, how could it hurt Qin Shao so easily? Although His Highness Lan Hua was incomparably crazy. Space, all things, great way, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood, and somewhat understood what was going on with this ocean of swords. It turned out that the most important thing was the combination of the laws of space, all things, and great way. Only by ingenious use could such an exquisite method be created. Somewhat understanding this, Qin Shao could not help but feel surprised. He sighed that His Highness Lan Hua could create this unique skill. He was really a genius, indeed worthy of admiration. Qin Shao wanted to clap his hands in praise. He was amazed. It was indeed exquisite, incomparably exquisite. This also touched Qin Shao. Wasn't this the path that he wanted to take in the future? The application of the laws had always been Qin Zhao's shortcoming. Therefore, in this aspect, he had to find a way to improve in the future. This was also a direction to improve his strength. When he was touched and had an idea in his mind, his heart was clear. When he understood the situation, it was naturally easy to solve. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He already had an idea. Author. Cruel Death say, there were too many things to do today. I drove in the afternoon and was busy in the evening. I only finished the second chapter now. I'm exhausted. When I resume updating tomorrow, there should be more outbreaks. Chapter 30-25. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and the sword in his hand became even more eerie. Qin Zhao's sword was now infused with the power of the law of all things. In addition to the previous 5 powers of the law, he now used the power of 6 laws. The eeriness of the sword was a kind of application of the law of all things, which burst out with a special power. In fact, the power of His Highness Lan Hua's sword could be seen as him turning the originally calm, flowing water into a terrifying whirlpool. As it turned out, his power should be a slow-flowing river. But suddenly there was a huge drop. Not only was there a huge drop, but after the drop, it formed a ring-shaped water flow. Therefore, under the superposition of these two methods, it finally formed a terrifying devouring whirlpool. The water flow was still the same water flow, but the difference was that the method of application was different, so the power produced was completely different. How to turn the power of 1 into 9 was a very profound knowledge. Only by understanding the principle could one find a way to break it. Once one understood it, one would find a way to break it. Of course, even if one found a way to break it, it would be useless if one did not have the strength to break it. Qin Zhao's sword moved eerily, stirring up the wind and clouds in this area, causing the universe to tremble and all things to surge. A sword broke the dawn, and joy came after extreme misfortune. With a strike of his sword, he tore a hole in the sea of swords. Qin Shao killed his way out of the ocean of swords, and soon saw His Highness Lan Hua, who dominated everything. When His Highness Lan Hua saw Qin Shao kill his way out of the ocean of swords, his expression suddenly changed, and his face was filled with disbelief and amazement. How is this possible? How is this possible? His Highness Lan Hua was greatly shocked again, and he looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. He really could not believe that Qin Shao could kill his way out of the ocean of swords. This was his ultimate move. This was the strongest ultimate move that he had created. He was so arrogant and confident. This time, Qin Shao had really provoked him and dealt him a heavy blow. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. How could this be? It didn't make sense. For Qin Shao to be able to break his move so quickly and rush out so quickly was simply inconceivable. His Highness Lan Hua's face turned ugly again. He stared at Qin Shao with cold eyes. Qin Shao stood in the void, staring at Her Highness Lan Hua with disdain. This move of yours is indeed very good, very exquisite. His application of the laws has indeed reached a very high level. Even I can't help but admire your masterpiece. It's amazing and perfect. It took me some time and effort to figure out what was going on and break this move of yours. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Her Highness Lan Hua seemed to be even more irritated. The muscles on his face contorted and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and stared at Qin Shao with hatred. He said angrily, "Are you praising me?" "Sort of." Qin Shao nodded his head honestly. In fact, he was a little impressed by Her Highness Lan Hua's unique skill. This was a unique move created by Her Highness Lan Hua himself. Naturally, it was very powerful. Humph! Her Highness Lan Hua snorted angrily and said, "You are obviously praising yourself in a roundabout way. And you are praising yourself by stepping on my head. Aren't you disgusting? Don't you have any shame?" "Disgusting? Shame?" Qin Shao curled his lips, shrugged and said, "Sorry, I don't understand what you are saying at all. What I said is the truth. It seems that the words of reason are unpleasant to the ears. Or rather, you can't tolerate a grain of sand in your eyes. Forget it. We are not on the same page. There is nothing to say. What other moves do you have? Why don't you show them all?" This was a very normal tone, but in Her Highness Lan Hua's ears, it was extremely arrogant. Therefore, Her Highness Lan Hua was even more enraged from embarrassment. He was extremely mad. Qin Shao didn't say anything else and directly attacked. It was still the same sword that rushed towards Her Highness Lan Hua. Her Highness Lan Hua's powerful unique move was broken by Qin Shao. Obviously, she didn't have any better moves to deal with Qin Shao at this time. This was the consciousness world. All the treasures, as well as the divine powers, couldn't be used. The power of her special physique couldn't be used either. Therefore, in fact, in this consciousness world, for His Highness Lan Hua, his strength was greatly reduced. It was also because of this that Qin Shao could break Her Highness Lan Hua's strongest unique move by using the power of 6 laws. She could beat Her Highness Lan Hua to the point that Her Highness Lan Hua didn't have much strength to resist. Qin Shao continued to attack aggressively. The result was obvious. Her Highness Lan Hua didn't have much strength to resist and was completely suppressed by Qin Shao. Such a situation really drove Her Highness Lan Hua crazy. She felt like dying was better than living. How could this be? Her Highness Lan Hua, the famous Her Highness Lan Hua in the Dafeng territory, who was determined to win this battle, was beaten to such a state by Qin Shao. She was beaten to such a state by a boy from the immortal realm. Damn it, she hated it so much. In a rage, Her Highness Lan Hua became unprecedentedly crazy. In extreme anger, Her Highness Lan Hua also attacked with all her strength, madly burning her saint power. However, Qin Zhao's powerful strength was enough to suppress everything. Under his suppression, Her Highness Lan Hua couldn't resist at all and had no way to turn the situation around. The general trend had basically been set. Her Highness Lan Hua also knew this, so he was even more frantic, more furious, and more turbulent. But there was no other way. Her strength was completely suppressed by Qin Shao. Her moves were also seen through by Qin Shao, and she had no way to counterattack. Humph, even if I kill myself, I won't die in the hands of Qin Shao. Her Highness Lan Hua said crazily at the last moment. Sure enough, as soon as she said that, Her Highness Lan Hua really killed himself, self-exploding and being eliminated. Of course, the result was the same. Qin Shao defeated and eliminated Her Highness Lan Hua, but the final moment of her death was not caused by Qin Shao. But it didn't mean much. Saint Master Jiu Si and the others were eliminated, and Her Highness Lan Hua was also eliminated by Qin Shao. Qin Shao, alone, eliminated the entire team of Her Highness Lan Hua and eliminated them. Such an incomparably glorious battle record was truly incomparably shocking. Her Highness Huai was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly, and the shock in his heart came wave after wave, unable to calm down for a long time. Admirable, really admirable. He had long admired Qin Shao to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. A god that's hard to find since ancient times. He's really amazing. I, Huai, have seen countless people, but I've never met such a heaven-defying person. Qin Shao is really amazing, really amazing. I'm impressed. If I could have 1/10 of him, no, even 1/100th of him, I'd be satisfied. I'd never achieve such an achievement in my life. I'd probably surpass it. But since that was the case, Her Highness Huai laughed at himself. How could it be so easy to achieve that? He had been cultivating for so many years, and many things had already been fixed. If he wanted to change and improve, it would be too difficult. It was already his lifelong dream to reach the 4th step of Ancient Saint Realm, so how could he possibly go any further than that? That was most likely not very realistic. It was too difficult, too difficult, too difficult. Even his father, Realm Lord Zilin, had worked hard for countless years, but he still couldn't take this step. So, he didn't have any more fantasies. But if he had the talent and potential of Qin Shao, he could still think about it. But it was impossible. After dealing with Her Highness Lan Hua's team, Qin Shao curled his lips and revealed a slight smile. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had finally gotten rid of this big opponent. Taking care of Her Highness Lan Hua meant that the first place of the Heaven Chosen list was already in his hands. There was no doubt about it. The first place of the Heaven Chosen list was finally achieved. As a person, one must have dreams and dare to have dreams. But no matter how far one's dreams were, as long as one persevered, worked hard, and dared to think, there was still a chance to achieve it. Realizing one's dream was a very interesting, joyful, and fulfilling thing. Just thinking about it made one feel happy. Wasn't this the joy of cultivation? But I still have some advantages in the consciousness world. If we were outside, it would probably be impossible for me to kill Her Highness Lan Hua. It would definitely be much harder to defeat him. Of course, I believe that even if we were outside, I would still be able to defeat him. It would just take a bit more effort and a bit more time. But in the end, this won't be a problem. My overall advantage will still be stronger than his, and I can still firmly suppress him. Qin Shao curled her lips as she thought about this matter in her heart. But the confidence in his heart didn't weaken in the slightest. The battle of the Chosen by Heaven should have basically ended here, right? Qin Shao looked around and the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. He said to the two shadows, His Highness Zhuzhua, Saintess Luozi, you've been hiding in the shadows. After watching for so long, it's time to come out, right? As soon as Qin Zhao's voice fell, two figures walked out from the shadows. One was His Highness Zhuzhua, the other was Saintess Luozi. Both of them were alone. Their team members had all been eliminated. Only a few people were able to stay until now. Seeing them, His Highness Badger Huai secretly rejoiced in his heart. If it weren't for Qin Shao and Yuan protecting him along the way, he would have been eliminated hundreds of times. This point of rejoicing was still very sufficient. His Highness Zhuzhua and Saintess Luozi both looked at Qin Shao with strange expressions. Their expressions were a little strange. Just now, they had witnessed the process of Qin Shao eliminating the 3 people in His Highness Lan Hua's team. Naturally, they were trembling with fear and shock. Such strength was truly shocking to the point where it could not be any more shocking. His Highness Lan Hua was so strong, but he was eliminated by Qin Shao. What about them? Obviously, if they fought with Qin Shao, they would definitely be eliminated. Therefore, now they looked at Qin Shao as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They felt that they had encountered an expert that they couldn't defeat. If Qin Shao wanted to make a move on them, then they would probably only have a dead end. They could only be eliminated. At this time, His Highness Zhu Zhuo and Saintess Luozi were feeling very complicated. Chapter 30-26. The oppressive and tense atmosphere lasted for a while. Only Qin Zhao's team of 5 were left in the entire Heaven's Choice battlefield. The others were also eliminated. Qin Shao suddenly smiled at His Highness Zhu Zhuo and Saintess Luozi and said, "There are only 3 teams left, so there's nothing to fight. Let's wait until the time limit is up and go out together. There's no need for me to eliminate you again." After hearing Qin Zhao's words, His Highness Zhu Zhuo and Saintess Luozi gave Qin Shao a deep look. Saintess Luozi was fine. Qin Shao did not attack her before, so this was expected. However, His Highness Zhu Zhuo was quite surprised. Qin Shao did not attack him? He did not eliminate him? On the other side, in the central square, those who were eliminated woke up, walked out of the Holy Light's shroud, and stood aside. Many people were sighing, dissatisfied with their own performance. There were also some whose expressions were unsightly. There were even some who looked at others with hatred and hostility. Among the crowd, the one with the worst expression was His Highness Lan Hua. Therefore, there was no one around His Highness Lan Hua. The others were consciously respectful and did not dare to get close to him, for fear of being implicated. Around him, there were many voices of discussion. However, they were also whispering in private. Her Highness Lan Hua was eliminated from the competition. This was really too shocking. It was really hard to believe. What happened? Why was His Highness Lan Hua also eliminated? He was recognized as the number 1 person in this year's competition, the undisputed number 1. Who on earth dared to shake His Highness Lan Hua's position in the last round and eliminate him? That's right, it's too surprising. It's simply unbelievable. I really can't think of anyone who can eliminate His Highness Lan Hua, who has always been the champion. Who on earth is it? Maybe it's His Highness Zhu Zhuo. Well, if it's possible, it can only be His Highness Zhu Zhuo. After all, His Highness Zhu Zhuo's reputation was only slightly weaker than His Highness Lan Hua's, but not by much. His Highness Zhu Zhuo still has the strength to challenge His Highness Lan Hua. Only he has the strength to do so. I reckon that even Saintess Luozi is much weaker than him. His Highness Badger Huai, that lucky bastard, has even less of a chance. That's right. His Highness Badger Huai is just an ordinary person. How could he have the strength to compete with His Highness Lan Hua? Why do I feel that His Highness Zhu Zhuo might not be able to compete with His Highness Lan Hua? Perhaps Prince Lan Hua was eliminated by those sentient beings? That's not possible either. There were no sentient life forms in the last 10,000 years. Her Highness Lan Hua was just eliminated, so it's impossible for her to be eliminated by a sentient life form. If it's not a sentient being, then who could it be? Who is left in the Heaven's Chosen battlefield? Only His Highness Zhu Zhuo, Saintess Luozi, and His Highness Badger Huai are left, right? Then it can only be one of the 3. Then it must be His Highness Zhu Zhuo. Other than him, there shouldn't be anyone else. It seems that Qin Shao and Yuan haven't been eliminated yet. There are only 5 of them left in the Heaven's Chosen battlefield. Hey, do you guys think it could be Qin Shao? Hee, don't joke around. How could it be Qin Shao? What ability does he have? That's right. How could a brat from the immortal domain, who has just broken through to the 3rd step Ancient Saint stage, eliminate Her Highness Lan Hua? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? The discussion in the central square was intense. Only Qin Shao and the other four had not been eliminated yet. The question of who eliminated Her Highness Lan Hua could be said to be the most intense discussion. The situation was too explosive. It was something that no one had expected. Thinking about it, they all felt that it was impossible. How could Her Highness Lan Hua be eliminated? This was something that no one had ever thought of. Her Highness Lan Hua was a peerless existence of her generation. Even if she didn't leave everyone in the dust, she was definitely the #1 existence who had beaten everyone. Originally, there was no suspense at all for the throne of the heavens chosen list. Everyone thought that it would be none other than Her Highness Lan Hua, and that no one could snatch it from her. However, he didn't expect that something shocking would happen. Her Highness Lan Hua was actually eliminated. Not to mention the crowd, even the elders in the sky were so shocked that their eyes widened. The white-robed elder insisted on Her Highness Lan Hua getting first place. Elder Li Yan and the gray-robed elder were more optimistic about Qin Shao. This bet had now come to an end. Elder Li Yan pursed her lips and smiled. Looking at the astonished white-robed elder, she said, "Old Bai, although you have lived longer than me, it seems that your eyesight is still not as good as mine. To judge a person, you can't just look at some things on the surface. Although some of the things on the surface are indeed real, they can still confuse people. Miracles will always be created by people. Of course, I am not completely confident this time. I am only willing to bet on Qin Shao this time." The white-robed elder came back to his senses and shook his head slightly. "I'm old, I can't do it. It's a pity for Lan Hua. If he can get through this, his future achievements will be limitless. There is a high chance that he can become a world god. This defeat should be a huge blow to him. It will be difficult to erase it. Perhaps his future achievements will be limited." Elder Li Yan nodded and said, "Lan Hua was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. His innate conditions are very good. His body is also very good, but his good birth made him a little too arrogant and overconfident. Such a temperament may harm him. If he can't get over this hurdle, then he will probably have no fate with the world god in this lifetime. It's a pity, but this is his own good fortune. We can't interfere in this matter. It's up to him." The white-robed elder nodded and could only sigh. The 100,000 years time limit was over very quickly. Naturally, there were no accidents after that. Qin Shao and the other four walked out of the heavens chosen battlefield under the gaze of thousands of people. Those who could walk out of the heavens chosen battlefield were clad in peerless radiance. They were incomparably dazzling and beautiful. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan were both members. Yuan Yuan was also a member of the second step ancient saint realm. Therefore, it was simply a miracle that the two of them could walk out of the heavens chosen battlefield. It was a matter that made everyone exclaim in admiration. The discussion about who would eliminate His Highness Lan Hua had not dissipated. Everyone was still discussing intensely. After all, whoever eliminated His Highness Lan Hua would be the champion of this 100 Worlds chosen battle. First place in the heavenly chosen tournament of the 100 Worlds was a supreme glory that would be recorded in the annals of history. Naturally, everyone was very concerned about the champion. Judging from the current situation of the discussion, His Highness Zhu Zhuo was the most guessed. After all, His Highness Zhu Zhuo's team had always been ranked second on the Heaven's Chosen list. Apart from His Highness Lan Hua, he was considered the strongest team. Furthermore, His Highness Zhu Zhuo's reputation was indeed extremely great. In that vast region, the two of them were basically compared to each other. Even if His Highness Lan Hua's reputation was slightly greater than His Highness Zhu Zhuo's, there was still a possibility that His Highness Zhu Zhuo would emerge as a new force to be reckoned with. The Heaven's Chosen battle was already over at this point. Now, they only needed to wait for the final result to come out. As soon as Qin Shao came out, His Highness Lan Hua looked at Qin Shao with incomparable hatred. It was incomparably vicious and extremely deep. His murderous intent was monstrous and extremely cold. Such a stance instantly caused everyone to be dumbstruck. Everyone looked at Qin Shao with incomparable astonishment. Various thoughts also rang in everyone's mind. In that case, could it be that Qin Shao really eliminated His Highness Lan Hua? Impossible, right? That's terrifying. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Instantly, the central square quieted down, and not a single sound could be heard. The atmosphere also instantly became oppressive, dignified, and tense. It was as if only Qin Shao and His Highness Lan Hua were left in the central square. The way they looked at each other was too terrifying and too lethal. The terrifying aura exuded made people feel a sense of oppression. From the looks of it, it was basically confirmed that the person who eliminated His Highness Lan Hua was not His Highness Zhu Zhuo, but Qin Shao from the Immortal Domain. A person who had just broken through to the three-step Ancient Saint realm and a team member. Unexpectedly, he was able to eliminate His Highness Lan Hua. This was really too unbelievable. However, there were still many people who did not dare to believe this situation. It was simply impossible for them to imagine how Qin Shao could eliminate His Highness Lan Hua. It was completely unreasonable. No matter how they thought about it, they could not figure it out. Look, the heavenly selection list has been updated. Suddenly, someone broke the silence. Everyone's eyes swished to the stone tablet. At this time, only 3 lines of words were displayed on the stone tablet. First place on the heavenly selection list: His Highness Badger Huai's team. Second place on the heavenly selection list: His Highness Zhu Zhuo's team. Third place on the heavenly selection list: Saintess Luozi's team. Only these 3 lines of words showed the top 3 of the heavenly selection list. The rest were not shown. Not being able to enter the top 3 meant nothing to the 100 Worlds chosen battle. The main purpose of the 100 Worlds selection battle was to choose the top 3. The top 3 would directly obtain the qualification to enter the Firmament Academy. This was the heaven stairway to the Firmament Academy. Seeing the heavenly selection list, although everyone had long been mentally prepared, they still sucked in a breath of cold air. The sound of discussion rang out again. His Highness Lan Hua's team, who was the most popular, was eliminated and did not even enter the top 3. Being eliminated was such a tragic fate. His Highness Lan Hua, who was peerlessly brilliant and peerless, actually ended up like this. It really made people sigh with emotion. His Highness Badger Huai's team was a complete dark horse. They rose all the way and finally eliminated His Highness Lan Hua's team and took the throne of first place. It was simply incredible. What they witnessed was a miracle. The biggest winner of the 100 Worlds selection battle was obviously His Highness Badger Huai. The biggest loser was obviously His Highness Lan Hua. The most dazzling individual performance was undoubtedly Qin Shao. Everyone was very clear in their hearts that His Highness Badger Huai's team was able to counterattack and take the throne of first place basically because of Qin Shao's contribution. Qin Shao, with his own strength, repeatedly turned the tide and pushed His Highness Badger Huai's team to the throne of first place. It was a supreme achievement, a supreme radiance. The name Qin Shao was also deeply engraved in everyone's hearts. After this battle, Qin Zhao's name would obviously spread in the Great Path Saint realm. It was no exaggeration to say that his name would shake the Great Path Saint realm. Author: Cruel Death. There are 2 more updates in the evening. Some friends should not be too impatient. At noon, if you say that Cruel Death cannot be updated, it will explode. Chapter 30:27. No one had expected the result of the selection battle of the 100 Worlds to be like this. Elder Li Yan and the other 2 elders landed on the ground. They looked at Qin Shao with approval and nodded slightly at Qin Shao. Judging from the reaction of the 3 elders, it was enough to convince everyone that the person who had eliminated Lan Hua was none other than Qin Shao. A person from the immortal realm had won the highest honor in the selection battle of the 100 World. From the top of the Duantian cliff to the first place on the selection list, his brilliance was too dazzling. Such a thing had never been seen in the history of the selection battle of the 100 World. It was the only case. From this point of view, Qin Shao had completely created a new history. Badger Hall, Qin Shao Yuan, congratulations. You have won the first place on the selection list and made history. Not bad, not bad. And Zhu Zhuo and Luo Zi, congratulations to you for winning the quota to enter the Firmament Academy. Keep up the good work, Elder Li Yin suddenly said. She spoke very seriously to Qin Shao and the others, but not to His Highness Zhu Zhuo and Saintess Luo Zi. In terms of language there was a big difference, but there was no other way. The first place was definitely the most dazzling. As for the second and third place, there was a big difference. Well, the 5 of you can stay. The others can leave. The 5 of you, come with us, Elder Li Yin said to Qin Shao and the other 4. Qin Shao and the other 4 nodded and left with Elder Li Yin. After sending off Qin Shao and the others, the central square was in a complete uproar. There was an uproar and the noise was boiling. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a monstrous, heaven-defying genius. He participated in the selection battle of the 100 Worlds as a second-step ancient saint and won the first place in the selection battle of the 100 World. In the history of the selection battle of the 100 Worlds, is there anyone else like him? Yes, he did. According to what I know, in the history of the 100 Worlds Heavenly Selection Tournament, Qin Shao should be the third. Of course, if we're talking about people from the immortal realm, then Qin Shao is the first. Ah, there really is. It seems that I am too ignorant. Tell me about it. Yeah, I don't know either. Tell me about it. The first era is too long ago, and the records are not very auspicious. Moreover, there are many versions of the story, and there is no way to verify which one is correct. So, I won't talk about the first one. Let's talk about the second. As for the second one, it's probably something that happened 10,000 eras ago. It's not that long ago. Many people should have heard of it. You must be referring to World God Fengyan, right? Right. It was World God Fengyan. Back then, he was a peerless figure who had never been seen before. He was a peerless genius who made his name known throughout the ages. To this day, there are still many legends about him. Yes, I've heard many legends about World God Fengyan as well. I truly am filled with admiration for him. I feel that in all the eras of the universe, there has been no one who can match up to World God Fengyan. I'm afraid that Qin Shao is a bit weaker than World God Fengyan, right? He should be a bit weaker. World God Fengyan, I feel that no one in all the eras can surpass him. How can Qin Shao be compared to World God Fengyan? He probably isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. That's right. World God Fengyan's fame is still as resounding as thunder even after 10,000 eras of the universe. How can Qin Shao compare to him? Listening to the discussions of the crowd and watching the departing figures, Royal Highness Lan Hua's face was still as cold as ice. He hated it. He was supposed to be the first, but now he didn't even get into the top 3. Not only was he no longer in first place, he also lost a spot to enter the Firmament Academy. This was a double blow to him. This blow was incomparably huge, and it made him want to die. He, World God Fengyan, had never suffered such a huge blow in his entire life. But now it was all over. He, Royal Highness Lan Hua, was destined to become a joke. It was a shame that he would never be able to wash away. Qin Shao, you and I can't live under the same sky. Royal Highness Lan Hua's heart was filled with madness. Soon, Qin Shao and the other 4 were brought to a quiet place. This was a forbidden area that no one else was allowed to enter. The other 2 elders left as well. Only Elder Li Yin was left. Elder Li Yin looked at Qin Shao and the other 4 with a smile and said, "Congratulations to the 5 of you. You've all obtained a spot to enter the Firmament Academy. The old man has already reported this to the Firmament Academy. They will soon send someone to bring you to the Firmament Academy. You just need to wait here for a while. You don't need to worry about the others. I will arrange for them to leave Heaven Choice City. If you have any arrangements, you can go and do it. Come back quickly. If there's nothing important, you'd better stay here and wait. Well, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll bring you to the Firmament Academy when they send someone to pick you up. The 5 of you have all stood out from our Heaven Choice City, so I hope that the 5 of you will be friendly and united when you enter the Firmament Academy. After saying that, Elder Li Yen left. The top 3 on the Heaven Choice list were qualified to enter the Firmament Academy. This was an ancient rule that everyone was familiar with. However, Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan were also qualified to enter the Firmament Academy, which surprised Royal Highness Zhu Zhuo and the other 2. Royal Highness Badger Huai was also very surprised. He did not expect that Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan would also be qualified to enter the Firmament Academy. Although Qin Zhao's performance in the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle was the most dazzling, and he could be said to be the best in this year's competition. But the problem was that Qin Xiao was not the team leader. Logically speaking, he should not be qualified to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. However, both Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan had obtained 2 more qualifications to enter the Firmament College. This was very inconceivable. Something like this had never happened before, right? Of course, after hearing the news and being surprised, Royal Highness Badger Huai immediately became happy. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin Xiao, Queen Yuan Yuan, congratulations. I didn't know that you were also qualified to enter the Firmament Academy. Then we can fight side by side in the future. Great, it's really great. Ha. Qin Xiao smiled and said, yes, we can fight side by side in the future. After entering the Firmament Academy, we will have a companion. It's always better to have more people. Otherwise, it will be quite strange to be alone. Royal Highness Badger Huai nodded. This was indeed true. In fact, he was a little worried and inexplicably guilty before. After all, in terms of strength, he was indeed very weak. Although the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle was not completely a competition of strength, there were still some requirements for strength. One's strength had to reach a certain level, right? If he had no strength at all, it would be impossible for him to do so. His Highness Badger Huai relied entirely on Qin Xiao to seize the throne of the Heavenly Selection List's first place. Therefore, his own strength was very weak. At least, he himself was a little weak. Now that Qin Xiao and Yuan Yuan also entered the Firmament Academy, he suddenly had more confidence. At least in this way, with 2 of his own people by his side, he did not have to worry about being bullied and humiliated by others. It would definitely be much better. Royal Highness Zhu Zhuo stood there silently, and for a moment, he was somewhat at a loss. He was relatively arrogant before, at least he certainly did not put Royal Highness Badger Huai in his eyes. But now that Royal Highness Badger Huai had won the first place, he did not have the slightest arrogance in front of Qin Xiao and the other 2. Saintess Luozi was still so cold, and people did not dare to get close to her. Therefore, the atmosphere here was still a little awkward. Logically speaking, now that the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle was over, everyone was the winner and the recipient of glory. Soon, they would enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate together. Logically speaking, everyone would be on the same side in the future. In any case, they had all come out of the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle. Although the previous competition was very fierce, everyone was each other's opponent. Chapter 30-28. The deadlock was broken. As for the holy maiden Luozi, there was no solution. After all, she was cold and aloof, and there was no way to change it. Moreover, the coldness of the holy maiden Loisy was special. It was different from the usual coldness. She could be considered to have played the role of aloofness to the extreme, right? His Highness Zhuzhua put down his pride and soon became friends with Qin Shao and the others. Yuan tried to talk to the holy maiden Loisy again, but this time she did not make much progress, so she came back disheartened. It was too difficult to get close to the holy maiden Loisy. If even a naive and cute girl like Yuan could not get close to her, then the others would be even more difficult. Qin Shao and the others did not have to wait for long. 100 years later, elderly Yen brought an elegant and handsome man with an imposing aura with her. This man looked to be about 30 years old. He was extraordinarily handsome and angular. That pair of eyes was especially bright and possessed an intimidating power. However, his eyes did not make people feel afraid and did not make them afraid to look into them. It was just that if they looked into his eyes for a long time, they would feel that they would be seen through. The aura he emitted was not strong and did not make people feel that it was very sharp. This meant that his aura was very well concealed. However, if they felt it carefully, they would know that it was extremely powerful. Qin Shao took a closer look at the newcomer as well. The newcomer should be a fourth-step ancient saint, but his strength should be extremely strong. Perhaps he should not be weaker than elderly Yen. This man was sent by the Firmament Academy. Was he a student of the Firmament Academy? Qin Shao, let me introduce you. This is Holy Master Bailey II, a student of the Firmament Academy. He entered the Firmament Academy a few years earlier than you. He also graduated from the 100 Worlds Chosen Battle, elderly Yen said. Bailey too smiled at Qin Shao and the others and said, Junior brothers and sisters, I also came from the Dafeng territory. I'm just a few years older than you. Haha, I'm a very casual person. Therefore, you don't have to be nervous in front of me. Just be casual. Everyone, just call me senior brother from now on. If you have any questions in the future, you can look for me and ask me. Greetings to senior brother Bailey too. Qin Shao and the other four looked at each other, and then saluted in unison. Qin Shao was also thinking that this senior brother Bailey too was quite easy to get along with. Moreover, he didn't put on any airs. He gave off a very good feeling. This could also be considered a good thing. If he were to meet those senior brothers who were difficult to get along with, it would also be very uncomfortable. This way, everyone could relax a little. Bailey too smiled happily. Haha, speaking of which, this is my first time picking up a newcomer. It feels pretty good. Back then, I also crawled out of this Heaven's Choice city and walked step by step to where I am today. After a few epochs, it feels pretty good to set foot in Heaven's Choice city again, to set foot in this familiar place where I once had beautiful memories. Looking at you guys, I can't help but remember how I was back then, just like how you are now. This feeling is really, really good. Unfortunately, I can't go back to how I used to be. Time flies, it's gone. It's useless to sigh, you can only look for it in your memories. Bailey too sighed. It seemed that he was a very emotional person. Qin Shao preferred to deal with emotional people. Such people were mostly people who valued friendship and righteousness. People who valued friendship and righteousness were actually not bad people. After lamenting for a while, Bailey too waved his hand and said, all right, let's not talk about the past in front of you guys. Haha, let's talk about something serious. This time, I'm here to pick you guys up and take you to the Firmament Academy. We should set off now. If you have any questions, you can ask me on the way. But the journey is not far, I guess we won't talk for long. Alright, let's go. Hearing Bailey too's words, Qin Shao and the others were a little excited. They were about to enter the Firmament Academy. Just thinking about it made them excited. Bailey too waved his hand and took Qin Shao and the others away. He turned into a stream of light and rushed into the sky, quickly disappearing in front of elderly Yan's eyes. The journey was fast. Qin Shao and the others arrived at the boundary of the Firmament Academy. Like the Saint Academy in the Immortal Realm, the Firmament Academy was very hidden. It did not exist in the real world, but in the ethereal realm. Without the guidance of the Firmament Academy's students, there was no way to find this place. It was the same as the Saint Academy, but compared to the Firmament Academy, the Saint Academy was too far behind. Not to mention other things, just the foundation of the Saint Academy was far beyond the Saint Academies. At this time, what appeared in front of Qin Shao and the others was a vast nebula, magnificent and magnificent. And in that vast nebula, there was a huge group of buildings, surrounded by the nebula, which looked very sacred, magnificent, and majestic. At a glance, it could give people an unprecedented sense of shock, the kind of extreme shock that went straight to the soul. Looking at it, Qin Shao and the others could not help but widen their eyes slightly, emitting some light. His excitement surged once again. In front of them was the legendary Firmament Academy. The Saint Realm of the Great Path, or even the Great Thousand World, the top academy, the highest academy. All the top geniuses in the whole Great Thousand World were racking their brains to get into the Firmament College to cultivate. As the top academy in the Immortal Realm, the Saint Academy was too far behind the Firmament Academy. They were not at the same level at all. Perhaps after countless years of development, the Saint Academy would slowly catch up and narrow the gap. But it was estimated that it was impossible to completely catch up. Looking at the Firmament Academy in front of them from afar, they could not help but feel excited, and their blood boiled. Especially for Qin Shao and the others, who were about to enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate, and were about to enter this sacred place. His feelings could not be expressed in words. 5 junior brothers and sisters, we have already entered the territory of the Firmament Academy, and the Firmament Academy is in front of us. Ha ha, this is the first time we have seen the Firmament Academy, and we are about to enter the Firmament Academy. I would like to interview you. How do you feel now? Saint Master Bailey too laughed, and said to Qin Shao and the others, How do I feel? Qin Shao smiled and said, happy, excited, and looking forward to it. Basically, everyone is in the same mood, right? Saint Master Bailey too smiled and nodded. Yes, basically, everyone is in the same mood. That's why, when I see how you guys are feeling right now, I'm reminded of how I felt back then too. However, I'm much more excited than you guys. I even screamed directly. Your performance is pretty good. None of you screamed. You're all pretty calm. Your state of mind is pretty good. Let's go, let's go. I will take you to the real Firmament Academy and show you some different feelings. This time, besides the 5 of you, there are some other new students. Some of them are from the Great Way Saint Realm, and some are from other Saint Realms. Hearing Saint Master Bailey II's words, everyone was surprised. This time, there were many new students entering the Firmament Academy together? It was not just the 5 of them? Previously, Qin Shao and the others really thought that there were only 5 of them. They did not expect that the situation was not so. It seemed that the situation was different this time. There were many other people, which made it lively. It was also a good thing that there were many people entering the Firmament Academy in the same bat. They did not know who else would join. Why are you surprised? It's normal. This time, the situation is a bit special. Many things happened just in time. So, there are more new junior brothers and sisters entering the Firmament Academy this time, much more than usual. Our Firmament Academy has not had a situation like this for a long time. You are lucky this time. You are very lucky to have encountered it this time. It will be more lively if there are more people entering the Firmament Academy in the same batch. Of course, there will be more competition. If you want to perform well in this batch, then the pressure will be a lot greater. There will be a lot of people competing with you. It won't be that easy. Haha, but I still think highly of you. After all, you came from the Heaven Choice City. People who come from the Heaven Choice City have always been good. Saint Master Bailey too said again, and continued to lead Qin Shao and the others forward. Soon, he led the 5 of them into the magnificent building complex. The building complex here was very large and incomparably magnificent. It was separated into different parts. It was divided into different areas by the nebula. Some areas were not only separated by the nebula, but also shrouded in a sacred aura. A powerful force enveloped them, isolating them from everything. At first glance, one could tell that those areas were not ordinary. They were definitely not ordinary places. Saint Master Bailey too led Qin Shao and the others to an area and landed on an open space. The open space on the ground was actually not land, nor was it jade. It was a nebula. Stepping on it, it felt a little magical. This open space was very large. Around this open space, there were several areas that were connected to many buildings. The location was good, and there was some elegance in the magnificence. Furthermore, each building felt very unique. They were all different, but they all had their own merit. Qin Shao and the others looked around curiously, looking at the Firmament Academy along the way. The Firmament Academy was not very big. According to the building area, it was estimated to be only twice the size of the Saint Academy. In terms of the Earth domain, it was bigger. But along the way, it seemed that they did not see anyone. Even though he had landed in the Firmament College, he still hadn't seen anyone else, which was a bit strange. There were new students entering the Firmament Academy, but no one was curious to come out and take a look. There was no one to be seen. Bailey too, you're quite fast. You've already returned from Heaven Choice City. A voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Shao could not help but look over. He saw a man as handsome as Bailey too coming over with 5 guys and a girl. The person who spoke was obviously a disciple of the Firmament Academy. And the 6 people behind him were obviously the geniuses who had entered the Firmament Academy this time. When Qin Zhao's gaze landed on a man, he was so excited that his entire body couldn't help but tremble. His face was filled with a thick sense of surprise. The other party was even more so when he saw Qin Shao. Author Can Shang 4th update, more than 13,000 words. This time, no one will scold Can Shang, right? Can Shang beg for flowers. Chapter 30-29. Brother Pure. Haha, Qin Shao, my good brother. After the 2 of them looked at each other excitedly, they ran over and shouted in unison. The person Qin Shao saw was none other than Brother Pure. He had not seen Brother Pure for tens of millions of years. Brother Pure had left the Hongming universe. Qin Shao had always been thinking about Brother Pure. He did not expect to see him in the Firmament Academy. What a surprise, what a big surprise. It was completely beyond Qin Zhao's expectation. This sudden turn of events left everyone else dumbfounded. They looked at Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjie in astonishment. One was from the Great Path Sanctuary, the other was from the Immortal Realm. One was a genius selected from other forces, and the other was a genius from the 100 Worlds selection battle. They actually knew each other. Good brother. Qin Shao and Brother Pure gave each other a bear hug. Such a bear hug between men was enough to prove that their friendship was very deep. Qin Shao and Brother Pure might have imagined the scene of meeting each other, but they had never thought of this. Since Brother Pure left the Hongming universe tens of millions of years ago, the 2 had not contacted each other. They did not know how each other was doing. After all, Brother Pure was in the Great Path Sanctuary, while Qin Shao was in the Immortal Realm. The distance between them was too far. When Qin Shao came to the Great Tao Sacred Realm this time, he had thought about looking for Brother Pure Heart. However, he had quickly participated in the 100 Worlds chosen battle, so he had no time to consider this matter. It was a big surprise to meet Brother Pure here. Both of them were pleasantly surprised. Ha ha, Qin Shao, I haven't seen you for tens of millions of years, but you have already grown to the third step ancient saint realm. You have already caught up with me. Your speed, TSK, I have to admire you. You even entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate. However, you were actually sent here from the 100 Worlds Heavenly Selection Battle. I thought that if there were any places in the immortal realm, you might come here from the immortal realm. I didn't expect this, ha ha. Brother Pure laughed heartily. He was very happy. Qin Shao chuckled. Brother Purity was also a third-step ancient saint, and it was clear that he had broken through to the third-step ancient saint realm quite some time ago. Being able to enter the Firmament Academy was enough to show how powerful Brother Chuanjia's strength and talent were. Although Brother Pure was a rare genius in the Hongming universe, in fact, he was not particularly dazzling. To be honest, Qin Shao had never thought that Brother Chuanjia would be able to stand at such a height. Of course, Qin Shao was also very happy for Brother Chuanjia. Hey, can you guys change the time if you want to have a casual chat? We don't have time to listen to you talk. A dissatisfied voice came. It was the person who came with Brother Pure. Qin Shao was reminded of Her Highness Lan Hua when she saw her arrogant demeanor. This person was probably the same type as Princess Lan Hua. However, Qin Shao did not bother to pay attention to this kind of person. Just let her be. Brother Pure gave the man a cold stare and said to Qin Shao, "Brother, let's talk later." Qin Shao nodded. Anyway, there was still a long way to go. In the future, they would all cultivate in the Firmament Academy. There would be plenty of opportunities. The two groups walked together. Saint Venerable Bailey II and another Saint Venerable were chatting in the front. They talked and laughed, and the others followed behind. Qin Shao, that person is Saint Venerable Longya. Grandpa is a world god, and the force behind him is very powerful. He is much more powerful than Princess Lan Hua. I heard that this person has a very bad temper. Once you provoke him, you will be in big trouble. His Highness Badger Huai whispered to Qin Shao. Obviously, he was implying that Qin Shao should be careful and not provoke this guy. This person was more difficult to provoke than Princess Lan Hua. Qin Shao did not care too much and smiled indifferently. Of course, he would not take the initiative to provoke others. However, the situation was often the case. Therefore, there were some things that could not be avoided even if you did not want to do it. The disaster that was bound to come would come. There was no way to avoid it, and there was no way to escape. As the saying goes, if you don't like it, just do it. Bailey II and the senior brother stopped in the open space. Qin Shao and the others could only follow. It was still very quiet here. Except for them, there was no one else. In the open space, it was very spacious. There was no next move. No one knew what they were waiting for. Qin Shao and the others came to the Firmament Academy for the first time. They were not officially admitted yet, so Qin Shao and the others were a little anxious and nervous. They could only wait in silence. Not long after, another group of people came. Haha, Junior Brother Bailey II, Junior Brother Xan Lanya, I've made you wait for a long time. The leader of the group shouted from afar. Behind him, there were 5 people. The lineup of 4 men and 1 woman was also peerlessly beautiful. At first glance, one could tell that they were extremely extraordinary. Each of them had the appearance of a celestial being and peerless beauty. Moreover, each of the 5 people had a different aura. There was the aura of the Immortal Domain, the Great Way Sword Realm, the Power Saint Realm, the Elemental Saint Realm, and an elusive aura that was difficult to capture. 5 people, 5 different auras. Obviously, they came from different saint realms. The Firmament Academy would also select peerless geniuses from other saint realms and even the vast 1,000 secret realms to cultivate in the Firmament Academy. The 5 people also landed and stood in the open space. The 5 of them looked curiously at Qin Shao and the other 2 teams. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the man who exuded immortal qi. However, he did not know him. He was not from the Saint Academy. Therefore, he did not know which force this peerless genius came from. A third step ancient saint. Qin Shao had met a good person in the immortal domain. Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the person from the elemental saint realm. She was a beautiful woman, with colorful auras lingering around her. She looked very mysterious. Seeing the elemental saint girl, Qin Shao could not help but think of Gu Lingyue. He did not know how she was doing in the elemental saint realm. Qin Shao really missed her. I have to think of a way to get close to her and see if I can get some information from her. I guess it's better to let Yuan get close to her since she has a name in the elemental saint realm. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He already had some ideas. He would talk about it later. He did not want to think too much about it for now. Saint Master Bailey too and the other two gathered together. After a few words, they went back to their respective places. As soon as Saint Master Bailey too came back, he let out a strange laugh at Qin Shao and the others. Looking at his strange laugh, they felt a little strange. It seemed that something was going to happen, and it did not seem to be a friendly thing. The time for you to perform well is coming. I'm telling you now. If you don't perform well and embarrass me, I'll punish you with wine. It's the first time I've received such a good task. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Whether or not you can let me, your senior brother, shine once and regain my face will depend on your performance. Hearing Saint Master Bailey too's words, Qin Shao and the others looked at each other. Obviously, they did not understand what he meant. There was still something waiting for them to do. His Highness Badger Huai could not help but ask, Brother Bailey too, don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us directly. What do you want us to do? Why do I feel that the situation is not good? Saint Master Bailey too stared at His Highness Badger Huai and said, Bah, don't talk nonsense. What do you mean by not good? It's a good thing. This is a great opportunity for you to enter the Firmament Academy. Whether or not you can shine, whether or not you can be glorious, depends on your own performance. The situation is like this. There is an unwritten tradition in the Firmament Academy that has been passed down. Now it has become a more important ceremony for the seniors of the Firmament Academy to welcome the new students. You guys are interesting this time. The competition is still very strong. There are so many people. There are a total of 16 new students this time. So, those senior brothers will definitely play a lot of tricks. So, you guys have to cheer up. After listening to Saint Master Bailey too's words, Qin Shao and the others understood what was going on. It turned out to be an event to welcome the new students. This was not surprising. This kind of thing happened to many forces, so it was a common phenomenon. It wasn't surprising at all. There were 16 people this time. It seemed that the competition was indeed very strong. Moreover, to Qin Shao and the other four, they were still at a slight disadvantage. After all, the people who came out of the 100-world selection battle were always a little weaker than those who were selected from other places. For example, His Highness Badger Huai. If he had not been selected from the 100-world selection battle, he would not have been able to enter the Firmament Academy. In a normal selection, he had no chance of being selected. He didn't have any qualifications. So, if they really wanted to compare, His Highness Badger Huai was obviously weaker than the others. Not only His Highness Badger Huai, but even His Highness Zhu Zhua, Saintess Luozi, and Yuan were weaker. If possible, Qin Zhao's strength was completely comparable to the others. His Highness Badger Huai looked at the other two teams and could not help but smile bitterly. He had just finished the 100-world selection battle, and now he had to immediately enter a new battle. It was really hard for him to complain. As if he had seen through His Highness Badger Huai's thoughts, Bailey too said again, Badger Huai, don't let me down. Otherwise, I have a way to make you suffer. All of you cheer up. Show your determination and fighting spirit. Although you may be weaker than the other two teams, it doesn't matter. It is still possible for the weak to defeat the strong. As long as you have enough determination and fighting spirit, there is hope to create a good result. And there are many ways to play. You don't necessarily need to face the other two teams head-on. So, you don't have to be modest, just do it. Showing off once is also a way for you to fight for your own pride and make your first shot at entering the Firmament Academy. It may also be beneficial for your future cultivation. Like I said, if you win face, I will treat you to wine. If you lose face, I will punish you with wine. Chapter 30. Soon, Bailey 2 and the other two brought Qin Shao and the rest of the 16 people who had entered the Firmament College for cultivation to a place. This should be a place for cultivation and discussion. As soon as they entered, they felt that the aura was different. As soon as they entered, they immediately felt many pairs of eyes looking at them. Some of them were sharp and thorny, which made them feel uncomfortable. The new disciples were indeed a little scared in front of the senior brothers. Qin Shao quickly looked around and found that there were 23 senior brothers of the ancient Saint realm in the Firmament College gathered here. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they were not inferior to Bailey 2 and the rest. Some of them did not even hide their auras, and the aura they exuded was too frightening. They displayed their strength in a very high-profile manner. Many of them even had a playful and evil smile on their faces. This made Qin Shao and the rest feel as if they had become prey. At this time, they were placed in a hunting ground, waiting to be slaughtered by these hunters. This kind of feeling was naturally very unpleasant. Although they knew this situation, it was difficult to face it completely calmly. At the very least, someone like Qin Shao, who had some pride in his heart, would definitely not like to be bullied by those senior brothers. Bailey 2 and the other two led the team, and the senior brothers were already rubbing their palms, looking at Qin Shao and the rest as if they were looking for a target. Qin Shao and the rest felt as if they were waiting to be slaughtered. They still did not know what kind of game this was. Everyone who wants to go first. Who will be the first to shoot? Ha ha ha, I'm not the first one. The first and last ones will have to pay a lot of money. I'm so poor that I can't afford to pay. Tisk, you're just stingy and stingy. You're so rich, but you're still so stingy. I think you should stop playing, or else you'll feel bad. No one is coming? Ha ha ha, then I won't pass on my responsibility. Let me be the first to win. A senior brother who was a fourth-step ancient saint walked out with a smile on his face. His gaze swept over Yuan, Holy Maiden Luozi, and the others, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. However, this was not a perverted smile, but a smile of appreciation. Hee, I didn't expect 4 beautiful ladies to come in this time. Looks like I'll have to be a little gentler. Otherwise, if I hurt you girls, I'll feel bad, the senior brother chuckled. However, these frivolous words made Holy Maiden Luozi frown coldly. Yi Shaoxing, don't talk so much. Let's start quickly. I'm warning you, don't make things too difficult for them. Otherwise, I'll stay at your cultivation place for tens of millions of years and drink until you're broke. Holy Venerate Bailey too rolled his eyes at his senior brother, Yi Shaoxing, who was a fourth-step ancient saint. Holy Venerate Yi Shaoxing glared at Holy Venerate Bailey too, but it seemed like he was a little afraid of Holy Venerate Bailey Tuesday. After glaring at him, he hurriedly said, Scram, my place doesn't welcome bandits like you. You're simply a shameless bandit. Don't even think about going to my place to eat and drink for free. The door of my cultivation place will forever be closed to you. Do you think I won't make things difficult for them just because you asked me not to? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? I've waited for an entire universe epic for this. If I don't make things difficult for them, wouldn't I have wasted all this time? Furthermore, I'm going to be the vanguard. You can't let me off so easily, right? Holy Venerate Bailey too glared at Holy Venerate Yi Shaoxing, and did not bother to say anything else. Yi Xiao glanced at the crowd again and smiled evilly. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Looking at his smile, everyone felt that something bad was going to happen. His hand suddenly moved, and a sparkling and translucent crystal appeared in his hand. The surface of the crystal was shrouded in holy light. Looking at this crystal, everyone felt that it was extraordinary. It emitted the aura of the great Tao. Junior brother Yi Xiaosheng, we all know that you're stingy, but we didn't expect you to be so stingy. You have the nerve to be the vanguard with this little thing? Where's your shame? Where's your shame? You're not even willing to take out something good to be the vanguard. I think you should just let me be the vanguard. A senior brother in the fourth step of the ancient saint realm sneered. Immediately, other senior brothers in the fourth step of the ancient saint realm chimed in. Senior brother Yi Xiaosheng, you're the vanguard. Isn't it inappropriate to take out a Tao source crystal? Ha ha ha, don't say that. Senior brother Yi Xiaosheng is actually alright. A Tao source crystal can be considered a relatively precious item. Precious my ass. If you're not the vanguard, you can take it out. If you take it out first, I'll despise you. If you can take out any treasure to be the vanguard, I would have snatched it long ago. That's right. Even I don't dare to be the vanguard. Everyone wants to be in the limelight, but it's not that easy to get it. How can you do it without paying a price? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Yi Xiaosheng seemed to be a little thick-skinned. He didn't care at all. He grinned and said to the crowd, Tisk, you guys only know how to speak in hindsight. Why don't you go? Since you guys aren't willing to be humble, I can only throw a brick to attract jade. A Tao source crystal is very precious to these new junior brothers and sisters, okay? Moreover, I'm not the only one in this round. All of you have to take out a treasure as well. Of course, you can't give them too good. Otherwise, these junior brothers and sisters will die of fattening. That's not a good thing. We can't feed them too much. Otherwise, it'll lose its meaning. Our purpose is to train the new disciples. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the Tao source crystal in Yi Xiaosheng's hand. However, this was the first time Qin Zhao had heard of this thing. Naturally, he didn't know what it was used for. His Highness Badger Huai said to Qin Zhao, Tao source crystals are said to be the crystallization of the birth of the great Tao. They contain the most primitive and purest great Tao laws. A Tao source crystal is relatively precious. It's indeed a great help to the cultivation of the great Tao. Moreover, this kind of help has no side effects, so it's better. However, Tao source crystals are too rare. Although their value isn't particularly high, they're rare and difficult to find. If it's just one crystal, the effect will be slightly worse. If there are 5 of them together, the value will soar by dozens of times. It seems that it's also a good thing. Qin Zhao smiled. His Highness Badger Huai nodded and said, Yes, it's definitely a good thing. After all, this is the first round. Although the other senior brothers are laughing at senior brother Yi Xiaosheng, a Tao source crystal is actually a very precious thing, at least for us. Qin Zhao nodded. Hearing His Highness Badger Huai's words, Qin Zhao knew that it was very precious. Qin Zhao naturally had some ideas about this kind of thing in his heart. However, he didn't know how senior brother Yi Xiaosheng wanted to play. Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. I originally had a game in mind, but after seeing you guys, I changed my mind. I thought of a very fun game. You guys happen to have 16 people, 4 women and 12 men. Then quickly divide yourselves into groups. 3 men and 1 woman will form a group. After dividing yourselves into groups, I'll tell you the specific rules of the game. The one who wins in the end will get this Tao source crystal. If you're the last, there will be some punishment. So, you must not have an indifferent attitude. That's not a good attitude. 3 men and 1 woman in a group? What was this for? No one knew what Yi Xiao was thinking when he became a holy venerate. However, they had no other choice at this time. They could only listen to Yi Zhao's arrangement and do as he said. Qin Shao pulled Brother Pure, His Highness Badger Huai, and Yuan Yuan into a group. As for His Highness Zhu Zhua and Saintess Luo Zi, they could only find other people. Qin Shao couldn't do anything about it. If he wanted to pull people in, he would definitely prioritize his brothers. The 4 groups were quickly divided into 4 groups. The most mixed group was His Highness Zhu Zhua's group. They had people from all 3 groups. It could be considered as a hodgepodge. Although Qin Zhao's group also had people from 2 groups, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were life and death brothers, so they were actually on the same side. Tacit understanding was definitely a more important aspect. If it wasn't good, then the situation wouldn't be good. After the groups were divided, Yi Shaosheng pursed his lips and said with a strange smile, "The rules of the game are actually very simple. I still care about you freshmen, so I won't make it difficult for you. I'll just play a little. How about this, you 4 girls stand in 4 places, no more than 1. The men in each group are responsible for protecting the girls in your group. While protecting them, you are responsible for attacking the other groups and finding ways to kidnap the girls of the other group. Once a girl is kidnapped, the group will be eliminated. The first group to be eliminated, pay attention. You're going to be unlucky. The group that stands at the end will be the winner. You 4 girls are not allowed to attack. You can only stand there. There are men. If they kidnap you, you can't resist. Only the people in your group can save you." Ha! I'm a genius. I'm definitely a great genius. I can even think of such a fun game. It's so cool. I'm looking forward to it. I'm really looking forward to it. Come on, let's play. Let's play. Don't waste time. Hurry up. Listening to the rules of the game described by Yi Shaosheng, it was indeed a little refreshing. But whether such a game was fun or not, they would only know after playing it. Since they couldn't resist, they could only try their best. Although Yi Shaosheng said to start, the 4 groups obviously didn't move. They just stood there and looked at each other. It was not easy to attack and defend at the same time. The distribution of the members would also be a big problem. If they attacked blindly, the strength of the defense would be weak. Then, they might lose the defense. Once they lost the defense, they would be eliminated. So, if they thought about it carefully, they would feel that it was better to defend. But if they defended blindly, there would be no way to attack. However, defense might be more important in the early stage. Anyway, as long as they didn't lose the defense, there would be no problem. The number of people in each group was the same. It wouldn't increase or decrease. So, no matter when they fought, it wouldn't have much effect. Perhaps everyone was thinking about this, so they all stood there and defended. No one made the first move to break this stalemate. In this place, the one who attacked first might not be the strongest and could gain the upper hand. After all, there were 4 groups, and they were all staring at each other. Whoever attacked first might be the one who attacked first. Chapter 30-31. However, it would be awkward if they did not make a move. The situation was in a stalemate. Once the situation was in a stalemate, it would not be fun anymore. This was not what everyone wanted to see. Yi Shaosheng was a little anxious and urged, "Hey, you guys, are you not giving me face? I am taking care of you and not making things difficult for you. If you continue to act like this, your senior brother will get angry. When senior brother gets angry, even I'm scared. Let me ask you, are you scared? Hurry up and start. Stop wasting time. You guys are not having fun at all. If you don't have fun, you will have to suffer later." Bailey 2 and the other 2 stepped aside and started to make bets in private. They were betting on whose group would perform better. To them, this was an intangible achievement. After all, they were the ones who went to pick up Bailey 2 and introduced him to the Firmament Academy. They were also the guides. In addition, this was a good tradition of the Firmament Academy, so they naturally valued it more. Whoever had the best results in their group would be able to bask in the glory of their face. They would be able to show off in front of their fellow disciples. This was a rare opportunity to be in the limelight. Bailey too and the other two naturally wanted to win. Qin Shao, you guys have to stay calm. Don't be fooled by Yi Shaoxing. Don't worry about him. Just take care of yourselves, Holy Venerable Bailey too said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was the most outstanding person in the heavens chosen battle. Therefore, Bailey too naturally placed his bet on Qin Shao. Qin Shao looked at Saint Venerable Bailey too and nodded. Qin Shao was too lazy to care so much. If the enemy did not move, he would not move. If the enemy moved, he would act according to the situation. The newest one to make a move might not necessarily be able to win the game. Even if he had the upper hand, it would be useless. It would be of no help. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally did not care. However, the tree may want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Qin Shao didn't take any action, but some people couldn't wait any longer. One group attacked His Highness Zhujua's group, and His Highness Zhujua's group could only retaliate. Another group also took the opportunity to attack His Highness Zhujua's group. While they were weak, they wanted to take down His Highness Zhujua's group. Facing the attacks of the two groups, as well as the fact that His Highness Zhujua's group was originally a team, there were people from the other two camps. Thus, it was basically impossible for the two of them to resist. With only His Highness Zhujua resisting, it was naturally difficult for him to do so alone. Moreover, His Highness Zhujua's strength did not have any advantage. Under such circumstances, the situation naturally became somewhat worrisome from the beginning, and they directly fell into a disadvantage. With two groups of people suppressing His Highness Zhujua, how could His Highness Zhujua have the chance to resist? But it's just. At this moment, Qin Shao said to Brother Pure, "It seems that the two groups have secretly joined forces. We have to take action now, otherwise we will be the ones to suffer later. Each of us will be responsible for one group. I will attack the group with more people, and you will be responsible for the other group. Let's try to eliminate them at the same time when they eliminate His Highness Zhujua. In that case we will be able to win in the fastest and easiest way." "Haha brother, you have the same idea as me. I think so too. However, let me deal with the group with more people. After all, I reached the three-step ancient saint realm much earlier than you." Brother Pure suddenly laughed. Qin Shao did not reply. Instead, he directly attacked the group with the most people at this time. Seeing that Qin Shao had directly attacked, Brother Pure had no choice but to attack the other group as well. The group he attacked was the one he was in previously. There was only one person in that group guarding the girl, and the other two went to kill His Highness Zhujua. The man on the defense frowned when he saw Brother Chuanjie charging at him. They were in a group before, but now they were facing each other in close combat. Brother Pure, you are so powerful. You want to fight me?" The man immediately snorted angrily and said angrily. Brother Pure grinned and said with a smile, "Haha, Wing Saint, don't be angry. It's just a game. Why take it so seriously?" Get out of here." Wing Saint was angry and snorted angrily. Brother Chun Jie shook his head with a helpless look on his face. Then, he launched a powerful attack. The two of them instantly clashed with each other. Suddenly, intense sparks flew out from the collision. On the other side, Qin Shao also attacked the other group. There were two defenders there. One was a strength saint, while the other was a heart force saint. Seeing Qin Shao attack, the two of them were surprised and swept their cold gazes over. The Heart Force Saint directly used the power of the laws of Heart Force to attack, howling as he attacked Qin Zhao's spiritual consciousness. He unleashed a wave of extremely fierce and strange attacks. It was also an attack of the laws of Heart Force, but in the hands of this Heart Force Saint, it seemed especially strange, especially powerful and especially sharp. It felt a bit different from the laws of heart force that Qin Shao had grasped. Of course, this clearly wasn't a fundamental difference, but the methods used were different, which was why it felt different. Qin Shao really hadn't encountered many heart force cultivators in the past. Even if he had, most of them were heart force cultivators on the side. Qin Shao had seen heart force saints in Guyong City before, as well as in the Eight Realms Alliance, but he'd never truly fought against them. This was Qin Zhao's first time fighting against a heart force saint, so it naturally gave Qin Shao a very different feeling. It was as if he'd opened a completely new door. This allowed Qin Shao to see many things and comprehend many things in an instant. It turned out that heart force could be used in such a manner. It could be used in such a manner. It could be used in such a strange manner. Although it was just a bit of enlightenment, it would clearly be of great benefit to Qin Zhao's heart force cultivation, especially in the application of heart force. Before this, Qin Shao could be said to be a blank slate. Now it gave Qin Shao some inspiration, some ideas, and some insight. This person's heart force actually contained the power of other laws as well. It contained the power of the laws of all things and the laws of darkness, and it was completely fused with the power of heart force, becoming one. The power of three laws simultaneously exploded in Qin Zhao's soul and consciousness. It howled wildly, as if it wanted to obliterate Qin Shao. One had to admit that this was a very powerful and ferocious beast. In the face of this sudden and fierce attack, this incomparably powerful attack indeed had the power to destroy everything in its path. For a moment, Qin Zhao's heart sank. This was a threat to him. However, Qin Shao quickly counterattacked. His heart force immediately surged out to resist the power of the attack. Of course, Qin Zhao's heart force clearly couldn't withstand the opponent's ferocious attack. It could only alleviate some of the impact. But how should one put it? Heart force attacks had their advantages, but they also had their disadvantages. The advantage of heart force attacks was that they killed people without leaving a trace. They were very difficult to guard against and impossible to parry. The disadvantage was that as long as one's state of mind was strong enough, and the power of one's mind was strong enough, one would be able to withstand it and not be obliterated in a short period of time. Therefore, even though Qin Zhao's heart force was much weaker than his opponent's, Qin Zhao's strength lay in his state of mind and the power of his mind. These strengths also greatly supported Qin Shao, making it so that Qin Shao wouldn't be defeated so easily. Being able to withstand this power, Qin Shao didn't hesitate to attack the other person. He used the power of 6 laws, pushing the power of his inner world to the limit. He used the heaven-splitting sword art with all his strength. A peerless sharpness burst forth, and the sword's momentum soared to the heavens. The sword slashed down powerfully, fiercely towards the other man. Qin Shao had relied on this sword to eliminate Her Highness Lan Hua. Therefore, the power of this sword strike was enough to show how extraordinary it was. This wasn't Qin Zhao's full strength. Qin Shao believed that he didn't need to use his full strength for the time being, nor was there a need to. It was not a good thing to reveal all of his strength too early. That man felt Qin Zhao's terrifying sword momentum, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Inexplicably, he seemed to smell a trace of danger. No, it couldn't be. That man quickly used his full strength to meet Qin Zhao's attack. But as soon as they clashed, his expression abruptly changed, and he was filled with shock and shock. Qin Zhao's sword wasn't just peerless sharpness, it was also filled with thick and powerful strength. This sword was too strong and too domineering. It was so sharp that it was simply unstoppable. Although that man attacked with his full strength, he still suffered a great loss, and was sent flying by Qin Zhao's sword. Once a person was sent flying, they would no longer have the chance to protect others. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't hesitate, and didn't give that man a chance to return. He charged directly towards the girl from the Elemental Saint realm. That man from the Heartforce Saint realm couldn't stop Qin Shao at all. His most powerful technique of Heartforce had attacked Qin Shao with all his strength, but he still couldn't stop Qin Shao. When Qin Shao arrived in front of him, how could he stop him? Therefore, Qin Shao didn't spend too much effort and didn't encounter too many obstacles, and he took away the girl from the Elemental Saint realm. Once she was in his hands, Qin Shao didn't hesitate, and quickly retreated back to his square formation. The girl from the Elemental Saint realm, who'd been captured by Qin Shao, looked at Qin Shao with a strange gaze. There was a bit of curiosity but also a bit of an indescribable expression. Qin Zhao's side got it very smoothly and eliminated the first group. Brother Pure's side also didn't have any accidents. They also repelled Winged Saint and captured the girl from the Great Tao Saint realm. At the same time, His Highness Zhu Zhu's side naturally couldn't block the attacks of the three people, and was defeated early on. It was just that the three people fought over the rights to Saintess Luozi, which gave Qin Shao and Brother Pure some time. So, the three people basically ended their battle at the same time. And once the battle of these three people ended, it was basically the end of the whole game. The people in the three groups were eliminated at the same time, and only Qin Zhao's group was left. So, the game ended just like that, in a very dramatic way. Everyone looked at each other in dismay at such a result. Obviously, it was something beyond everyone's expectations. This wasn't exciting at all. It was over in just a few moves, and there was nothing to see. There wasn't much fighting at all. The game just started, and it was over. Just thinking about it made people feel bored. Damn! Yi Zhao's eyes widened, and his mouth opened as he looked over. After a long while, he couldn't help but complain. This was different from the scene he'd imagined, very different. Author, Cruel Death 3rd Update. I beg for fresh flowers. Chapter 30-32. Everyone looked at Qin Shao and Brother Pure with a weird expression. The two of them had put on a good show just now. On the other hand, the two of them had also shown their true strength. Such a scene naturally shocked everyone. Especially Qin Shao. Under the situation of 1 against 2, he was still able to kidnap one of them. This was enough to show his strength. Those who were able to make it here should be at the limit of the ancient sage 3rd step. Moreover, they were all peerless geniuses who had not lived for long. Hence, they should be at the same level. Moreover, everyone knew about the situation of the 100 worlds chosen. Theoretically, those who came out of the 100 worlds chosen were weaker. But this time, Qin Shao was in the limelight. Naturally, he attracted many hostile gazes. Especially the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable, who was hostile to Brother Pure. He glared at Brother Pure and scolded, "Traitor! Judge my ass! F***ck off." Brother Pure was also not in a good mood. He directly retorted. He was too lazy to care about it earlier. Now that he had given an inch, he could not tolerate it. Saint Sovereign Longya furrowed his brows. He was enraged as he glared at Brother Chuanjie. His eyes were full of threat. However, Brother Pure was not moved by such a threat. He did not care at all. He was not afraid of Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable. Brother Pure did not care earlier because Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable was not going too far. Plus, Brother Pure did not want to make enemies. But now, he could not tolerate it. Let's do it. What a simple matter. Ha! Qin Shao, you did well. Good job. Bailey too laughed happily and praised Qin Shao. After saying that, Sacred Venerate Bailey too immediately said to Sacred Venerate Yi Shao Xing, "Yi Shao Xing, don't dawdle. Hurry up and hand over the Tao Source Crystal." Yi Shao Xing glared at Bailey Tuesday. He did not even have the chance to play and it was over. This Tao Source Crystal was truly a huge waste. But there was no other way. Yi Shaoxing could only throw the Dao Source Crystal to Qin Shao, curling his lips and saying, "I'll give you the Dao Source Crystal, you can distribute it among yourselves. You guys are too boring. Not fun at all. It's so depressing." Qin Shao took the Dao Source Crystal. The feeling of holding it in his hand was indeed very wonderful. It could arouse one's greed. Just by looking at it, Qin Shao couldn't help but want to eat it immediately. "Brother, you can keep it first. Don't be so courteous," Brother Pure said directly. Qin Shao would not stand on ceremony with his brother Pure. He would accept it first. As for other things, it would not be too late to talk about it after he had passed this test. This was not a place for modesty. The first game had ended, but Qin Shao felt that he and Brother Pure had made a lot of enemies. Many people looked at him with hatred in their eyes. It seemed that it would not be easy to pass this test of entering the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao and the others continued to wait for the second game. "Everyone, we can only have 2 chances at most. We can't waste any more. Think carefully before you come out. Don't be like junior brother Yi Shaoxing and waste our chances. That would be boring." A senior brother of the ancient saint realm in the 4th step said to the other senior brothers. Hearing this, Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. 2 more chances at most? That is to say, they can only play 3 games with us. His Highness Badger Huai nodded and said, "Yes, it's indeed like this. This is also the tradition of the Firmament Academy. Seniors can only play 3 games when they welcome freshmen. Of course it's not unlimited. Of course, not every senior brother can play a game. There are 20 or 30 senior brothers here. If everyone comes out to play, how long will it take? If we play like that, we'll probably break down. So, it's definitely impossible." Qin Shao nodded. He had been wondering about this problem before. He had been thinking about how long it would take to play with so many senior brothers. It turned out that it was not like this. There was still a limit. If there was a limit, it would be much better. If there were only 3 games, it would be very easy. There was no need to worry about anything at all. Now that they had played 1 game, there were only 2 games left. Thinking about it, there were some games for seniors to welcome freshmen. Many forces had some, but there would also be a limit. After all, they would be a family in the future. The Firmament Academy would not allow these seniors to mess around and play too much. It was normal for the seniors to oppress the freshmen to show off their status in the Firmament Academy. But they certainly did not dare to play too much. Otherwise, how could the higher-ups indulge them? Yi Shaoxing's first game ended too quickly, which disappointed everyone. It was also a bad start. He didn't lead them well, and everyone had some misgivings. Therefore, no one was in a hurry to stand up for the second game. They were all thinking about how to play it better. After a long while, one of the senior brothers finally stood up. "Since no one is coming, let me play this game." After saying this, the senior martial brother waved his hand and a red crystal ball appeared in his hand. Inside the crimson crystal ball, it was filled with fiery power that was incomparably turbulent. Looking inside, it was like a huge planet. It was shining with red light. Looking at it from a distance, it was very scary, very scary. The crimson crystal ball was filled with an incomparably explosive power. What kind of treasure was this? From the looks of it, it should be extremely dangerous. The senior brother said, "Junior brothers and sisters, this is called the Red Explosion Planet. I got it by chance in a secret realm. There were 2 of them, but I have already given away one. There is only 1 left. The power of this Red Explosion Planet is extremely strong. It is enough to kill a 4th step ancient saint. Even for us, it has a certain degree of lethality. Once it is used well, it can even seriously injure us. This Red Explosion Planet can be used as a life-saving trump card for you for the time being. Ha ha, I am much more generous than your senior brother, Yi Shaoxing. I am not as stingy as him. On the Crimson Explosion Planet, A fourth-step Empyrean saint was able to severely injure Ji Yuan. What a good treasure! Hee brother. If we join forces, we will have the world. Just now we were just testing our skills. It was so easy to get it. So, if we join forces, we won't need to spend much effort at all. We will definitely be able to wipe out thousands of enemies. This red explosion planet is definitely ours. We will reserve it. Brother Pure smiled at Qin Shao, extremely confident. Qin Shao smiled. In fact, he was also extremely confident. Humph, two arrogant brats. You were just lucky just now. Don't think you can be so lucky this time. Longya Saint Sovereign snorted and glanced at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Brother Pure and Qin Shao ignored Longya Saint Sovereign. Brother Pure picked his ear and said to Qin Shao, "Brother, did you hear a dog barking just now?" "Yes, I did. It should be a vicious dog." Qin Shao nodded. Brother Pure pursed his lips and said, "Yes, it should be a vicious dog. A vicious dog that dares to bark at people must be beaten, and it must be beaten viciously." Qin Shao nodded again. "Yes, let's beat it to death." "Haha, that's a good idea." Brother Pure laughed. The two of them were obviously mocking the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. It could also be considered a form of humiliation. "You." Longya Saint Sovereign was exasperated. He glared at Qin Shao and Brother Pure and scolded, "Just you wait. I will settle this with you." "Humph, let's see how much better you are than your mouth. You are just two sharp-tongued fools. I will let you know how to write the word death." "Ha ha ha, how to write the word death?" Brother Pure still didn't look at Longya Saint Sovereign. He smiled at Qin Shao and asked, "Brother, do you know?" Qin Shao shook his head. "No, I don't know. I don't have that word in my dictionary. How would I know? Do you know?" "Haha, what a coincidence, brother. I don't know either. I don't have that word in my dictionary either." Brother Pure grinned. Then, he looked at Longya Saint Sovereign and said, "We don't know either. Longya Saint Sovereign, it seems that you are very good at writing, right?" "That's right. Someone like you who has written a lot must know how to write. Then, why don't you teach us? Please teach us. We are sincere. My brother Qin Shao and I also feel sorry that we don't even know how to write the word death. It's quite sad to think about it." Brother Pure's pretentious words made many people snort at him. Shameless. Too arrogant. Yuan, on the other hand, was laughing hysterically. She was very happy, as if she was cooperating with Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjia's performance. Longya Saint Sovereign was enraged by this scene. He was about to explode. He had never been angered to such an extent. He wanted to kill Qin Shao and Brother Pure right now. However, this wasn't a good place to do it. Therefore, he could only bear with it for the time being. The others were happy to watch this fight. They were all arrogant and conceited people in their family. All right. You guys should stop arguing. This senior brother hasn't even spoken yet. What are you guys arguing for? Don't worry, this senior brother won't give you a chance to fight, so don't be so fierce over there, the senior brother said, suppressing the noisy atmosphere. That senior brother continued, "My game this time is very simple. I will stand here without moving. I will hold the crimson explosive planet here with one hand. I will maintain this posture and you will attack me one by one. Whoever can snatch the crimson explosive planet from me will have it. Moreover, everyone has to make a move, and the number of moves cannot be less than 3. After 3 times, you can choose to give up. If no one can snatch the crimson explosive planet in the end, then I'm sorry. The crimson explosive planet belongs to me." Ha! As soon as he said that, there was a sudden hissing sound. Humph! I thought Yi Shaoxing was shameless enough. I didn't expect him to be even more shameless. Yeah. How can he take it back? He took it out and didn't even give it away. How can he do such a thing? I can't do it anyway. I can't do it either. His shamelessness has reached a new level. I admire him. Ha ha. When did our Firmament Academy start to compete in shamelessness? This is not a good atmosphere. We need to suppress it. We can't let it spread to our Firmament Academy. Otherwise, it will be bad. That's right. Either I don't stand up, or I will definitely be more generous than this. Author, Ken Shangshi said, first update. Today is the Qingming Festival. I'm going back to my hometown to sweep the tombs. Chapter 30-33. However, Tianfei did not seem to care. He grinned and said to his fellow disciples, "It's easy for you guys to say that. This plaything is also a good treasure. Who wouldn't feel bad for it? If you guys are so good, then come at me. Take out some good treasures. I can back down." After hearing Saint Sovereign Tianfei's words, the people who were mocking Li Ming immediately quieted down and became well-behaved. In fact, those people who had been mocking Lin Fan were just saying that. They had just seized the opportunity to make fun of Lin Fan. Tianfei continued to look at Qin Shao and the others. He grinned and said, "Come on, junior brothers and junior sisters. Who wants to be the first to go?" I think it's better for all of you to be straightforward. Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you stick your head out or not. So, why are you being so wishy-washy? Just be straightforward. You might suffer less. Senior brother, I'm a rather straightforward person. He's a shy person. Then this senior brother will have to make him suffer a little. After hearing what Tianfei said, the crowd could only complain in their hearts. However, they had no choice but to make a move. His provocation was indeed effective. Many people were fighting over the chance to make a move. In the end, the person from the Power Sanctuary took the initiative and rushed out. The power of the Strength Saint Realm expert roared as he attacked, surging forward like a huge boulder. He wore a pair of ferocious-looking gloves on his thick fist. The gloves were obviously his origin weapon, as they exuded a powerful aura. Power was the strength of the people from the Power Sanctuary. When he punched out, his power surged as though it was going to overturn the world. His strength was not like the strength of Qin Zhao's inner world. The strength of Qin Zhao's inner world could be said to be pure strength. On the other hand, the strength of the true meaning of power was still the strength of the laws. Therefore, there was a qualitative difference between the two. The punch of this strength saint was extremely violent and domineering. The explosive power was earth-shattering. His momentum was indeed very great, but the final result was not as good as his momentum had hoped for. In front of Holy Sovereign Tianfei, he was quickly beaten back. His strength was actually very, very strong. However, Heavenly Sovereign Tianfei was an extremely powerful ancient saint stage 4. Even though he had made many concessions, his strength was still not to be underestimated. In fact, he was still extremely powerful. Therefore, it was reasonable that the person with the strength of a sanctuary was beaten back. If he didn't have that much confidence, he wouldn't have dared to suggest such a game. Since he dared to play like this, he must have his own confidence. The person from Strength Sanctuary attacked 3 times in a row, but in the end, he still failed to snatch the Scarlet Explosive Planet from Tianfei's hands. Instead, he was ravaged by Tianfei. However, the person from Strength Sanctuary wasn't upset. He didn't have any thoughts about the Scarlet Explosive Planet in the first place. He just wanted to complete his mission. Now that he had already made a move, he could be considered to be at ease. The rest of the matter had nothing to do with him. Qin Shao, what do you think of senior brother Tianfei's strength? Brother Pure asked Qin Shao softly. They were all watching the fight between Saint Venerable Tianfei and Saint Venerable Tianfei very seriously. They also wanted to see how strong Tianfei was and how strong he was. They also wanted to see if there was a chance to take the Scarlet Explosive Planet away from him. Senior brother Tianfei should be very strong. We can't underestimate him. However, I think we still have a little hope. It's not completely hopeless. Although he's very strong, he's not invincible. He's so strong that we feel despair. After all, our strength is comparable to a fourth-step Empyrean saint. The most important thing is that Senior Brother Tianfei is standing there motionlessly. His feet are motionless, and his hands are motionless. He's only moving one hand. There must be a lot of restrictions on his strength. Moreover, it should be difficult for him to perform some of his techniques well. This is equivalent to greatly suppressing his strength. Under such circumstances, we only need to observe his moves and find some flaws. We should have a chance. Qin Shao thought for a moment and said. Brother Pure grinned. Qin Shao, I'll give it a try first. Then, I'll summarize some experience and give it to you. You go and take care of him. It's fine if we don't make a sound, but once we make a sound, we must amaze everyone. This is a chance for us to show off our skills and shine brightly. They want to toy with us? How can it be so easy? Brother Chuanjie was full of confidence. He was also full of vigor. Qin Shao smiled. Brother Pure was so full of fighting spirit. He could not be weak. Therefore, in that case, he should set his goal of getting the Crimson Explosion Planet. This goal might be a little difficult and some obstacles, but it was not impossible. At least, Qin Shao had some ideas in his mind. He felt that there should be some hope. How big the hope was depended on how well he knew Senior Brother Tianfei. There was only one person who made a move. Senior Brother Tianfei should not have performed many of his technique. Only after he displayed all of his tricks would they be able to know how strong he was and how many tricks he had up his sleeve. The battle was still going on. The second person to make a move was the man called Wing Saint. He was from the Great Way Sanctuary and was selected to enter the Firmament Academy with Brother Pure. He had suffered a loss in the hands of Brother Pure before. He was defeated by Brother Pure once. Therefore, his strength should not be as good as Brother Pure's. He seemed to have given up the idea of getting the Crimson Explosion Planet, so he just made 3 moves casually and lost as if he was throwing the game. But Senior Brother Tianfei was not happy to lose in such a way. You are, after all, 1 in a billion peerless geniuses. You are all geniuses who have reached the peak of the great wide world. You represent the most talented and powerful geniuses in the whole great thousand world at the 3-step ancient saint realm in the whole great thousand world. You should have peerless arrogance. You should have extreme self-confidence. You should have the supreme disposition to defy the heavens and trample on the earth. What are you doing now? Even if you have no hope of getting the Crimson Explosion Planet, you should be right to yourself, right? Don't you feel ashamed to make a move casually? If I were you, I'd kill myself by now. Don't you understand the simplest principle of losing the game but not losing the person? Being said so bluntly by Senior Brother Tianfei, Wing Saint was indeed ashamed and embarrassed to the extreme. His expression was awkward and unsightly, filled with excitement. In front of Senior Brother Tianfei, he did not dare to say anything. No matter how unhappy he was in his heart, he did not dare to say anything. Moreover, Senior Brother Tianfei was standing on a high ground to say this, and what he said was indeed reasonable. Ha, you really deserve it. You've lost so much face this time, haven't you? Brother Pure laughed gloatingly when Wing Saint was scolded. Moreover, his voice was not soft. Wing Saint happened to be not far from him, so he naturally heard it. He had nothing to say when Senior Brother Tianfei scolded him, and he could not refute anything. But Brother Pure dared to laugh at him? How could he endure it? Wing Saint looked coldly at Brother Pure, full of anger. However, such a threatening look was not lethal to Brother Pure at all. Brother Pure did not even bother to pay attention to it and turned a deaf ear. This flippant attitude caused Wing Saint to feel even more humiliated. At the same time, it deepened Wing Saint's hatred for Brother Purity, a deep hatred. Unknowingly, Brother Pure also drew a lot of hatred. However, Brother Pure did not take it to heart. In fact, he had been unhappy with Winged Saint for a long time. Therefore, Brother Pure would definitely not mind if he found a chance to step on him. Anyway, he had always been a person who was not afraid of things blowing up. So what? He, Winged Saint, had a very high status. So what if he had a background? This was the Firmament Academy, and everyone was in the same batch of students. No one was a level higher than the other, so why should they be polite to him? After being scolded by Saint Master Tian Fei, everyone was a little hesitant. The third one to go up was unexpectedly Holy Maiden Luozi. However, the situation was obviously the same. Holy Maiden Luozi had also been defeated. She had made 3 moves but had returned empty-handed. However, when Holy Maiden Luozi made her move, Saint Master Tian Fei used some different methods, which was also noticed by Qin Shao. The fourth one to go up was the Saint Master of the Heart Force. His heart force was extremely crafty and powerful. However, his heart force was even weaker in front of Senior Brother Tian Fei. He could not shake Senior Brother Tian Fei at all. Naturally, the final result was not surprising at all. In fact, Senior Brother Tian Fei did not even use much of his strength to win. Such a way of fighting was very boring for Senior Brother Tian Fei. He did not need to use much strength at all. What was the point of fighting like this? Not to mention the people who were beaten up, the people who were watching were even more bored. Therefore, the senior brothers also began to discuss, and many voices could be heard. Although there are many new students this year, the quality is obviously not as good as the previous batches. Isn't that so? I also feel that it's obviously not as good as the previous batches. Is it because there are so many people in this batch that the quality has dropped a lot? It should be. In the previous batches there were only 1 person. This time, there are 16 people, which is twice as many as the previous batch, right? There were still a lot of lucky people among this batch of freshmen. In the previous batches they would not have stood a chance. I think it's not only their strength that is not good, but also their fighting spirit. With such poor quality, I feel bored and don't want to play anymore. I think we should just teach them a lesson and call it a day. It's not fun to play. That's right. Our batch was so fun. I still remember it very clearly. It's not fun, it's not fun. Forget it. I'm leaving. You guys continue to be popular. The discussion of these senior brothers also invisibly stimulated Qin Shao and the others. Even if there were some people here who were lucky enough to be selected to enter the Firmament Academy under the circumstances of the expansion of the Firmament Academy, this was indeed a matter of heaven-defying luck, a matter of great luck. But the problem was that even so, they still had absolute strength and talent. They basically met the requirement. If they were really that bad, they would not be able to stand here. Which one of them was not full of arrogance to be able to stand here? If so, it was simply a humiliation to all of them. Chapter 30-34. I'll do it! The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate made his move. His strength was widely acknowledged, and even His Highness Badger Huai was wary of him. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate was more famous and influential than His Highness Lan Hua. It was highly possible that his strength surpassed His Highness Lan Hua as well. Therefore, the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate should be one of the strongest among this batch of freshmen. At this moment, the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate stood out confidently. His voice carried a hint of viciousness. Seeing the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate walk out, Senior Brother Tian Fei's eyes lit up. "Oh, little fella Dragon Cliff. Hee, I've seen you when you were young. I have some ties with your father. Come to think of it, I'm considered your uncle." The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate felt a little awkward after hearing Senior Brother Tian Fei's words. It sounded a little weird to hear someone like Senior Brother Tian Fei. Senior Brother, I'm sorry, the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate said and made his move. Facing the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate, Senior Brother Tian Fei took him seriously. It was obvious that Senior Brother Tian Fei thought highly of the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate. At the very least, he wouldn't treat the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate like the others. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate made his move. The moment he made his move, 9 huge dragons of different colors soared into the sky and roared. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate made use of the power of the laws to its maximum extent and unleashed a powerful move. The 9 dragons roared, true martial roared. The sword chi and the power of the laws intertwined and shot towards Senior Brother Tian Fei. The moment he made his move, it was indeed extraordinary. The moment the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate made his move, everyone could feel his powerful strength. Qin Shao could also feel that the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate's strength was probably below His Highness Lan Hua's. It was no wonder that His Highness Badger Huai was so wary of the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate. He was indeed extraordinary. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerate had unleashed 7 types of laws, and he was a Destiny Realm cultivator with all 5 elements. This was the first time Qin Shao had met another Destiny Realm cultivator in the same cultivation realm. This Dragoncliff Sovereign was a Heaven's Mandate cultivator. Being able to become one was already quite extraordinary. Even though Lan Hua was extremely experienced, he had yet to become a Destiny cultivator. In this aspect, he was far inferior to the Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign. The Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign had cultivated the 7 laws to an extremely profound level. Therefore, if he used it now, it would naturally be extremely powerful. Not only was the level of the laws extremely profound, but the fusion and application was also extremely good. In terms of the cultivation method, it was even more powerful. When these powers were combined, the Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign's strength had reached a terrifying level. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. If he did not use the power of his inner world, he might not be a match for Longya Sovereign. The power of his inner world was indeed very special. Without the support of the power of the inner world, how could Qin Zhao's strength reach such a profound level? After all, Dharma laws were Qin Zhao's weakness. Of course, this weakness was mainly due to Qin Zhao's age of cultivation. He had just broken through to the 3rd step Ancient Saint Realm. As long as Qin Shao was given enough time to cultivate and accumulate, Qin Shao would definitely be able to reach such a profound level. The Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign's strength had given everyone hope. If he continued to lose, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to this batch of freshmen. Therefore, everyone was hoping that someone would step forward to represent the freshmen and win back some dignity for them. Especially when the first 4 people had all lost, the Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign would naturally be given high hope. Oh, not bad. You're quite capable. Senior Brother Tian Fei's eyes lit up as he chuckled. However, he was not in a hurry as he made his move leisurely. Even though he could only use one hand, he was still an ultimate 4th step ancient saint after all. His foundation was there, and the level of his laws was extremely powerful. Some of his laws had even reached the complete realm. The 2 of them quickly clashed and collided fiercely. The Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign went all out and unleashed a powerful force. He almost got the Scarlet Explosive Planet, but he still failed in the end. He made 3 moves, and all 3 times, he encountered the Scarlet Explosive Planet. However, he failed at the last moment. He did not persevere through it. Even though the Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign was experienced, he still lost in the end. It also seemed like Senior Brother Tian Fei was deliberately toying with him. The Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign had failed. He walked back with a gloomy face. This was naturally a blow to his pride and confidence. Senior Brother Tian Fei curled his lips and smiled. He looked at the Dragoncliff Saint Sovereign and said, "Junior Brother Dragoncliff, you're just a little bit away from success. As long as you're a little bit stronger, you'll be able to do it. You're already doing very well. Good luck. It seems like you're going to surpass your father. Ha ha ha, it'll be easy for you to surpass your father. Now, it's time to see if you can surpass your grandfather. That's the real challenge. That's your real goal. Don't worry too much about this time's success or failure. You still have to calm down. Don't think that you're affected just because you lost to your senior brother. It's nothing. You freshmen, I still have to break your spirit first. I'll let you know that even if you're standing at the peak of the world, you're not invincible. You still have to be respectful at all times. Qin Shao agreed with senior brother Tianfei's words. In fact, many of the seniors' activities to welcome the freshmen lay in this. It wasn't entirely because the seniors wanted to control the freshmen. It wasn't just to satisfy their desires. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have acquiesced to this. Now, 5 people had failed in a row. It was indeed a big blow to the freshmen. Senior brother Tianfei looked at the other freshmen who had yet to make a move. He said, "Come, come, come. You little guys, make your move. Stop wasting time. You should learn more from junior brother Longya. It's not bad to be able to touch the scarlet explosive planet. If you can't even touch it, then it's time for you to reflect on yourself. In the future, you'll have to work harder to cultivate in the Firmament Academy." "Brother, what do you think?" Brother Pure suddenly asked Qin Shao. Looking at his energetic appearance, Qin Shao knew that he was ready to make a move. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, "Longya has already touched the scarlet explosive planet. In fact, he's not far from taking it. Maybe he's a little impatient. If he can calm down a little and use it better, then it's really possible to get it. If we fight with our strength, the success rate may not be high. It's better to have some good planning methods. Maybe the success rate will be higher." Brother Pure curled his lips and said, "Forget it. Let's fight first. Don't worry about it." After saying that, Brother Pure walked out. Brother Pure did not say anything and directly made a move. As soon as he made a move, he struck out with the power of 7 laws, which was also the law of the 5 elements. He was a mandate realm cultivator. In addition to the power of the Great Path Law and the law of sword cultivation, the power of the 7 laws. However, in terms of the level of the law, Brother Pure was obviously not as good as Holy Sage Longya. After all, Brother Pure had not been in the 3-step ancient saint realm for long. Therefore, in terms of accumulation, he was definitely not enough. Another Heaven's Mandate cultivator appeared. It was as though Heaven's Mandate cultivators were free here. In the whole Great Thousand World, Mandate realm cultivators were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Among this batch of new students, there were as many as 4 of them. There might be other heavenly mandate cultivators hiding among them as well. However, the Firmament Academy was worthy of being the top academy in the Great Thousand World. It was normal for it to be so attractive. "Little senior brother, you are much weaker than junior brother Longya." Sensing Brother Pure's power, senior brother Tianfei said with disdain. He did not take Brother Pure seriously at all. After all, in terms of the power of the law, Brother Pure was indeed much weaker than Longya. Even Holy Sage Longya could not gain an advantage over senior brother Tianfei. Now that Brother Pure had made a move, it seemed even more impossible. "Humph, that's all you have. How dare you be so arrogant before me? I really don't know where you got your courage from." Longya Saint Sovereign snorted and glanced at Brother Pure. Brother Pure soon arrived in front of senior brother Tianfei. This battle seemed to be without suspense. Everyone was not optimistic about Brother Pure's chances. Senior brother Tianfei was very calm. He casually made a move and wanted to force Brother Pure to retreat. However, something strange happened very quickly. The moment their powers clashed, Brother Pure's body mysteriously disappeared. At this moment, an extremely sharp light pierced Senior Brother Tianfei's hand that was holding the crimson explosive planet and pierced Senior Brother Tianfei's other hand. Senior Brother Tianfei felt a sharp pain in his hand and couldn't help but throw the crimson explosive planet into the air. The moment Senior Brother Tianfei threw the crimson explosive planet into the air, a figure walked out from the void. It was Brother Pure. Brother Pure reached out his hand to grab the crimson explosive planet. He wanted to take it. Such a scene caused many people to widen their eyes and be momentarily speechless. Good move, really good move. He actually had such a powerful move. Originally, everyone was not optimistic about Brother Pure. However, Brother Pure gave everyone a beautiful counterattack. This made Long Ye Saint Sovereign's jaw drop. His face turned ugly as he stared at Brother Pure. Was Brother Pure really going to succeed? Oh? Good boy, how dare you trick me? You're asking for a beating. Senior Brother Tianfei raised his eyebrows slightly. He tried his best to pull back his hand and attacked Brother Pure. However, Brother Pure was smart. At the critical moment, he used his whole body to block Senior Brother Tianfei's attack. Therefore, Senior Brother Tianfei's attack landed on Brother Pure's body and directly sent Brother Pure flying. However, at the same time, Brother Pure protected the crimson explosive planet and took it into his hand. Even though he was vomiting blood, Brother Pure's face was full of smiles. Soon, Brother Pure landed on the ground and raised the crimson explosive planet in his hand. Senior Brother Tianfei smiled and said, Senior Brother Tianfei, thank you for letting me win. The crimson explosive planet is mine. Ah! He succeeded? Brother Pure really succeeded. Although the process of snatching the crimson explosive planet was a bit embarrassing and he didn't rely on his strength to get it, he still got the crimson explosive planet. It could be said that he had completed the task that the previous 5 people had failed to complete. It could be considered a success. Chapter 30-35. Hey, you little junior brother. At first, Senior Brother Tianfei was full of confidence. After all, he had set a very high difficulty level for this game. The first 5 people were all defeated by him. His original intention was to go all the way to the last person and give the crimson explosion planet away. There was no reason to take back what he had taken out. Otherwise, he would really be laughed at by the other senior brothers. It was estimated that for a long time, it would be the joke of everyone's conversations before and after meals. How could he, Tianfei, really do such a thing? Previously, he was just joking. However, what made him feel awkward was that the crimson explosion planet was already snatched away by the 6th person. On one hand, he was careless. On the other hand, it was mainly because he had indeed encountered a powerful character. Even if he was not careless, he could still lose the crimson explosion planet. After all, he could only move one hand. The restrictions on him were still very large. He estimated that he could only use about 10% of his strength. Moreover, he couldn't use his most lethal trump card. Saint Master Tianfei felt very awkward. It was not that the crimson explosion planet was snatched away by Brother Pure. It was just that he had gone overboard with his boasting. This time, he had slapped himself in the face. When the senior brothers saw this, many of them raised their eyebrows. The faces of those who had mocked Tianfei earlier turned gloomy. Now that the crimson explosion planet was snatched away, this game could only end. It could not continue. This made Holy Sovereign Tianfei's face turn gloomy. Brother Pure returned with the crimson explosion planet victorious. He received many praises. However, an ear-piercing voice sounded. Cough, he was just opportunistic. He was just lucky. Such a matching voice naturally belonged to none other than Saint Master Long Ye. He was an extremely arrogant and conceited person. He was full of confidence just now and wanted to snatch the crimson explosion planet. However, he still failed in the end. However, He did not expect Brother Pure to succeed immediately and snatch the Crimson Explosion Planet. To him, this was simply an invisible blow. Naturally, it made him feel very uncomfortable. Brother Pure was never a coward. If someone provoked him first, he would not keep quiet. Brother Pure did not hold back against Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign's repeated provocations. His lips curled up and he looked at Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. Luck is also a part of strength. Even an ant knows that, so don't you? Opportunistic? You have to be opportunistic first. Not everyone has the ability to be opportunistic. If you can do it, why can't you snatch it? Just say it if you're jealous. It's not a good thing to be self-righteous. Do I need to be jealous of you? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you think you're worthy? Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign snorted angrily. You think you're worthy? Who do you think you are? Just because your grandfather is a world deity? Brother Pure didn't back down at all as he retorted sarcastically. Naturally, those words infuriated the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable, and he was furious. Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign took a step forward and looked as though he was about to strike out at Brother Pure. The conflict between the two of them had escalated to a point where it was about to explode. Qin Shao took a step forward as well and stood beside Brother Pure. The two of them glared at Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign coldly. As long as Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign dared to strike out, Qin Shao wouldn't be courteous to him either. No matter what background he had, as long as he dared to provoke him, Qin Shao would beat him up. Looking at the situation, Yuan was a little angry as well. He walked forward and looked at Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign in a huff. His Highness Badger Huai did not hesitate as well. After all, he was on the same side as Qin Shao. If Qin Shao was in trouble, he would naturally rush out as well. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai stood out as well. As soon as Longya Saint Sovereign moved, there were 4 people standing on the same side. In terms of numbers and momentum, Longya Saint Sovereign was directly suppressed. There were others who were on good terms with Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. However, at this moment, no one dared to stand out and stand on the same side as Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. Who would dare to make a move at this moment if they had not been through life and death situations together? The possibility of this happening wasn't small. Seeing Qin Shao and the other 2 stepping forward to stand up for Brother Pure, Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign's face turned green with anger. He had not expected that Brother Pure would have such connections to get the 3 of them to stand up for him. 1 against 4? No matter how arrogant and conceited Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign was, he knew that it was absolutely impossible. That would be an act of self-torture. Therefore, although Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign was furious, he could only hold it in for the time being. Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign pointed at Brother Pure's nose and said angrily, "Good, very good. Relying on your numbers, huh? You're really something. Alright, but this matter is not over. I'll settle it with you in the future." Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign was the one who had started the war. Brother Pure was also a victim. How could Brother Pure be afraid of Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign's words? Brother Pure pursed his lips, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Do whatever you want. I don't have anything else. I'll accompany you anytime. My brother Chuanjia has never been bullied like this in his entire life." Longya Saint Venerable waved his hand and stood to the side. TSK. Brother Pure was also disdainful. He could not be bothered to deal with such people. The senior brother who had led Brother Pure and the others to Firmament College shook his head helplessly and said, "You're all from the same sect now. You should unite and love each other. Don't be selfish and split up. That's not a good thing. Every family has its own rules, and every sect has its own rules. The rules of our Firmament College are also very strict. It's not a good thing for you to be like this. It's not a problem to have small fights, jokes, and even exchange pointers. Fanning the flames for real is no joke. You young people are too young and full of vigor. It's a good thing, but if you don't control it well, you'll burn yourself. Forget it. You'll slowly change later. Sacred Venerable Bailey too glanced at the Qin Shao trio and also agreed with the senior apprentice brother. Yes, senior apprentice brother Lan Ye is right. You guys have just entered the Firmament College. It's not a good thing for you to make such a big fuss. Looks like the fire fanned by Dragon Cliff Holy Senior was not small at all. Senior apprentice brother Lan Ye and senior apprentice brother Bailey too were still very earnest in their words and did not go overboard. However, the other senior brothers were very dissatisfied. Arrogant? Then we'll have to suppress them and beat them up. Let them know that this is the Firmament College, not a place for them to be capricious. We've already wasted 2 rounds. I thought we'd just end this game casually, but now it seems that we'll have to play a little. Otherwise, I'm afraid some of them won't even put us seniors in their eyes. Yes, they're so arrogant. If they dare to do this now, they probably won't put us in their eyes. This third game, let's play a little bigger. We can't play anymore. Cough, don't be so serious. Just play casually. We'll all be senior brothers in the future. It's better to be friendly. If we don't suppress some people's arrogance, it's hard to be friendly. Many of the senior brothers were about to play a little bigger. Senior brother Bailey too looked at Qin Shao and the others helplessly and said, "See, now it's too big. Our senior brothers are going to mess with you guys." Originally, our senior brothers wouldn't mess with you guys too much. They just respect the tradition and play casually. But now it seems that you guys will have to suffer a little in the third game. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't resist in the third game. Just be obedient and let our senior brothers teach you guys a lesson. This matter will be over soon. If you guys resist very fiercely, I'm afraid the situation won't be good. In the end, you guys will be the ones to suffer. Since they've decided to teach you guys a lesson, I'm afraid they won't stop until they teach you properly. Hearing senior brother Bailey too's words, Qin Shao and brother Pure looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. How could they not be aware of this logic? They had experienced this kind of thing before. Once a force accepted a large number of geniuses, it would be very difficult for it to be united. Let's not talk about other things. Take the Academy of Saint for example. It accepted the top geniuses in the entire 9 states of Huaxia. Each of them was extremely arrogant and represented the geniuses of various forces. How could these people be so united and friendly when gathered together? There was still hatred, wasn't there? It was unrealistic to rely on the Academy's rules to suppress it. It wouldn't be easy to bury the hatchet with someone like the Dragoncliff Sovereign. They didn't care and wouldn't take the initiative to stir up trouble. But the problem was that Longya Saint Venerable would not give up so easily. If a person's hatred was twisted, it would be very difficult to eliminate it. They couldn't be bothered to care about this kind of thing. It would be fine if Longya Saint Venerable didn't take the initiative to provoke them. But if he insisted on provoking them, they wouldn't be polite to him. Under the anger of several senior brothers, the gameplay of the last game also entered into a heated discussion. Some of the original plans had been abandoned by everyone. How should they play the last game of the game? Everyone could only wait there silently. These people really have nothing better to do. They keep saying that we should unite and be friendly with each other, but from the beginning, many of our senior brothers are not friendly to us at all. They just want to step on us and suppress us. This group of sanctimonious hypocrites is too shameless. They say high-sounding words, but in fact they are suppressing us. They even glorified it by saying that they wanted to suppress our spirit and our arrogance. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said to Qin Shao in dissatisfaction, "That's how it is. I think they're just trying to satisfy their own selfish desires." Qin Shao said, "Actually, most of our senior brothers are quite nice. Only some of them are not easy to deal with. Do you understand? Those who are shouting fiercely are led by the senior brother in the golden robe. They listen to his orders. Just now, he was the first to speak. Immediately, the people around him echoed his word. What's more, the ones who were called were the few senior brothers around him. When the other senior brothers said a word of objection, they were all directly rebuked. From what I can see, the other senior brothers are also somewhat fearful of these senior brothers. From the looks of it, these senior brothers should be in the same group. Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, I have also noticed this situation. It should be so. This is really annoying. But let's see how they play. Just don't go too far." Chapter 30-36. After the senior brothers discussed for a while, one of them stepped forward. His gaze fell on Qin Shao and Brother Pure. He locked his gaze on them as soon as he stepped out. It was as if he had long set his eyes on them. Qin Shao and Brother Pure frowned when they were locked on by the senior brother. The situation didn't look good. Such a situation also caused the others to be somewhat puzzled. What was going on? Were they trying to shoot the bird that stood out? That senior brother opened his mouth, and a playful sneer slid across the corners of his mouth. Judging from his expression, one could tell that he was up to no good. Qin Shao, Brother Pure, come out. Indeed, they were here for the two of them. Could it be that they were the only ones? Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at each other, but they didn't show any fear. Since this matter had come knocking on his door, there was nothing much to say. He just had to face it directly. They didn't believe that they could play any tricks. When Qin Shao and Brother Pure walked out, His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan Yuan started to worry. On the other hand, the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign was gloating. No one knew how they were going to play. They just felt that the atmosphere wasn't good. It seemed like they were going to target Qin Shao and Brother Pure. One of them had won the first round, while the other had won the second round. Moreover, they had just fought the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. At this time, what was the meaning of pulling the two of them out alone? The senior brother chuckled and said, "Qin Shao, Brother Pure, you two seem to be very conceited and arrogant. You two seem to be very confident. It seems like you don't care about anyone. Our senior brothers were just playing around. We wouldn't be too serious. However, you two are so arrogant and unruly. You don't care about us at all. As your senior brother, I'm doing this for your own good. Therefore, I can only suppress you and provoke your arrogance. It can also be considered a painstaking effort. This last game is very simple. There's no need for anyone else to participate. Just the two of you. I'll just stand here and not move. The two of you attack me with all your might. When you are willing to lower your heads and admit defeat, this battle will be over." Sure enough, the last game was specifically targeted at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Indeed, the bird that pokes its head out will be shot. Furthermore, the way he handled things was so overbearing. What was this? Anyway, Qin Shao and Brother Pure must be very unhappy because they didn't dance well. If he could win the first and second games, it wouldn't be considered jumping, right? The one who jumped should be the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign. However, he was watching the show unscathed. Did he want the two of them to come out and suffer? There was obviously something fishy going on here. Even a fool could figure out that among those senior brothers, there must be someone who had a good relationship with the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign and wanted to stand up for him. Therefore, it was obvious that he was abusing his power for personal gain. Under the guise of welcoming the new students, he wanted to take revenge on Qin Shao and Brother Pure. He wanted to suppress the two of them. Such a move was truly shameless. He even said it in such a dignified manner. How shameless! Qin Shao cursed in his heart. However, he wasn't afraid of anything. Senior brother Xianqiu, isn't this a little inappropriate? Isn't it a little too unfair? You shouldn't be targeting only the two of them, right? Bailey too said. However, as soon as he finished his words, Senior Brother Xian Qiu looked over coldly. What's unfair? If it's fair, why don't you do it? Our original intention was only to train the freshmen so that they could integrate into our big family and our social circle faster and better. Therefore, we naturally have to hit the bird that sticks out. Whoever is arrogant, whoever doesn't take us seriously, we'll beat them up. This is also called showing the mountain to scare the tiger. We'll let everyone understand one thing. This move is for their own good. After being scolded by Senior Brother Xian Qiu, Bailey too could only feel awkward. Initially, he wanted to say something. However, when he saw Senior Brother Xian Qiu's cold eyes, Bailey too swallowed his words. Besides, it was useless. He had no way of deciding or changing anything. Therefore, this was the only way. Qin Shao, Brother Pure, the two of you should be careful. Senior Brother Xian Qiu is very powerful and has many tricks up his sleeve. Why don't you admit defeat and admit defeat? That way, you won't have to suffer so much. It's not a big deal to admit defeat to Senior Brother. It's not embarrassing. The two of you aren't arrogant and conceited. Bear with it for a while and you'll be fine if you take a step back. Bailey too said to Qin Shao and Brother Pure through telepathy. Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjia looked at each other and both of them burst into laughter. Bear with it for a while and you'll be fine if you take a step back. What he said was not wrong, and it was indeed reasonable. If it was a fair matter, Qin Shao and Brother Pure wouldn't have fought with each other. It wouldn't be embarrassing if they admitted defeat. However, this matter was obviously not a fair matter. It was obviously targeted at the two of them. There were 16 new students. Why did they choose them? Who couldn't tell the reason behind this? Wasn't it because the two of them jumped out to confront the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable? Qin Shao and Brother Pure turned around to look at the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable. The latter's sinister smile became even wider. He looked like a villain who was intoxicated with success. Qin Shao really disdained to use such underhanded means. Senior Brother Xianqiu, I have a question to ask. Why are you only targeting the two of us? Qin Shao asked calmly. Senior Brother Xianqiu glanced at Qin Shao coldly and snorted. Why? Why are there so many whys? Don't you know the reason? The two of you jumped out the most fiercely and were the most unruly. Who else should I target but you? There's no need to ask why. It's because the two of you jumped out the most fiercely, so I picked the two of you to be the representatives of the new students. Qin Shao curled his lips, but instead of getting angry, he laughed. Ha ha ha, then the two of us have to thank Senior Xianqiu for his praise. We are somewhat ashamed to be the representatives of the new students. However, if you really want to do so, we'll have to accept it. If it's because of this reason, we'll gladly accept it. After all, being a representative is also a symbol of strength. Unlike some people, they don't have the strength to be the representative. If Senior Brother Xianqiu says so, then we'll have no problem. Ha ha ha, that's right. Even if some people sharpen their brains, they won't be able to be the representative. They only know how to scheme and scheme. They can't be put on the table. I have no problem being chosen like this. I'll gladly accept it. Brother Pure laughed too. These two people echoed one another, making everyone who heard it stunned. This forced explanation was a little too much. While they forced explanation, they also secretly mocked the Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable. The Dragon Cliff Saint Venerable was so angry that his face turned black. He clenched his fists tightly, but he couldn't do anything now. He could only hate them. Senior Brother Xianqiu was speechless. How could they force an explanation like this? How shameless could they be? However, the term representative of the new students was indeed ambiguous. I hope you can still laugh later. Senior Brother Xianqiu snorted coldly and gestured to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Cut the crap. Hurry up and fight. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were not in a hurry. They started chatting. Brother, how should we fight this battle? We're two new junior brothers. It's not good for us to fight against one senior brother, right? Why don't we just admit defeat and stop fighting? Brother Pure said. However, he said it in a joking tone. One could tell that he wasn't serious. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said, That's right. It's boring. I think it's better to admit defeat directly. But if we admit defeat directly, wouldn't we be letting down the title of the new student's representative? Brother Pure nodded in agreement and said, Yeah, that's right. It's not easy to be the representative. But since we're going to be the representative, we have to be the representative, right? Otherwise, we can't afford to lose face. Fine, fine. Then let's fight. But it's not fair to fight like this. Why don't? Qin Shao nodded and agreed with Brother Pure. Although Brother Pure didn't finish his words, the two seemed to have a tacit understanding. Brother Pure pursed his lips and grinned. He said to Senior Brother Xian Cho, Senior Brother, why don't, you don't have to stand there motionless. You don't have to restrain yourself. Just fight directly. We're fighting 2 against 1. That's a great advantage. As a junior brother, we can't let our senior brother suffer too much. Otherwise, if we accidentally beat our senior brother back, that's not good. Obviously, Brother Pure said this deliberately to provoke them. In terms of strength, the two of them couldn't really be a match for Senior Brother Xian Cho. Senior Brother Xian Cho had entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate a few universe eras ago. At that time, he was already one of the top geniuses in the Great Thousand World. After cultivating for a few universe eras, he had already broken through to the 4th step Ancient Saint realm. Therefore, his strength had reached a terrifying level. No matter how strong Qin Shao and Brother Pure were, they had just broken through to the 3rd step Ancient Saint realm not long ago. His accumulation of resources was not lacking at all. It was very lacking. Even if it was 2 against 1, they were definitely not a match for Senior Brother Xian Cho. How could Brother Pure not know this? But he still dared to say so. In fact, he did it deliberately. It was just a provocation. If Senior Brother Xian Cho just stood there and didn't move, they only needed to beat him half a step back. There was still some hope. It was completely impossible to fight directly. Humph! Senior Brother Xian Cho snorted coldly, glanced at Brother Pure fiercely, and said coldly, What an arrogant kid. You are really arrogant and conceited to the extreme. You are so unruly. It's right to pick you out to suppress and train you. You two little fellows want to force this senior brother to take half a step back? Are you dreaming? Brother Pure shrugged his shoulders and said, Then let's think of it as a dream. Qin Shao said with a serious face, There is a popular saying in a small world called Earth in our hometown. It's necessary to have a dream. What if it comes true? It's better to set a small goal that can be achieved first. For example, beat you half a step back or something. It's not a bad thing to dare to dream. The bad thing is that you don't even dare to dream, let alone reality. Who knows? What if we're not careful enough, we might be able to push you back a step or 2. We should dare to think about any situation, right? It's not a crime to think about it, right? Author Cruel Death 3rd Update, I beg for flowers. Chapter 30-37. Thinking about it, there shouldn't be any crime, right? Qin Zhao's words really shocked everyone. Quite a few gazes fell on Qin Zhao's body in an incomparably strange manner. Regardless of whether it was the same batch of new students or those senior brothers, all of them were truly shocked by Qin Shao. This sentence was indeed very ordinary and plain. But combined with the above words, when put in this specific environment, it seemed extremely crazy. This sentence showed that Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not take Saint Venerable Xian Qiu seriously at all. They were so disdainful of this senior brother. The two of them even had the ambition to defeat Saint Venerable Xian Qiu. They were really bold. With such thoughts, it wasn't just a simple matter of winning or losing a match. It also involved the seniors' dignity and face. If Qin Shao and Brother Pure defeated Saint Venerable Xianqiu, wouldn't it mean that the freshmen's limelight had surpassed the seniors? To the older students, it would be a heavy blow. Where would the dignity of the older students be placed? Originally, this was a very simple matter. The seniors taught the freshmen a lesson and scolded them. It was all about fighting for face. The seniors needed to take this opportunity to let the freshmen know that they were the senior brothers, and they had to respect them in the future. It was nothing more than this purpose. In fact, it was not a big deal. As long as Qin Shao and Brother Pure were willing to lower their heads, fight a few things casually, and suffer a little loss, this matter could be solved perfectly. The freshman welcoming event was over. If it was a normal situation, Qin Shao and Brother Pure would not do this. It was not that they did not understand this simple truth. It was just that senior brother Xianqiu's way of doing things was too overbearing. He deliberately picked them out to suppress and control them. In this way, the nature of the matter had changed a little. Naturally, the flavor of the matter had changed a little. This touched their dignity. How could Qin Shao and Brother Pure bow their heads in such a matter? A tree's life depended on its bark, and a man's life depended on his breath. Since it had touched the bottom line, they absolutely could not bear it and lower their head. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were not too stubborn. They did not have to win or lose. But this matter had to be settled clearly. They could take a step back later, but Qin Shao could not bear senior brother Xianqiu's way of doing things. Such a counterattack attracted even more displeasure and even more hostile gazes. Many people snorted disdainfully at Qin Shao and Yi Futian. They were really arrogant to the extreme. Even some freshmen did not agree with Qin Shao and Brother Xianqiu's way of doing things. They were full of hatred. In front of all the senior brothers, such an action was not a wise one. It was not appropriate at all. Humph! Senior brother Xianqiu snorted coldly, his face full of viciousness and coldness. Wait until you have the ability to beat me back, then you can say such arrogant words. You said it so early, be careful of your tongues. Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not say anything. The two of them tacitly attacked together. Qin Shao and Brother Pure attacked with all their strength at the same time. Facing senior brother Xianqiu, who was an extremely powerful existence in the four-step ancient sage realm, the two of them naturally did not hold back. If they wanted to shake him, if they could not succeed in the first attack, it would basically be very difficult to succeed. Senior brother Xianqiu stood there motionless, which restricted his performance to a large extent. Of course, his restriction was much smaller than senior brother Yi Zhao's restriction in the second game. So, how could it be so easy to shake him? Humph, two guys who overestimate themselves. Senior brother Xianqiu snorted disdainfully. As for Qin Shao and Brother Pure, he really did not take them to heart at all. In the face of the two's attacks, senior brother Xianqiu immediately attacked. He looked very comfortable. Brother Pure was also a genius who had mastered 7 kinds of laws. At this time, he also attacked with all his strength. A Destiny Realm cultivator had 5 basic laws. Moreover, these 5 basic laws could naturally be integrated into one. Qin Shao unbelievably displayed the power of 9 kinds of laws. In addition to the power of the inner world, it could be said to be turbulent and powerful. Previously in the 100 Worlds chosen battle, Qin Shao had never used all his strength. This time, in the face of senior brother Xianqiu's aggressive and overbearing manner, Qin Shao did not hide his strength. To deal with such an extremely dangerous existence, he could only go all out. There was no other choice. Besides, now that he had entered the Firmament Academy, there was nothing to hide. A group of top geniuses in the entire Great Thousand World had gathered here. There was really no need to hide anything. A Destiny Realm cultivator was not a rare thing here. Among this year's freshmen, There were at least 4 Destiny Realm cultivators. There were probably many more Destiny Realm cultivators among the senior brothers. Therefore, no matter how monstrous and heaven-defying you were, you would not scare others. At most, you would only cause a burst of surprise. At this time, Qin Shao attacked with all his strength, displaying the power of 9 kinds of laws. Under the turbulent power of this law, it caused a burst of exclamations. Many eyes fell on Qin Shao in surprise. TSK, 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 it's really heaven-defying. He has mastered 9 kinds of laws. How did he do it? Yes, it's incredible. In addition to the 5 basic laws, he has also cultivated 4 kinds of cultivation at the same time. Moreover, it's so balanced. It's too incredible. It's easy to be a Destiny Realm cultivator, but isn't it too difficult to master 4 kinds of cultivation laws? A person's energy is too limited. How can he master so many at the same time? It's too monstrous. Have you ever seen someone who cultivates 4 kinds of cultivation laws at the same time? There are many people who cultivate 4 kinds of cultivation laws at the same time, but they are only those who have lived for a very long time. Some people's potential is too limited, and it is impossible for them to improve their realm. Therefore, they will spend endless time and effort to comprehend by analogy and cultivate other kinds of cultivation laws. Yes, I know that many 4th-step ancient saints do this. There are probably many such people among the senior brothers, right? I've never heard of such a young person. It's the first time I've seen it. Mastering 7 kinds of laws is already the highest level. I didn't expect Qin Shao to master 9 kinds of laws. I can't help but admire him. Many people admired Qin Shao incomparably. They had no choice but to be convinced. Only then did His Highness Badger Huai, His Highness Zhu Zhua, and Saintess Luo Zi know that Qin Shao had not even used his full strength in the 100 Realms selection battle, but he had taken first place. If he had used his full strength, what would have happened? Saintess Luo Zi's eyes flashed with a strange look. She had never seen such an incredible man. The power of 9 kinds of laws? He's monstrous enough, but he's still a little inexperienced. Although there are 9 types of nomological powers, only 2 of them have reached the level of great accomplishment. The others are only at the level of small success, not worth mentioning at all. It's true that quantitative change can lead to qualitative change, but if the quantity is too weak, then the qualitative change is useless. It's still powerless to defy the heavens. Senior brother Xian Cho was slightly surprised by Qin Shao, but it immediately turned into disdain. What was the use of mastering more laws? The level of cultivation was there, it could not defy the heavens. But after the exchange, senior brother Xian Cho suddenly frowned. He clearly sensed that the situation was not right, very wrong. How is this possible? How can his power be so strong? Not to mention the power of 9 kinds of laws, even if his 9 kinds of laws are all at the level of great success, he shouldn't be so strong. But how can his power be so strong? His 9 kinds of laws have not been completely integrated. No matter how exquisite the application is, it's impossible to increase the power to such a level. The sword technique is exquisite, profound and overbearing, but it's not enough to be so strong. This power, as soon as he exchanged blows with Qin Shao, senior brother Xian Cho felt the peerless sharpness that erupted from Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword. The unparalleled, overbearing power had the power of 9 kinds of laws that could destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, all of them were unleashed, and they bombarded senior brother Xian Cho with a roar. Qin Zhao's heaven-opening sword technique was extremely overbearing and sharp. The sword cultivation Dao was also peerless and sharp. The power of the inner world was pure power, incomparably heavy. Qin Zhao's full-powered sword was naturally powerful to an extremely terrifying extent. Qin Zhao's full-strength attack had actually reached the level of a fourth-step ancient saint. Of course, if senior brother Xian Chou had not stood there motionless, Qin Zhao would definitely still be no match for senior brother Xian Chou. But at this moment, Qin Zhao was given unlimited possibilities. Qin Zhao's ferocious attacks had indeed shocked senior brother Xian Chou quite a bit. He had also clearly sensed a trace of danger. Such power was indeed somewhat threatening to him. This made senior brother Xian Chou spend most of his energy on dealing with Qin Zhao, and at this moment, Brother Pure had also arrived in front of him. Previously, Brother Pure had snatched the Scarlet Explosion Planet from senior brother Yi Shaoxing. Now, Brother Pure's full-strength attack was even stronger than before, and his means were even more brilliant. Although Brother Pure had only mastered the power of 7 laws, he had already cultivated the power of 7 laws to the profound realm. The most important thing was that he had done much better than Qin Zhao in terms of the fusion of laws. Not only that, but he also had deep attainments in the application of laws. Coupled with some of his powerful cultivation methods, when combined, his strength was extremely strong. The most important thing was that his attacks were very strange, and he could always catch the opponent off guard and win with skill. At this moment, Qin Zhao had pinned down senior brother Xian Chou, and Brother Pure rushed over again with a roaring momentum, which naturally had great lethality and posed a great threat to senior brother Xian Chou. At the beginning, senior brother Xian Chou was indeed very disdainful of Qin Zhao and Brother Pure, and he had already said that he wanted to control the two of them. So at the beginning, senior brother Xian Chou actually did not intend to use his full strength. This time, it could be said that he was caught off guard. Under such circumstances, he was attacked by Qin Zhao and Brother Pure together, and under the fierce attacks of the two, his hasty response seemed to be a little too late. Especially Qin Zhao's power, it was too strong and overbearing. It exploded in an instant, hitting senior brother Xian Chou's body, and senior brother Xian Chou could not help but take a few steps back. Brother Chuanjie took advantage of the situation and forced senior brother Xian Chou to step back continuously. After retreating for more than 10 steps, senior brother Xian Chou finally stabilized his body and stopped. Just as he was about to let out a furious roar, Qin Zhao and brother Chun Jie retreated at the perfect time, retreating with success. Bastard! Senior brother Xian Chou cursed and was about to attack. But at this moment, Brother Pure made a gesture to stop and said, "Senior brother Xian Chou, the game is over, stop." Author Cruel Death 4th Update. Continue to ask for fresh flowers. I'm too far behind, please rest for a while, and continue to explode tomorrow. Chapter 30-38. Senior brother Xian Chou was stunned for a moment before he realized that the game was over. He had already lost. Logically speaking, it was true that he could not make another move. Otherwise, he would have lost along with his body. However, this was also a great humiliation to him. How could he lose? How could he lose? He had never thought that something like this would happen. It was too shameful. Everyone was taken aback by this outcome. Logically speaking, such a thing was indeed impossible to happen, but he didn't expect it to actually happen. Qin Zhao and Brother Pure had just broken through to Step 3 Ancient Saint Realm and were new students of the Firmament Academy. However, the strength of the two of them had reached an unprecedented level. They were so strong that everyone was incomparably shocked. Not only did they force senior brother Xian Chou to retreat, but they also seemed to be in a sorry state. He was forced to retreat for more than 10 steps. They had to re-evaluate the two of them. Such a thing had only happened a few times in the history of the Firmament Academy. In the crowd, the face of the golden-clothed senior brother darkened. A fierce light flashed in his deep eyes, carrying a hint of viciousness. Dragon Cliff Saint Master felt as if he had eaten sh*t. He had thought that Qin Shao and Brother Pure would be taught a lesson so that he could vent his anger. But unexpectedly, Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjie were so heaven-defying that they forced Senior Brother Xian Chou to retreat more than 10 steps, and he looked a little embarrassed. Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjie did what he couldn't do, one after another. It had dampened his spirit and pride. It had also invisibly aroused the hatred and anger in his heart. Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked at each other and grinned as if they had won. Although they had not seen each other for tens of millions of years, their cooperation was still so good. The 3 games had ended. The welcoming event should come to an end. The next step should be to officially enter the Firmament Academy and become a student of the Firmament Academy. It was exciting to think about it. Stop! Just as Qin Shao was about to go back, a cold voice was heard. Qin Shao frowned and looked over. It was the senior brother in the golden robe who had spoken. Although Qin Shao did not know who the senior brother in the golden robe was, he could tell that the senior brother in the golden robe was very prestigious and had a group of people following him. Among all the senior brothers, he could definitely be considered a big shot. Senior brother Bailey too and the others were afraid of this group of people and did not dare to offend them. Furthermore, that golden-robed senior brother's strength should be extremely strong, giving Qin Shao a very terrifying deterrent force. To have such a status among the senior brothers, senior brother in the golden robe. However, Qin Shao didn't care how strong the golden-clothed senior brother was. Since he couldn't afford to offend him now, he would just endure it. As long as the senior brother in the golden robe did not go too far, Qin Shao would bear with it. If he could not bear it, he would explode. Just now they had defeated the senior brother in the golden robe, which also showed their attitude that they would not be bullied. It was too much for them to purposely try to suppress them. Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjie would never compromise on such a matter. Therefore, just now, the 2 of them attacked and defeated the senior brother in the golden robe. Even if they knew that they would offend the senior brothers, they did not care so much. They must fight for the dignity that they should fight for. As for the trouble that would come after the fight, it was a matter for the future. Qin Shao and Brother Pure were also fearless. They looked at the senior brother in the golden robe calmly. "This game is not over yet. Who allowed you to leave?" The senior brother in the golden robe said coldly. "Not over yet?" Hearing the words of the senior brother in the golden robe, Qin Shao and Brother Pure immediately frowned. The 2 of them naturally understood what he meant. It seemed that the senior brother in the golden robe was going to start acting shamelessly. It seemed that he did not want them to end like this. This welcome freshman event had already changed. Many of the senior brothers felt strange when they heard this. They began to discuss in private. Sacred Highness Bailey too clenched his teeth and stepped forward. "Senior brother Aoshan, Qin Shao and the others are still young and immature. There's no need to be too serious with them, right? They have entered the Firmament Academy. We will be fellow disciples in the future. It's almost time for the welcoming activities. I think let's just end it like this. We don't want to hurt the harmony between our fellow disciples. Young junior brothers, they have just entered the academy. There must be many things that they do not understand. I will explain it to them later." The senior brother in the golden robe glanced over and glared at Bailey Tuesday. "Are you very protective of them? Are you very close to them? It is a good thing for young people to be so impulsive outside. But in the Firmament Academy, in front of us senior brothers, it is not a good thing. It's the first day you entered the door, and you're already so arrogant and lawless. They don't care about us old people at all. If we let them go, won't they turn the world upside down? As senior brothers, since we are here to welcome the freshmen, we should have some responsibility and obligation. Indulging them is really harming them." Bailey too wanted to say something to fight for Qin Shao and Brother Pure, but senior brother Aoshan shouted coldly, "Bailey too, shut up. You have no right to speak here." You are only responsible for welcoming the freshmen. You have no right to interfere in the orientation. I have the final say here. Senior brother Aoshin's overbearingness made Bailey too sigh and shake his head helplessly. He did not dare to say anything more. More importantly, it was useless to say anything more. He was powerless to change anything, so he could only cast a helpless look at Qin Shao and Brother Pure. He transmitted his voice to them. Qin Shao, Brother Pure, you two little guys. I advised you not to be too impulsive, or you will suffer. Look, Senior Brother Aoshin is angry now. He will not let you go easily. I can't say anything for you. You can only pray for your own good. Although I know it is useless to advise you, I still want to give you a piece of advice. Just lower your head and admit defeat. It is not shameful. The more you resist, the more losses you will suffer. This time, you have offended the dignity of the seniors, so Senior Brother Aoshin and the others will definitely do whatever they can to control you. In the end, I am afraid there will be no concessions or mercy. When that happens, you will suffer even more. Just bear with it for now, Sai. Qin Shao and Brother Pure both felt Senior Brother Bailey Tu's kindness and appreciated it. Qin Shao pursed his lips and replied, "Thank you for your kind reminder, Senior Brother Bailey Tuesday. We know what to do and what not to do. If we can bear with it and retreat, we will. If we can't bear with it and retreat, we will definitely not bow down. Everything has to have a limit and a line. If we go beyond this limit and cross this line, then even if we die, we have to fight for a clear understanding. In life, there are things to do and things not to do. If we don't even have the courage to say no when there is pressure, then what is the point of living? Dragging out an ignoble existence and muddling through life is not what we want. It will only wear down our willpower." Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, Senior Brother Bailey too was stunned and looked at Qin Shao in surprise. He had to admit that these words made a lot of sense to him. What he said was true, but there were some things where logic was logic and reality was reality. Reality was often very cruel. Senior Brother Bailey too didn't say anything else. He also believed that Qin Shao and Brother Pure knew what to do. They only chose the path they felt they should take and do what they should do. No matter what the result was, they were all good and worthy of admiration. It was already very commendable for them to be able to do what they did. Such people, as long as they didn't fall, would definitely be able to grow and go very far. Qin Shao pursed his lips and looked calmly at Senior Brother Gold. "Senior Brother Aoshin, didn't you say that there would be a maximum of 3 games for the freshman event? Now we have played 3 games. Senior Brother Aoshin, what do you mean when you say that it's not over yet? Although it's our first day at the Firmament Academy, we still know a little about the rules." Senior Brother Aoshin glanced coldly at Qin Shao and said, "It's true that there are 3 games, but the 3rd game isn't over yet, is it? It's not against the rules. It's only over if we finish all 3 games, right?" The 3rd game wasn't over yet? Sure enough, they were starting to act shamelessly. In fact, Qin Shao had already expected this and wasn't surprised. The rules of the 3rd game, Xian Chou, said that it would only be over when you admit defeat. He didn't say that it would be over when you beat him, right? Although you beat Xian Chou, you haven't admitted defeat, so the game isn't over yet. Senior Brother Aoshin continued. Qin Shao replied, "Senior Brother Aoshin, if that's the case, does that mean we have to follow the rules of the previous game? The senior brother who comes out also has to stand still. If we beat him half a step back, he loses." Senior Brother Aoshin glanced coldly at Qin Shao, but still said, "Sure. Since we've already set the rules of the game, we naturally have to follow them. We'll continue to send people out to stand there. The 2 of you can attack as much as you want. If you beat them half a step back, they lose. When you beg for mercy and admit defeat, the game is over. Understand?" Qin Shao pursed her lips and chuckled. Okay, I understand. Just follow the rules of the game. That's enough. There's nothing else. Since senior brother Aoshin says it's not over, then it's not over. Let's continue to fight. It's nothing. Okay, then senior brother Aoshin, you can continue to send out senior brothers. Such fearless words, with a hint of frivolity and contempt. How could a young person not be frivolous? Qin Shao and Brother Pure displayed this brilliance incisively and vividly. Some people admired Qin Shao, while others snorted disdainfully. There were also people who took pleasure in his misfortune. The louder she screamed, the harder she would be beaten. How could a new student touch the dignity of a senior? For the sake of face, the seniors would definitely do everything they could to suppress Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Otherwise, wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? Therefore, in the end, they would most likely win regardless of the cost. The final result would definitely not be a problem, even if Qin Shao and Brother Pure could last that long. But in fact, the longer they lasted, the greater the trouble they would cause. Instead of losing in the end, it would be better to just admit defeat and bow their heads, and everything would be over. Chapter 30-39. Soon, senior brother Aoshin sent out another senior brother. This senior brother had a cold and expressionless face. He looked ferocious. He held a sword in his arms and was dressed like a Jianghu warrior. He was cold and heartless, giving off a murderous vibe. He was not a kind person. The senior brother stood there with his sword in his arms and looked at Qin Shao and Brother Pure with cold eyes. He was like a ruthless swordsman who had his eyes on his prey. Just this cold gaze alone was enough to make people feel a desolate killing intent, and an invisible pressure surged forth. They could sense extreme danger before they even made a move. Obviously, the senior brother who came out this time was definitely stronger than the senior brother Xianqiu. Qin Shao and Brother Pure felt some pressure, but they did not intend to lower their heads and admit defeat. Do you want to admit defeat, or do you want me to make a move? The senior brother glanced at Qin Shao and Brother Pure and said coldly. Brother Pure grinned and said, I want to admit defeat too, but my strength won't allow me to do so. Isn't that right, brother? Brother Pure even raised his chin at Qin Shao. Since you don't want to admit defeat, let's fight, Qin Shao said. The two of them attacked at the same time. Without any hesitation, they started to fight. Seeing that the two of them really attacked, Holy Venerable Bailey too could only shake his head and smile bitterly. It seemed that these two junior brothers were really strong-willed. Once they attacked, it was obvious that they did not give senior brother Aoshin any face. They were going to fight to the death with senior brother Aoshin. Their stubbornness obviously offended a group of senior brothers. It was an unwise move, but Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not hesitate. Good boys. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll let you have a taste of my sword. Senior brother Ling snorted coldly, and the sword in his hand suddenly struck out. Whoosh! Sword chi swept across the sky, domineeringly sweeping across the sky. Countless sword chi turned into billions of swords, bringing with them unparalleled sharpness. They were vast like a torrential downpour, roaring as they charged forward. In an instant it enveloped Qin Shao and Brother Pure. This cold-looking senior brother seemed to be someone from the sword cultivator Saint realm. His sword cultivator Dao Law had reached the pinnacle of perfection. The moment he attacked, it was extremely powerful, surging through heaven and earth. Not only was the power of the sword cultivator's law of Dao, but the power of the Great Path's law had also reached perfection. There was also a dark power that had also reached perfection. Although this cold senior brother only displayed the power of 3 types of laws in his sword, all of them were at the pinnacle of perfection. Moreover, the 3 types of power were perfectly fused together and displayed in an extremely dangerous manner. It could be said to be terrifying. Sword chi surged as if it wanted to obliterate everything. As soon as Senior Brother Apathetic made his move, Senior Brother Bailey too, and the others broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao and Brother Pure. His Highness Badger Huai and Princess Yuan Yuan were also greatly frightened. This strength was too terrifying. Moreover, Senior Brother Apathetic took the initiative to attack and did not just stand there and defend. Naturally, there were some subtle changes in the situation. Even if Senior Brother Apathetic had not used his full strength, the power that he displayed at this time was already extremely terrifying. Qin Shao and Brother Pure's eyes became incomparably cold. Naturally, they also sensed the dangerous aura. However, at this time, the two of them had no choice but to attack with all their strength. Even if they lost, even if they were beaten to the ground, they had to fight for their dignity. Senior Brother Apathetic's strength was indeed much stronger than Senior Brother Xian Chao's. This time, Senior Brother Apathetic took the initiative to attack. Powerful strength surged out. Naturally, it was more terrifying when he took the initiative to attack. Moreover, Senior Brother Apathetic's strongest point was the Sword Cultivator's Law of Tao. Therefore, in terms of attack power, it was especially terrifying. When the sword attacked, heaven and earth were annihilated and the four seas sank. This was the feeling of being destroyed. Qin Shao and Brother Pure pushed their strength to the extreme, but they were still suppressed by Senior Brother Apathetic. They still could not withstand Senior Brother Apathetic's overbearing sword. As soon as the two of them rushed forward, they were beaten back. Brother Pure's arm was cut a few times, and Qin Zhao's clothes were also torn. Obviously, the two of them were far inferior to Senior Brother Apathetic. In this battle, it was very difficult for the two of them to fight back. They were completely suppressed. This scene made Senior Brother Aoshin and the others feel comfortable. This was the situation that should have happened. If they couldn't suppress the two newcomers, this welcoming event would be an extreme failure. Then, where would he put his face? Brother, we have encountered a tough opponent. This battle is not going to be easy. We are going to suffer. Brother Pure grinned and said to Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's eyes were incomparably cold. They had indeed encountered a tough opponent. This battle was indeed not going to be easy. But no matter how difficult it was, they could not easily admit defeat. Since they had already made a move, unless they were on the ground, there was no way they would admit defeat. If they wanted to fight, they would fight to the end. But it was still okay. At least they did not suffer a crushing defeat in just one round. Although Senior Brother Apathetic's sword technique was extremely exquisite, powerful, and extremely overbearing, it seemed to be invulnerable. But there was a situation. Senior Brother Apathetic stood there motionless, so his moves were limited. Basically, it was fixed, and there weren't many variations to it. That was to say, if they could break the move in front of them, then they would have a chance to kill Senior Brother Apathetic. If they could do that, then they would have a chance to push Senior Brother Apathetic back half a step. Although this battle was very difficult, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were not willing to admit defeat. They both wanted to create a miracle of their own. Even if everyone was not optimistic about this battle, they still wanted to try their best to fight to the end. However, it was not easy to break the move in front of them. It was too difficult. Given the current strength of the two of them, it was probably not enough to break the situation. The application of laws is where I still have a lot of room for improvement. Apart from this, I don't have any other areas where I can improve in a very short period of time. Only the application of laws has many possibilities. Previously, I had been thinking about this and had a lot of ideas, but I didn't completely put them into action. What I need to do is to create an ultimate move. I have mastered 4 cultivation laws and 5 basic laws. I have the power of 9 laws, but I don't have a good unique move that can softly combine the power of these 9 laws and twist them into one power. And this is what I need to consider. I need to attack in this direction. Just like senior brother Apathetic's sword move, he has also perfectly integrated the power of 3 laws. The power of the sword cultivation Tao Law, the Great Path Law, and the Dark Law. The power of the 3 laws has been fused together and integrated into this sword move in a very perfect way. Thus, this will allow the might of this sword strike to reach an extremely powerful level. In terms of laws, the number of laws I have should be far greater than senior brother Apathetic's. Therefore, the main point is to see how I can fuse the power of these laws and use it in an exquisite way to create a truly powerful unique move. The power of the 5 great fundamental laws is originally 1, so it can be perfectly fused together. What I need now is to perfectly integrate the power of the Great Path Law and the Sword Cultivation Tao Law with the 5 basic laws. It is even possible to completely integrate the power of the 9 laws. However, it is too difficult to achieve such a perfect integration. It's far too difficult to create an ultimate move that can perfectly fuse the power of these 9 laws into it. In fact, Qin Shao had always been thinking about this matter. In the past, Qin Shao had also been exploring and accumulating ideas. He had many ideas, but these ideas were still very immature and did not have a rough model and framework. Therefore, just having some ideas was far from enough. Unique moves had to be made to the extreme in order to be called unique moves. In order to fuse all the extremes together, one had to find a balance point between all the extremes. Only by finding this balance point could one stack the bricks one by one like building a house. However, with different powers and different laws, how difficult was it to find a common balance between them? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, there were not only 2 laws but as many as 9 laws. Such a thing was too difficult. Therefore, even though Qin Shao had been thinking and accumulating for so long, he still felt that his idea was very immature. My cultivation time is still too short. My accumulation is still insufficient. It is very unrealistic for me to completely integrate the power of the 9 laws and create a unique move in such a short period of time. There is no need to think about it at all. Therefore, I still need to be pragmatic and go from simple to complicated. There is no need to pursue it in one step. It is not good to take too big a step. There is a possibility that I will get a return at the right time. Therefore, I still have to take it step by step. I have to improve my strength and take it one step at a time. It is impossible to integrate the power of the 9 laws in a short period of time, but I can still try to integrate the 7 laws. I will take out the Great Tao laws and the Sword Cultivator Tao laws. I will put the Immortal Tao laws and the Heart Force laws aside for the time being. I have already integrated the 5 basic laws into one and mastered them through a comprehensive study. What I need to do now is to integrate the Great Tao laws and the Sword Cultivator Tao laws. The most important thing is to create a unique move that can well exert the power of these 7 laws to the extreme. I need to fully display the advantages of the 7 laws. Only with such a unique move can I possibly turn the tide and reverse the situation. Qin Shao understood clearly. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became. He sorted out everything and his thoughts were clear. Once his thoughts were clear, things were much easier to handle. Moreover, Qin Shao had a certain amount of accumulation before. Qin Shao had also done the integration of laws before. Now, he just needed to level up. Qin Shao also had a lot of inspiration and ideas about the application of laws. Now, he just needed to go one step further and create a true unique move that belonged to him. With this absolute power of faith there, it also stimulated Qin Zhao's cultivation. His thoughts were getting clearer and clearer, his thoughts were getting stronger and stronger. He had more and more ideas and felt more and more wonderful. If there was a wonderful feeling, it was a sign of success. Sword, space, all laws, time, great Tao. Chapter 30-40. 7 kinds of power of laws, 7 different attributes, 7 different subtleties, and 7 different areas of expertise. He wanted to fuse these completely different powers and different directions together to achieve a perfect balance. He wanted to create a perfect fit for each other, and he wanted to create a perfect balance. Not only did he have to do that, but he also had to create a move that could integrate all the areas of expertise and the most subtle and powerful power of laws together, resulting in a qualitative change and a terrifying unique skill. It was a very complicated thing to talk about, and it was even more complicated to do it. It was simply too difficult to achieve such a feat, Brother Pure. Get ready to assist me. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to Brother Pure. Brother Pure was also thinking of a way to break out of the situation. When he heard Qin Zhao's voice, he was overjoyed and immediately said, "Haha, good brother. It seems that you are one step ahead of me again. Come on, let us brothers work together to break gold. I don't believe that anyone would dare to step on our heads." The thoughts in his mind were like rivers flowing into the sea. They gathered together and reached an explosive point. And this explosive point was exactly what Qin Shao needed to seize. Now was the time. Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a peerless sharpness. The sword in his hand moved rhythmically, drawing a bright light in the air like peach blossoms. This sword was bright and beautiful, like a fairy scattering peach blossoms. As soon as the petals of the peach blossoms fell, circles of ripples appeared in the air. And these ripples actually formed a personal space. Countless spaces overlapped together, forming an incomparably strange phenomenon. Every peach blossom turned into a ray of light after a ripple appeared on the surface of the peach blossom. It was as sharp as a sword, as fast as light, and as heavy as a mountain. Under this strange light and ripple, the cold senior brother's sword momentum was forcibly pierced through. Qin Zhao's entire body also strangely disappeared into the void and entered the rippling space. At this time, Brother Pure also broke out with all his strength and fiercely rushed towards the cold senior brother. He rushed forward violently and attacked with explosive force. The cooperation between the two of them, one hard and one soft, seemed to be very seamless. Suddenly there was an explosion. Such a scene also shocked many people. They couldn't help but stare at this side with their eyes wide open. This kind of cooperation was the real tacit understanding. It was the real feeling of invulnerability. Good cooperation could increase one's strength by a few points. Not only the two of them cooperated seamlessly, but also the power of the moves that Qin Shao broke out at this time. The extremely strange offensive made many people frown involuntarily. A strange look flashed in their eyes. Obviously, they were aware of something. The cold senior brother looked slightly surprised. He also noticed that something was wrong. He also felt that there was a turbulent force surging towards him, which was a great threat to him. Furthermore, this power was becoming more and more turbulent, and the sense of threat was becoming greater and greater. What's going on? The cold senior brother frowned even more fiercely. He was also quite puzzled in his heart. Why did he have such a feeling? It didn't make sense. How could the two freshmen threaten him? This was one of his ultimate moves. How could it possibly be countered by those two new students? It didn't make sense at all. Light. He saw a lot of light. It was like a sky full of stars. Countless light spots. These spots of light slowly turned into lines, lines after lines of light. The strange space shrouded him layer by layer. Suddenly, he felt that he had entered an endless reincarnation. Endless space, countless overlap. The endless light spots turned into endless sharpness. It was a threat, approaching him step by step. The cold senior brother felt that the situation was not good. He couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Sure enough, Very soon, countless strands of sword chi surged out, whistling over from all directions. They came from all directions, coming from the endless space. This force had the power to break the game. It broke the game that the cold senior brother had set up. It broke the game. Its momentum was magnificent, and it had the power to destroy everything. Under the terrifying surging sword power, the cold senior brother's sword game felt like it was falling apart. Not good, not good. The cold senior brother was also shocked. He knew that the situation was not good. He tried his best to maintain his sword game. However, the speed of its collapse made it impossible for him to maintain it. He couldn't stop the general trend at all. Under such a terrifying momentum, he finally collapsed completely. A figure charged out from the endless light, bringing with it a majestic heavenly might. It was as if a part of the heavens was crashing down with boundless power. Such a dense and boundless power surged forth, causing the heavens to collapse. Under this incomparably powerful attack, the cold-faced senior brother was actually forced to take a step back. As soon as he took a step back, the power immediately shrank back. Soon, Qin Shao and Brother Pure stopped at the same time and retreated. The cold senior brother was stunned for a moment. After a moment of astonishment, he stopped and stopped. The battle was over. The final result was enough to make people's jaws drop. The cold senior brother was actually forced to take a step back by Qin Shao and Brother Pure. It was unbelievable. It was too unbelievable. Everyone who saw this scene was a little dumbfounded. The entire place was silent at this moment. Not a sound could be heard. After a long while, there were many exclamations of surprise. They really succeeded? Crazy, this is really crazy. This is great. There's a good show to watch. Cough, I don't know if I should be happy for them or worried. There's no way senior brother Aoshin will let them go. That's right. The stronger the resistance, the greater the loss. But to be honest, these two new junior brothers are really heaven-defying. They're too monstrous. I really don't know how they did it. How did they succeed? If that's the case, doesn't it mean that we're not as strong as the two of them? Cough, you don't say. That's really possible. On the other side, many of the freshmen cheered for Qin Shao and Brother Pure. They had won back some face for the freshmen. Only then did His Highness Badger Huai and Yuan's hanging hearts finally relax. However, Longya Saint Sovereign and Winged Saint were very unhappy. They wanted Qin Shao and Brother Pure to be taught a lesson. But they didn't expect that they would be the ones in the limelight. Senior brother Bailey too was also speechless. He didn't know if he should be happy or not. But in his heart, he was already giving a thumbs up to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Good job, both of you. Well done. Qin Shao was overjoyed to be able to win this battle. His ultimate move was finally completed. Chapter 3041. It took senior brother Apathetic a while to regain his composure. He looked deeply at Qin Shao. The perfect fusion of the 7 laws and the ingenious use of the 7 laws to form a sword. It's so exquisite, so powerful, and so sharp. It took me more than half a universe era to create this unique skill. Although it's not invincible, it's difficult for anyone to break it easily. I didn't expect that it would be broken by you, a freshman who just entered the Firmament Academy and has just broken through to the 3-step Ancient Saint realm. You're very good. I admit defeat. I wonder, how did you do that? Hearing senior brother Apathetic's words, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. He didn't expect that senior brother Apathetic would admit defeat so calmly and even praise him so much. This was a bit strange. It seemed that senior brother Apathetic was not completely the same as senior brother Xian Qiu and senior brother Aoshin. How did he do it? Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, I don't know how to explain this. It's impossible to explain this kind of thing, right? I was forced by the situation just now, so I thought of fusing the 7 laws to create my own unique skill. I found the balance point of these 7 laws, and then used my sword as the foundation to add the most powerful side of these 7 laws. Finally, I mastered it and integrated it into one. Thinking like spring water, success comes naturally. Of course, if it was just the power of the 7 laws, it was not enough to be so powerful. It had to be combined with the power of Qin Zhao's internal world. The power of Qin Zhao's internal world was pure power, so it did not need to be fused. It could be added directly. The power of the 7 laws and the power of the internal world was the only reason this unique skill had such a heaven-defying effect. It even forced Senior Brother Apathetic to take a step back. Qin Zhao made it sound very simple, but in fact, if he wanted to do it, it would be very, very difficult. What's the name of this skill? Senior Brother Apathetic asked again. This was the unique skill that Qin Zhao had just created, and Qin Zhao had not named it yet. Asked by Senior Brother Apathetic, Qin Zhao also thought about it. This unique skill is made by fusing and using the power of the 7 laws. It has the power to break through everything, including Senior Brother Apathetic's encirclement. The sword can break through everything and break through the encirclement. Then, I'll call this move Break. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao quickly decided what to call this unique skill. However, this ultimate move was only at the initial stage. It had yet to reach the level of perfection. It still needed to be improved in the future to reach the level of perfection. Break the stalemate, Qin Zhao said to the cold-faced senior brother. Break the stalemate. After the cold senior apprentice brother repeated it in his mind, he also nodded with a look of approval. Break through the encirclement, Senior Brother Apathetic. This sword of yours is still too lacking, but it actually possesses such might. If it reaches heaven's end, I'm afraid it'll be even more incredible. There are new talents in every generation. It seems that us old guys have to work harder. Junior Brother Qin Zhao, I'm looking forward to your growth. It's not wrong for me to lose to you in this round. Goodbye. After saying that, Senior Brother Apathetic left the place. Listening to Senior Brother Apathetic's words, Qin Zhao's hostility towards this Senior Brother Apathetic dissipated. This Senior Brother Apathetic was indeed different. At least, he was much better than Senior Brother Xian Qiu and Senior Brother Aoshin. Qin Zhao was able to create a unique skill in such a dangerous situation. It was really inconceivable. This made Senior Brother Aoshin very angry. He originally wanted to teach Qin Zhao and Xian Qiu a lesson, but who would have thought that he would actually help Qin Zhao and let Qin Zhao create such a powerful unique skill. Despicable, truly despicable. The new students were also full of admiration for Qin Zhao. Many people believed in their hearts that Qin Zhao was probably going to outshine everyone in this year's new students. The talent, potential, and strength he displayed at this time were too strong and incomparably shocking. Others didn't even dare to think about it, but Qin Zhao was able to do it. How heaven-defying was this? Those who had known Qin Zhao for a long time knew that Qin Zhao had been defying the heavens all this time. Starting from the first day of the 100 Worlds Chosen Tournament and entering Heaven Chosen City, he had already started his heaven-defying mode. From climbing the Duantian Cliff to helping His Highness Badger Huai's team make a perfect comeback, and finally striving for the throne of first place on the heaven ranking. Now, he had consecutively defeated 2 senior brothers of the 4th step Ancient Saint Realm. Some people couldn't help but ask in their hearts, how far did Qin Zhao have to go on this heaven-defying path? Even now, he still refused to lower his head. Brother, congratulations. Haha, if we join forces, we will definitely make a name for ourselves in the great 1,000 worlds. Brother Pure walked over with a smile. Qin Zhao smiled. This was the goal he was working hard for. With Brother Pure around, he was even more motivated. Up until now, he had no fear in this battle. let's fight to the end. Qin Shao looked directly at Senior Brother Aoshin and said, Senior Brother Aoshin, who else do you want to send out? Hurry up and come out. How arrogant! This was an active provocation. One had to say that such an action was extremely arrogant. The frivolity of youth was something that could be written into a book to the extreme. But for the new students, this made their blood boil. To be able to do this was also a kind of ability. Who didn't want to have such strength? Humph! Senior Brother Aoshin's face was gloomy as he sneered. He strode out with a murderous aura. Seeing Senior Brother Aoshin walk out personally, many people were a little dumbfounded and surprised. Could it be that Senior Brother Aoshin was going to do it himself? Many of the senior brothers were also a little surprised. Would someone of Senior Brother Aoshin's level really want to do it himself? His strength was extremely terrifying. He was much stronger than Senior Brother Ling and Senior Brother Xianqiu. In fact, among all the people present, no one was a match for Senior Brother Aoshin. Senior Brother Aoshin had been cultivating in the Firmament Academy for almost 10 universe eras. He was one of the oldest senior brothers and would soon leave the Firmament Academy. His strength was unfathomable. In the Firmament Academy, his status was very high. He was the host of this freshman welcoming event. He was the one who dictated everything, which was enough to show how high his status and prestige was. Seeing how the other senior brothers followed his lead and were incomparably fearful of him, it was enough to show. Senior Brother Aoshin was the strongest among all the senior brothers here. Logically speaking, a host like him shouldn't be participating. However, Senior Brother Aoshin was angry and ashamed at this time. He couldn't calm down if he didn't take down Qin Shao. Therefore, he walked out and was going to do it himself. Seeing that Senior Brother Aoshin was going to do it himself, Senior Brother Bailey too once again broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Qin Shao, Junior Brother Qin Shao, hurry up and admit defeat. Don't fight, just admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll be in a miserable state. Senior Brother Aoshin's strength is too strong. Among all the senior brothers, he can easily be ranked in the top 10. Senior Apprentice Brother Aomishen's strength is enough to fight against ordinary world deities. He's far from being comparable to the previous two senior brothers. Even if you created a move now, you're far from being Senior Brother Aoshin's match. Don't be so strong anymore. It's not shameful to admit defeat. You've already won face and honor by fighting until now. There's no need to force yourself to continue. Hearing Senior Brother Bailey II's voice transmission, Qin Shao smiled and replied, Thank you for your kind intentions, Senior Brother Bailey Tuesday. I know all this. However, now that things have come to this, I have even less reason to retreat. Since I've chosen to fight, let's fight to the end. It doesn't matter even if I have to suffer. It's a fight for dignity. Bleeding a little is nothing. Senior Brother Bailey II was speechless when he heard Qin Zhao's stubbornness and refusal to admit defeat. However, there was nothing he could do. There was nothing he could do to stop or change anything. He could only let Qin Shao do as he wished. Senior Brother Bailey II could only sigh and shake his head. He didn't say anything else. In his heart, he could only pray. His Highness Badger Huai, Yuan and the others could only clench their hearts and pray silently. Among the newcomers, only the Dragon Cliff Saint and the Winged Saint were gloating over their misfortune. They were actually very unhappy. Seeing Qin Zhao's heaven-defying performance and defeating two of their senior brothers was a huge blow to them. Although they didn't want to admit it, they knew that Qin Shao and Brother Pure were probably stronger than them. The limelight of the newcomers would definitely be snatched by the two of them. Qin Shao, in particular, was probably going to stand out among this batch of rookies. This made them very unhappy. They had always been determined to fight for the title of newcomer king. However, they didn't expect Qin Shao and Brother Pure to give them such a heavy blow. They had shattered their dreams and defeated their pride. This was tantamount to a huge grudge. That was why they hated Qin Shao and Brother Chuanjie so much that they gnashed their teeth. Senior Brother Aoshin walked over step by step, exuding an extremely powerful and sinister aura that gave off a strong oppressive force. That pair of eyes stared sinisterly at Qin Shao and the other man. Like a poisonous snake, they flickered with an eerie green light. Scary, scary. Looking at Senior Brother Aoshin's stance, it was obvious that he wouldn't let this matter go easily. He would definitely teach Qin Shao and Brother Pure a lesson. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Qin Shao and Brother Pure naturally felt a strong pressure. However, at this point, they naturally couldn't back down. They couldn't admit defeat. They could only fight on bravely. Haha, brother, we've never admitted defeat in all our lives, right? Brother Pure curled his lips and said to Qin Shao with a smile. Qin Shao chuckled and relaxed his body and mind. Yeah, we've never been cowards. Do you remember that there's a wonderful saying in our Hong Meng universe's small world on Earth? Take life and death lightly. Fight if you're not convinced. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll kill them. Since you've come to bully us brothers, unless you kill us today, it's impossible for us to bow our heads. Ha ha ha, bow our heads? How can we bow our heads when it's impossible? Come on, how can we not be frivolous when we're young? So what if we go crazy for once? Brother Pure laughed again. Facing Senior Brother Aoshin's oppressive aura, the two of them didn't show the slightest bit of fear or worry. Moreover, they were full of vigor. They didn't want to bow their heads and admit defeat. They wanted to fight to the end. One had to admit that their courage was indeed praiseworthy. Of course, those who praised them admired them, while those who didn't were cursing them in their hearts. They were arrogant, overconfident, and courting death. Chapter 30-42. You two junior brothers should be proud of yourselves for being able to force me to personally attack you. However, I have a rule when I attack. It's not over until you're completely knocked out. Senior Brother Aoshin's cold gaze swept over Qin Shao and Brother Pure as his cold voice rang out. The sharpness in his words made everyone's heart tremble. The consequences of Senior Brother Aoshin's anger would be unimaginable. Many people were indeed worried for Qin Shao. This time, there shouldn't be any more accidents. No matter how heaven-defying the two of them were, there was no way they could withstand Senior Brother Aoshin's attack. Junior brothers, hurry up and attack. Let me see how strong you are. Senior Brother Aoshin said to Qin Shao and Brother Pure. However, his tone was full of contempt and disdain. Obviously, Senior Brother Aoshin did not put Qin Shao and Brother Pure in his eyes at all. They were not worth mentioning. Qin Shao and Brother Pure also looked very dignified at this time. Their eyes were incomparably cold. How could they not know that they had encountered a difficult opponent this time? However, since they had chosen not to bow down, no matter how strong the opponent was, they had to fight bravely and fearlessly. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The next scene could be imagined. It was definitely going to be the scene of Qin Shao and Brother Pure being brutally beaten. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a powerful aura suddenly drifted over. A figure quickly came over. She was valiant, and her heroism reached the clouds. A voice quickly sounded. It was as ethereal as the voice of the heavens, leisurely and leisurely. Who dares to touch my sixth brother? This ethereal voice revealed a peerless, domineering aura. Every word seemed to allow no one to question or touch it. As soon as the voice came out, it was sonorous and peerless. No one could refute it. Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes followed the voice and saw a handsome man in white quickly coming over. His hands were behind his back, and the corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile. Calm, indifferent, supreme bearing, the demeanor of a peerless expert. His aura was neither fierce nor sinister, nor did it give people a sense of oppression. However, it exuded an overwhelming domineering aura. This kind of domineering aura would not make people feel uncomfortable. It would only let people know that the person in front of them was a peerless expert, a powerful existence that they could not afford to offend. Very soon, the senior brothers recognized who the person was, and they all exclaimed in surprise. "It's senior brother Feng Yi, why is he here?" "Yeah, why did senior brother Feng Yi return to the Firmament Academy? He hasn't been back for a long time, right?" "Yeah, I haven't been back to the Firmament Academy for a long time." His sixth brother? The person from the immortal realm. Was he referring to Qin Shao? Qin Shao was his sixth brother? Is he Sage Li's disciple? That's right, it should be. No wonder this junior brother Qin Shao was so frivolous. It turned out that he also had a big backer in the Firmament Academy. With senior apprentice brother Feng Yi protecting him, no one would dare to bully him. This time, there will be a good show to watch. The senior brothers had already guessed the relationship between senior apprentice brother Feng Yi and Qin Shao. Seeing senior apprentice brother Feng Yi, Qin Shao was also slightly surprised. Although he knew from Yuan that senior apprentice brother Feng Yi was also a student of the Firmament Academy, he did not expect senior apprentice brother Feng Yi to be in the Firmament Academy at this time. Senior apprentice brother Feng Yi said that he had something important to do, so he should not be returning to the Firmament Academy. Seeing senior apprentice brother Feng Yi, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly calmed down. This trouble was finally solved. Senior apprentice brother Aoshin's face was incomparably ugly, turning into a pig liver color. He did not expect that at this critical moment, Qin Shao actually called for reinforcements. The most terrible thing was that these reinforcements were existences that he could not afford to offend. Therefore, at this time, senior apprentice brother Aoshin also wanted to vomit blood. His heart was incomparably resentful. Young Master Feng Yi landed in front of Qin Shao, patted Qin Zhao's shoulder, and said with a smile on his face, "Good boy, in such a short time, you have given me a big surprise. I was still a little worried about your safety in the Great Tao Sacred Realm, but I did not expect you to directly enter the Firmament Academy. Ha ha ha, logically speaking, in fact, you do not meet the standards to enter the Firmament Academy. Moreover, even in the immortal realm, generally there is only one place. You have your own luck and opportunity to be able to successfully enter the Firmament Academy through the 100 Worlds chosen battle in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. This is all your luck and opportunity. It seems that I have made the right choice in bringing you to the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Being able to enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate is a great opportunity. Not bad, not bad." While speaking, young Master Feng Yi smiled at Yuan with a face full of praise. To be honest, young Master Feng Yi did not think of such a good thing. Originally, he came to the Great Tao Sacred Realm this time because he had important matters to attend to. He brought Qin Shao and Yuan just to bring them out to explore and see the world. After all, the two of them had not been to the Great Tao Sacred Realm yet. The Great Tao Sacred Realm, as the head of the 8 sacred realms, as the most powerful center of the Great Thousand World, was worth coming to. The goal was originally very simple, but the result was ecstatic. This was a joyous occasion for Langya Heaven. In the past, only Feng Yi had entered the Firmament Academy. Now, Qin Shao and Yuan had suddenly joined the Firmament Academy, which was really worthy of celebration. Haha, fifth brother, we are really lucky. This is also thanks to His Highness Badger Huai. Qin Shao said with a smile. When His Highness Badger Huai heard these words, he was filled with fear and trepidation. He truly felt that he was not worthy of it. He felt that he was the one who should be grateful. If it was not for Qin Shao, he would not have the slightest chance of entering the Firmament Academy. Such a thing he did not dare to dream of before, but now it had become a reality, a reality. All of this was because of Qin Shao. So, how could he accept the gratitude? He should thank Qin Shao properly. Well, you guys go to the side first, leave this to fifth brother. Young Master Feng Yi said to Qin Shao. In front of fifth brother, Qin Shao was naturally not polite, and immediately retreated with brother Pure. Young Master Feng Yi turned around and looked at senior brother Aoshin, who had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He chuckled and said, "Senior brother Aoshin, I haven't seen you for a while. It seems that you are much more impressive than before. But I still want to ask, senior brother, are you getting worse and worse? After not seeing you for so many years, have you been living like a dog?" Such a humiliating words made senior brother Aoshin furious, and he angrily cursed young Master Feng Yi. But in front of young Master Feng Yi, he obviously did not have the confidence. Although he was angry, he did not dare to really vent his anger. Young Master Feng Yi continued, "Your senior brother Aoshin can be considered one of the most senior brothers in our Firmament Academy. As a senior brother, you don't take care of the new junior brothers and sisters, and you even want to personally suppress your junior brothers and sisters. Senior brother, do you not feel ashamed? After living for so long, did you learn to be thick-skinned?" Young Master Feng Yi's words were extremely sarcastic, humiliating senior brother Aoshin. This was what it meant to be domineering. This was a sign of having great strength. Senior brother Aoshin, who was dominating everything here, the one everyone was afraid of, was now obedient in front of young Master Feng Yi, unable to jump around. This was indeed a huge contrast from just now. It made one not know whether to laugh or cry at the sight of it. Qin Shao and the others were also cheering in their hearts. Those who followed senior brother Aoshin's lead also shut their mouths. No one dared to speak out. Young Master Feng Yi's prestige was enough to show how great he was. "Young Master Feng Yi, don't you think your words are a bit too much?" Senior brother Aoshin gritted his teeth and glared at young Master Feng Yi. "We are just holding a welcoming event. This is our Firmament Academy's tradition, and also something that has been approved by the Dean and Elders. Now you are interrupting the welcoming event. What is the meaning of this? Are you ignoring the Academy's rules?" Seeing that senior brother Aoshin still wanted to bite back, young Master Feng Yi laughed. After laughing, young Master Feng Yi said, "Do you really think that I don't know anything? Or do you think that I'm easy to bully? Is this how you play the welcoming event, senior brother Aoshin? You're clearly using your position to avenge a personal grudge, yet you still have to use such a dignified reason. Where is your face? Senior brother Aoshin, as your junior brother, let me give you a piece of advice. Before I get angry, you should stop and let this matter rest. If not, then I really want to see if I, Feng Yi, have been away from the Firmament Academy for too long, and now everyone dares to look down on me. Bully, how dare you bully my Langya Heaven? Langya Heaven's people have never been afraid of anyone." Young Master Feng Yi's domineering words were a heavy blow to senior brother Aoshin. His words were full of warning, threat, and disdain. Senior brother Aoshin was obviously not in young Master Feng Yi's eyes, not even worth mentioning. This was invincible dominance. "TSK, TSK, TSK?" Brother Pure's blood boiled as he watched. He clicked his tongue and said, "Domineering, too domineering, I like this kind of domineering. Hee, it's good to have strength, you can be willful, you can do whatever you want. Brother, we have to work hard. It would be great if I could become so powerful, so domineering, and so willful. One day we'll make everyone not dare to bully us. Senior brother Feng Yi, you're our role model, our idol." Qin Shao smiled and nodded. "Yes, strength is everything, strength is the way to go. Only with strength can you be willful, Do whatever you want, and not be bullied by others. Must work hard. Senior brother Aoshin's face darkened, feeling as if he was slapped in the face by young noble Feng Yi. His face was trampled on the ground. But what could his senior brother Aoshin say? What did he dare to say? He had no power to refute. Unable to resist, senior brother Aoshin could only grit his teeth and leave with his tail between his legs. Those who followed senior brother Aoshin's lead also left in a hurry. Who would have thought that the welcoming event would end in such a farce? Young Master Feng Yi's domineering performance just now had attracted many fans. Many looked at young Master Feng Yi with admiration. Especially this batch of new students, they were all full of admiration for young Master Feng Yi. But in the crowd, there were two people whose faces were as pale as ashes, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The two of them were none other than the Dragon Cliff Saint Sovereign and Wing Saint. Chapter 30-43. Young Master Feng Yi walked over and smiled happily at Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. Brother Feng Yi, why did you come so late? Yuan Yuan pouted and said. She seemed to be unhappy with young Master Feng Yi's late arrival. In front of Yuan Yuan, young Master Feng Yi was full of doting. He definitely treated Yuan Yuan as his own sister. Hee, little Yuan Yuan, your senior brother came just in time, didn't I? I happened to be here. If I came earlier, I would have missed out on something interesting. I would have missed Qin Zhao's breakthrough. That's why it couldn't be any better to come now. I know you care about your brother Qin Shao, but a girl should be more reserved. Young Master Feng Yi joked. Yuan Yuan said shyly, Brother Feng Yi, what are you saying? I've always been reserved. Qin Shao is my brother, of course I care about him. Good. Young Master Feng Yi said with a smile and didn't continue. Young Master Feng Yi said, Qin Shao, Yuan Yuan, I still have something to do, so I won't accompany you. You've just entered the Firmament Academy, so you need to familiarize yourselves with the place. I'll take you there. Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan nodded. Young Master Feng Yi looked at Saint Sage Bailey too and said, Brother Bailey too, thank you. Please take care of them and familiarize them with the Firmament Academy. Hearing young Master Feng Yi's thanks, Saint Venerable Bailey too was clearly flattered. Even though he was the senior brother and young Master Feng Yi was only the junior brother, he was extremely respectful and worshipped this junior brother. To be thanked by young Master Feng Yi was a very honorable thing. Young Master Feng Yi, you're too kind. This is what I should do. I'm also very happy to be able to meet peerless geniuses like Qin Shao and the others. I really admire them. This is a small matter, just leave it to me. It's part of my job anyway, young Master Feng Yi can rest assured. Saint Sage Bailey too said immediately. Young Master Feng Yi nodded and left. The welcoming event was over, but the atmosphere was not very pleasant. Everyone left one after another. Obviously, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were in the limelight in this welcoming event. Bailey too led Qin Zhao's group of 5. Brother Pure also left his original group and joined them. Anyway, Brother Pure was not familiar with those people, so it didn't matter whether he offended them or not. Saint Master Bailey too quickly led Qin Shao and the other 5 disciples into the Firmament Academy. Each of them received an identity token and left their soul brand in the Firmament Academy, officially becoming a member of the Firmament Academy. The Firmament Academy didn't give Qin Shao and the others any gift packages. They had to rely on themselves. Qin Shao, this area is the disciples' cultivation area. At present, this area was still relatively empty. Here, I have some over there. You can choose your own cultivation area. Every territory, as long as no one claims it, will have a token. You can claim it. After you claim it, it will be yours forever. The Firmament Academy won't take it back unless you die in the future. You can claim your own cultivation places first, and then I'll slowly tell you about the situation of our Firmament Academy, as well as some things to pay attention to and so on. There are actually quite a lot of things that can't be explained in a short time. Saint Master Bailey too led Qin Shao and the other 5 disciples to a place and said to them. Qin Shao and the others were very casual about their choice of cultivation area, so the 6 of them directly chose the 6 territories that were close to the Firmament Academy. Each territory here wasn't big, only about 100 miles in radius. However, every territory was the same as Heaven's Choice City. They all had their own uniqueness. They were all different from the rest and had their own unique characteristic. Soon, the 6 of them came to Qin Zhao's territory, found a simple place, and took out some wine. Since there was a lot to talk about, let's drink and chat. In this way, they could get to know each other more, strengthen communication, and deepen their relationship. Saint Master Bailey too also introduced the basic situation of the Firmament Academy to Qin Shao and the others. After listening to him, Qin Shao had a basic understanding of the Firmament Academy. The weakest students who could enter the Firmament Academy were 3-step ancient saints. Basically, the seniors were 4-step ancient saints. In the Firmament Academy, only those in the ancient saint realm were called disciples. If you broke through to the world god realm, you would be given 3 choices. Of course, although it was said to be a choice, in fact, it was not up to you to choose. You had to fight for it. The first choice was to perform exceptionally well and volunteer to join the Firmament Palace. However, it was not so easy to join the Firmament Palace. Moreover, once you joined the Firmament Palace, you had to break away from your previous power. Then, you would be a member of the Firmament Palace. Therefore, there was a very high threshold to join the Firmament Palace. You had to make a choice. For example, if young Master Feng Yi broke through to the world god realm and was qualified to join the Firmament Palace, he would no longer be a member of the Langya Heaven. His first loyalty must be to the Firmament Palace. Of course, the Firmament Palace's power was far beyond the Langya Heavens. It depended on the individual's choice. In short, it was the most difficult to join the Firmament Palace. The second choice was to stay in the Firmament Academy and be an elder or a teacher. Of course, if you stayed in the Firmament Academy, you would not be restricted. You would still be free and could leave at any time. Basically, as long as you were willing, you could stay in the Firmament Academy. The third choice was, of course, to leave the Firmament Academy directly. The Firmament Academy was just a pure academy, not a force. The disciples who joined the Firmament Academy could only stay in the academy for a maximum of 10 universe eras. Once the time was up, unless they broke through to the world god realm. Otherwise, they could only leave the Firmament Academy. The purpose was to prevent people from occupying the resources of the Firmament Academy. Secondly, because the Firmament Academy was just a pure academy, not a force, it did not need to rely on more students to strengthen the strength of the academy. Because of this, the number of disciples in the Firmament Academy was actually not many. At present, the number of disciples in the Firmament Academy was only 92, including the 16 new disciples who joined Qin Shao. Otherwise, there would not be so many disciples. In other words, in 10 universe eras, only 92 people were qualified to enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate. Even if some people who had reached the world god realm were included, there were only a little more than 100 people, which was a pitiful number. On average, in the entire Great Thousand World, there were only more than 10 people who could enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate. Because of this, those who could enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate were the top geniuses in the Great Thousand World. They were the real geniuses. In addition to the Mechanical Sanctuary and the Dark Sanctuary, people from other sacred domains would enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate. Therefore, in the Firmament Academy there were several people from the immortal realm. Besides the Great Way sacred domain, there were more people from the immortal realm. There were also many cultivation places in the Firmament Academy, where there were many elders of the world god realm. Those cultivation places basically did not have any restrictions on the disciples, only a few of them had some restrictions. As for the elders who attracted the attention of the world god realm, each disciple could choose a few people at will to consult the elders about cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation environment and resources in the Firmament Academy were very rich, which was incomparable to other forces. There were more than 30 elders of the world god realm in the Firmament Academy. Basically, they were all experts in various fields. Moreover, the elders who could stay in the Firmament Academy were all extremely experienced existences of the world god realm. Just these elders alone were already priceless resources. Which force would have such a large amount of resources? Which force could have so many world god realm existences? Take the Langya heaven for example, there were only 6 people of the world god realm. In addition to these good cultivation environment and resources, the more important thing was the atmosphere for cultivation. As the saying goes, one is marked by the company one keeps. The kind of environment nurtured the kind of people. The Firmament Academy was full of the top peerless geniuses, each of whom had great divine powers. In such an environment, it was also very encouraging for people to cultivate. It was because of these many factors that the Firmament Academy was also the undisputed top academy in the Great Thousand World. It was hard to count the number of world god realm experts who had graduated from the Firmament Academy, which probably accounted for the majority of the Great Thousand World. The strength of the Firmament Academy was also deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. It made everyone feel happy and proud to be able to enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate. Especially His Highness Badger Huai, he was incomparably glad and grateful. This was an opportunity given by Qin Shao. Without Qin Shao, he would never have been able to enter the Firmament Academy. Such a lucky thing. His Highness Badger Huai had accumulated great virtue for 8 lifetimes. By the way, Senior Brother Bailey too, what is Senior Brother Aoshan's status in the Firmament Academy? And what about Senior Brother Feng Yi? Brother Pure suddenly asked curiously. In fact, everyone was also very curious about this question, but they were too embarrassed to ask. Although Qin Shao and Yuan knew Brother Pure very well, Qin Shao did not know that Senior Brother Feng Yi had such great prestige and status in the Firmament Academy. It was very amazing to be able to stand at such a position in the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao had never doubted Senior Brother Feng Yi's strength. He knew that Senior Brother Feng Yi was an extremely powerful existence of the 4th step ancient saint realm. But now it was an environment compared to the entire Great Thousand World. Every expert of the 4th step ancient saint realm in the Firmament Academy was extremely powerful. To be able to stand at such a high position in such an intense realm was extremely difficult. Senior Brother Feng Yi was only a disciple of the previous batch. In fact, he was only 1 batch higher than Qin Shao and the others. Therefore, in terms of foundation and accumulation, it seemed that Senior Brother Feng Yi was very ordinary. Ha, you're asking about this? Alright then, I'll explain it to you. After listening to it, you'll know how powerful and admirable young Master Feng Yi is. If you want to talk about this, I have to talk about something first. That is the Firmament Declaration. Have you heard of it? Saint Master Bailey too suddenly said with great interest. Author Cruel Death 3rd update, I beg for fresh flowers. Chapter 3044. Heaven's Declaration? Qin Shao and the other 5 looked at each other in confusion. Apparently, they had never heard of the Heaven's Declaration and did not know what it was. But from the sound of it, it should be an extremely dangerous ranking. Seeing that Qin Shao and the others did not know about it, Bailey too laughed and said, "Haha, it's normal that you don't know about it. Generally speaking, only those who are at step 4 of the ancient saint realm know about the Heavens Declaration. Moreover, the Heavens Declaration is a mysterious list, so it won't be spread around easily. In other words, there is an unspoken rule. Those who are not at step 4 of the ancient saint realm are not qualified to know about the Heavens Declaration. Therefore, very few people who are not at step 4 of the ancient saint realm know about the Heavens Declaration." Upon hearing what Bailey too had said, His Highness Badger Huai and the rest of the sovereigns felt relieved. It was no wonder that they did not know what the Heavens Declaration was. It turned out that there was such an unspoken rule. Only those who are at step 4 of the ancient saint realm were qualified to know about it. Judging from what Bailey too had said, it seemed that Senior Brother Feng Yi was related to the Heavens Declaration. Speaking of the Heavens Declaration, Bailey too was full of energy. His eyes were filled with reverence, longing and longing. After pausing for a while, Bailey too continued, "The Heavens Declaration is the most powerful and mysterious list in the Great Thousand World. The Heavens Declaration is divided into the Divine List and the Saint List. The Divine List is for those who are at Divine Realm, and the Saint List is for those who are at Ancient Saint Realm. Of course, theoretically, those who are not at step 4 of the Ancient Saint Realm can also be on the list. However, those who are below step 4 of the Ancient Saint Realm are unlikely to be on the Heavens Declaration. Let's not talk about the Divine List. After all, it's too far away from us. We don't even know the names of the Divine List. Let's talk about the Saint List. There are 81 people on the Heavens Declaration's Saint List. As for these 81 people, they are ranked according to their overall strength. In other words, those who are able to enter the Heavens Declaration Saint List are the most powerful 81 people in the Great Thousand World. The powerful and mysterious aspect of this list is that it can include all living beings in the rankings, and it will be updated from time to time. Therefore, those who can enter the Heavens Declaration are all invincible in the ancient saint realm. All of them are extremely powerful and have reached a level that others can't reach. Oh my God! Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Across the entire Greater Thousand Worlds, a ranking of all the ancient saint realm existences would be made, and the top 81 of them would be included. How frightening and intense was this! Although there were very few fourth-step ancient saints in the entire Great Thousand World, the number of fourth-step ancient saints in the 8 great divine regions and the Great Thousand Secret Realms was not small. Most importantly, it had been accumulated over countless years. No one could say for sure how many there were. There were at least tens of thousands of them, perhaps even more. It sounded like a large number, but if it was divided equally, it would be very little. In the 8 great divine regions and the Great Thousand Secret Realms, there would be very little of them. From such a large number of people, the first 81 people were chosen. One could imagine how powerful they were. As for Senior Brother Feng Yi, he has entered the Heavens Declaration Saint List. Although he might be ranked at the bottom, he has entered the Heavens Declaration Saint List. It is enough to show how powerful Senior Brother Feng Yi is since he has entered the Heavens Declaration Saint List. As for Senior Brother Aoshin, although he is also very powerful, he is ranked in the top 10 in the Firmament College. However, compared to Senior Brother Feng Yi, he is a far cry. Therefore, Senior Brother Aoshin does not dare to provoke Senior Brother Feng Yi. He is very afraid of him. Saint Sovereign Bailey too continued to speak. When he spoke of Senior Brother Feng Yi, he was full of admiration. Obviously, he was very eager to enter the Heavens Declaration Saint List. This was his life's biggest goal. Perhaps this goal was even more difficult than becoming a deity. Qin Xiao and the others had already expected this. When they heard what Saint Sovereign Bailey too said, they guessed it. Indeed, Senior Brother Feng Yi was a powerful existence on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Qin Shao finally understood how powerful his fifth brother was. He was standing at the peak of the fourth step ancient saint realm. This strength was simply too heaven-defying. Young Master Feng Yi had not been cultivating for a long time. He had not been in the Firmament College for a long time. It had only been one universe era. Qin Shao finally understood that Senior Brother Feng Yi's talent and potential were not inferior to his. With such a powerful senior brother in front of him, Qin Shao had to work harder. Hey, Senior Brother Bailey too, how many senior brothers from our Firmament College are on the list? Brother Chuanjia was curious and asked again. Senior Brother Bailey too smiled and said proudly, "The Firmament College is the top college in the Great Thousand World. Of course, we are very powerful. According to what I know, there are 6 people in the Firmament College who are on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Only 6 people." Brother Pure curled his lips. He did not seem surprised by this number. In fact, Qin Shao was not surprised. 6 people did not seem to be a lot. There were 81 people in total. 6 people was only 1/10 of the total. Of course, it was not a lot. Senior Brother Bailey too coughed and said, "Ahem, do you still think it is not a lot? Let me tell you about it. You will know how terrifying it is. The 6 people I mentioned are only for now. After all, the students of the Firmament College can only stay in the Firmament College for 10 universe eras at most. Therefore, the 6 people I mentioned are only among the 92 disciples of the Firmament College. This includes the 16 freshmen. As for the seniors, there are only 76 of them. Among the 76 seniors, 6 of them are on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. 1 out of 12 of them is on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Do you still think it is not a big deal?" Ahem, Qin Shao and the others were surprised when they heard Senior Brother Bailey too's words. If this was the case, it was indeed amazing. Among the 76 disciples who were at Step 4 Ancient Saint Realm, 6 of them were able to make it onto the Heaven's Declarations Saint list. In the Great Thousand World, the probability was 1 in 10,000. However, in the Firmament College, the probability was almost 10%. It was hundreds or thousands of times higher than in the outside world. According to the data I know, the Firmament College has 39 people on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Almost half of them are from the Firmament College. So, now you know how terrifying the Firmament College is. Senior Brother Bailey too threw out another bomb. The number of people on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list was even more terrifying than the previous ones. TSK. 39 people on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This is too terrifying. It seems that the Heaven's Declaration Saint list is specially set up for the Firmament College. It is too terrifying. No wonder the Firmament College is called the Firmament College. This made Qin Shao and the others feel proud of being able to cultivate in the Firmament College. Haha, Senior Brother Bailey too, is the Firmament College the one who set up the Heaven's Declaration? It feels like it is specially set up for the Firmament College, Brother Pure said with a smile. No. Saint Master Bailey too shook his head and said, "Junior Brother Pure, you can't say such things. The Heaven's Declaration is the most powerful and mysterious list in the Great Thousand World. In fact, there are many rumors about the Heaven's Declaration, but none of them have been proven. The Heaven's Declaration is so mysterious that no one knows how it came to be, or which force or holy being created it," Su Mo said. "We only know that the Heaven's Declaration is extremely mysterious. It can monitor all the ancient saints and worldly gods in the Great Thousand World and update the Heaven's Declaration at any time. As long as you show your strength, no matter whether you show it by yourself or when you fight with others, you will not be able to escape from the Heaven's Declaration. The Heaven's Declaration will include you in it. No one from any force can escape from the Heavens Declaration, without exception. Because of this, the Heavens Declaration has absolute authority, and it will not miss anyone. Even if you don't want to be on the Heavens Declaration, you have no choice but to be on it. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard what Saint Master Bailey II had said. How could there be such a mysterious and strange thing? What kind of terrifying force was behind the Heavens Declaration? To be able to monitor all the ancient saints and worldly gods in the great thousand world, it was not something that an ordinary reincarnation sovereign could do. Qin Shao felt that even his master, Saint Li, was far from being able to do this. Who was it that had such a heaven-defying ability? Qin Shao was also surprised by this situation. He was even more confused and curious about the Heavens Declaration. Senior Brother Bailey too waved his hand and said, "Don't think too much about it for now. No matter how powerful the mysterious force behind the Heavens Declaration is, it is not something that we can imagine. We don't need to know about it. All we need to know is the Heavens Declaration." To put it arrogantly, we should strive for our life to be on the Heavens Declaration. I don't have any other goals. It doesn't matter whether I become a worldly god or not. The most important thing is to be on the Heavens Declaration. Then, I will have no regrets in my life. It is a pity that this is an unattainable dream. Even if I know that it is just a dream, I am willing to continue dreaming. In life, there should always be something to pursue. We should always have a long-term goal so that we can have the motivation to move forward. It was indeed a great goal to have the Heavens Declaration as a goal. It was good to have a goal. Even if one could not achieve it, it did not matter. As long as one had a goal, it was fine. If one did not have a goal, it would be a terrible thing. Having a long-term goal was not wishful thinking. It was to give oneself a long-term goal so that one could continue to work hard. There would always be new blood and motivation to join in. Senior Brother Bailey too, continue to work hard. We will catch up with you. However, I have a question that I'm curious about. Has there ever been a three-step ancient saint who has made his way onto the Heavens Declaration? Brother Pure asked as he suddenly thought of something. Senior Brother Bailey too shook his head and said, "No, I don't think so." "What do you mean by you don't think so?" I don't know. I am not 100% sure. However, as far as I know, there has never been such a case. However, the Heavens Declaration has existed for a long time. Therefore, I am not sure if there has been such a case in the past. Author Cruel Death said. Fourth update: fresh flowers are falling behind by a lot. Brothers, slow down the firepower. The fourth chapter of Cruel Death had more than 13,000 words, which was more than the total number of words that many people had. Therefore, the number of words was not the most important thing. Chapter 30-45. The Heavens Declaration was mysterious, powerful, ancient, and sacred. It was the most credible list in the great thousand world, and was recognized by all the ancient sages and world gods. The origin of the Heavens Declaration, the power behind it, and who was in control of it had always been a secret. No one had been able to answer this question since the beginning of time. The Heavens Declaration was the goal of the ancient sages and world gods. It was where the lofty dream lay. This was the greatest glory in life. If one could achieve this, he would have no regrets in his life. To be able to enter the Heavens Declaration was the ultimate achievement. The Heavens Declaration was also a great motivation for Qin Shao and Brother Pure. At least, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were still full of passion and had set this goal in their hearts. Naturally, they would not let go of something that they could pursue. The Heavens Declaration represented an ultimate achievement and a great glory. With this ultimate goal as the motivation to fight, It was naturally a very good thing. It would also be of great help to one's cultivation. By the way, Qin Shao, there are many people from the immortal realm among the disciples of the Firmament Academy. Including the two of you and one other person, there should be 16 people in the Firmament Academy. Apart from the Great Way Saint realm, the immortal realm has the most people, Senior Brother Bailey too said. Qin Shao was slightly surprised. Among the 92 disciples of the Firmament Academy, there were 16 people from the immortal realm. This was indeed a large number. The Great Way Saint realm definitely made up the majority, at least 30 to 40%. The immortal realm had made up such a large number of people. That's not all. 2 people from the celestial realm have entered the Heavens Declaration. There are probably 3 people from the immortal realm who are ranked in the top 10 of the Firmament Academy. Senior Brother Bailey too continued, Haha, this means that the immortal realm is very powerful in the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao was curious. Apart from my 5th senior brother, who else from the immortal realm has entered the Heavens Declaration? Haha. Bailey too smiled mysteriously. He shook his finger at Qin Shao and said, Buddha says, don't say it, don't say it. For the time being, the Heavens Declaration is still a taboo for all of you. Therefore, I can't reveal too much to you. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. If you want to know more, you'll have to wait until you reach the 4th step of the ancient saint realm. There's no need for you to be so curious now. Without reaching the 4th step of the ancient saint realm, it'll be difficult for you to know anything. No one will dare to say anything to you. I've already said too much today. If you want me to say more, I wouldn't dare. Forbidden? Don't dare to say. Brother Pure grinned and said, Senior Brother Bailey too, it can't be that bad, right? What could the situation be like? We don't need to know too much. What's wrong with telling us in private? You already know a lot. Bailey too shook his head and said seriously, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not lying to you. I've already told you that the Heavens Declaration is mysterious and powerful. No one dares to talk about it. There have been many bloody lessons in history. Therefore, if you dare to talk about the Heavens Declaration, you will be punished by a mysterious force. You will be punished by the Heavens Declaration. Only those who are at the 4th step of the ancient saint realm are qualified to know about the Heavens Declaration. Only those who are at the World God realm are qualified to know about the Heavens Declaration and the Divine List. If you want to know about it, you'll be punished. Therefore, you'd better not ask too much. You just need to know about the Heavens Declaration and what it's about. If you continue to ask me about it, you'll be forcing me to my death. What? So scary? When Qin Shao and the others heard what Bailey too said, they were shocked. How could he be punished for just talking about it? If that was the case, it was really scary. It was mysterious and powerful. It was not just for show. Who on earth was behind the Heavens Declaration? Qin Shao was also curious about it. However, since Bailey too had said it so seriously, he did not want to talk about it anymore. Bailey too then explained to Qin Shao and the others about the Heavens Declaration, and they chatted for a long time. When everyone had learned about the Heavens Declaration, Bailey too took his leave. However, since his territory was nearby, it was easy to find him. Bailey too was also very warm-hearted and easy to get along with. His Highness Badger Huai and the other 2 also returned to their territories. They also needed to familiarize themselves with the new environment of the Heavens Declaration before they started to cultivate. After entering the Heavens Declaration Academy, they felt more pressure and urgency to cultivate. They could not relax in the Heavens Declaration Academy. Otherwise, they would feel sorry for the Heavens Declaration Academy. The higher they were, the heavier the burden on their shoulders. Therefore, they had to work harder to cultivate. Qin Shao and Brother Pure finally had a private reunion. Without outsiders around, they could open their hearts to each other. Brother Pure put his arm around Qin Zhao's neck and said with a smirk, "Hey brother, you are so lucky. Where did you kidnap such a cute girl from?" He had paid a lot of attention to Yuan Yuan. It was not difficult for him to find that Yuan Yuan was like Qin Zhao's shadow. She followed Qin Zhao around and listened to Qin Zhao very much. It was as if she followed Qin Zhao's orders. When a woman treated a man like this, people naturally felt that there was more to it than met the eye. Brother Pure was a glib talker. Qin Zhao glared at Brother Pure and said, "Don't talk nonsense. This is my sister, the daughter of my master, Sage Li. We have become sworn brothers. I treat her as my own sister." Yes. I have become sworn brothers with Brother Qin Zhao. Now we are sworn brothers and sisters. He. Yuan Yuan smiled brightly. Pure and charming. Brother Pure looked at Qin Zhao and Yuan Yuan with a strange look. The smile on his face became more wicked. "Haha, Sister Yuan Yuan, although Qin Zhao and I have not become sworn brothers, we are also sworn brothers. Qin Zhao and I call each other brothers regardless of seniority. In this case, I am also your brother from now on?" Brother Pure said with a smile. Yuan Yuan nodded with a smile and said, Yes. You are my brother Qin Zhao's sworn brother. Naturally, you are also my brother. From now on, I will call you Brother Pure." Ha, that's good. Sister Yuan Yuan, you are so obedient. I like you more and more. My brother Qin Zhao's good fortune is really good. It really makes people envious. Alas, the gap between people is really big. Brother Pure, why can't he be so popular with women? Brother Pure laughed happily. After laughing, he sighed with emotion. Brother Pure was a flirtatious person. He was like a playboy with a glib tongue. He was also a little ruffian. He was not as conservative and shy as Qin Zhao when it came to women. Unfortunately, his pure brother's relationship with women was really mediocre. This was also something that Brother Pure had been struggling with. He had always wanted Qin Zhao to teach him a few moves. "You can continue drinking and chatting. I won't disturb you, lest you feel uncomfortable. I am going to play." Yuan Yuan was sensible. She knew that Qin Zhao and Brother Pure had not seen each other for many years and must have a lot to talk about. Therefore, she also stood up and left sensibly. After seeing Yuan Yuan off, the two could completely relax physically and mentally. There was no restraint. "Brother, congratulations. You have such an opportunity to be the disciple of a reincarnation supremacy. I have also heard of Sage Li's name. He is one of the two most remarkable people in our era. It is a great blessing and a great opportunity for you to be the disciple of Sage Li. And you have a junior sister who admires you so much. Just thinking about it makes me envious. Miss Yuan Yuan is really a very, very good girl." Brother Pure also became serious and said seriously. Qin Zhao nodded. Yes, it was indeed the luckiest thing in his life to be the disciple of Sage Li. He had always rejoiced that he had such a good opportunity. As for Yuan Yuan, Qin Zhao could only shake his head and smile bitterly. "Brother Pure, don't say such things in front of Yuan Yuan in the future. Her thoughts are still very naive and pure. She doesn't have the slightest concept in this aspect. She simply treats me as an older brother. And you know me. I only have Gu Lingyue in my heart. Other women can't enter my heart. I really treat Yuan Yuan as my sister. I will take care of her and won't let anyone bully or hurt her." Brother Pure shook his head and smiled. Okay. You are so stubborn. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Let's not talk about this anymore. Today is the day that we brothers reunite. Let's talk about brothers, not women. Come on, let's drink. If we don't drink and chat, it will be soulless and boring. Even if there are only the two of us, the atmosphere must be livelier." Qin Zhao nodded, and the two of them started drinking. After being separated for tens of millions of years, the two of them really had a lot of emotions. When they parted, Qin Shao was still a weak divine realm expert, and Brother Pure was not even a god. He was still an ordinary ant. Unexpectedly, after tens of millions of years, Brother Pure had awakened the memory of his previous life. Now, he was already a three-step ancient saint and had entered the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao was the same. He also stood at the same height. At this time, the two brothers were standing at the peak of the same realm. In the whole great thousand world, they could also look down on the Firmament Academy. Both of them were happy for each other. They were proud of each other. But in the past tens of millions of years, there was also a lot of sadness and suffering. Thinking about it, there were still many things that were worth lamenting about. Therefore, at this time, the two of them drank and naturally felt that there were endless topics to talk about. Both of them were willing to tell each other what they had experienced over the years without holding back. In the end, Brother Pure talked about his previous life and his enemy, Qiong Wang. He killed Qiong Wang's doppelganger and destroyed Qiong Wang's mansion to avenge his family. After so many years, his wish to enter the reincarnation cycle was finally fulfilled. Half of it was done. The rest was to find out Qiong Wang's real body and kill Qiong Wang's real body. Then, he would completely end the hatred. The rest would only take some time to do. It was not a big problem. No matter how good Qiong Wang was at hiding, there would be a day when he would find him. Qin Shao also talked about his original purpose of coming to the Great Tao Sanctuary this time. It was also to avenge his master, Elder Lu He. However, Qin Zhao's revenge was obviously more difficult. After all, his enemy, Gao Suo, was a realm lord, a three-step ancient saint. Of course, with Qin Zhao's current strength, he was not afraid of anything. He should still be able to take revenge. Chapter 3046. Brother, isn't it just the realm lord of the Fulua boundary? With the two of us working together, revenge will be a piece of cake. Why don't we go and kill Mang Gao Shuo now to avenge Elder Lu He? Brother Pure said impatiently as he tugged at Qin Shao. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "There's no hurry. There's no need to rush. We've already waited for so long. We don't mind waiting a little longer. It's fine if we don't do anything. If we do, we'll have to kill all of Mang Gao Shuo's clones. We can't give him any chance to hide. If we only touch his doppelganger, it will be very difficult to find his original body if he is determined to hide. In the end, it will probably take a lot of time and a lot of energy. Since that's the case, why don't we wait a little longer? When we've all reached the fourth step of the ancient saint realm, we'll be able to kill Jagged Tall Shuttle single-handedly. That way, we'll be able to make our move. Besides, we've just entered the Firmament Academy. It's not good to leave now. So, we'd better stay here and focus all our energy on cultivation. Cultivation is the most important thing for us now. It's everything." Brother Pure nodded and said, "Yes, that's fine too. Indeed, we've waited for so long. It won't hurt to wait a little longer. It'll be better to kill them all at once. It'll save us the trouble of worrying about them. I was indeed a little hasty earlier. But I thought that since I'm alone, even if I find Qiong Wang's hiding place, I won't be able to deal with him. So it's better to kill his clones first and then slowly look for his real body. There's no hurry. At least for now. I've forced his real body to hide, and he won't dare to show himself easily. To him, this could be considered a form of punishment as well. Looking at it from another perspective, it'll be too easy for him if we kill him directly. I want him, King Qiong, to live in constant fear. I want him to hide and drag out an ignoble existence. I want to torture him mentally. Different methods would have different effects. It could only be said that it was feasible. The two brothers drank some wine and had a heart-to-heart talk. Both of them were working hard to cultivate and become stronger as soon as possible. Brother Pure went to cultivate. Qin Shao also prepared to cultivate and integrate into the good cultivation atmosphere of the Firmament Academy. Lord Qin Shao, Jin Liangyu wants to see you. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Hearing this voice, Qin Shao was slightly taken aback. To think that someone would come knocking on his door so quickly. Qin Shao knew that Jin Liangyu was from the immortal realm, the descendant of the West Emperor Jin Tian. Qin Shao had seen people from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors family, but he hadn't seen people from the Jin Tian family and the Xianming family yet. Jin Liangyu was from the same batch of people who entered the Firmament Academy. It was normal for him to come to see Qin Shao. Qin Shao had planned to find an opportunity to get to know Jin Liangyu, but he didn't expect him to come to see him so soon. Qin Shao didn't neglect him and immediately went out to greet him. Soon, he saw Jin Liangyu in a white and gold robe. He gave people the feeling that he was a gentle and refined scholar, which was worthy of his name, Liangyu. "Young Master Liangyu, nice to meet you. Please come in." Qin Shao cupped his fists to Jin Liangyu. Jin Liangyu smiled elegantly, bowed slightly to Qin Shao and said, "Lord Qin Shao, I've heard a lot about you. I didn't expect that we would meet in the Firmament Academy for the first time. Such fate is indeed a little miraculous." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Yes, yes indeed. The first time we met was in the Firmament Academy. It should have been in the immortal realm. But I'm ashamed to say that I didn't pay attention to the outside world when I was in the immortal realm. So I didn't know you, young Master Liangyu. If you put it that way, the one who should be ashamed is me." Jin Liangyu smiled warmly and shook his head slightly, saying, "Lord Qin Shao, your name is well known in the immortal realm. I've also heard a lot about your glorious deeds, Lord Qin Shao. It's just that young Master Qin Zhao's cultivation level was still very low in the immortal realms, so I only heard about it occasionally and treated it as a new thing to be concerned about. I've been in the 3-step ancient saint realm for a long time, far longer than you. Compared with you, I'm really ashamed. Indeed, in terms of cultivation speed, not many people could compare with Qin Shao." This was a fact. Qin Shao had been cultivating for less than 100 million years. For a 3-step ancient saint realm existence, this was just a blink of an eye. Therefore, Jin Liangyu admired Qin Shao very much. Only by comparing with outstanding people could one know that there was always someone better. Only then could one motivate oneself to work harder. "Young Master Liangyu, please come in. Don't stand here." Qin Shao invited him again. But Jin Liangyu shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "You don't have to be so polite, Lord Qin Shao. I came here this time because I have something to discuss with you." "Well, Lord Qin Shao, you should know that there are quite a lot of people in the immortal realm in the Firmament Academy. At present, there are as many as 16 people. In addition to the 3 of us, there are 4 senior brothers who are still in the Firmament Academy. I know the specific situation here. As people from the immortal realm, we have just come to the Firmament Academy. I think we should pay a visit to the 4 senior brothers, so that if anything happens in the future, the 4 senior brothers can take care of us." As for this matter, Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, "Young Master Liangyu, I'm not good at socializing, and I seldom deal with others. I'm not willing to do such a deliberate thing, so I won't go with you. I believe Yuan also doesn't want to go. If I meet those senior brothers in the future, I'll naturally pay a visit to them. Everyone enters the Firmament Academy for cultivation, so there's no need to subconsciously form cliques." In fact, Qin Shao didn't say something explicitly. Even people from the immortal realm might not really take care of you. Perhaps they might even backstab you. These days there are very few people who can help you. It's already very good that they don't backstab you. Do you want to count on other things? Anyway, Qin Shao didn't count on those things. Senior brother Feng Yi's protection was enough for him. Besides, there was no need to count on others to take care of him. The most important thing was to rely on oneself. Senior brother Feng Yi couldn't stay in the Firmament Academy forever. There would be a time when he would leave. At that time, wouldn't he have to rely on himself? Because of this, Qin Shao didn't think about other things. Now, he just wanted to cultivate and improve his strength as soon as possible. Qin Shao had every reason to believe that as long as he broke through to the ancient saint realm of fourth step, no one in the Firmament Academy would be able to bully him. Moreover, in order to avenge his senior brother, Elder Lu He, he must break through to the ancient saint realm of fourth step as soon as possible. Not only that, but he also needed to resurrect his master, Red Dust Guest, at least with the strength of the ancient saint realm of fourth step. Strength was what Qin Shao needed most now. Everything else was illusory. Ahem, okay then. Since Lord Qin Shao isn't willing, I can't help but be stubborn. But since we entered the Firmament Academy to cultivate together, it's fate. Maybe I'm not as strong as you in terms of strength, but if there's anything else I can help with, please let me know at any time. I hope we can keep in touch in the future. Young Master Jin Liangyu said. Qin Shao nodded and said, Okay, let's keep in touch. After saying that, young Master Jin Liangyu left. Qin Shao didn't ask him to stay any longer. It was the first time they met and they weren't familiar with each other. Naturally, Qin Shao wouldn't be too attentive. After seeing Jin Liangyu off, Qin Shao found a quiet place to live and began to cultivate. This time, Qin Shao planned to go into seclusion for a while. First, he needed to digest the harvest he had gained this time. He hadn't stabilized his cultivation level yet, and there was also the Dao Source Crystal he had obtained before. Before going into seclusion, Qin Shao let Baby Mo, Xiao Gu, and Jing Yang out and asked them to guard the territory. If there wasn't anything important, they shouldn't disturb him. Qin Shao began to go into seclusion. This time, the unique skill he had created, breaking stalemate, was only at the initial stage, so he still needed to continue to perfect it. It would definitely take a lot of time to slowly perfect it, so before that, Qin Shao took out the Dao Source Crystal. It's said that this Dao Source Crystal is extremely rare and precious. It's the crystallization left behind when the Great Path was first formed. It's extremely helpful for the cultivation of the ancient saint realm. My Great Path Law is only at the profound realm. I'd like to see how much this Dao Source Crystal can help my Great Path cultivation. After looking at the Dao Source Crystal in his hand, Qin Shao swallowed it in one gulp. After swallowing the Dao Source Crystal, Qin Shao immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. He wholeheartedly felt, absorbed, and digested the Great Path that erupted from the Dao Source Crystal. The Great Path's root, the Great Path's law points, countless points, like stars in the sky, instantly scattered in Qin Zhao's mind. It was like a fairy scattering flowers, lighting up the entire night sky. It also seemed to pull Qin Shao back to the time when the Great Path was first formed. Scenes of the initial formation of the Great Path poured into Qin Zhao's mind. For Qin Shao, this was simply a sumptuous meal. Many Great Path's roots, the Great Path's root, and the Great Path's law points were comprehended, absorbed, and finally mastered by Qin Shao. It rapidly improved Qin Zhao's mastery of the Great Path's law. This was definitely a very wonderful thing, which naturally played a great role in promoting Qin Zhao's cultivation. Qin Shao rejoiced in his heart. It seemed that this Dao Source Crystal was indeed as powerful and precious as he had said. Unfortunately, the effect of a Dao Source Crystal didn't last long and was soon exhausted. This made Qin Shao feel very unsatisfied, and he smacked his lips in discomfort. It's a pity. If the time was 2 or 3 times longer, I think I can break through to the peak realm of the Great Path's law in one fell swoop. Almost. It's obvious that I'm just a little bit away from breaking through. Unbearable. This kind of cultivation is very unbearable. The Tao Source crystal is really a good thing. If I have another one, then I should have a great hope of breaking through to the peak realm of the Great Path's law in one fell swoop. Qin Shao shook his head and could only sigh helplessly. There was no other way. Good things are hard to come by. Forget it, forget it. I'd better work hard on my own cultivation. Chapter 30-47. In an open space near the cliff, a figure was constantly performing move. It was unknown how many times this technique had been used, but it had already reached the point of perfection and was becoming more and more perfect. Perfection meant that every detail should be done to the extreme, and it should be as smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. Moreover, such an extreme required the perfect integration of many laws. There could be no mistake in the cooperation of the use. Once the move was performed, it could erupt all the most powerful forces, merge them into one, and complete a qualitative transformation. The power that finally erupted would increase by several times, reaching an extremely terrifying level. It could be used freely, as smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. To be able to do so, basically, a move could be considered to have been practiced to the extreme. That was to say, there was nothing to be picky about in terms of move. If one wanted to improve, it could only be improved in terms of strength. Strength was the foundation, and moves were the branches and leaves. If one wanted more luxuriant branches and leaves, one could only start from the tree trunk. Only when the tree trunk was stronger as the foundation could the branches and leaves be more luxuriant. Sheathing his sword, the figure stopped. Phew, after 1,000,000 years of cultivation, I have finally practiced the move Army Destroyer to the extreme. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye, I have been in the Firmament Academy for 5,000,000 years. Qin Shao heaved a sigh of relief. He was in a good mood. In the past 5,000,000 years, he had been immersed in cultivation. He had to sigh because the cultivation resources of the Firmament Academy were really good. There were more than 30 teachers in the world God realm at your disposal. You could ask them for advice, and these teachers would patiently teach you a thing or two. There were also many cultivation places, all of which were wonderful and could bring great guidance to cultivation. Therefore, cultivating here was simply too wonderful. Almost every day, he could feel a trace of improvement. 5,000,000 years here was equivalent to 50,000,000 years in the outside world. Therefore, Qin Shao had made great progress and made great breakthroughs during the 5,000,000 years in the Firmament Academy. In terms of laws, the laws of immortal Tao, the laws of time, and the laws of all things had all broken through to the major success stage. This meant that Qin Shao had already achieved mastery in 6 types of laws. They were the laws of Grand Tao, the laws of sword cultivation, the laws of immortal Tao, the laws of space, the laws of time, and the laws of all things. Right now, he still had to make breakthroughs in the laws of heart force, the laws of light, and the laws of darkness. Although he hadn't made a breakthrough, he had already cultivated to the pinnacle of the small success realm. He could make a breakthrough at any time. The cultivation of the laws was probably Qin Zhao's greatest gain in the past 5,000,000 years. This could not be separated from the rich resources of the Firmament Academy. Otherwise, Qin Shao could not have made such a big breakthrough and gain in such a short time. The cultivation of laws was an extremely difficult matter. Apart from the huge breakthrough in his laws, the perfection of his ultimate move, Army Destroyer, was also a huge harvest. In the last 1,000,000 years, Qin Shao had been completely immersed in the cultivation of the Army Destroyer. Finally, he had cultivated this unique skill to a satisfactory level. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Shao walked to the side and stopped in front of an old man. Master Ming Yuan, thank you for your guidance in the past 1,000,000 years. Disciple Qin Shao will remember it in his heart. I can't thank you enough. Qin Shao bowed respectfully to the old man. In the past 1,000,000 years, the reason why Qin Shao was able to smoothly create the ultimate move army destroyer to the pinnacle of perfection was related to this old man in front of him. It was because of world god Ming Yuan's careful guidance that Qin Shao had learned so much. After improving time and time again and receiving guidance from world god Ming Yuan, he had finally reached perfection. Without world god Ming Yuan's careful guidance, Qin Shao might not have been able to reach perfection even if he had spent hundreds of millions of years. It was very unrealistic to want to reach the realm of perfection in such a short period of time with such a perilous skill. It should be known that the cold senior brother had spent nearly an entire universe epoch to create this unique skill. It was quite normal for a technique like this to take several epochs or even tens of thousands of epochs to create. Many people used the number of epochs in their universe to calculate. For Qin Shao to be able to reach perfection in such a short period of time was already an incredible feat. However, Qin Shao had always been capable of incredible feats. To him, this kind of thing could be considered a common occurrence. A hint of a smile appeared on world god Ming Yuan's face. He looked at Qin Shao with a look of approval, then nodded slightly. Not bad, not bad. In just 1,000,000 years, you have been able to accomplish what others might not be able to accomplish in 1,000,000 epoch. This is truly an incredible feat. Your innate talent and potential are truly inestimable. It is inconceivable. Very few people are capable of attaining such a level of focus on cultivation. You have superhuman talent, superhuman diligence, superhuman luck, and superhuman modesty. So many qualities are gathered in you. It's too rare, too rare. The old man has seen countless geniuses. In the old man's opinion, you are definitely in the top 5. Among this batch of new students, there is no one who can compare to you. Only that little fellow called Brother Pure isn't bad. Still, if you really want to compare him to you, the old man feels that he is still a bit inferior. Of course, in terms of diligence and modesty, he is comparable to you. However, in terms of talent, potential, and luck, he is still a bit inferior to you. Still, he is not bad. It is very rare to have two good seedlings like you in this batch of new students. Even among the previous batches of students of our Firmament Academy, you are very rare. Keep it up, little fellow. The world is yours in the future. Qin Shao was a bit frightened by world god Ming Yuan's praise. He hurriedly said, Master Ming Yuan, you are too kind. Qin Shao doesn't deserve such praise. Qin Shao will work even harder. I won't disappoint you, Master Ming Yuan. World god Ming Yuan nodded slightly once more. He waved his hand at Qin Shao and said, You may go now. In the future, if you have any questions, you can come find the old man. Qin Shao nodded. He bowed deeply to world god Ming Yuan once more, then turned and left. As soon as Qin Shao left, a figure came flying towards him at high speed. Her face was beaming with joy. It was as though something great had just happened. It was none other than Yuan Yuan. Upon seeing Qin Shao, Yuan Yuan immediately ran over and grabbed Qin Shao's arm. She smiled at Qin Shao like a blooming flower. He, brother Qin Shao, hurry up and praise me. Hurry up. Praise her? What was going on? Why didn't she say anything? Why did she want him to praise her? For a moment, Qin Shao didn't quite understand what was going on. Still, when he saw how excited Yuan Yuan was, Qin Shao played along and said, All right. Our Yuan Yuan is the cutest, the smartest, and the most obedient. Is it all right to praise her like this? Yes. Yuan Yuan nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. Her smile grew even brighter. After a while, Yuan Yuan said, Brother Qin Shao, I know that you've always wanted to find out more about sister-in-law Gu Lingyue. That's why I've spent all these years training in order to get close to Big Sister Alice. After 500 years of hard work, I've finally become good friends with Big Sister Alice. Hee, I have a piece of good news to tell you. Do you want to hear it? So Yuan had actually learned how to play with people's appetite. However, upon hearing Yuan's words, Qin Shao did indeed grow rather excited. Listening to the meaning of these words, Yuan should have asked about Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue had gone to the Elemental Saint Realm, to the place called the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Over the years, Qin Shao had been thinking about going to the Elemental Saint Realm to look for Gu Lingyue when he had the strength. But for the time being, this was all he knew about the situation. It could be said that it was pitifully little. The Elemental Saint Realm was so big, and the Heavenly Law Dao Palace was the holy land of the Elemental Saint Realm. How could it be so easy to enter the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? Qin Shao had also suspected that Miss Alice was a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. After all, those who could enter the Firmament Academy to cultivate were the top geniuses of the Elemental Saint Realm. Such a person should basically be a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Now it seemed that the situation was indeed as he thought. Miss Alice was indeed a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Yuan, don't tease me. Hurry up and tell me. Qin Shao urged anxiously. Yuan pouted and rolled her eyes at Qin Shao before saying, "You're really not interesting. No wonder Sister Ming Yuexin and Sister Xiao Yu used to criticize you. Sure enough, you're too boring." "Humph, I've slowly learned a little bit. You're still the same." Okay, I'll tell you. Sister Alice is a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, but when I asked Sister Alice about sister-in-law Gu Lingyue, I found that Sister Alice's reaction was very big and she was very wary. I also spent a long time and a lot of energy to slowly let Sister Alice let down her guard against me. Only then did I slowly get some information. So, according to the situation I know now, sister-in-law Gu Lingyue is indeed in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, and she's living very well now. And it seems that, according to my feeling, sister-in-law Gu Lingyue's status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace is very, very high. It should be much higher than Sister Alice. Because every time I mention sister-in-law Gu Lingyue, Sister Alice's eyes are full of reverence. Also, Sister Alice basically doesn't say anything about sister-in-law Gu Lingyue. She treats her as a taboo and doesn't dare to say anything. So, I guess it must be because sister-in-law Gu Lingyue's status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace is too high. That's why Sister Alice doesn't dare to say anything. Gu Lingyue's status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace is very high. It can't be, right? This situation really surprised Qin Shao. After all, when Gu Lingyue left the Hong Meng universe, she was still very weak. She was just an ordinary mortal. Even if Gu Lingyue was the reincarnation of an ancient sage like Brother Pure, she should still be in the ancient sage realm when she awakened her memories. Miss Alice's status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace should be very high. It was hard to imagine that she was higher than Miss Alice. If she really had such a high status, why did she need to reincarnate? The Heavenly Law Dao Palace was the supreme existence of the Elemental Saint Realm, the one and only ruler. An existence with a very high status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace shouldn't have enemies, right? Chapter 30-48. Therefore, this made Qin Shao feel very surprised and puzzled. But the good news was that Gu Lingyue was fine, and she should be doing well in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Knowing this, the stone that had been hanging in Qin Zhao's heart could finally be put down. As for the rest, Qin Shao didn't think it was important at all. However, Qin Shao didn't care about Gu Lingyue's status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, as long as she was still Gu Lingyue. Even if Gu Lingyue was just a humble servant, Qin Shao still loved her, would still save her, and would do everything to be with her. This was the most sacred thing, and no one could stop Qin Shao from doing it. This was also Qin Zhao's goal all along, and it was the motivation for him to move forward. Yuan, take me to Miss Alice, I want to talk to her alone. Qin Shao immediately pulled Yuan away. Yuan was startled by Qin Zhao's sudden action. Hey, big brother Qin Shao, be gentler, you're hurting me. Don't you know how to be gentler, I'm a girl. Why are you in such a hurry? Miss Alice is now in seclusion, she won't see any guests. Yuan pouted as she ran. And that pair of slightly resentful eyes, all of which were especially cute. Qin Shao didn't slow down, and said as he ran, forget it, let's go to her territory and wait for her. There will be a time when she will see guests. Yuan, hurry up and lead the way. Yuan could only be speechless. She had no choice but to lead the way for Qin Shao. Soon, the two arrived at Miss Alice's territory. Sure enough, a servant came over and told Qin Shao that Miss Alice had just gone into seclusion and would come out in 10,000 years, so they shouldn't disturb her for the time being. Big brother Qin Shao, I told you, right? I won't lie to you. You're so impatient and not reserved at all. Yuan pouted again. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. I'm a man, why should I be reserved? You should leave such things as modesty to women. Fine, let's wait here for a while. 10,000 years isn't long, just wait. 10,000 years isn't long. Yuan muttered. Qin Shao ignored Yuan and casually found a place to sit down. After that, he said to Yuan, you don't have to accompany me. Go do what you need to do. I'll wait here and cultivate while I'm at it. Seeing Qin Shao not leave, Yuan didn't leave either. In the end, she stayed to accompany Shao. Qin Shao could only shake his head helplessly when he saw Yuan staying behind to accompany him. He bitterly pondered. Sigh, what a silly girl. Qin Shao didn't have the heart to drive Yuan away, so he could only let Yuan be. Even with Qin Zhao's state of mind, it was difficult for him to calm down and cultivate at this time. His mind kept flashing, I wonder how Gu Lingyue is doing now. This thought kept echoing in his mind, lingering in his mind. It was like a nightmare that he could not get rid of. Therefore, during the 10,000 years of waiting, Qin Shao basically didn't cultivate much, but neglected it. After waiting for 10,000 years, he didn't know when Miss Alice would come out of seclusion. Yuan asked the servant again, but the servant also said that he didn't know and asked Qin Shao to go back first. Big brother Qin Shao, why don't we go back first? It feels so strange to keep waiting here. When people pass by here, they all look at us strangely. It's so strange. So, let's go back first. I've already told the servant to tell Sister Alice that I have something urgent to tell her as soon as she comes out of seclusion. My relationship with Big Sister Alice is very good now, so Big Sister Alice will definitely tell me as soon as she comes out of seclusion. It won't be too late for us to come back after Sister Alice comes out of seclusion and tells me. Why wait here all the time? Qin Shao shook his head and said, No, I'd better wait a little longer. Miss Alice is not in seclusion for a long time, so she won't wait for long. My mind is not on cultivation now, so even if I go back, I won't be able to calm down and cultivate. Instead of that, it's better to wait here. In this way, I'll feel more at ease. Tens of millions of years of waiting was too long for Qin Shao. When he thought of it, he felt as if a knife was being twisted. This kind of waiting was an indescribable suffering. Therefore, Qin Shao refused to leave at this time and wanted to wait here all the time. This was a belief, a persistence, and a heart that had waited for tens of millions of years. Only by waiting like this could he feel better. Yuan pouted. Seeing that she could not persuade Qin Shao, she could only give up and continue to accompany him. At this moment, 3 figures walked over to them. Judging from their clothes, they were all from the elemental sanctuary. A man in gold, a man in red, and a man in white. The three men quickly came this way, with a strong aura. And they seemed to be deliberately releasing their aura, forming a strong oppressive force that rushed this way. From this aura they could feel some hostility. Qin Shao suddenly frowned and looked over. His eyes fell on the three senior brothers of the elemental sanctuary. Among the three senior brothers of the elemental sanctuary, Qin Shao was familiar with two of them. He had seen them at the freshman orientation before. The two familiar faces were obviously people who followed Aoshin's lead. He did not know the other one. He did not appear at the freshman orientation last time. This senior brother whom he did not know had the strongest aura. Walking in the middle, it was enough to show his status. He was dressed in fiery red clothes. His hair and eyebrows were also fiery red, as if he had a special liking for this color. From head to toe, the only color that could be seen was fiery red. Even his pupils were fiery red. Looking at it, the feeling it gave off was a little demonic. Not only this senior brother in fiery red clothes, but the other two senior brothers were also the same. The golden-robed senior brother's entire body was golden, and so were his pupils. The white-robed senior brother's pupils were also white. Qin Shao had seen Alice before. Her pupils were blue, and her clothes were mainly blue. Qin Shao recalled that the people of the elemental sanctuary that he had seen in the Eight Regions Temple and Guyong City all seemed to have such characteristic. The color of their pupils was divided into 5 colors. The clothes they liked to wear were basically divided into 5 colors: gold, white, blue, red, and brown. What was so special about such a division? Qin Shao did not quite understand, but he guessed that it had something to do with their attribute. Qin Shao was too lazy to think more about it. The three people in front of him looked a little aggressive. At first glance, he knew that they did not come with good intentions. They came deliberately and even targeted him. Qin Shao stood up and pulled Yuan behind him. He looked at the three senior brothers from the elemental sanctuary coldly. The three of them also stopped in front of Qin Shao and stared at Qin Shao coldly. They did not have good intentions and were full of hostility. After a confrontation, Qin Shao said coldly, "Senior brothers, it seems that you are targeting me. I wonder what you want from me, Qin Shao? I, Qin Shao, should not have offended the three of you. Or are you following someone's order to make trouble for me, Qin Shao?" The red-clothed senior brother in the middle curled his lips into a cold smile and said, "Junior brother Qin Shao, you're really bold. You even have designs on this senior brother's woman? What, you think that you can be arrogant and do whatever you want because young Master Feng Yi is protecting you in the Firmament Academy? Humph, now that young Master Feng Yi is not in the Firmament Academy, no one can protect you. It is impossible to use young Master Feng Yi's banner now." What? What did he mean? His woman? Hearing this sudden accusation, Qin Shao was stunned. It took him a while to react and understand what was going on. From the looks of it, this red-clothed senior brother must have taken a liking to Miss Alice. But Miss Clarice was his woman? This might not be the case. Yuan stuck her head out and scolded the senior brother in red. "Bah, senior brother Huiyanyan, you are so shameless. Sister Alice isn't your woman. She didn't promise to be your woman. It's just your wishful thinking. Sister Alice told me that she would never like you. She would never like you. She told you to give up long ago. How can you be so shameless? You even said that Sister Alice is your woman. You are so shameless, so despicable." Huiyanyan was obviously very angry after being slapped in the face by Yuan. He angrily glared at Yuan, full of fierceness and threat. Yuan was really scared and quickly hid behind Qin Shao. Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that Miss Alice was pursuing a talent, but she could not get him, so she was full of resentment. Therefore, when he saw that Qin Shao was waiting for Miss Huiyanyan here, he was so angry that he brought people here to teach Qin Shao a lesson. In fact, this was a kind of morbid mentality. Qin Shao did not want to pay attention to this kind of person. There was no need to be entangled with this kind of person. Senior brother Huiyanyan, it is your business that you like Miss Alice. How you pursue her is also your business. It has nothing to do with me, Qin Shao. I just want to ask Miss Alice about something. I don't like her or want to pursue her. If this is what your senior brother Huiyanyan is thinking, you can rest assured, Qin Shao said in a deep voice. First of all, Qin Shao did not want to be misunderstood. Second of all, he did not want to be entangled with Huiyanyan. It was not worth being entangled with such a thing. Humph! Huiyanyan obviously did not believe Qin Shao's words. He glared at Qin Shao and said, Junior brother Qin Shao, who are you trying to fool? Who would believe that you are trying to fool a child? You have been waiting here for 100,000 years. No one can pull you away. You have been waiting here for Miss Alice all this time. How dare you say that you don't like Miss Alice? How dare you say that you don't want to pursue Miss Alice? Do you dare to say that? Don't you feel ashamed? Things have already been done so obviously, and you're still trying to quibble. You have done something that even I am embarrassed to do. What else do you have to quibble about? Qin Shao really didn't know what to say when she heard these sour and jealous words. It seemed that he had done something that he did not dare to do. Now, he was jealous of him. Humph, that's right. You have been waiting for 100,000 years. What kind of drama are you playing? An infatuated drama or a bitter one? Bah, it is so obvious. How dare you say that you don't like Miss Alice? Are you lying through your teeth? The golden-clothed senior brother on the left also said. Author Cruel Death, she said. The fourth update, another 13,000 words. Continue to beg for fresh flowers. Chapter 3049. In some people's eyes, getting close to the person they liked was an act of aggression, and they would regard that person as a love rival. At this time, Qin Shao was obviously regarded as a love rival by Huiyanyan. Seeing that Huiyanyan did not listen to his explanation, Qin Shao did not bother to explain further. He said casually, It's up to you whether to believe it or not. You are just Miss Alice's admirer. You have no right to ask me what I want to do with Miss Alice. No right to ask? Huiyanyan snorted angrily in his heart. He had no right to ask, but it did not mean that he could not. Then I just don't like you. Is that okay? Huiyanyan started to act tough. Yuan stuck her head out again, and made a face at Huiyanyan. She lifted her beautiful nose and said, Humph, you ugly bastard. You are shameless. I've seen you so many times, but Sister Alice hasn't paid any attention to you even once. You're still pestering her. You are so bad. You want to bully my brother Qin Shao. Bad guy, bad guy. Yuan was an innocent and straightforward person. She would say whatever she wanted to say and would not have many misgivings. Therefore, sometimes his words sounded very straightforward, very harsh, and very unpleasant to the ears. When Huiyanyan heard those words, he was naturally enraged and furious. Huiyanyan was so angry that he jumped up and down like thunder. He glared at Yunyuan angrily and said threateningly, Little girl, you have ruined my plans time and time again. You have insulted me time and time again. I have tolerated you for a long time. Don't think that I won't be rough with you just because you are a girl. If you say another word, I will tear your stinky mouth apart. Humph, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy, bad guy. Yuan scolded angrily. After scolding, Yuan hid behind Qin Shao and said to Qin Shao with an aggrieved look, Brother Qin Shao, this bad guy is so fierce. He scolded me. Huiyanyan was already furious. Now that he was provoked by Yuan again and again, He remembered that Yuan Yuan had ruined his plans several times before. Therefore, the old and new grudges came together and stacked together, making Huiyenyen even more furious. "Little girl, you are really asking for a beating," Huiyenyen coldly said as he suddenly attacked. He directly attacked Qin Shao, killing two birds with one stone. Firstly, she wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to teach Yuan Yuan a lesson and take action against Qin Shao. Otherwise, he really didn't have a good reason to make a move. Although Qin Zhao's strength was not bad, and he had also shone brightly in the freshman welcoming activity. However, there were too many restrictions in the welcoming event. Therefore, the strength of the few senior brothers who went on stage was limited. At this moment there was no restriction on him. He could attack as he pleased. Naturally, he was not worried at all. Humph. Seeing that Huiyenyen wanted to attack Yuan Yuan, Qin Shao suddenly became angry. Originally, he didn't want to pay much attention to him. However, since Huiyenyen insisted on being aggressive, he couldn't be polite anymore. "Well, I have just cultivated my unique skill, breaking stalemate to the realm of perfection. Since you have taken the initiative to come to me, I will use you to test my skill. Let's see how much I have cultivated in the Firmament Academy for the past 5 million years." After 5 million years of cultivation, coupled with the cultivation of breaking stalemate to the realm of perfection, your strength should have improved a lot, right? Qin Shao pondered for a while. He did not hesitate and immediately attacked with all his might. Facing a senior brother like Huiyenyen, who was a fourth-step ancient saint, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't hold back. Naturally, he would fight with all his strength. Huiyenyen was really angry, so he didn't hesitate to attack, showing no mercy. This was because Huiyenyen had already calculated that although he attacked Yuan Yuan, Qin Shao would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Therefore, before he made his move, he was already prepared to fight 1 against 2. He wanted to teach both of them a lesson to vent the anger in his heart. Naturally, he didn't show any mercy. Huiyenyen's strength was above Saint Master Xianqiu's. Although he might not be as strong as senior brother Ling Mo, his attack was extremely powerful and terrifying. The karmic fire that filled the sky formed fire dragons, fire swords, fire stones, and waves of fire. With a momentum that could sweep through the heavens and earth, a might that could destroy the heavens surged endlessly towards Lin Fan. This momentum was indeed very powerful and terrifying. The endless and terrifying hellfire seemed to be able to burn everything. This was the power of the elemental law of fire attribute. When this power was displayed by Huiyenyen, it was extremely powerful and terrifying. Not only that, but at the same time, the power of the law of dark cultivation, the law of darkness, the law of all things, and the law of sword cultivation erupted. A total of 5 kinds of law power surged out at the same time and merged into one, becoming extremely powerful. Fortunately, the power of these 5 laws had not reached the complete realm. Only 2 of them had reached the complete realm, while the other 3 were still at the peak realm. Even so, it was extremely terrifying. After all, there was no doubt about the strength of those who were able to enter the Firmament Academy. They were definitely at the top of the Great Thousand World. Huiyenyen's strength was probably at least in the middle among the senior brothers of the Firmament Academy. With a great advantage in terms of cultivation realm, he naturally had the power to crush Qin Shao and Yuan Yuan. At this time, the powerful attack surged out and roared wildly, as if it could crush and trample the firmament. "Brother Qin Shao, you have to be careful." Yuan Yuan also felt that Huiyenyen's attack was terrifying, so she couldn't help but worry. She anxiously reminded Qin Shao. Qin Shao also felt that this force was powerful and turbulent, but he was not afraid at all. He had some strength and confidence, and it was enough for him to fight. "Huiyenyen, I'll let you have a taste of my power." Qin Shao shouted in his heart, and the sword in his hand had already slashed out. As soon as the sword was out, hundreds of millions of rays of light surged, as if there were hundreds of millions of sharp light swords, piercing through everything, breaking all situations, and destroying all forces. It was like a mighty storm, and wherever it passed, it returned to calmness. Qin Zhao's sword swept across, as if it was peerless and invincible. All offensive forces were extremely fragile in front of his sword, collapsing and collapsing, unable to withstand a single blow. During the freshman orientation, Qin Zhao's sword had forced senior brother Leng to take a step back. Now that Qin Zhao's power of breaking through had been cultivated to perfection, he could use it freely and smoothly, and its power was naturally greater. Moreover, it felt invulnerable, making it difficult for people to resist and break through. In addition, the power of the law had been greatly enhanced, so the power of this sword was probably 10 times stronger than before. An increase of 10 times, what a terrifying number that was! Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword swept through everything in its path. Hui Yanyan's ferocious offensive was actually swept away by Qin Zhao's overwhelming force. What's going on? His sword, how can it be so strong? It's so strange. Hui Yanyan was shocked as soon as they clashed, and his face suddenly changed. He was originally full of confidence, but now his face was ugly, and he kept retreating in horror. However, Qin Zhao's powerful ultimate move smashed fiercely on him in the end, and it sent Hui Yanyan flying, looking very embarrassed. After being sent flying by Qin Shao, Hui Yanyan barely managed to stabilize his body, and he almost vomited blood. Although he was not injured, he looked quite embarrassed. This was because he retreated quickly, and Qin Shao did not chase after him. Therefore, the two of them had only clashed once. If they continued to fight, he was afraid that he would definitely be injured. The result of such a confrontation was obvious. Qin Shao had gained the upper hand, and this advantage was obviously not small. Hui Yanyan and the other two were completely dumbfounded by such a result. The three of them were stunned on the spot, and their faces were full of excitement. The way they looked at Qin Shao became very strange. They really could not believe such a thing, and it was hard for them to accept it. How could it be possible? Hui Yanyan's strength was recognized by all. He was not weak, and he was definitely stronger than Saint Master Xianqiu. Among all the senior brothers, he could be ranked in the middle or even above average. However, they did not expect that he would be defeated by Qin Shao, a freshman. After all, Qin Shao was only a 3-step ancient saint, and he had only been in the Firmament Academy for 5 million years. Hui Yanyan had been in the Firmament Academy for 2 universes, and he had broken through to the 4-step ancient saint realm for more than 1 universe. However, he had suffered a great loss in the hands of Qin Shao. How could this be possible? This was not like the Welcome Freshman event. The Welcome Freshman event had a lot of restrictions, so it was understandable. However, this was a normal fight, and there was no interference or restriction. Hui Yanyan still suffered a loss in the hands of Qin Shao. What did this mean? This meant that Qin Zhao's strength had reached an incredible level, and he was no longer weaker than Hui Yanyan. Such a thing had never happened before in the history of the Firmament College. A freshman who had just entered the Firmament Academy, a 3-step ancient saint realm freshman, was able to push back a senior brother who had been through a lot. It was too shocking and unbelievable. Such a thing was really hard to believe. Therefore, for a moment, Hui Yanyan and the other two were a little dumbfounded. This was far beyond their expectations. It was simply something that defied common sense. Qin Shao curled his lips. This fight had also let him know the power of breaking stalemate, and what he had gained in the past 5 million years in the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao was very satisfied with this. He also sighed in his heart. It was indeed the Firmament Academy. What he had gained in the past 5 million years was probably more than what he had gained in the outside world. The Firmament Academy was indeed worthy of being the top academy in the Great Thousand World. There was indeed a very good environment and cultivation resources to cultivate here. The speed of cultivation here was very fast. The cultivation environment here was indeed incomparable to that of the Saint Academy and Langya Heaven. The difference was too great. Such speed and effect of improvement also filled Qin Lu with more expectation and desire for the cultivation in the Firmament Academy. If he could maintain such a speed of cultivation, it would not take too much time to break through to the 4-step Ancient Saint realm. He would strive to break through before he was 100 million years old. Qin Shao quietly set this goal in his heart. If the news of him breaking through to the 4-step Ancient Saint realm before he was 100 million years old spread out, it would probably scare many geniuses to death. It would be difficult to find a 4-step Ancient Saint realm 100 million years old in the history of the Great Thousand World. Chapter 30-50. The air was dead silent and oppressive. The terrible silence made the faces of Hui Yanyan and the other two turn ghastly pale. For the fiery flame Saint Master, a loss as such was an immense humiliation. He was at the peak of Step 4 Ancient Saint realm. In the entire Great Thousand World, there were very few people who could match him below the worldly God realm. Aside from the top experts on the Heavens Declaration Saint list, there were very few people who could make him, Hui Yanyan, afraid of them. He had absolute confidence in this. However, today, he had suffered a great loss at the hands of a young man at Step 3 Ancient Saint realm. Putting aside the fact that he, the holy sovereign Hui Yanyan, would lose all his face if this matter were to spread out, even the pride in his heart would not be able to suppress it. Those who could enter the Firmament Academy were all arrogant and conceited. Which one of them was not a genius among geniuses? Which one of them was not a peerless genius? Which one of them was not a genius who could stand at the peak of the Saint region? All of them could be said to be peerless geniuses. It was humiliating for a 4th-step Empyrean Saint to be defeated by a 3rd-step Empyrean Saint. Therefore, Hui Yanyan was infuriated. After a moment of silence, his eyes were filled with endless anger. His originally red pupils immediately turned into a huge ball of fire. Through his eyes, one could clearly see 2 fireballs the size of a celestial body burning. "Get him!" Hui Yanyan suddenly let out an angry roar and shouted at the 2 people beside him. The 2 people did not hesitate and took action at the same time. Apparently, Hui Yanyan had decided to be shameless to the end. Since he had suffered a loss at the hands of Qin Shao, he might as well go all out and take action together with his companions. They did not believe that Qin Shao could be so arrogant when it was 3 against 1. "Bah! You are too shameless. Do you have any bottom line?" Yuan suddenly became anxious. If it was 1 against 1, Qin Shao would not be afraid of any of them. However, if it was 3 against 1, needless to say, Qin Shao would not be able to withstand it. Qin Shao frowned. He had not expected Hui Yanyan to be so shameless. 3 against 1? How could they do that? 3 senior brothers at Step 4 Ancient Saint realm wanted to join forces to deal with a junior brother at Step 3 Ancient Saint realm? Qin Shao snorted disdainfully at Hui Yanyan's trio's actions. He mocked, "Senior brother Hui Yanyan, you 3 are truly shameless. Even if you are not shameless, I feel ashamed for you. You are the senior disciples of the Firmament Academy. I'm afraid that if this news spreads out, the reputation of the Firmament Academy will be lost. You don't even have the most basic morals. I really don't want to be associated with you. I feel ashamed to be in the same sect as you." "You," Qin Zhao's humiliating words made Hui Yanyan even angrier. He was so angry that his face turned crazy. Damn you, Qin Shao. I'm going to tear your mouth apart. Do it. Don't talk nonsense with him. If I don't tear his mouth apart today, I won't be able to vent my anger. Facing these three people's ferocious attacks, Qin Shao also had no other way. He could only fight with all his might. Even if he could not win, he could not admit defeat. It was an extremely disgraceful thing for a fourth-step Empyrean saint to bully a third-step Empyrean saint with their numbers. Even if Qin Shao lost, even if he was beaten up, it would still be a glorious defeat. Yuan, step aside, Qin Shao said to Yuan. Yuan was indeed a little afraid of such a scene. But at this time, Yuan stood out bravely. She had no intention of retreating. Instead, she looked like she was going to fight side by side with Qin Shao. You three bad guys. I'll fight with you. Yuan said angrily and took out her sword. Seeing that Yuan wanted to fight with him, Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. He knew Yuan's character. She was usually obedient, but when it came to critical moments, Yuan still had her own opinions. Senior brother Huoyanyan, stop. Just as the battle was about to start, a gentle and angry voice came. A blue-clothed figure flew out from Miss Alice's territory and soon landed in front of them. The person who came was none other than Miss Alice. Seeing Miss Alice, Huoyanyan did not continue to fight. Instead, he signaled everyone to stop. Seeing Miss Alice, Huoyanyan's expression immediately changed. He looked at Miss Alice with a flattering face. Sister Alice, these three bad guys are bullying us. They're so bad. Especially Huoyanyan, he's the worst. He said he's going to tear Yao Jia's mouth apart. It's so scary. Sister Alice, you have to stay away from this big bad guy. He's shameless and ugly. Don't be fooled by him. Yuan immediately ran to Miss Alice's side and complained to her with a delicate face. Hearing Yuan complaining about him, Huoyanyan was so angry that he wanted to seal Yuan's mouth. Junior Sister Alice, this is just a misunderstanding. Listen to me, Huoyanyan wanted to explain, but Miss Alice did not give him the chance to finish. She said coldly, Okay, you don't have to say anything. I already know what's going on. Yuan is my good sister. I hope you won't bully her in the future. Otherwise, I won't let you off. I don't like noise, so I hope senior brother Huoyanyan won't make such a big scene in front of my territory. Please leave. Miss Alice was not polite to Huoyanyan at all. She directly asked him to leave. Huoyanyan was very unhappy. However, in front of Miss Alice, Huoyanyan still maintained a smile. He said, Miss Alice, don't you think you're meddling a little too much? You're making me feel like I'm facing the law enforcement elder. Someone provoked me and humiliated me. Naturally, I have to fight back. If Miss Alice wants to meddle in this, does that mean you like me? If you agree to be my woman, you can meddle in everything, no matter how big or small. Hearing such shameless words, Miss Alice frowned and scolded. Stop dreaming. I've already told you. I've made it very clear. If you insist on pretending you didn't hear me, then I can't do anything about it. I'll tell you one more time. I don't like you. I don't like you at all. There's absolutely no possibility between us. There's no possibility between now and the destruction of the Great Thousand World. In that case, I wonder if senior brother Huoyanyan understands. If she was so ruthless, any tactful man would probably back off in the face of difficulties and wouldn't continue to pester her. However, fiery holy sage didn't have such a high awareness. He didn't feel frustrated at all. He didn't seem discouraged at all. After twitching his mouth, he smiled at Miss Alice and said, You say what you want and I'll do what I want. We won't interfere with each other. I've also said that I'll definitely woo you and make you my woman. No matter how long it takes, or even if it takes between now and the destruction of the Great Thousand World, I'll definitely woo you. That's why, Junior Sister Alice, I think it's better for you to give up resisting. You can't escape from my grasp, and resistance is futile. In the end, you'll still compromise with me. You'll definitely be my woman. Ah. Crazy. He's really a complete lunatic. Miss Alice was really speechless and helpless. How could there be such a lunatic? Being targeted by such a lunatic was really something that made one want to die. However, there was no other way. She had already been targeted by this lunatic. Perhaps it was just as the saying went. The more unobtainable something was, the more one wanted to get it. The more unobtainable it was, the crazier it would be. At this moment, Hui Yanyan was probably in a state of madness because he could not get what he wanted. This kind of state was a kind of sickness and also a very scary state. Lord Qin Shao, please come in. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I've been in seclusion. Miss Alice did not want to bother with Hui Yanyan anymore. She simply made a gesture of invitation to Qin Shao and prepared to go back to her territory. Everyone's territory was their own independent kingdom. Even the elders of the Firmament Academy could not barge in. The other disciples could not barge in either. It was a serious violation of the Academy's rules. Once it was investigated, it would be a matter that would result in severe punishment. Qin Shao also felt that it was meaningless to pester such a person. Seeing that Qin Shao was about to enter Miss Alice's territory, Hui Yanyan had been looking forward to entering Miss Alice's territory at least once. However, he was rejected every time. Now that he saw that Qin Shao, his rival in love, was invited in by Miss Alice, Hui Yanyan felt extremely unbalanced. Junior brother Qin Shao, humph, you'd better think carefully before you go in. Anyone who dares to compete with me for a woman will die. I'm serious about playing with you. If you dare to take that step, you'd better think about the consequences. If you're not afraid of death, you can try. I swear on my honor that I won't let you have an easy time. Hearing Hui Yanyan's threat, Qin Shao smiled indifferently. What kind of threats and warnings had he not heard before? What kind of enemies had he not faced before? However, Qin Shao was still alive and well until now. As long as you're happy, you can do whatever you want, Qin Shao said indifferently and then followed Miss Alice into her territory. Seeing that Qin Shao was so disdainful of his threat, and even dared to step into Miss Alice's territory, Holy Sage Hui Yongyan didn't put him, Holy Sage Hui Yongyan, in his eyes. This was complete disregard and extreme disdain. Hui Yanyan's action was a heavy blow to Hui Yanyan's heart. As a fourth-step ancient saint who stood at the peak of the great thousand world, he could not even intimidate a third-step ancient saint. This was a great humiliation. Crack! Hui Yanyan clenched his fists so hard that his whole body trembled with anger. His chest was filled with anger, and it burned fiercely. Damn it! Humph, Qin Shao, you asked for it. I'll remember it. Since you insist on playing with me, I'll play with you. I'd like to see how capable you are without young Master Feng Yi's protection. There's no one else in the Firmament Academy who dares to disrespect me like this. You're ruthless, you're really ruthless. Chapter 30-51. After entering Miss Alice's territory, she looked at Qin Shao in surprise and confusion. The first thing she was surprised about was that Qin Shao was able to make senior brother Hui Yanyan suffer a loss in his hands. What kind of heaven-defying strength was this? Although Qin Shao had been in the limelight during the welcoming event 5 million years ago, he had displayed his heaven-defying strength and had created a legend, but Qin Shao had still been in the limelight. However, the situation at that time was different after all. She didn't expect that 5 million years later, Qin Zhao's strength had reached the point where he could suppress senior brother Hui Yanyan. Unimaginable, too unimaginable. To be honest, Alice admired Qin Shao very much. It was amazing that such a heaven-defying talent could achieve such a feat. He was simply a rare talent. Not only did Qin Shao have heaven-defying strength, but Alice also admired Qin Zhao's character and personality. Therefore, Alice was also very surprised that Lord Qin Shao would wait here for tens of thousands of years just to see her. From Qin Zhao's clear eyes, she could clearly feel that the Lord Qin Shao had not waited here for her for tens of thousands of years because he liked her and wanted to pursue her like senior brother Hui Yanyan. Lord Qin Shao, may I know why you are looking for me? Miss Alice also vaguely guessed a little, but still asked. Yuan had asked her several times before. Now that she saw Qin Shao, she knew that he must have come for that matter. Qin Shao suppressed some of the excitement in his heart and looked at Miss Alice with a serious face. I think Miss Alice has already guessed the purpose of my visit. In that case, I won't beat around the bush and will make it clear. Gu Lingyue is my fiancé. Although we didn't hold a formal wedding ceremony for some reason, we have long been devoted to each other and have already made a vow to live together. We have already engraved each other's feelings into our bones. Our love is stronger than gold, and we will never change. I know that Gu Lingyue is a reincarnated person, but even if the memories of her previous life are awakened, the memories of this life still exist and will not be erased. Before she left me the information of the elemental sacred realm, Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Miss Alice, you are a member of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. You also told Yuan that you know Gu Lingyue. Therefore, I came to you this time in the hope that Miss Alice can tell me more about Gu Lingyue's current situation. Qin Shao is here. Thank you in advance. After saying that, Shao bowed to Miss Alice. Only then did Miss Alice understand the general situation. She knew why Qin Shao had waited here for her for 10,000 years. It turned out that there was such a love story hidden here. She didn't expect Qin Shao to be such a sentimental man. She knew a little about the reincarnation of young palace master Gu Lingyue, but she didn't know that there was such a story. However, after thinking about this matter, Miss Alice shook her head and said to Qin Shao, Lord Qin Shao, I am very sorry. I can only tell you that Gu Lingyue is indeed in our Heavenly Law Dao Palace, and she is doing very well. As for the other situation, forgive me for not being able to tell you too much. Please forgive me, Lord Qin Shao. Can't tell? What kind of secret was involved in this? Since Gu Lingyue was doing very well in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, what couldn't he tell her? Miss Alice, Qin Shao thought for a while, then said again, although I can guess that this may involve some secrets of your Heavenly Law Dao Palace. But, since Gu Lingyue is doing very well in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, it means that her status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace should be relatively high. So, I should be able to find out. It shouldn't be a particularly difficult matter. Instead of waiting for me to find out, why don't you tell me now? I just want to know Gu Lingyue's current situation. I won't ask too much, and it won't involve the secrets of your Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Some basic information about her current situation, or her status in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, some specific information about her current situation, these things shouldn't be considered secrets, right? Why can't Miss Alice fulfill my wish? I, Qin Shao, have never begged anyone in my life. I beg Miss Alice to tell me. For tens of millions of years, I have always been thinking about this matter. Not to mention to the point where I can't eat or drink, but I have always been thinking about it in my heart. I hope Miss Alice can fulfill my wish. Consider this as me, Qin Shao, owing you a favor. With that, Qin Shao bowed again. This made Miss Alice feel very embarrassed. She pursed her lips hard, as if she was having a fierce struggle in her heart. She was also weighing in her heart whether or not she should tell Qin Shao about this matter. It seemed that she really shouldn't talk about this matter to outsiders. After all, it was related to the young palace master. Discussing it in private was a great taboo. It was an offense against one's superiors. It was a great offense. However, at this time, seeing Qin Zhao's incomparably sincere expression, Miss Alice couldn't help but feel a little moved in her heart. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, Miss Alice said, "All right, Lord Qin Zhao, then I can briefly explain the situation to you. But you must promise me that you will never tell anyone about this. Otherwise, if this matter is spread out, I will be punished." Hearing that Miss Alice had relented, Qin Zhao was overjoyed. He immediately nodded and said, "All right, please rest assured, Miss Alice. I will definitely keep this matter a secret and will never reveal it to anyone else." "Thank you, Miss Alice, for fulfilling my wish. Thank you." Qin Zhao couldn't help but feel a little excited again. After waiting for so many years, he could finally find out about Gu Lingyue's current situation. He hoped that Gu Lingyue was doing well now. Then, he could rest assured. After a slight hesitation, Miss Alice said, "Gu Lingyue is now the young palace master of our Heavenly Law's Dao Palace's Water Palace. She is the future successor of the Water Palace Master. Moreover, not long ago, she broke through and became a god. Therefore, Lord Qin Zhao, you can rest assured that our young palace master is doing very well now." The young palace master of the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace's Water Palace? Heavenly Law's Dao Palace's Water Palace, what did that mean? Qin Zhao only knew about the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace and didn't know about the Water Palace. The young palace master of the Water Palace, the future successor of the Water Palace Master? Although he didn't know what position the Water Palace held in the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace, it was enough to tell that Gu Lingyue's status was indeed very, very high. Judging from Miss Alice's expression and tone when she talked about Gu Lingyue, it was clear that she admired and respected Gu Lingyue very much. Qin Zhao also didn't expect that Gu Lingyue would have such a high status in the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace. Moreover, she had already broken through and become a world god. He didn't expect it, he really didn't expect it. However, hearing that Gu Lingyue's current situation was so good, Qin Zhao was also very happy and overjoyed. In this way, he could rest assured. His heart that had been hanging in the air all this time was finally completely at ease. Great, this was really great. In this way, he didn't have to rush to the elemental sanctuary to rescue Gu Lingyue. On the contrary, it gave Qin Zhao a lot of pressure now. Gu Lingyue was now a supreme venerable and extremely powerful. She was a world god. He was now only a three-step ancient saint and an ordinary disciple of the Firmament Academy. Compared with Gu Lingyue's status, the difference was too big. It wasn't that Qin Zhao was sad, but Qin Zhao felt that if he went to look for Gu Lingyue with such a status, he would be looked down upon and ridiculed by others. Without a certain level of strength and ability, Qin Zhao naturally wouldn't go to the elemental sanctuary to look for Gu Lingyue. Moreover, Qin Zhao also had some pride in his heart. It seemed that he had to make some changes to his plan. However, this change was also a happy one and didn't make Qin Zhao feel that it was unacceptable. All in all, it was a good thing. Qin Zhao was still very proud of Gu Lingyue. In fact, it also encouraged him in his heart. Gu Lingyue had become so outstanding and powerful. Qin Zhao had to work harder in cultivation. Otherwise, how could he have the confidence to look for Gu Lingyue? How could he protect Gu Lingyue? How could he not be ridiculed by others? All of this required him to work hard and speak with his strength. Therefore, he had to work even harder on his cultivation. His desire and motivation to become stronger had also increased by a few notches. "Miss Alice, thank you for telling me this." Qin Zhao smiled and said to Alice. Miss Alice looked at Qin Zhao and bit her lip. She looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. It seemed that she had something to say, but didn't want to say it. Qin Zhao also noticed this. Seeing Alice like this, Qin Zhao couldn't help but ask, Miss Alice, do you have something to say? If so, you might as well say it. It's no big deal. I'd better not say it. I don't want to discourage you. Alice shook her head and said, Cough. It seemed that there was indeed a bad situation. Although Qin Shao had been mentally prepared, he still felt a little bitter. Miss Alice, you've already started to discourage me. Why don't you say it now? Won't that hurt me even more? Not only will I be disheartened by you, but I'll also be depressed for a long time. I've been thinking about what you don't want to tell me. Instead of that, you might as well say it directly. My mental capacity should still be okay. I'm not afraid of being discouraged. The blows that should be suffered will always be there, and they will always come. Whether you say it or not, it will still exist. So, it's better to let me know earlier. Miss Alice, please tell me. Qin Shao will be very grateful, Qin Shao said. Alice was a little surprised and looked at Qin Shao. After hesitating for a moment, Alice said, Okay, Lord Qin Shao, then you have to be mentally prepared. Actually, it's like this. Our Heavenly Law's Tao Palace has its own rules, and our Water Palace also has its own traditions and taboos. So, I advise Lord Qin Shao to forget about our young palace master. Let it go as soon as possible. There's no chance of you two being together. Our Water Palace will never allow you to be with our young palace master. There's not even the slightest possibility of that. Lord Qin Shao, if you don't let it go and the Water Palace finds out about this, I'm afraid we won't be very friendly to Lord Qin Shao, so... Chapter 3052. Qin Zhao's heart sank when he heard Miss Alice's words. However, Qin Shao had vaguely expected that there would be such trouble. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually a very normal thing, and he didn't feel too surprised. The young palace master of the Heavenly Law Tao Palace, the successor of the future palace master, what kind of high status was that? The situation of the elemental sacred realm was very different from the immortal realm. In the immortal realm, although its overall strength was strong, it was completely reasonable to say that it was second only to the great Tao sacred realm. However, the forces of the immortal realm were actually too scattered, divided into the three realms of heaven, earth, and mortal. The heaven realm had always been mysterious and powerful, staying out of the world, and not caring about worldly affairs. As for the earth realm, it was jointly sealed by the heaven realm and mortal realm, never to see the light of day. The only truly active one was the mortal realm. However, the mortal realm was divided into the 9 continents Huaxia, the Jade Lake Sacred Realm, the Kunlun Sacred Realm, the Mount Hua Fairy Gate Sacred Realm, and the Southern Wasteland. For the 9 continents Huaxia there were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, as well as the Langya heaven. Although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were basically one and could also be regarded as an entire force, controlling the 9 continents Huaxia and dominating 70% of the mortal realm's territory. However, the elemental sacred realm was dominated by the Heavenly Law Tao Palace, which ruled the entire elemental sacred realm. The entire elemental sacred realm was unified, and all the forces were gathered and condensed together by the Heavenly Law Tao Palace. Therefore, the Heavenly Law Tao Palace's strength was probably very difficult for the 9 continents Huaxia to compare. What about Qin Shao? He was only the personal disciple of Sage Li, plus his identity as a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Even if these 2 identities were added together, they were still far inferior to Gu Lingyue. Miss Alice, after a moment of silence, Qin Shao said with a serious face, although my realm is still low and my identity is very ordinary, I will definitely work harder. However, I will definitely work even harder in my cultivation. In the future, I will definitely grow and become even stronger than Gu Lingyue. I will definitely have the strength to match up to her. I just need some time, I can definitely do it. Right now, the Heavenly Law Dao Palace might not be able to accept me, but I believe that one day, I will be able to make the Heavenly Law Dao Palace accept me. However, the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace's requirements are very high. Qin Shao will definitely be able to meet them. Qin Shao had a strong belief and an incomparably powerful force in his heart. No matter how difficult it was, he would definitely do it. As long as he was willing to work hard, as long as he wanted to do something, Qin Shao believed that there was nothing in this world that could stop him. All he needed was time. Alice shook her head and said, "Lord Qin Shao, I think you've misunderstood. This has nothing to do with your strength or status." "But, Lord Qin Shao, no matter what your status is or how strong you are, it won't work. Lord Qin Shao, even if you are the son of Samsara Sovereign, you still can't do it. As I said, it's impossible between you and our young palace lord. It will never be possible. So, Lord Qin Shao, I advise you to give up and forget about our young palace lord as soon as possible. I know that you are a good man, a rare good man, but there are some things that can never be changed. You have no way to change it, and our palace lord Luo also has no way to change it. Perhaps this is everyone's destiny. Was it not because of this? Status and strength had no way to change this matter? Never possible?" Qin Shao shook his head and said in a deep voice, "For me, there is no such thing as never impossible. No matter how impossible it is, I will make it possible. Just like when I was a lowly mortal, I never thought that one day I would become so strong and stand at such a height. But now, these previous impossibilities have become reality. When we think something is impossible, it may only be because our cultivation level has not reached that height. Once we reach that height, we will discover that even the most impossible things can become possible at a certain height. I don't care how great the resistance is, how the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace will reject me or stop me. As long as Gu Lingyue still likes me and is willing to be with me, I will not let her down. No one can stop me. Don't you dare try to separate us. I will break through any power that stands in my way. I believe that I can do all of this." This was the strength of Qin Zhao's conviction, and also a new goal that Qin Shao had set in his heart, a lofty goal that he had to accomplish. Qin Shao knew that this matter would be very difficult and that he might encounter considerable resistance. But he would not give up, he would not. People had to live for something. Only in this way would there be some meaning to life. If there was no goal, no dream to pursue, no direction to work towards, then what was the meaning of life? Gu Lingyue was a woman that he, Qin Shao, had engraved in his heart. He would never give up on this relationship. "Gu Lingyue, wait for me. My current strength is far from enough, but one day, I will personally go to the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace and bring you to my side. I won't let this day go too far. I won't." Qin Shao silently made up his mind. Alice stared blankly at Qin Shao and was momentarily speechless. She felt as if her heart had been touched. Although he didn't understand Qin Shao very well, his previous admiration for Qin Shao was only because of Qin Zhao's heaven-defying talent and strength. But now, what he admired about Qin Shao was that he saw a man who was affectionate and loyal. He was a man who could disregard everything and work hard crazily for the woman he loved. In fact, women more or less yearned for love in their hearts. However, true love was an extremely rare and precious thing. Everyone longed for it, but it was not something that everyone could have. Just like Alice, although she had lived for so long and was a third-step ancient saint, she had not had a love that belonged to her. It was better not to mention this kind of thing that was imprisoned in the depths of one's heart. Once it was mentioned, it would erode one's bones. Qin Zhao's words undoubtedly aroused a trace of longing in the depths of Alice's heart. But soon, Alice shook her head again. She knew that she could not have this kind of thing. She was not allowed to have it. She had her destiny. The trajectory of her life had long been fixed. She had no way to deviate from it. Love, for her, was something that had been buried long ago. It was a kind of extravagant hope when she was young. Over the years, she had long calmed down. She had long put aside the longing that she had never had and stopped thinking about those things. Alice shook her head and laughed at herself. She still could not have this kind of thought. It was a terrible thing. This kind of thought was poison. She did not want to think about it. Lord Qin Shao, I admire your infatuation, your persistence, and your brave and fearless spirit. Although I have no way to persuade you to give up, I have already said what I should say. The situation here is far more complicated than you think, Lord Qin Shao. And it's best that you don't let anyone know about this, especially the people of the elemental sanctuary. Otherwise, it will definitely bring a fatal disaster to you, Lord Qin Shao. I'm not being an alarmist. So, Lord Qin Shao, I hope you can grasp it well. Don't hurt yourself, Alice said seriously after thinking for a while. From Miss Alice's words, it seemed that the situation here was far more complicated than he had imagined. There should be a very complicated situation here. Qin Shao shook his head and stopped thinking about it for the time being. Anyway, he would definitely have to face what he should face in the future. It was useless to think about it now. Since he had decided to do what he wanted to do, no matter what kind of obstacles, troubles, and dangers he would encounter in the future, he would not give up on Qin Zhao's idea. Miss Alice did not want to say anything more about the situation. No matter how Yuan tried to put in a good word for Qin Shao, it did not work. In the end, Miss Alice directly ordered them to leave, and even sent Yuan away with them. Qin Shao and Yuan walked out of Miss Alice's territory. Knowing the situation, Qin Zhao's mood was naturally a little heavy and depressed. Gu Lingyue was doing very well right now, which should have been a piece of heavenly good news. But he didn't expect that behind this good news, there was such a big problem. Big brother Qin Shao, don't be sad. Since sister-in-law Gu Lingyue is fine, that's the best news. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. I believe that big brother Qin Shao will definitely be able to get married with sister-in-law Gu Lingyue. As long as big brother Qin Shao is strong enough, nothing is impossible and cannot be changed. So, big brother Qin Shao, you have to work hard and cultivate. One day, you will personally go to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace and make them very happy. They will be very proud to hand sister-in-law Gu Lingyue over to you. I also believe that sister-in-law Gu Lingyue must love big brother Qin Shao and will definitely be willing to come to your side. No one can stop your love for each other. Gu Lingyue comforted Qin Shao. Although she didn't know what love was, she believed that it should be the most beautiful thing in the world. Being comforted by Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile and nod. Yes, he also believed so. What was love? It was something that made people want to live and die for. In fact, Qin Shao had always felt that he didn't understand much about love. Perhaps love was such a simple feeling. Perhaps it was just a thought in one's heart. Perhaps only when you truly experienced it would you know that this was love. This feeling was different from other feelings. It was definitely different. When this thought arose, it was incomparable to any other thought. Thinking of Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao only felt warm in his heart. Knowing Gu Lingyue's current situation, he was overjoyed. He hadn't been so happy in a long time. Now that he knew the difference between him and Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao was immediately filled with determination. He wanted to cultivate diligently and raise his strength as much as he could. After knowing the obstacles between him and Gu Lingyue, Qin Shao had the determination to break through all obstacles. He had fearless confidence and the sincerity to move forward courageously. This was something that didn't need to be deliberately shown. It naturally flowed out, and it wasn't even under Qin Zhao's control. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was the case. It was a very strange feeling. Therefore, Qin Shao thought about it in his heart and felt that this might be love. It should be like this, right? Author Cruel Death. It's the third day of continuous outbursts. Continue to beg for flowers and push up the rankings. Chapter 3053. Wine was truly a miraculous thing. It was really comfortable to drink a little once in a while. When one was happy, the atmosphere would be better with wine. Even when he was unhappy, he needed alcohol. Alcohol would make him feel better. Therefore, no matter whether one was happy or not, or whether one liked it or not, wine would always be there. Qin Shao usually didn't drink much, but this time, he drank. Yuan didn't touch wine, so she could only accompany Qin Shao. Sometimes, drinking was really a kind of mood. Brother Chuanjie suddenly showed up, looking pissed. As soon as he came, he grabbed the wine in Qin Zhao's hand and gulped it down. "What's wrong, Brother Pure? Who made you unhappy? Why do I feel like you were beaten by someone?" Qin Shao looked at Brother Pure and couldn't help but ask. Yuan also looked at Brother Pure and suddenly her eyes lit up. "Oh, I know. Brother Pure, did you hit on a beautiful senior sister again? And then you were beaten by her? Ha ha ha, that must be it. Bah!" Brother Pure rolled his eyes at Yuan and said, "What do you mean by again? I just hit on her once, didn't I? Besides, I was successful that time. She didn't kick me out. My brother Chuanjie is a handsome and talented man. He's quite good-looking. I used to rely on my face to make a living. If you say that about me, aren't you just talking nonsense? That's not cute." Yuan stuck out her pink tongue at Brother Pure and pretended to be very cute. "Hey!" Brother Pure rolled his eyes and fell on Qin Shao. He looked at him strangely and said, "Brother, you don't seem to be in a good mood. You look sad. What's wrong? Why does he look like he's heartbroken? That's not right. You don't understand love. There's no love at all. There's no gain or loss. What's the situation? Is there anything in this world that can make you sad?" Qin Shao was speechless. What did he mean by he didn't understand love? Now I know a little, okay? At most, it wasn't that deep. However, Qin Shao knew that Brother Pure was just joking. He was just like that. Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't want to talk about these things. "Little sister Yuan, what happened to your brother? Did you make him unhappy?" Seeing that Qin Shao didn't say anything, Brother Pure immediately turned to Yuan. Yuan immediately shook her head and waved her hand. No, it's not me. How could I possibly make Big Brother Qin Shao unhappy? I'm Gu Lingyue's sister-in-law. What? Gu Lingyue? Hearing this, Brother Pure was suddenly taken aback. His expression also became serious. He looked at Qin Shao and said seriously, "Brother, what's the situation? Did something happen to Gu Lingyue? It can't be, right? Didn't you say that she's in the Heavenly Law's Dao Palace? Nothing should have happened to her." Qin Shao shook his head. In front of Brother Pure, he had nothing to hide, so he told Brother Pure about the situation. After hearing this, Brother Pure secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder and smacked his lip. "I thought something had happened. Isn't everything fine? TSK. I didn't expect Lingyue to have such a great background in her previous life. I thought my background in my previous life was already great enough. I was a second-step ancient saint in my previous life. There's basically no ancient saint state beings who would go through reincarnation. The success rate is simply way too low. If I wasn't forced into a corner back then, I definitely wouldn't have chosen this path with such a slim chance of success. I didn't expect this. There's really no limit to how strong one can be. Gu Lingwei, that little girl, is actually much more ruthless than me. From the looks of it, she should be a fourth-step ancient saint reincarnated. Moreover, she should be at the peak of the fourth-step ancient saint reincarnated. That's why she can directly become a world god after awakening her memories. Terrifying, this is really too terrifying. She actually managed to succeed in such a situation. Unbelievable. The young palace master of the heavenly laws Dao Palace's water palace, the successor of the future palace master. TSK, her background is really extraordinary. With that said, Brother Pure put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder again and said, "Brother, this is nothing. As long as Gu Lingwei is fine, it's the best news. As for the rest, it's not a problem because it can be solved. So what if the obstruction is great? I believe that you can definitely break it. No one and no power can stop you and Gu Lingwei. What's there to be afraid of? Just do your best. When we become gods, I'll accompany you to the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace. If the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace doesn't know what's good for them, then we'll put on a show of a hero robbing a beauty. Even if we have to rob, we'll snatch Gu Lingwei out of the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace. We brothers have to be so unyielding, so domineering, so flashy. We have to have the supreme aura of someone who can do it but us. We have to be ruthless. Gu Lingwei is the future palace master of the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace. If you marry Gu Lingwei in the future, it'll be equivalent to you sitting on a fifth of the elemental sacred realm's power. TSK, just thinking about it makes me envious. Such a good thing, I can't even ask for it. Qin Shao shook her head and smiled. But after being comforted by Brother Chuanjie, her mood suddenly became a lot better and more comfortable. Brother Pure is the one who knows me best. It's so easy to be with a brother. Everything can be explained easily. Although Brother Chuanjie said it in a joking tone, Qin Shao understood the meaning behind it, which was exactly what he wanted to hear. Qin Shao didn't think too much about it. It was just that he just found out about the situation, so his mood wasn't too good. But soon, Qin Shao would adjust. He wasn't the kind of person who would give up on himself. By the way, Brother Pure, what's going on with the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace? Why is there a water palace? What do you mean by water palace sitting on a fifth of the elemental sacred realm's power? Qin Shao asked. Brother Pure looked at Qin Shao strangely and said, "You still don't know about the situation? That's good. Brother, let me explain the Dao to you. The Heavenly Laws Dao Palace is the only dominant force in the elemental sacred realm. You should know this. And the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace is actually divided into 5 major palaces. They are the Metal Palace, Wood Palace, Water Palace, Fire Palace, and Earth Palace. And this method of classification is based on the 5 attribute. The power of the elemental laws is divided into 5 elements. They are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 palaces are on equal footing and together form the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace. Together, they control the elemental sacred realm. They have always been very harmonious and united. Qin Shao was a bit relieved. So that's how it was. No wonder it was called the Water Palace. It turned out that the Heavenly Laws Dao Palace was divided into 5 palaces. This situation was similar to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the 9 continents of Huaxia. The 5 emperors were also divided into 5 major surnames, but they were united as a whole. They ruled over the entire Huaxia of the 9 continents of Huaxia, commanded hundreds of surnames, and controlled hundreds of territories. Gu Lingwei was the young palace lord of the Water Palace. If she inherited the position of palace lord in the future, she would indeed control a fifth of the elemental sacred realm's power. A fifth of the sacred realm's power was already unimaginably powerful. Brother Pure, since there are 5 palaces, and I've seen cultivators of different elements in the elemental sacred realm, Does that mean that every cultivator of the elemental sacred realm can only have one specific element? Qin Shao asked again. Brother Pure nodded and said, yes, that's indeed the case. Of course, this element is actually not innate. It's acquired. It's chosen. In fact, not everyone had only one type of attribute. Some people had multiple types of attribute. But if you choose to cultivate, you can only choose one element. For example, if you choose to cultivate the water element, you can only cultivate the power of the water element. You can't touch the power of other elements. The 5 elements all reinforce and counteract each other. If you force yourself to cultivate 2 elements at the same time, you'll run the risk of going mad and setting yourself on fire. Moreover, if you cultivate the power of other elements at the same time, it's absolutely impossible to become a powerhouse or a saint. Therefore, there are actually some people in the elemental sacred realm who cultivate several elements at the same time. It's just that the number is relatively small. Moreover, those who cultivate several elements at the same time can't become a powerhouse in their lifetime. Not to mention the ancient saint realm, even the 4th step, heavenly venerate realm, is very difficult to reach. And there's an even more terrifying problem. Once you cultivate multiple elements, you won't be absorbed by any of the 5 palaces. You'll be marginalized and excluded. Therefore, in the elemental sacred realm, the vast majority of cultivators still cultivate only one element. The people of the 5 palaces naturally only cultivate one type of power. Therefore, their facial features are very obvious and easy to recognize. At a glance, you can tell which palace they're from and which element they cultivate. However, no matter what element, it's actually the same. They're all elemental laws, but they're just exerted in different ways. Qin Shao nodded and felt relieved. The elemental sacred realm was really a rather unique sacred realm. I'll go to the elemental sacred realm after I become a god. Originally, Qin Shao thought that after becoming a 4th step ancient saint and avenging Elder Lu Ha, he could consider going to the elemental sacred realm. Now, it seemed that this plan had to be changed. If a 4th step ancient saint went to the elemental sacred realm, he definitely wouldn't even be able to see Gu Lingyue. Not only would he not be able to see Gu Lingyue, but he might also get into big trouble. Therefore, this plan had to be changed. By the way, Brother Pure, what about you? What's your situation? Qin Shao immediately asked when he thought of Brother Pure. Brother Pure waved his hand and said, I'm fine. It's not a big deal. It's not worth mentioning. Small matter? It shouldn't be too small. Otherwise, Brother Pure wouldn't be so upset. Qin Shao said again, Stop dawdling and tell me quickly. What's the matter? Why are you hiding it from me? Brother Pure glanced at Qin Shao, hesitated for a moment, and then told him the whole story. It turned out that Hui Yanyan and the other 2 had met Brother Pure just now, and then deliberately found an excuse to attack Brother Pure, causing Brother Pure to suffer a little. Brother Pure didn't know that Hui Yanyan had suffered a big loss in the hands of Qin Shao, so he was very depressed about this matter. When Qin Shao heard this, he immediately knew that Fiery Flame Sage was doing this to send him a signal of revenge. This was done on purpose, it was targeted at him. Chapter 3054. Don't worry, brother. It's just a small matter. How can we survive in Jianghu without being stabbed? It's just a small loss. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I've never suffered a loss. I'll definitely get even with them. Brother Pure curled his lips and said carelessly. Although Brother Pure was open-minded, he was not a person who would not take revenge. Qin Shao knew that Hui Yanyan would not give up so easily, but he did not expect that he would take action so soon. What annoyed Qin Shao was that Hui Yanyan dared to attack Brother Pure, and used such a way to warn Qin Shao. Such a thing naturally enraged Qin Shao even more. 10 years is too long. Let's fight for the time being. This holy sovereign Huiyan isn't here for you, he's here for me. I've fought with him before and he suffered a loss. Since he wants to play so much, we'll play with him. Let's play hard and see who can't afford it. Qin Shao curled his lips and said coldly. Brother Pure frowned and looked at Qin Shao. Only now did he know that there was such a situation. What made Brother Pure speechless was that Huiyan had suffered a big loss in Qin Zhao's hands. Brother Pure was very happy with Huiyan's strength. Brother Pure grinned and looked at Qin Shao. Brother, you don't have to play so hard, right? Isn't it a bit too provocative to find him now? We're just new disciples. It's not good to provoke our senior brother like this. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Of course not now. We can't provoke him directly. It's not good to do that. But there's a chance right now. If I'm not mistaken, our Firmament Academy has an irregular exchange of disciples, right? There should be a disciple exchange meeting in the near future, right? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brother Pure patted his head and immediately remembered. Oh yes. It should be in the near future. It's been spread out a few times before, but there's no concrete news. It's been spreading again recently. It's probably going to be held soon. Ha, not bad. If you want to play, play hard. I say, brother, your way of playing is really ruthless. However, since this Huiyan dared to provoke us, we naturally can't be courteous to him. If he wants to play, then let's play with him. There were many traditions in the Firmament College, such as welcoming activities, exchange of disciples, and so on. The main purpose of the disciple exchange was to allow all the disciples of the Firmament College to gather together and share their experiences of cultivation. Of course, the more important point was to strengthen the feelings between the disciples and enhance the unity of the disciples of the Firmament College. As the undisputed number one school in the Great Thousand World, the disciples of the Firmament College naturally had to be very united. Otherwise, wouldn't they be ridiculed by the world? It was precisely because of this that the disciple exchange was held irregularly and the time was uncertain. But basically, it would be held once every 100 million years or so. Just as Qin Shao and Brother Pure had expected, the disciple exchange would soon be held. In theory, all the disciples of the Firmament College were required to participate in the disciple exchange. It could be regarded as a relatively grand event in the Firmament College. After all, usually, everyone cultivated on their own, and there were very few opportunities to gather with other disciples. Even if they met occasionally, they would just politely greet each other and then continue to cultivate separately. The location of the disciple exchange was still on the square where the welcoming activities were held last time. This was also the first time that Qin Shao returned to this open space since he entered the Firmament College. At this time, almost all the students of the Firmament College had gathered here, but the number was still not large, only about 50 people in total. That was just more than half of the people, and the rest of the disciples were not in the Firmament College. This allowed Qin Shao to see many unfamiliar faces, some of which he had not seen at the welcoming activities before. He also saw His Highness Badger Huai, His Highness Zhu Zhua, and Holy Maiden Luozi. He rarely saw them before, but this time they were all gathered together. Of course, he also saw Holy Master Longya and Wing Saint, as well as Senior Brother Xian Qiu and Senior Brother Aoshin, whom Qin Shao had offended before. He also saw the indifferent Senior Brother. That indifferent Senior Brother was relatively friendly to Qin Shao, and he even nodded slightly to Qin Shao to signal him. The previous battle had made him admire Qin Shao to the extreme. However, Qin Shao was most concerned about Holy Master Huiyan. At this time, the three of them gathered together and looked at Qin Shao with fierce and insidious eyes. The gathering of more than 50 disciples could be considered a rather lively affair. All the 16 freshmen of this year were present. After 5 million years of cultivation in the Firmament College, it was obvious that everyone's strength had improved significantly, and their aura was obviously much stronger. The Firmament College was a real holy place for cultivation. 5 million years of cultivation was naturally a great harvest for these top geniuses. His Highness Badger Huai had also improved a lot, but he was probably the weakest among this batch of freshmen. However, such a good cultivation environment and atmosphere, coupled with the supreme glory, had greatly stimulated His Highness Badger Huai, giving him more confidence to cultivate. It was precisely because of this driving force that His Highness Badger Huai's cultivation had improved greatly in these 5 million years, and his strength had increased by a lot. These 5 million years of cultivation were probably equivalent to his previous 50 billion years of cultivation, or even 500 eras of cultivation. This also gave His Highness Badger Huai a lot of encouragement, and it also stimulated him to move forward, giving him a lot of motivation. Cultivation should be like this. If there was a virtuous cycle, then everything would go smoothly, and then the impossible would become possible. If there was a vicious cycle, then it would be a pool of stagnant water. It was rare for everyone to gather together, so they were all talking and laughing. His Highness Badger Huai and His Highness Zhuzhua both came to Qin Zhao's side. At this time, a powerful figure descended. It was an old man. Seeing the person who had come, everyone immediately perked up. The person who came was an elder of the world god realm. This time, the exchange of disciples was obviously presided over by this elder. With an elder presiding over it, it naturally looked more formal and could prevent some bad situations from happening. Let's start the exchange of disciples directly. The seniors should know what's going on. If the new disciples are not too clear, then they will understand after slowly integrating. It's just an exchange of disciples. Everyone can do as you wish. Just open your hearts. As a senior brother, you have to take responsibility as a senior brother and guide your junior brother more. You must give friendly guidance to increase the relationship between senior and junior brothers and strengthen the exchange of disciples. This is the original intention of the exchange of disciples. I also hope that everyone will not distort the exchange of disciples. Don't bring in any bad ideas and bad atmosphere. After the elder finished speaking, he waved his hand, indicating for everyone to interact freely. The emphasis was on exchanges, on increasing the relationship between disciples, and on the guidance of senior brothers or the exchange of pointers between disciples. The starting point of this event was actually very good, and there were many benefits. It was just a matter of whether they could grasp it well. I say, brother, isn't it a little inappropriate for us to attack Huayanyan? We won't be punished by the elders, right? After hearing the elder's words, Brother Pure couldn't help but whisper in Qin Zhao's ear. Qin Zhao curled his lips and said, "Black and white matters of the world, isn't it all based on a mouth? We are new disciples. There should be no problem at all for us to ask senior brother for pointers, right? Asking for pointers naturally means that we need to exchange pointers, right? It's normal for us to accidentally knock senior brother down. As long as we control it, there won't be a problem. Life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. It's time for us to show off our acting skills." "Ha!" Brother Pure laughed. Good, good, good. Then let's beat him up." Qin Shao and Brother Pure had already formulated a plan. This made His Highness Badger Huai and Zhuzhua a little confused. They vaguely understood that Qin Shao wanted to attack senior brother Huayanyan. Oh my god, is this crazy? Senior brother Huayanyan's strength is definitely not to be trifled with. He is the representative of the elemental saint realm in the Firmament Academy. How can he be defeated so easily? Moreover, it's not the right time to attack him. Once the battle goes too far, I'll be unlucky. I'm afraid I'll be punished by the elders. Such an action is like playing with fire. If I'm not careful, I'll burn myself. While the two were still in shock, Qin Shao and Brother Pure had already walked towards Hui Yanyan. With a somewhat strange smile on their faces, the two came directly in front of Hui Yanyan and the other two. Hui Yanyan and the other two frowned when they saw Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Their faces became a little cold. But at this time, they didn't dare to show too much and still forced a smile. Senior Brother Hui Yanyan, hello. Qin Shao pretended to salute Hui Yanyan and greeted him. However, Hui Yanyan didn't accept this greeting. He snorted coldly in his heart. But on the surface, Hui Yanyan still said, Junior Brother Qin Shao, Junior Brother Pure, how are you? Although he said this, he secretly transmitted his voice to them. What, you two brats, do you still want to cause trouble here? Humph, I still want to make trouble for you. But today is not the time. I'll let you go first. Don't try to jump around here. You're not qualified to jump around in front of me. If you know what's good for you, get out of here immediately. Get as far away as possible. Don't appear in front of me. Just looking at you annoys me. Qin Shao sneered in his heart and the corners of his mouth curled up. He pursed his lips and said directly, Senior Brother Hui Yanyan, I've always been very curious about the power of elemental laws. Today I have the opportunity to meet you, Senior Brother Hui Yanyan, and I would like to take this opportunity to ask you for advice. I wonder if you would be willing to teach me a thing or two. Upon hearing Qin Zhao's words, the corners of Hui Yanyan's mouth twitched, and he almost bit his own tongue. Hui Yanyan glared viciously at Qin Shao, his heart filled with anger. How could he not know what Qin Shao was trying to do? Wasn't he obviously looking for trouble? He obviously wanted to make things difficult for Hui Yanyan. Chapter 30-55. Qin Shao was not a famous figure, but at least he was the number one figure who attracted a lot of attention. After all, he was too outstanding in the freshman orientation and had offended a lot of people. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally attracted a lot of attention. At this time, Qin Shao asked Hui Yanyan's Saint Master for advice in such a high-profile way, which naturally attracted a lot of attention and curiosity. Such a high-profile move, the first move of everyone, what was the purpose of this? Such a move was definitely not simple. Many people were happy to watch a good show, especially those who had some grudges against Qin Shao. Qin Shao, what are you trying to do? Are you looking for trouble? Hui Yanyan's Saint Master said coldly to Qin Shao. He had suffered a loss in Qin Zhao's hands last time, so naturally he did not dare to be careless this time. If he fought again, he would probably be at a disadvantage again. Fortunately, there was no one else around last time, but it was different this time. This time, there were more than 50 senior and junior brothers present. If he were to lose to Qin Shao again, where would he put his face? How could he raise his head in the Firmament Academy in the future? Therefore, Hui Yanyan naturally did not want to fight with Qin Shao, because he knew that he could not defeat him. If he used normal means, he would definitely be at a disadvantage, unless he risked his life. But how could he risk his life in this exchange of pointers? How could he use his trump card? Wasn't that just looking for trouble? What do you mean? Don't you know it in your heart, Senior Brother Hui Yanyan? If you have any problems, you can come directly to me. Why did you come to my brother? You took the opportunity to bully my brother. Isn't that a clear provocation to me? So, what do you think I'm trying to do? Qin Shao replied coldly. Hui Yanyan's face became a little ugly, but he still tried to suppress his emotions and not let them show. However, the fury in his heart had already reached the heavens and was burning fiercely. However, no matter how furious he was, there was nothing he could do about it. Right now, he felt as though his Achilles' heel was being grasped by Qin Shao. If they really fought, then it would be a huge loss of face. But what if he didn't make a move? Wouldn't that be under Qin Zhao's control? How could Hui Yanyan accept such a thing? What to do? The holy sage Hui Yanyan's heart was burning with rage right now. Had he known that things would turn out like this, he would not have participated in this disciple exchange. This was great. Originally, there was nothing much to do. They just came out to gather, chat, and exchange some pointers. That was it. At the same time, he could also show off in front of those new students and show off a little. But, to think that he, the fiery flame saint, would be treated as such. As soon as he arrived, he was directly provoked by Qin Shao, which forced him into a dilemma. No matter what he chose, it was obviously not a good choice. No matter what he chose, it would be a huge loss of face for him. Such a matter was truly enough to drive one crazy. It caused his hatred for Qin Shao to surge to the heavens. He even had a thought. Why didn't he think of participating in the disciple exchange? If he had known, he would have made a move on his brother Pure later. This would not have happened. In this place, it was really not good for him to be ruthless. Otherwise, he would definitely be punished, and the consequences would be even more serious. Therefore, all of a sudden, Qin Shao had forced the holy sage Hui Yanyan into a very awkward situation. All of this was naturally within Qin Zhao's calculations. This was the effect that Qin Shao wanted. He wanted to force the holy sage Hui Yanyan into this situation and humiliate him severely. Qin Shao wanted to let the holy sage Hui Yanyan know clearly what the consequences of provoking Qin Shao were. Senior brother Hui Yanyan, you asked for it. Since you forced me to do this, you can't blame me. I have already made it very clear that I am not Miss Alice's admirer. It's your business if you don't believe me. It's also your business if you want to treat me as a rival in love. But if you want to bully me, Qin Shao, then let's see if you have the ability to do so. I, Qin Shao, have never liked to stir up trouble, but I am never afraid of trouble. If you insist on provoking me, then don't blame me for not being polite. As long as you dare to play with me, I, Qin Shao, will definitely be more ruthless than you. Originally, if you don't provoke me, then there will be nothing between us. But since you dare to bully my brother, then you are courting death. So, I will ruthlessly trample on you and play with you. Qin Zhao's every word was like a knife that surged into the holy sage Hui Yanyan's heart. It stimulated him fiercely, making him very uncomfortable. What a humiliation, what a great humiliation! He really wanted to go crazy. He really wanted to attack Qin Shao with all his strength. He really wanted to kill Qin Shao and be happy. But here, he couldn't do that. He didn't dare to do so. The endless anger in his chest could only be suppressed. No matter how hard he tried, he didn't dare to let it out. What do you want? Hui Yanyan asked coldly. What do I want? Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Obviously, the holy sage Hui Yanyan couldn't be stubborn anymore. He wanted to compromise. This was within Qin Zhao's expectation, so he didn't find it strange. If he didn't compromise, then he would be the one to suffer. Choosing to compromise was a wise move. It showed that the holy sage Hui Yanyan was still a rational and smart person. It's very simple. Today there are so many senior brothers here. I don't want to make it too embarrassing. I can give you two choices. First, apologize to my brother solemnly and compensate him. Secondly, let's not talk nonsense. Just accept my advice. Let's fight and be done with it. Here, there's nothing that can't be solved with a fight. If there is, then let's have a fight. Qin Shao transmitted his voice to the holy sage Hui Yanyan. His tone was firm, and there was no room for doubt. This was Qin Zhao's bottom line. It was an insurmountable gap. As the saying went, the barefooted were not afraid of those with shoes. Qin Shao was fearless. If he wanted to fight, then so be it. After all, he had already made Hui Yanyan suffer previously. If he didn't fight with his life on the line, then Hui Yanyan wouldn't be a match for Qin Shao. If he fought with Qin Shao, he would definitely be humiliated. Qin Shao could afford to fight, but Hui Yanyan couldn't. You want me to apologize here? Compensate? Do you think that's possible? The holy sage Hui Yanyan gritted his teeth and replied. Qin Shao sneered and said, Of course not. I know it's impossible here. Private matters can be solved in private. I can let you have your way. Apart from apologizing, it will also depend on whether you, Holy Sovereign Hui Yanyan, will be able to compensate me properly. Alright, you, Holy Sovereign Hui Yanyan, decide. You have 3 breaths. The holy sage Hui Yanyan was so angry that his body trembled. He was angry, he hated, and he was going crazy. However, he couldn't vent his anger at this moment. He could only endure it. Forbearance was an extremely painful thing. He was a senior brother in the ancient saint realm. How could he be threatened by a junior brother in the ancient saint realm and be forced to such a state? It was really humiliating. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. What if I don't accept your challenge? The elder didn't say that a senior brother must guide a junior brother, right? The holy sage Hui Yanyan said coldly. Qin Shao had already expected the holy sage Hui Yanyan to say this. He chuckled and said, Go ahead and give it a try. Let's see if you have it better than me. I have plenty of ways to humiliate you and infuriate you. If I were to strike at that time, it would be a double humiliation. You, the holy sage Hui Yanyan, was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. How could there be such a despicable person? How could he threaten him like this? Damn it! Damn it! No matter what he chose, he wouldn't be able to deal with the aftermath well. He would be humiliated anyway. The problem now was that all 3 of them were harmful. He could only choose the lesser of the 3. There was no other way. He couldn't think of any other way. He was really forced to such a state. Being forced to such a state was something that the holy sage Hui Yanyan had never encountered before. But who could he blame for this? He was the one who started it. He was the one who sowed the seeds. He could only swallow it himself. All right. The holy sage Hui Yanyan weighed the pros and cons in his heart. In the end, he admitted defeat. Hearing the holy sage Hui Yanyan admit defeat, Qin Shao sneered in his heart and snorted. It seemed that the holy sage Hui Yanyan was only SOSO. He wasn't worth mentioning. This was the outcome for those who dared to provoke Qin Shao. Since the holy sage Hui Yanyan had compromised, this matter would be settled for the time being. However, Qin Shao still warned him, Holy sage Hui Yanyan, let's go to the side later. Apologize to my brother immediately and this matter will be over. Otherwise, it won't be over. You don't have to think about playing any tricks with me. The consequences will only be more serious. Let's be honest. Let's not stir up any more trouble. The holy sage Hui Yanyan glared at Qin Shao coldly, but didn't say anything. After a while, the holy sage Hui Yanyan calmed down a little. He forced a smile on his face and said to Qin Shao, All right, Junior Qin Shao. Let's go to the side and have a good exchange. Don't talk about giving advice. Let's exchange pointers and learn from each other. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. He made an inviting gesture to the holy sage Hui Yanyan, and the group of people went to the side. With regards to this situation, the crowd was somewhat unable to understand. Just now, they clearly felt that Qin Shao was the one who provoked the holy sage Hui Yanyan. Moreover, when the two looked at each other for a while, they clearly felt the change in the holy sage Hui Yanyan's expression and mood. Therefore, the two of them were clearly discussing something through telepathy just now. They were clearly at odds with each other like fire and water. But now, the two of them seemed to be very friendly and went to the side together. What was the meaning of this? That's not right. The situation inside shouldn't be like this. Many people were very puzzled. They were all guessing what was going on. They felt that there should be some unspeakable secret. There must be something going on. Among the crowd, only Miss Alice's heart moved. She probably understood what was going on. Badger Huai, what's going on between Qin Shao and the holy sage Huiyanyan? His Highness Zhu Zhuo asked curiously. His Highness Badger Huai shook his head and said, I don't know. I haven't seen Qin Shao in these years. I don't know much about his situation. But it seems that the situation isn't very good. There should be something going on. But it seems that Qin Shao has the upper hand. The holy sage Huiyanyan must have compromised with Qin Shao. Author Cruel Death 3rd update, begging for flowers. Chapter 3056. The disciple exchange ended very quickly. It ended in a dull manner. Nothing interesting happened. It was just a gathering between the disciples. It was more for them to chat and get to know each other. Saint Sovereign Huiyanyan apologized to Brother Pure. Qin Shao had achieved his goal. On the other side, Saint Sovereign Huiyanyan, Saint Sovereign Longya, Saint Sovereign Yi, and Saint Sovereign Xian Qiu, who had been defeated by Qin Shao, gathered together. The enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. They all had a common enemy, Qin Shao. Therefore, they could naturally gather together. Guys, although we didn't have much contact before, we now have a common enemy. But now, we all have a common enemy. We all want to trample him under our feet and regain our lost dignity. Therefore, we can cooperate in the future. We can plan how to deal with Qin Shao together. Although Qin Shao has Master Fengyi's protection, Master Fengyi is not in the Firmament College. Therefore, we don't need to be afraid. Right now, what we need to do is to find a good opportunity to deal with Qin Shao. Huiyanyan Sovereign said with a frosty look. Saint Sovereign Longya and the others were filled with righteous indignation. They all hated Qin Shao so much that they could not wait to find a chance to kill Qin Shao. Therefore, everyone naturally hit it off and directly brought them together. They secretly formed an alliance to deal with Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not know what they were doing in private. He did not care. When the three returned to the territory, Brother Pure was in a good mood. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao, I didn't expect you to be more ruthless than me. You've changed after tens of millions of years. Ha ha, you've become more perfect. Your Brother Pure's brother. That's how it should be. I like to be evil. It's an art. I was thinking of taking revenge one day, but I didn't expect you to do it for me. I won't be polite with you. What you reported is the same as what I reported. Brother Pure laughed happily. He was in an incomparably good mood. If he could take revenge, he would naturally do so on that very day. An overnight grudge was something that could not be helped. Qin Shao was just like that. If he had a grudge, he would take revenge on the spot. If he really couldn't do it, he would take revenge. Brother Qin Shao. At this moment, a voice came from outside. Hearing the voice, Qin Shao knew that it was His Highness Badger Huai. Qin Shao immediately asked Shao Gu to bring His Highness Badger Huai in. As soon as His Highness Badger Huai arrived, he stated his intentions. Brother Qin Shao, I need to make a trip back to Zilin World. I might be gone for quite some time. That's why I'm here to say goodbye. If you go out during this time, you can go to Zilin World when you have time. Return to Zilin World? Qin Shao was slightly taken aback, but he immediately understood and nodded. That's right, His Highness Badger Huai should make a trip back. After all, it was a supreme honor for their Zilin World. It was something that had never happened in history. Previously, when he came to Firmament Academy in Heaven Choice City, he didn't even have the chance to go back. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai did have some things to do. However, Qin Shao was a little curious. His Highness Badger Huai, don't you have a clone? Speaking of this, His Highness Badger Huai shook his head and said, speaking of this, I'm a little ashamed. Although my talent and potential aren't particularly monstrous, I've been very ambitious since I was young. That's why I didn't cultivate a clone before. I felt that cultivating a clone would completely affect my progress to the world god realm. See, I came here just like that. Now it seems that my choice back then wasn't very wise, haha. Qin Shao smiled after hearing this half-joke and said, now it seems that it's a very wise choice. As long as you're willing to work hard, everything is possible and there's hope. So, Brother Badger Huai, you don't have to be discouraged. You've even entered Firmament Academy, what else can't be achieved? Ha ha ha, that's right. Then I'll be indebted to Brother Qin Zhao's auspicious words. His Highness Badger Huai smiled. Previously, he did think that it was impossible for him to become a world god realm expert in this life. At most, it was just a thought. It was simply impossible. But now, he could still think about it. After all, he had entered Firmament Academy. The probability of a disciple of Firmament Academy reaching the world god realm was very, very high. So now, he was full of expectations for the future. Qin Shao, why don't we go out and explore? After 5 million years of cultivation in Firmament Academy, I've reached a bottleneck in some areas. I'm afraid there's no way for me to make a breakthrough in a short time. It doesn't seem meaningful to continue to stay in Firmament Academy. It's better to go out and explore. Maybe we can gain more. Brother Pure suddenly suggested. Qin Shao had improved a lot and gained a lot during the 5 million years of cultivation in Firmament Academy. Qin Shao hadn't reached a bottleneck for the time being, so he could still continue to cultivate. But how could Qin Shao not understand Brother Pure's meaning? He shook his head and said with a smile, I think you just don't think there are any beautiful girls in Firmament Academy. You think it's boring here, so you want to go out and have fun for a while. Is my Brother Pure such a person? Brother Pure said with a righteous look. Qin Shao also gave him a sincere evaluation. Yes, you are such a person. Ah. Brother Pure laughed out loud. He put his arm around Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, Brother, you know me best. Sure enough, I can't hide it from you. It's really boring in Firmament Academy. Mainly, I've reached a bottleneck, so I want to go out and have fun. What's this called? It's called a balance between work and rest. Let's go together. Originally, Qin Shao didn't want to leave Firmament Academy so soon. With such a good cultivation environment and resources, he naturally needed to make good use of them. But seeing Brother Pure's enthusiasm and Yuan's interest, he decided to leave. Therefore, Qin Shao thought for a moment and said, All right then, let's go out for a walk. Just take it as relaxing. Well, Brother Huai, let's go back to Zilin World with you first. You should be looking for Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others. I can also meet them. Hearing that Qin Shao and the others were going back to Zilin World with him, His Highness Badger Huai was overjoyed. He quickly laughed and said, Ha ha, good, that's really good. I didn't expect that I would get such a big surprise when I came to say goodbye to you. Well, I have this plan. I'm going to see Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others first. I haven't fulfilled my promise to them yet. This matter has been in my heart for a long time, and it's really a bit uncomfortable. This time, I mainly want to solve this matter. After the four discussed, they didn't hesitate. After making some preparations, they left Firmament Academy. After leaving Firmament Academy, His Highness Badger Huai informed Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others and agreed on a rendezvous point. When Qin Shao and the others arrived at the rendezvous point, they saw Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others waiting there. When they saw each other, they naturally laughed and talked happily. Ha ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, Miss Yuan Yuan, congratulations. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really didn't expect you to enter Firmament Academy. But, it's really what you should do. Yes, this time, Firmament Academy has made an exception for you. Originally, only 3 people from Heaven Chosen City could be selected to enter Firmament Academy. Ha ha, this is a good thing. Last time, we didn't even have time to congratulate you before you were taken away. This time, we must have a good celebration. I'm so excited, I'm really excited. When I received the news that His Highness Badger Huai and the others were coming, I was the first to rush here as fast as I could. Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others were very excited and incomparably happy. Qin Shao and the others didn't forget them. They came back to see them so soon and gathered them together. This was a very touching thing for them. Originally, with the current status of Qin Shao and the others, the identity of Firmament Academy's disciples, there was a huge gap between them and the others. But Qin Shao and His Highness Badger Huai still treated them as brothers. His Highness Badger Huai cupped his fists to everyone and said, "This time, in the 100 Worlds Chosen battle, your contributions cannot go unnoticed. Without your help, without your cooperation, we wouldn't have been able to get the first place. Your contributions, your friendship, I have always remembered them in my heart. And the benefits that I promised you before, I have never forgotten. This time, I came back mainly for this matter. We have fought together, walked from ordinary to glory together, shed blood together, and risked our lives together. So, from now on, we are all brothers of the same family, brothers who have gone through life and death together. I, Badger Huai, promise that in the future, no matter what you need, you can come to me. Regardless of whether I, Badger Huai, am able to accomplish it or not, I will do my utmost to accomplish it. Now we are all friends who have gone through life and death together, and I hope that we will all be good brothers in the future." Everyone nodded their heads. They were very touched and excited. It was a great honor to be brothers with His Highness Badger Huai and Qin Shao. It was also a very honorable thing to have brothers like the disciples of the Firmament Academy. "Hey, where is Sister Lianqin? Why don't I see her?" Yuan Yuan suddenly said. Yes, His Highness Badger Huai and Qin Shao also noticed that Lianqin was not here. Everyone else was here, but Lianqin was missing. What was going on? His Highness Badger Huai looked at Saint Sage Kai Yuan and said, "Kai Yuan, didn't I ask you to inform everyone? Didn't you inform Lianqin?" Saint Sage Kai Yuan shook his head and said, "I did, but I don't know why Lianqin didn't respond, so I don't know what's going on over there. I was too excited, so I came here directly, and didn't go to Lianqin's side. I don't know if she left the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Maybe she didn't receive my message, I'm not sure." Not sure? Didn't receive the message? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. His Highness Badger Huai couldn't help but frown. Qin Shao thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Brother Badger Huai, Lianqin is a girl, she shouldn't leave the Great Tao Sacred Realm so easily. We only stayed in the Firmament Academy for 5 million years, which is not long. So, I'm thinking, is it possible that Lianqin is in trouble? Author Cruel Death. Chapter 3057. Encountered some trouble? Qin Zhao's guess attracted everyone's attention. There was indeed such a possibility. Otherwise, there was no reason not to respond to Saint Venerable Kai Yuan, unless the person was not in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. However, the possibility of the person not being in the Great Tao Sacred Realm should not be so big, which inevitably made people a little worried. Therefore, there was a possibility of an accident. Thinking of this possibility, everyone could not help but feel a little anxious and worried. The friendship that they had experienced together was very deep. "Don't worry, everyone. I'll ask and have someone check it out," His Highness Badger Huai immediately said. His father was the realm lord of Zilin World, the ruler of Zilin World. Therefore, it wasn't that difficult for him to find out what was going on. As long as it happened in Zilin World, it was easy to find out. Soon, His Highness Badger Huai came back with news. His Highness Badger Huai frowned deeply. His face slightly darkened and became a little serious. Seeing His Highness Badger Huai's reaction, everyone's heart sank, knowing that there must be a bad situation. "Everyone, something happened to Miss Lianqin. Fortunately, she is fine now, but something happened to her family," His Highness Badger Huai said solemnly. Hearing that she was fine, everyone was secretly relieved. They were afraid that something happened to her. As long as she was fine, the situation was not bad. Qin Shao asked, "What happened to Miss Lianqin's family?" His Highness Badger Huai told everyone in detail what he had heard. After listening, everyone knew what was going on. The situation of Miss Lianqin's faction was really a little complicated. Her father was the palace lord of the Holy Water Palace. However, the internal struggle of the Holy Water Palace had always been very fierce. The internal division of factions had been going on for a long time. It had always been divided into 3 factions, which kept each other in check. The position of the Palace Lord had been alternated between the 3 factions in history. The current Palace Lord of the Holy Water Palace was Miss Lianqin's father. Her father could be regarded as a great talent. His strength was outstanding, and he had a group of trusted subordinates under his command. He had a strong foundation in the Holy Water Palace, and his prestige was quite high. It could also keep the other 2 factions in check. Hence, it had been over 100 universe eras since it became the Palace Master of Holy Water Palace. However, the other 2 factions had never given up. They had always been restless and had always been playing tricks in the dark, always wanting to usurp the throne. However, because the conflict between the 2 factions had been going on for a long time, the grudges between the 2 factions were very deep. Therefore, the 2 factions had always been suppressed. Originally, this balance was maintained very well. Although the internal struggle was still extremely intense, it felt like a fire was raging in the sky. But at least on the surface, the Holy Water Palace was still a complete and powerful entity. But this time, for some unknown reason, the other 2 factions unexpectedly joined hands and overthrew Miss Lianqin's father together, directly seizing power. Miss Lianqin's father and his trusted subordinates were all seriously injured and locked up in seclusion. At this moment, the Holy Water Palace was already in a state of chaos. It was in the midst of reorganization, and a change of dynasty was about to take place. Therefore, Miss Lianqin naturally couldn't respond to Saint Venerable Kai Yuan. It turned out that she had been imprisoned and was seriously injured. Hearing this news, everyone's mood naturally became heavy. They were very unhappy. They didn't expect that after not seeing each other for 5 million years, Miss Lianqin's family would suffer such a big change. Although Miss Lianqin didn't interact much with them in the 100 Worlds selection battle, they were all brothers who had gone through it together. Naturally, they were no exception to Miss Lianqin. They also treated her as one of their own. "Huff, Sister Lianqin is so pitiful. We should help her," Yuan said with a very sad expression. His Highness Badger Huai looked at everyone with a serious expression and said sternly, "Everyone, Miss Lianqin is one of us. Now that she's in trouble, we absolutely can't ignore it. I, Badger Huai, will also be the first to not stand by and watch. I won't let her be imprisoned. Therefore, I've decided to personally go to the Holy Water Palace and rescue Miss Lianqin. If everyone is willing to go with me, that's naturally the best thing. I, Badger Huai, would also like to thank everyone." Hearing that His Highness Badger Huai was going to the Holy Water Palace to rescue Miss Lianqin, everyone naturally supported him and was willing to go and give him a hand. Everyone's hearts were twisted together at this time. Yuan also waved her small fist, looking like she was also going to participate actively. Qin Shao suddenly said, "Brother Badger Huai, I don't think this is very appropriate. With so many of us going to the Holy Water Palace, it shouldn't be a big problem to rescue her. But the problem is that we can't just rescue her. It's very easy to rescue her. We can just go to the Holy Water Palace and ask for her. I don't believe the Holy Water Palace will dare to not let her go. If they don't let her go, then we'll fight. With so many of us, I believe it's not a problem to destroy the Holy Water Palace. However, this matter is an internal struggle. There are many aspects involved, and the involvement is very deep. If we just rescue her, Miss Lianqin's father will still lose the position of the Palace Master of the Holy Water Palace. I'm afraid that will be a devastating blow to him, right? So, we should not only rescue her, but also help Miss Lianqin and her father to take back the Holy Water Palace. That's the only way to really help them, right? Otherwise, if we just rescue her, I'm afraid there will be trouble later." His Highness Badger Huai nodded. This problem indeed needed to be carefully considered. It was indeed so. The cripple saint said, "What's there to be afraid of? We have so many people, including His Highness Badger Huai, Lord Qin Shao, you 3 disciples of the Firmament Academy and the sons of the Realm Master of Zilin Field. With such status and strength, it's not difficult to help Miss Lianqin and her family to take back the position of the Holy Water Palace, right? Well, we have 11 people here, 4 of whom are in the 3-step Ancient Saint realm. Is the Holy Water Palace so powerful? Even if we don't compete with His Highness Badger Huai and your status, we should be able to crush the Holy Water Palace in strength. Besides, His Highness Badger Huai is the son of the Realm Master of Zilin Field. Are you afraid that the Holy Water Palace won't give you face? I don't think the Holy Water Palace dares to be so bold, right?" It sounded like there was no problem at all. His Highness Badger Huai thought it was feasible. Others didn't know, but he knew the strength of Qin Shao and Brother Pure. With them, not to mention the Holy Water Palace, even the Realm Master of Zilin Field might not be able to resist them. In terms of strength, there was no problem at all. Therefore, His Highness Badger Huai also said, "Brother Qin Shao, everyone is right. Why don't we directly attack the Holy Water Palace, rescue Miss Lianqin and her family first, and then help them to take back the position of the Palace Master? For us, this matter should be a piece of cake. It won't take us much effort." However, Qin Shao still didn't nod. After frowning, he said with a serious face, "It's not appropriate." Not appropriate? Everyone looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face. Why was it still not appropriate? Shouldn't there be no problem at all? When did Lord Qin Shao become so cautious? Qin Shao looked at everyone with a serious face and said, "Our strength is definitely not a problem. It's enough to destroy the Holy Water Palace several times. But there are some things that can't be completely solved with strength alone. After all, Wei can only help Miss Lianqin's family once. I can't help them for a lifetime. I can't protect them forever. Therefore, not only do we have to solve the problem, but we have to solve it forever. We have to solve it once and for all. That's the real solution. We can't say that after we solve the problem, another problem will appear after we leave. Then, what about that? It's useless." Therefore, in solving this problem, I think we have to think more about the situation, consider all possibilities, and finally solve this problem completely. That's the best choice. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone was stunned. After thinking carefully, they naturally understood the meaning of Qin Zhao's words. It was indeed so. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone finally realized that there were other problems hidden in this problem. It was indeed as Qin Zhao said. Yes, we were careless and missed such a big problem. His Highness Badger Huai nodded solemnly and said, "Yes, Miss Lianqin's father has ruled the Holy Water Palace for more than 100 universe eras. But his position as the palace master was overthrown. I'm afraid the situation inside is far from what we can imagine. It's definitely not that simple. The competition between the three factions of the Holy Water Palace has been going on for a long time. It has always been a balance. It can't be broken so easily. If it could be broken so easily, it would have been broken long ago. It wouldn't have waited until now. Therefore, there should be a powerful force interfering in this. If we go rashly, even if we rescue Miss Lianqin and her father, even if we temporarily help them regain the position of the palace master of the Holy Water Palace, it will be difficult to maintain it. Maybe after we leave, a new unforeseen event will come. It seems that we should really consider this matter in the long run." Everyone nodded. They were indeed aware of the importance of this matter. They really couldn't be careless and couldn't act rashly. It was originally a simple matter, but after analyzing it like this, it suddenly became complicated. "Brother Qin Zhao, do you have a good plan?" His Highness Badger Huai looked at Qin Zhao. Everyone looked at Qin Zhao. Among them, Qin Zhao's thinking was the most meticulous and agile. He was the most steady and attentive when dealing with matters. Qin Zhao thought for a while and said, "Since we know where the problem lies, it's easy to deal with. We just need to apply the right medicine. We have an absolute advantage in strength. With this prerequisite, we are invincible and don't fear anything. So, we only need to understand the situation of the Holy Water Palace. Then we will know how to solve it. We have to solve the problem from the source. Only then can we solve it once and for all. So, I think we should first see Miss Lianqin and her father to understand the specific situation. Only the two of them should know the specific situation best. I'm wondering if their true bodies have been captured and imprisoned. If not, can we try to find their real bodies? If we go to the Holy Water Palace directly, we will definitely alert the enemy. It will be difficult to carry out the following matters. Chapter 3058. Everyone nodded after hearing this. That was indeed the case. His Highness Badger Huai said, "It's possible that Miss Lianqin and her father weren't caught. Even if Miss Lianqin was caught, her father should be a veteran. That kind of person shouldn't leave a way out for himself, so maybe his original body is hidden a little deeper. But now that something has happened, even if their true bodies are safe, it's not easy to find them. I guess the two factions of the Holy Water Palace are also trying their best to find the true body of Miss Lianqin's father. So if we're going to do it, we have to hurry. Otherwise, we'll be too late." Qin Zhao nodded. He had been thinking about this problem. This matter was still rather complicated at the moment. It was not something that could be done easily. "Well," His Highness Badger Huai thought for a while and said, "I'll ask my family to investigate this matter first. I'll ask my father." "Qin Zhao, let's split up. I'll go back to the Realm Lord's mansion first. You guys go to the Heaven River Palace. Qin Zhao, you've been to the Heaven River Palace before, right? Go there again and ask the Master of the Heaven River Palace." The Master of the Heaven River Palace is a man of great power. He probably knows about this kind of information, or he can contact Miss Lianqin's father. Well, this suggestion was good. Everyone agreed. Qin Zhao also thought of the Master of the Heaven River Palace. He was indeed a man of great power. In particular, the Master of the Heaven River Palace should know more about what happened in the Zilin world. Going to the Heaven River Palace was indeed a good choice. Besides, His Highness Badger Huai's father was the realm lord of the Zilin world, the supreme ruler. It shouldn't be difficult for the realm lord to find out what happened in the Zilin world. They split up and Qin Shao led them directly to the Heaven River Palace. However, a place like the Heaven River Temple was not a place where anyone could enter as they wished. Qin Shao had been to the Heaven River Palace before, so he was familiar with the place. Saint Master Kai Yuan and the others stayed below, while Qin Shao, Yuan, and Brother Pure went to the Heaven River Palace. The obstacles in the Heaven River Palace were not difficult for them, so they went directly to the Heaven River Palace. They also met the Master of the Heaven River Palace. The Master of the Heaven River Palace was obviously more polite to Qin Shao. Haha, Lord Qin Shao, Miss Yuan, and Brother Pure. The 3 disciples of the Firmament Academy have graced the Heaven River Temple with their presence. It's such an honor. I told you that I had a vague feeling that something joyous was about to happen. It seems that it was indeed the case, the Heaven River Temple Master said with a smile. The last time the Heaven River Temple Master met Qin Shao, he was giving face to young Master Feng Yi. But this time, Qin Shao had already become a disciple of the Firmament Academy. He had a bright future ahead of him. He could not afford to offend any of the Heaven River Palace's disciples. Greetings, Master of the Heaven River Palace. I'm sorry to disturb you again. Qin Shao bowed. The Master of the Heaven River Palace smiled and said, Why? Is there anything else you want to ask? Let me guess, young Master Qin Shao wouldn't have come because of the Sacred Water Palace, right? Qin Shao was slightly taken aback when he heard that the Heaven River Palace Master had guessed his intentions. He did not even ask, and the Master of the Heaven River Palace had already guessed it. As expected of the Sky River Temple Master, he was extremely good at gathering information. It was no wonder that he was able to maintain such a great reputation. The Master of the Heaven River Palace smiled and said, It's not hard to guess. There are a few people at the foot of the mountain. You formed a team to participate in the 100 Worlds selection battle. Only Miss Lianqin did not come this time. I already knew about the Heaven River Palace's incident, so I guessed it when I saw you coming in a group. Hearing the Master of the Heaven River Palace's words, Qin Shao was relieved. The Master of the Heaven River Palace was indeed very good at strategizing. Qin Shao nodded and immediately said, Yes, Master of the Heaven River Palace. We took the liberty to come here this time to ask about the current situation of the Heaven River Palace and whether Miss Lianqin and her father's original bodies are still outside. The Master of the Heaven River Palace looked at Qin Shao and the other 2 and smiled, saying, So you really want to get involved in this matter? Qin Shao nodded and said seriously, Yes, Miss Lianqin is our good friend. She is in trouble and her family is in trouble. We can't not help her. Yes. The Master of the Heaven River Palace nodded and looked at Qin Shao approvingly, saying, You're very loyal and righteous. You're very good. You're very loyal to your friends. You can only see your true nature in times of trouble. That's good. But, the Master of the Heaven River Palace paused, as if to whet Qin Shao's appetite. After hesitating for a while, he continued, I'm afraid this matter will be a little difficult and troublesome. There will be a lot of resistance. So if you really want to get involved in this matter, you'd better be mentally prepared. Qin Shao was not surprised by the Master of the Heaven River Palace's words. He had already expected this. Qin Shao nodded and said, I roughly guessed this. We've already made all the preparations. No matter how big the trouble or how many obstacles there are, we're not afraid of anything. We'll do it. Well, since Lord Qin Shao has said so, I'll tell you in detail what I know for now. The Master of the Heaven River Palace nodded. Then he told Qin Shao the details. After listening to the Master of the Heaven River Palace, Qin Shao realized that there were actually other realm lords behind the scenes. Not only were there other realm lords behind the scenes, but there was also a powerful three-step ancient saint, Anshui Yuhuang, who was supporting the other two factions in the Holy Water Palace. The two factions united to launch an attack on Miss Lianqin's father and took over the power of the Holy Water Palace in one fell swoop. This was a long-planned coup d'état, which ended in the victory of the other two factions. Therefore, the influence behind the scenes was still very deep. There were a few powerful figures behind the scenes. I'm afraid even Realm Lord Zilin won't easily interfere in this matter. So if you want to do this, you can only rely on yourselves, the Master of the Heaven River Palace added. Qin Shao nodded. If there were other Realm Lords behind the scenes, Realm Lord Zilin wouldn't easily interfere. Of course, Qin Shao didn't expect Realm Lord Zilin to interfere in this matter. No matter what he did, Qin Shao wouldn't count on others. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Master of the Heaven River Palace, can you help me find out if Miss Lianqin and her father's true bodies are outside? Qin Shao asked again. The Master of the Heaven River Palace shook his head and said, I'm afraid there's no way to get accurate information in a short period of time. But according to what I know, Miss Lianqin's true body has been captured by the Holy Water Palace. Her father's true body is hidden. The Holy Water Palace's change has just happened, so her father should be hidden very deeply. It won't be easy to find him. Previously, the people of the Holy Water Palace also came to ask me, but I haven't given them any information yet. I'm also looking for him. It will take at least 10,000 years for some information to come back. 10,000 years? Qin Shao shook his head. That was too long. They couldn't afford to wait that long. Master of the Heaven River Palace, can you send a message to Miss Lianqin's father and ask him to come to the Heaven River Palace? We'll wait for him here. Qin Shao thought for a while and said, if they really had to wait for 10,000 years, it would be better to directly attack the Holy Water Palace. If there was really no other way, this was the only way. This was the last resort and also the last resort. Qin Shao didn't want to come to this point. If they came to this point, it would be very helpless. It was estimated that many things couldn't be completely solved. The best thing was to find Miss Lianqin's true body first. Then she would cooperate with him to do a series of things that would make it seem justifiable and have a certain amount of power to rally people. Otherwise, if they directly charged into the Holy Water Palace and fought with their lives on the line, the Holy Water Palace would most likely be destroyed in an instant. If they directly destroyed the Holy Water Palace, Miss Lianqin's father wouldn't necessarily be grateful to them. The Master of the Heaven River Palace pursed his lips and said, it's true that we can't guarantee that we can deliver the message, but it should be enough. It's not difficult to deliver the message. The difficult part is how to make him believe it. Now is a critical time. The people of the other two factions of the Holy Water Palace are trying their best to find him. How can he easily believe it and show up? So, I think it's quite difficult to do this. And in the process of delivering the message, there may be some mistakes. Of course, I'll act cautiously and try my best not to make any mistakes. But if we want to deliver the message to him quickly, there may be some mistakes in the process. Even if the probability is not high, we can't be careless. Qin Shao frowned. It seemed that there were still many problems with this plan. Is there no better way? Qin Shao asked. The Master of the Heaven River Palace smiled faintly and nodded. Of course there is. In fact, there are more than one way. There are at least two ways. First, we can deliver the message in the name of the Realm Lord of Zilin Realm and ask him to go to the Realm Lord Mansion of Zilin Realm. However, the Realm Lord of Zilin Realm may not agree to this. Even if we deliver the message in the name of the Badger Fluid of Zilin Realm's Young Highness, I'm afraid it won't work. Second, we can deliver the message in my name and ask him to come to the Heaven River Palace to find me. I believe I have some credibility and prestige. The first method probably wouldn't work. It was unlikely that the Realm Lord of Lin Realm would get involved. The second method might work, but there were problems in it. Master of the Heaven River Palace, if we deliver the message in your name, you'll definitely offend the shadow force behind it. Just now, the Heaven River Temple Master also said that they have other sector lords behind them. Doing so will definitely implicate the Celestial River Palace Master. Qin Shao said with a frown. Although this was a feasible method, Qin Shao would feel bad if it implicated the Master of the Heaven River Palace. Qin Shao naturally would not do such an unrighteous and immoral thing. Ah! The Master of the Heaven River Palace laughed heartily and looked at Qin Shao. He said heroically, Lord Qin Shao, do you think I'll be afraid of a Realm Lord? Qin Shao was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the Heaven River Palace Master in shock. Chapter 30:59. When Qin Shao heard the domineering words coming out of the Heaven River Palace Master's mouth, he understood. It seemed that he had underestimated the Heaven River Palace Master. Although he had heard that Realm Master Lin had to give face to the Heaven River Palace Master, it seemed that it was more than that. It seemed that the Heaven River Palace Master was also a low-key person. The outside world had underestimated him. Since the Heaven River Palace Master had said so, Qin Shao was no longer worried. He naturally understood the meaning behind the Heaven River Palace Master's words. Heaven River Palace Master, if you are willing to help, Qin Shao will be very grateful. I will owe the Heaven River Palace a favor, Qin Shao said to the Heaven River Palace Master with a straight face. The Heaven River Palace Master smiled and waved his hand. Ha ha, forget about the favor from Lord Qin Shao. Remember to tell your fifth brother, Master Feng Yi, that he will owe me a favor. In comparison, I prefer his favor. Ha ha ha. Cough. Qin Shao could only cough awkwardly. However, senior brother Feng Yi's favor was much more valuable than his, at least for now. Senior brother Feng Yi was on the Heaven's Declaration. It was difficult for anyone below the worldly divine realm to be a match for him. From this point of view, it was indeed true. Since the Heaven River Palace Master was on good terms with senior brother Feng Yi, he was definitely not weak. After all, birds of a feather flocked together. It was true that birds of a feather flocked together. All right, I will tell my fifth brother the next time I see him, Qin Shao said with a smile. However, he also knew that the Heaven River Palace Master was joking about this. The Heaven River Palace Master immediately arranged the matter and asked Qin Shao and the others to wait in the Heaven River Palace. Saint Venerate Kai Yuan and the others were also invited to the Heaven River Palace. This made them feel very flattered. They were even treated as VIPs. Soon, His Highness Badger Huai also arrived. However, he did not bring any good news. The situation on his side was obviously not very good. As expected, Realm Lord Lin didn't want to participate in this matter. Moreover, he also warned His Highness Badger Huai not to participate in this matter. However, His Highness Badger Huai didn't listen to his father and insisted on coming out. He insisted on looking for Qin Shao. It was impossible for him, His Highness Badger Huai, to not participate in this matter. It was impossible for him to watch with folded arms. Therefore, he would rather go against his father's wishes. He couldn't count on the power of the Lin Realm Lord Manor. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai could only act in his own name. He couldn't represent the entire Lin Realm Lord Manor. However, this didn't matter. Everyone didn't expect Lin's Realm Lord Manor to help them. He had waited in the Heaven River Temple for 1,000 years. It was indeed impatient. If they waited for a long time, people would wonder whether Miss Lianqin's father, Hao Mingjun, would come to the Heaven River Palace. If he refused to show up, then it would be troublesome. This possibility did exist. But now, they could only wait and see. Qin Shao also discussed a time limit with everyone. 2,000 years was the limit. If there was no news after 2,000 years, then they wouldn't wait any longer. They would directly attack the Heaven River Palace. If there was really no other way, then he could only use his courage to use force. He could only use a forceful hand gesture. Fortunately, things didn't develop to this stage. After another 500 years, someone finally came to the Heaven River Palace. It was Hao Mingjun. He had finally come. He had finally shown his face. The Heaven River Palace Lord introduced Qin Shao and the others to Hao Mingjun and left. Your Highness Badger Huai, Lord Qin Shao, Miss Yuan Yuan, and everyone else. I often heard my daughter mention you. I didn't expect to meet you today. It's an honor. Especially Your Highness Badger Huai. Your name is like thunder. I've heard about you for a long time, but I didn't have the honor to meet you. Previously, I also wanted to thank Your Highness Badger Huai for giving my daughter a chance to participate in the 100 Worlds selection battle. I'm very touched that you all treat my daughter as a friend and miss her. Hao Mingjun was moved. He bowed to Qin Shao and the others emotionally. Qin Shao hurriedly helped Hao Mingjun up and said, Senior Hao Mingjun, there's no need to be so polite. We're all good friends of Miss Lianqin, very good friends. We've even gone through life and death together. We're true friends who have gone through thick and thin together. After hearing that something happened to Miss Lianqin, we were all very worried. We quickly gathered together and wanted to work together to save Miss Lianqin and you. We originally wanted to attack the Heaven River Palace directly, but after thinking about it, we knew that the situation wasn't simple. There were a few hidden hands behind this. That's why we came to the Heaven River Palace. We wanted to borrow the power of the Heaven River Palace to find you, Senior Hao Mingjun. Then, we discussed with you how to save you and how to help you take back your power. Hao Mingjun heard Qin Zhao's words and became so emotional that he couldn't help but tremble. However, Hao Mingjun quickly shook his head and said, Lord Qin Shao, I appreciate your kindness and thank you for your concern. However, this matter has deep implications and is very complicated. This is my family matter, so it's inconvenient for you all to get involved. I'll take care of this. You don't have to worry about me. Although I've suffered a crushing defeat this time and suffered great losses, my clone has been imprisoned. But I've experienced the Heaven River Palace for over 100 universe epochs. I've been in Z-Lin boundary for hundreds of universe epochs. I have some foundation. I'm accumulating power and waiting for the right moment. One day, I'll take back what I've lost. I'll make the people who hurt my daughter pay the price. I've already made a plan. I just need time now. Hao Mingjun, on the other hand, had a strong sense of self-confidence, a strong sense of conviction. From his words, Qin Shao respected him as a man. He was indeed a great figure. However, there were some things that couldn't be done with the power of conviction and confidence. Even if he could succeed in the end, he didn't know how long it would take and how many losses he would have to pay. Qin Shao knew that Hao Mingjun was afraid of implicating them. That was why he was doing this. In fact, this was the time when Hao Mingjun needed and craved help the most. However, the enemy he was going to face this time was too powerful. He naturally didn't want to implicate others. Qin Shao admired his gentlemanly heart. Judging from Lianqin's character, he could roughly tell what kind of person her father, Hao Mingjun, was. Qin Shao immediately said, Senior Hao Mingjun, you don't have to be so polite with us. Even if you don't agree, we'll still do it. Maybe we'll have to kill our way to the Heaven River Palace. Even if it's not for you, we have to save Lianqin. Other things aren't important to us. We only care about Lianqin's safety. But if we can help you while saving her, it'll be the best of both worlds. Of course, we're willing to do it. So, Senior, you don't have to refuse us. You don't have to think that you'll implicate or harm us. In fact, we won't. We're not hot-blooded young men. We can figure out everything by ourselves. We're very clear about the situation behind this matter. We also know what kind of forces are involved. But to be honest, you might think that I'm arrogant, hypocritical, and exaggerating. In fact, you don't have to worry about our strength at all. We're confident that we can deal with your opponent. Even if the realm lord behind them comes out, it won't be a problem. We have 4 ancient saints at the 3rd step and 6 ancient saints at the 2nd step. If we include you, we'll have 5 ancient saints at the 4th step. Hao Mingjun looked at Qin Shao in a daze when he heard Qin Zhao's arrogant words. Then, he looked at the others. He was greatly shocked. He could feel that Qin Shao wasn't lying. He wasn't boasting. Since he spoke so confidently and with such confidence, it meant that he should have the strength to back it up, right? On the surface, it was indeed a very powerful lineup. 4 3-step ancient saints and 6 2-step ancient saints. Moreover, His Highness Badger Huai, a disciple of Firmament College, was among them. From the looks of it, it was indeed a very powerful force. However, Hao Mingjun was still somewhat worried. After all, his opponent this time was very, very powerful. Not to mention, there was a realm lord behind them. It was too difficult to deal with such a force. Yes, Senior Hao Mingjun. Trust us. Don't worry. In fact, you don't even have to do anything. Just leave it to us. Brother Qin Shao is right. We already know the situation at the Holy Water Palace very well. But we're very confident that we can deal with those people. It won't be a problem at all. We have 4 students from the Firmament Academy here. All of them are 3-step ancient saints. Although Saint Venerate Kai Yuan and the others are only 2-step ancient saints, their strength is obviously quite impressive. It's hard to find opponents below the 3-step ancient saint realm. Brother Qin Shao, Yuan, and Brother Pure are disciples of Firmament College. Senior, you should believe that our strength is definitely not weak. If the 4 of us work together, I'm not bragging. Even if the sector lord behind them comes out, we can still fight. So, why do we need to worry about anything? If you have absolute strength here, then you have the confidence to deal with those people. Senior Hao Mingjun, what else do you have to worry about? We're good friends of Miss Lianqin, and we're mainly here to save her. Senior, you don't have to worry about our intentions. Moreover, I'm the son of the Realm Lord of Zilin Realm. Would I lie to you? Moreover, the Master of Heaven River Palace will vouch for us. Senior Hao Mingjun, what else do you have to worry about? Hao Mingjun was startled. Now that he put it that way, it was indeed true. He was naturally worried that Qin Shao and the others didn't really want to help him. However, he still trusted the Master of Heaven River Palace. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to show up. Moreover, the son of the Realm Lord of Zilin Realm should also be trustworthy. There was no reason for him to lie to him. In addition, Lianqin did mention Qin Shao and the others to him before. She said that they were very good. After thinking carefully and weighing the pros and cons, Hao Mingjun made a decision. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.